Chapter 1593. Once Thunder Ghost True Monarch returned to the battlefield, the expressions of both sides changed. Celestial Court's immortals showed joy on their faces, while Feng Yuan and the rest had grim expressions. Both sides were locked in battle. At this moment, Celestial Court gained a rank 8 battle strength expert, and it was also a top-tier expert. It had a huge impact on the battle. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's report made Fairy Myrtle's gaze turn dark. What? We did not find Wisdom Goo. Even though Wisdom Goo was refined by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the refinement process was also recorded in Star Constellation's True Inheritance. Fairy Myrtle had a lot of knowledge about it. But Fairy Myrtle did not know that Wisdom Goo had the ability to chase information path environments. Wisdom Goo is wild. Did they tame it and refine it? Or did they destroy it? Or do they have a way to resist the light of wisdom and teleport Wisdom Goo away? Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Thoughts flashed like lightning. She stood up, looking at the silver giant heavenly giant solar before turning to Feng Yuan shouting, "Hand over Wisdom Goo. I will allow you to surrender." Celestial Court's main goal in this attack was rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Even Feng Yuan's problem was secondary. Immortal Goo were unique and hard to refine. Rank 9 Immortal Goo stood at the top of the pyramid. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, there were less than 10 rank 9 Immortal Goo. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply too huge of a boost to Celestial Court. It was only inferior to Fate Goo. Ignoring everything else, just Fairy Myrtle alone, with her Wisdom Path attainment and Star Constellation Chessboard's help, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the world. Once she obtained the rank 9 Wisdom Goo and refined it using Star Constellation Chessboard, she would become the number 1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world. She would be able to see through all the profundities of Wisdom Path in the universe. She would stand at the peak, far surpassing the second strongest person. She would have unimaginable deduction ability. Not to mention that Feng Yuan had Yama Emperor. Even if he had rank 8 level Wisdom Path methods, he could not defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Only rank 9 could do so. But how many rank 9 level Wisdom Path methods were there? At least in Feng Yuan's Langya True Inheritance and Spectral Soul True Inheritance, there were no such records. Surrender. The hairy Mangu Immortal's heart shook. The land spirit of Langya roared furiously. Surrender my ass. In my Langya blessed land, there are only hairy men who die standing. There are no slaves who kneel to live. Feng Yuan was curious. I am a complete otherworldly demon. Your Celestial Court can forgive me for Wisdom Goo? Fairy Myrtle smiled proudly. So what if it's a complete otherworldly demon? The predecessors of our Celestial Court already knew of the existence of otherworldly demons. We had recruited otherworldly demons before. It was just that it was not recorded in human history. Zhao Lianyun is the best example. Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court is much more magnanimous than you imagine. Even if you are a complete otherworldly demon, even if you have Spring Autumn Cicada, Spectral Soul True Inheritance, and so on, as long as you turn over a new leaf and return to the righteous path, contributing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, and fusing with the Celestial Court, you will be a member of the Celestial Court. According to the Celestial Court's rules, everyone will be treated equally. Saying this, Feng Yuan's expression did not change. He sneered coldly, but Chen Yi had a complex expression. His gaze was filled with bewilderment and jealousy. Chen Yi believed Fairy Myrtle's words, because the Celestial Court's rules were like this. No matter what your background is, as long as you return to the righteous path and join the Celestial Court, contributing your immortal aperture, you will be a member of the Celestial Court. There would be no discrimination. But how hard is it to join the Celestial Court? I, Chen Yi, have worked hard for most of my life. I was diligent because my battle strength reached the standard, and because I inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, I was able to join the Celestial Court. How many years has he, Feng Yuan, cultivated for? He committed murder and arson, causing trouble everywhere, but now that he has turned over a new leaf, he can actually join the Celestial Court. At once, Chen Yi lost his composure. He felt that it was unfair. He even felt a little wronged. But Thunder Ghost True Monarch's expression did not change. Back then, the Celestial Court had also recruited another person. This person slaughtered the world. The harm he caused was much greater than Fang Yuan. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became rank 9, the Celestial Court had tried to recruit him many times. Even after becoming rank 9, they tried to recruit him once. The Celestial Court is the Celestial Court of humanity. Fang Yuan, you have incredible talent. With your rank 7 cultivation time, you were able to evade the Celestial Court for such a long time. It is enough to prove that you have the qualifications to join the Celestial Court. I can guarantee this with my life. If you join the Celestial Court today, not only will you keep your life, you can also continue to cultivate and be a carefree Gu immortal. Thunder Ghost True Monarch said. Fang Yuan. At once, the hairy man Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan worriedly. Even Gu immortal's 6th hair was the same. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. For rank 9 wisdom Gu, you let me go and tried to recruit me. Rank 9 wisdom Gu is indeed very important to you. Then let me put it another way. If you do not let us go today, I will destroy wisdom Gu in front of you. Your plan will fail. Humph, stubborn fool. How can the righteous path tolerate threats? How can the mighty Celestial Court be threatened? Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was furious. She charged at Fang Yuan. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan barely fought against Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder rumbled and air currents surged. Oh, that means Wisdom Gu is with you? Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She also attacked. Fang Yuan was suppressed by Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Fairy Myrtle. He was immediately suppressed. He could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist. He could not retaliate. He secretly transmitted to Land Spirit of Langia. First Supreme Elder, this is urgent. If you have any methods, don't use them now. It will be too late for regrets. Land Spirit of Langia roared. Forget it. I will let you taste the true power of Langia Blessed Land. The moment he said that, the entire sea surface of Langia Blessed Land started to bubble. It was bubbling. It was as if the entire sea was boiling. Countless refinement path Dao marks shined with Dao mark light. Be they Gu immortals or mortals, they could see it with their naked eyes. The aura of an immortal killer move surged like a huge tornado. It engulfed the whole of Langia Blessed Land. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were not spared. They were all hit. What is this? The expressions of Chen Yi and the rest changed. All sorts of defensive methods on their bodies shined with dazzling light. They were activated. The mysterious killer move was extremely powerful. Even Fang Yuan was hit. Countless ripples appeared on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, come to me. Land Spirit of Langia transmitted. He controlled the silver giant and flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan successfully fused into the heavenly giant solar formation. This was not his first time participating in this ancient battle formation. What move is this? Fang Yuan's face flashed with surprise and joy. This move used by Land Spirit of Langia was extremely powerful. The 4 immortals of Celestial Court defended with all their might. They did not attack. Langia Land Spirit smiled bitterly. This is the strongest refinement path killer move, omnipresent 4 seas, that my main body comprehended from killing a water path great expert while I was still alive. This move expends seawater intensely. I will not use it unless I need to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. If I use it against enemies now, it can only last a few dozen breaths of time. Fang Yuan observed carefully. He saw that Langia Blessed Land's sea level was falling rapidly. A huge amount of seawater was expended to activate this killer move omnipresent 4 seas. Fang Yuan immediately realized. So Langia Blessed Land's terrain was meticulously designed. The 3 continents are floating in the sea. This seawater is not simple. It is the refinement path foundation of Langia Blessed Land. It is extremely precious. Fang Yuan looked at the Celestial Court Gu immortals, sighing. It is a pity that this refinement path killer move does not differentiate between friend and foe, otherwise, we would have the upper hand. Actually, omnipresent 4 seas killer move's power could be limited to a certain place, but this place needed to be set up with a corresponding immortal formation to draw the killer move's power and refine Gu. And this immortal formation was none other than Long Hair Ancestors' refinement path formation. It was used to refine Myriad Self for Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court Gu immortals would not fall for such an obvious trap. In this situation, Land Spirit of Langya had no choice but to use this move to its fullest extent. Its power spread all over Langya Blessed Land. But this way, Feng Yuan's super immortal formation would also be attacked by omnipresent 4 Cs. Thankfully, Land Spirit of Langya was prepared. The silver giant rushed over and dismantled the immortal formation, retrieving the immortal goo, while keeping the variant human goo immortals of the other 3 races into the silver giant's body. What do we do now? Feng Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya and asked. He had a feeling that Langya Blessed Land had other trump cards. Chapter 1594. Land Spirit of Langya had a pained expression. He looked at the falling sea level, frowning deeply. His heart was bleeding. This seawater looked ordinary, but it was not. It was refined water created by long-hair ancestor in his later years. Right now there was only one sea. If there were 4 seas, he could use a secret method to cause a qualitative change, creating a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because of this, Langya Blessed Land had been placed in Crescent Lake for a long time. Using the water path environment, an immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer moved to attract water path calamities and tribulations, adding water path Tao marks to Langya Blessed Land. But now, in order to resist celestial quartz goo immortals, Langya Blessed Land's accumulation was being expended rapidly. After this battle, it would all be used up. Aha! Land Spirit of Langya roared, leading the hairy man goo immortals to activate Heavenly Giant Solar. The silver giant charged over, using immortal killer moves one after another, attacking the celestial quartz goo immortals. The attacks were fierce. They were all at rank 8 level. At once, the celestial quartz goo immortals could not retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor broke. She curled up into a ball. Chun-Yi and Fairy Myrtle coughed out blood. Feng Jioge was in a worse state. His face was pale as paper. He gritted his teeth, relying on Fate Armor Immortal Goo to hold on. Absolute Forces was a refinement path killer move. It used all of the refinement path Tao marks in Langya Blessed Land. This was the accumulation of long-hair ancestors' entire life. This move did not differentiate between friend and foe. Feng Yuan would be hit if he was inside, but the hairy men could move freely. In the end, it was because the hairy men had refinement path Tao marks. And the killer moves that Langya Land Spirit and the rest used were all refinement path killer moves. They were amplified by omnipresent 4 Cs. Each of their attacks were powerful and ferocious. They were at the level of a first-rate rank 8 killer move. As for the silver giant, it could move freely too, because this was an ancient battle formation. It was not an immortal goo house. Heavenly Giant Solar differed from person to person. Right now, the hairy man goo immortals were working together to activate the refinement path giant. Precisely so, Feng Yuan and the variant human goo immortals of the other 3 races did not participate in the attack. If he were to make a move, he would be suppressed by the omnipresent 4 Cs. Kill them all. Langya's foundation is indeed unfathomable. The variant human goo immortals of the 3 races gasped in shock, but Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he said to Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, you used your full strength. Even though your attacks were fierce, you cannot end the battle in one go. 4C all-encompassing can't be maintained for long. Time is limited. What other tricks do you have? If you don't use them now, I know you. Shut up. The Land Spirit of Langya roared angrily. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it bared its teeth. Its expression was fierce, and its heart was restless. On the battlefield, even though it had the upper hand, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court could not be killed. They were like reefs on the shore. No matter how strong the waves were, they would not budge. After more than 10 breaths of time, even though the silver giant unleashed an unprecedented attack, the 4 immortals of Celestial Court were still alive, while the seawater in Langya Blessed Land had already dried up. Not a single drop of water was left. An ugly seabed was exposed. It is time for us to retaliate. Thunder Ghost True Monarch breathed in deeply. She had a sinister smile on her face as she condensed a black armor on her body. As expected of long-hair ancestors' remnant. Chun-Yi sighed as he healed himself. His injuries were recovering rapidly. The goo immortals of Celestial Court also had deep foundation. They withstood the silver giant's attack and only suffered some minor injuries. You forced me. You forced me to do this. Seeing that the celestial quartz goo immortals were getting closer, the land spirit of Langya muttered. It suddenly roared. Come, come if you have a death wish. Since the four seas could not defeat the enemy, the land spirit of Langya used another trump card. Rumble. With a thunderous sound, a bewitching red light burst out, covering the whole of Langya blessed land in an instant. This is. The expressions of the four immortals of Celestial Court changed. They were extremely shocked. Be it the scheming fairy Myrtle, the Thunder Ghost true monarch who had fought Spectral Soul, Chunyi who had great authority and led a sect, or the talented Feng Jioge, none of them had a trace of calmness on their faces. Feng Yuan was also stunned. A scene from his memories surfaced in his mind. He blurted out, Steel life? The other hairy Mangu immortals were confused. They did not know what this trump card was. The land spirit of Langya looked at Feng Yuan in surprise. That's right, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo. You know about it too? Feng Yuan's heart shook. The land spirit of Langya actually had Steel Life Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan knew about Steel Life Goo. It was in Thieving Heaven's dream realm. To think that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had left this immortal goo to long-hair ancestor. Defend. The four immortals of Celestial Court used all their strength to defend themselves. The nervousness in their hearts was hundreds, if not thousands of times greater than before, because they could tell that this was the red light emitted by Steel Life Immortal Goo. At the next moment, the red light that filled the sky suddenly shrunk. It was like countless arrows that were shot out before returning to the bow. What the red light took away was none other than the lifespan of all living beings. In the blink of an eye, Feng Jioge turned from a handsome young man to an old man with white hair and a wrinkled face. Fairy Myrtle coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face was filled with wrinkles. Chunyi was also in a sorry state. His fine black hair was broken and flying everywhere. Thunder Ghost True Monarch held her chest. She originally had the appearance of a young girl, delicate like a flower, but after the red light retracted, she had turned into an old woman. Her hair was white and her eyes were blurry. She was extremely weak. She opened her mouth and breathed with difficulty. She did not have many teeth left. Good. Seeing this, Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Even though the Goo immortals of Celestial Court were strong, most of them were hibernating in the immortal graveyard. They would not wake up unless absolutely necessary. Because they had used almost all of their lifespan extension methods, their lifespan was limited. They would die of old age before long. But now land spirit of Langya used Steel Life Immortal Goo. It targeted this weakness and killed the four Goo immortals of Celestial Court. It grasped the weakness of the Goo immortals of Celestial Court. However, land spirit of Langya is only using Steel Life Immortal Goo. It is not a killer move. It only has one effect. The methods that Celestial Court Goo immortals use in an emergency have defensive properties, but they cannot defend against it completely. Also, this Steel Life Goo does not differentiate between friend and foe. Even the Silver Giant could not defend against it. Our Goo immortals were all hit. Feng Yuan looked at himself. He had a head full of white hair. He looked old. But it did not matter. He had over 4,000 years of lifespan Goo. After using many of them, he returned to his young appearance. As for the other variant human Goo immortals, they had much longer lifespans than humans. Even without lifespan extension methods, they could hold on. Even the hairy men and mortals could hold on. This was also the reason why land spirit of Langya had kept Steel Life Immortal Goo with him, only using it now. No matter how strong the Goo immortals of Celestial Court are, so what? We will fight them to the death. First Supreme Elder, use Steel Life again. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light. He urged land spirit of Langya. Land spirit of Langya smiled bitterly. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was afraid this Steel Life Immortal Goo would bring disaster to the world. Even though he left it with my main body, he set up a method that can only be used 3 times before it self-destructs. What? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has such a merciful heart? The variant human Goo immortals were extremely shocked. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, thought of Thieving Heaven's dream realm. He understood. Whether it is twice or thrice, if we don't use it now, when will we? Feng Yuan urged again. Land spirit of Langya nodded firmly, activating Steel Life Immortal Goo again. In the blink of an eye, the red light flickered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch sighed weakly. To think that I, Jinglan, would actually die here. She forcefully opened her eyes, but she was too powerless. Her eyelids slowly closed. Chapter 1595. Senior Jinglan. Fairy Myrtle cried out in grief. Chun-Yi and Feng Jioge also showed sadness, hatred, anger, and other emotions. Jinglan's death was out of their expectations, because they did not expect Steel Life Immortal Gu to be hidden in Langya Blessed Land. Wasn't it said that before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he felt that Steel Life Gu was too powerful and would bring disaster to the world if it fell into the hands of people with ill intentions, so he destroyed it along with the Gu recipe? Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Clearly, this was wrong information, but the Celestial Court believed it to be true. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to understand the inside story, she could only capture the land spirit of Langya and interrogate him. After all, back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu, what kind of internal transaction they had and how they leaked the information to deceive the Celestial Court, only they themselves knew. Ha ha. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Do you really think my Langya sect is so easy to bully? This time, all of you will die. Careful. Feng Yuan suddenly shouted in warning. What? At the next moment, Land Spirit of Langya cried out in shock, because he saw that although Jinglan had died, her heart was starting to shine with dazzling lightning. Soon, Jinglan's aged body was completely melted by the lightning heart's scorching electric currents. These electric currents filled the entire black armor. Next, the unmanned armor actually raised its head and puffed out its chest. A terrifying aura burst out, giving off a majestic aura that could support heaven and earth. This. Isn't she dead? Oh no, this is very bad. The variant human Gu immortals turned pale with fright. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression as he spoke of his conjecture. Thunder Ghost True Monarch is indeed dead, but her black armor is soul path in essence. Although she died of old age, the armor is still intact. It is equivalent to leaving behind a special soul. Most importantly, her heart seems to be her final trump card. It's extremely powerful, so we have to be careful. In the blink of an eye, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor shot toward the silver giant like a shooting star. Boundless azure electricity seeped out of the gaps in the pitch-black armor and gathered into a tail of flames that was dozens of feet long. Faster, faster, faster. The armor was extremely fast. After Feng Yuan's warning, the hairy men were on guard, but they did not have time to use killer moves to dodge, because the armor was charging too fast. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was most proficient in movement. Her strength was at the peak of rank 8, but her speed had always been at the peak of rank 8. But now that the thunder armor burst forth, this speed had already surpassed the peak of the 8th rank and reached the stage of quasi-9th rank. The silver giant had nowhere to hide and was struck by the thunder armor. Retreat. Fairy Myrtle's eyelids twitched. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly erupted in the next moment. Billions of bolts of lightning interweaved and danced wildly. Because the lightning in the center was too dense, it formed a pool of lightning plasma. At once, the world turned white. The light was blinding. Countless hairy men and mortals who were looking at the sky cried out in pain. They covered their eyes or rolled around on the ground. Just one look, and they were blinded. The light quickly dissipated, and an incomparable wave of chi began to sweep in all directions. Even Fairy Myrtle and the rest were pushed away. They could not control themselves. They were like small boats in the middle of a storm. A huge hole appeared in the center of Cloud Cover Continent. It was tens of thousands of li in diameter. The whole of Langya Blessed Land shook intensely. The visible refinement path Dao marks that were shining with Dao mark light were all destroyed by the explosion. The refinement path Dao marks that were close to the explosion also decreased in number. The remaining ones were dim and without light. At the center of the explosion, it was empty. Only several Gu immortals were floating in the air like ants. Cough, cough, cough. The surviving variant human Gu immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. They had great battle strength. They coughed and spat out blood. They were in a pathetic state. Land Spirit of Langya was even more illusory. It was ethereal like a bubble. It was on the verge of dissipating. Only Feng Yuan was unharmed. His expression was ashen. He was covered in reverse flow protection seal. He was also extremely weak. Because of this attack, reverse flow river in the sovereign immortal aperture had expended 10% of its total volume. As expected of the rank 8 expert who once resisted spectral soul demon venerable. Even if she dies, she can retaliate. This move condensed all of her lightning path Dao marks into her heart and exploded. The power was terrifying. But after the battle, there were no lightning path Dao marks at all. This means that she had already used her lightning path Dao marks to their limits. She definitely has lightning path Great Grandmaster attainment level. In Feng Yuan's mind, thoughts flashed like lightning. Even though he was not injured, his losses were not light. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final attack was definitely at quasi-rank 9 level. When the explosion occurred, the Silver Giant blocked it first. After the Silver Giant collapsed, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal blocked it. Even so, reverse flow river had lost 10% of its total volume. Reverse flow river had been supporting reverse flow protection seal. It was not inexhaustible. Feng Yuan had used it many times. He only had 60% left now. Feng Yuan's situation was still alright, but the others were in terrible states. The Silver Giant collapsed, the killer move's backlash, along with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final lightning explosion killer move. More than half of the variant human goo immortals died on the spot. Their corpses and souls dissipated. Only their immortal apertures remained. The remaining immortals were all injured. They had fearful expressions. Some were even dazed from the explosion. They had no expression on their faces now. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's explosion could be said to have dealt a huge blow to the variant human alliance. Protect Land Spirit of Langia with all your strength. We have Steel Life Goo. We can still fight. Feng Yuan reminded loudly. He flew towards Land Spirit of Langia and protected him. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan had to control the situation. That's right, we still have Steel Life Immortal Goo. The battle had reached the most crucial moment. At this time, Land Spirit of Langia knew that it was not the time to vent his anger and sadness. He immediately activated Steel Life Immortal Goo for the second time. Quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle and Chunyi rushed over. Seeing that Steel Life Immortal Goo was about to be activated again, how could they not be anxious? Immortal Killer Move Karma Divine Tree. Chunyi's body shook fiercely as countless wisps of green smoke curled up and gathered into a huge divine tree. Meanwhile, Fairy Myrtle attacked fiercely. Immortal Killer Move. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. She directly used her strongest defensive method. The will of sorrow spread rapidly. There was no light or shadow, but the variant human goo immortals around Land Spirit of Langia twitched. They subconsciously clutched their chests. Their eyes rolled back as they died mysteriously. Sixth Hair. Feng Yuan called out. Fairy Myrtle's attack could not be defended against. Sixth Hair had barely survived the lightning explosion. He was already heavily injured. Now that he was hit by Fairy Myrtle's desperate attack, he could not hold on any longer. He died. Feng Yuan's expression changed. Even though he was unharmed, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's reverse flow river fell by another 10%. This meant that Fairy Myrtle's killer move was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's self-detonation after death. No. Save me. Land Spirit of Langia roared. He grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and used a defensive killer move to resist Fairy Myrtle's attack. Feng Yuan looked at him, but there was nothing he could do. Because reverse flow protection seal could only protect him alone. It could not spread to Land Spirit of Langia. First Supreme Elder, you cannot use Steel Life Immortal Goo at the same time. Right now, there is only one solution. That is to move the whole of Langia Blessed Land into my immortal aperture. Only then will we have a chance of survival. Feng Yuan urged with great sincerity. But Land Spirit of Langia rejected him. He stared at Feng Yuan with wide open eyes. No, this won't work. I can still fight. Bam. At the next moment he reached his limit. His defensive methods were all broken. His body exploded into countless fragments. He died on the spot. I killed him. Fairy Myrtle saw this and relaxed. She almost fainted on the spot. Nothing as greater sorrow had huge repercussions. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly in her heart. After this activation, she did not know how long she would need to recuperate. Land Spirit of Langia, damn it. Feng Yuan frowned as he cursed. But I have not lost all my chances. Maybe. At the next moment, at the place where Land Spirit of Langya died, another figure appeared. He had a white beard and white eyebrows. It was the previous white-haired Land Spirit of Langya. Langya Blessed Land had two obsessions. There were also two land spirits. The black-haired land spirit was killed. The white-haired land spirit appeared again. What? A second land spirit of Langya has appeared. Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was not unaware of this secret, but she was confident in nothing as greater sorrow. She felt that the two land spirits were one and could be eliminated together. But the truth was in front of her. Langya Blessed Land's profundity far surpassed her estimation. Even though Fairy Myrtle could still use nothing as greater sorrow, she did not have enough time. And could ordinary methods kill the land spirit of Langya that was protected by Feng Yuan? Fairy Myrtle was not flustered. Her lips curled up as she turned from offense to defense, protecting her companion. Her companion was Chun-Yi. On the Karma Divine Tree that Chun-Yi was activating, there was already a huge fruit growing. There is cause and effect. If there is an effect, I will destroy the cause. Chun-Yi shouted as he stretched out his right arm, grabbing this fruit and squeezing it. G.U.H. The fruit was instantly crushed. The purple fruit juice was like poison. It splattered on Chun-Yi's face and body. Zzzt. Intense pain assaulted him. Chun-Yi screamed as his face and body were corroded by the fruit juice. His flesh started to rot. In a few breaths of time, his muscles melted, revealing his white bones. Chun-Yi paid such a huge price. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death to forcefully activate Karma Divine Tree. He naturally had a motive. Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed. He said solemnly, "Steel Life Immortal Goo was actually destroyed by them." Sigh. Feng Yuan sighed deeply, urging again, "The only thing we can do now is to fuse Langya Blessed Land into my..." Before he finished speaking, the white hair land spirit of Langya interrupted him. "No need. My Langya Blessed Land still has a trump card. This is the agreement between my main body and Giant Sun Immortal. If the Blessed Land is in danger of destruction in the future, we can ask Longevity Heaven for help and Giant Sun's descendants will help. Meanwhile, my Blessed Land will fuse with Longevity Heaven. We will be its subordinates and have equal status." Saying so, an immortal door opened in the depths of the Blessed Land. A few breaths of time later, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Mao Li Chiu was the first to charge. It broke through the layers of soil and charged towards them. Behind it, there were several Gu immortals. They all had rank 8 auras and were approaching with great momentum. Langya Blessed Land is already the territory of my Longevity Heaven. Celestial Court. Your claws are longer than my Mao Li Chiu. I will chop them off today, ha ha ha. Feng Yuan is here too. Kill him and take revenge for the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. We also need to take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. At once, reinforcements arrived. The situation was completely overturned. Sigh. Feng Yuan let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, "It is time to retreat." Chapter 1596. First Supreme Elder, what do you have to say? Longevity Heaven's people were filled with malice towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan retreated as he stared at Land Spirit of Langya and questioned. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly. He did not show any respect to Feng Yuan. "I have not settled the score with you yet. You had ulterior motives and added fuel to the fire, causing Black Hair to make mistakes again and again. Haven't you gained enough benefits in this period of time?" Land Spirit of Langya turned hostile. Feng Yuan's expression turned grim. "Are you not afraid of the alliance agreement? Back then, Black Hair made the alliance agreement with you, not me." Land Spirit of Langya immediately replied. "As expected." Feng Yuan sighed internally. The white-haired land spirit's choice was already very clear. Feng Yuan had already guessed it, but now, he confirmed it with Land Spirit of Langya's words. "Feng Yuan, where are you going?" Saying so, Mao Li Chiu pounced and slapped Feng Yuan with its huge claws. Boom! A huge force surged. Feng Yuan was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the dry seabed. Even though Feng Yuan was in a sorry state, he was unharmed. Mao Li Chiu, however, gritted its teeth and waved its claws, cursing. "This reverse flow river is really annoying. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, come and fight." A burly man with a full beard shouted. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an imposing aura. There was another Gu immortal, a little girl with a large pink flower on her head. She sat on the burly man's shoulder and giggled. Her pink face was innocent and romantic. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Fairy Myrtle. These 2 Gu immortals had rank 8 cultivation level, but they did not attack Feng Yuan. They went straight for Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path Gu immortal. Leaving her alive would increase the risk to longevity heaven. She had to be eliminated first. Ox Demon Flower Lady, you two are here too. Fairy Myrtle's eyes narrowed. She had recognized the newcomers, and a grave look flashed across her face. Ha ha ha, if you Ziwei can wake up and move around, why would the two of us care about our lives? The boorish Ox Demon laughed wildly. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions ensued. Ox Demon and Hanako had forced Fairy Myrtle to retreat. Fairy Myrtle did not have much time left to live. Fortunately, she had the true inheritance of Constellation to protect her. After enduring 2 lifesteal attacks, she was in a bad state. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven had expended its resources and sent the Ox Devil and Flower Lady to fight. It was in perfect condition and firmly held the upper hand. Fairy Myrtle defended against the enemy's attacks as she observed the entire battlefield. When she saw Malichio send Feng Yuan flying, she suddenly reminded. Be careful, Feng Yuan has rank 7 fixed immortal travel, don't let him escape. Even if Longevity Heaven wanted to kill her, she was still calm and did not let her emotions get to her head. She had never forgotten her objective of taking Feng Yuan's life. Malichio frowned. They had 3 rank 8s, a legendary immemorial desolate beast, and an immortal Gu house, but they were not Space Path. Fixed immortal travel was a Space Path immortal Gu. Space Path Gu immortals were the best at countering it. Malichio's thoughts moved. It charged towards Feng Yuan while shouting at Land Spirit of Langia. Old man, quickly attack. Use all your strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Kill him and you will have a huge merit. Land Spirit of Langia showed hesitation on his face, but he quickly said. Shut up, Malichio. Since Feng Yuan wants to leave, let him. What right do you have to order me? Even though I asked for help from Longevity Heaven, according to the agreement, we are on equal footing. Land Spirit of Langia had thought of killing Feng Yuan, but he soon thought that even the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven had not managed to kill Feng Yuan even after so long. Not to mention Land Spirit of Langia? Feng Yuan knew Langia Blessed Land's background. He had Great Thief Ghost Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and Fixed Immortal Travel. He was an unscrupulous demon. Land Spirit of Langia did not dare to offend him. You. Malichio roared in anger, but there was nothing it could do to Land Spirit of Langia. Land Spirit of Langia said to the remaining variant human Gu immortals. You are all aware of the current situation. Even though Black Hair is dead, I am not bound by the agreement. But don't worry, as long as all of you join my Langia Blessed Land, I can guarantee your safety and safety. The variant human Gu immortals had unsightly expressions. They looked at each other and nodded. There was no choice. Their existences were exposed. They were bound by the agreement, and Land Spirit of Langia knew about them. They had no choice now. If they did not want to die, they could only surrender. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Myriad Dragon. Familiar Face. Feng Yuan used 3 moves in a row. With Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, his efficiency was very high. The 3 moves came one after another, before Malichio could reach Feng Yuan. It was faced with a sea of sword dragons. Malichio roared in anger. It also used an immortal killer move. Wind, frost, and lightning filled the sky, killing large numbers of sword dragon clones. But at this time, Feng Yuan had already gotten close to Land Spirit of Langia. Be careful, he is there. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. He had discovered Feng Yuan's location. He had infiltrated Longevity Heaven but was discovered. He was trapped inside Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. After being tempered by Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals for a long time, 5 Elements Grandmaster realized that he had no hope of escaping. He could only lower his head and join Longevity Heaven. This time, Longevity Heaven came to reinforce Langia Blessed Land. He became one of them. You actually found me. It is a pity, it is too late. Fong Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. He raised his head and roared. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth. He looked extremely ruthless. Fong Yuan, what are you trying to do? Land spirit of Langya was pale with fright. It used its immortal killer move to defend itself. Of course I am going to kill you. Immemorial Yama's child soul explosion. Fong Yuan roared. Boom. A rank 8 killer move erupted. Black smoke spread out. Everything was destroyed. Land spirit of Langya was completely engulfed by the black smoke. Don't. The variant human Gu immortals shouted. Stop, we are married. Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan cried out in shock. But at this moment, Fong Yuan could not care less about their lives. Land spirit of Langya knew too much. Since he did not want to join Fong Yuan, he would die. Save the land spirit. We cannot let him die. Mao Li Qiu's hair stood on end from shock. It endured the soul explosion's aftershock and charged towards Fong Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar. 5 Elements Grandmaster directly released this immortal Gu house and entered it, controlling it to charge towards Fong Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Longevity Heaven. It was one of its trump cards. Longevity Heaven actually brought it along to reinforce Langya Blessed Land. He escaped quite quickly. Fong Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He did not take away Land Spirit of Langya's life. At the crucial moment, Land Spirit of Langya teleported away. If not for 5 Elements Grandmaster's reminder, Land Spirit of Langya might not have reacted in time. But since he could react, and this was his home ground, in a situation where Fong Yuan could not use other methods to restrict him, he could teleport at any time. It is not so easy to take my life. Everyone, we have plenty of time in the future. Fong Yuan looked around, saying his final words before activating fixed immortal travel. He was at the center of the soul explosion. He was like the eye of the tornado, calm and safe. And if other existences wanted to find trouble with Fong Yuan, they would have to resist the soul explosion's power. The dense soul path Dao marks also interfered with and suppressed all sorts of immortal killer moves. Rank 7 Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Jade light flashed before anyone could disturb him. Fong Yuan vanished on the spot, successfully retreating. We still could not kill this scoundrel. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Mao Li Qiu growled in anger. Its bloodshot eyes stared at Fairy Myrtle. Without Fong Yuan, only Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were left. Bam bam bam. Continuous thunderclaps resounded. Once the battle began, it entered a white-hot stage. Be gentler, don't destroy my blessed land. Damn it. Land Spirit of Langya stomped its feet and shouted, hiding far away while trying to gather the hairy man survivors on the 3 continents. Fong Yuan's vision changed. He looked around and found himself in an underground cave. Fixed immortal travel is so convenient. Fong Yuan sighed. After he stole this rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he placed it in Heaven Ceiling Mountain's immortal formation to refine Gu. It quickly became Fong Yuan's. After confirming that it was not tampered with, Fong Yuan used this Gu and successfully left Langya battlefield. There were rank 8 Gu immortals fighting in Langya Blessed Land. While outside the Blessed Land, there were Prince's Impatience patrolling. Fong Yuan was a thorn in both sides. He did not dare to stay for long. If he gave the others enough time, he would be struck by some strange killing move and be unable to escape. That would be too stupid. Who is it? Ah, it is Elder Fong Yuan. Several rank 6 Gu immortals sensed the commotion of the teleportation and rushed over. After seeing Fong Yuan, they bowed and asked, Elder Fong Yuan, what is the situation in Langya battlefield? Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly, but did not reply. He only spread his arms. Chapter 1597. What's going on? Immortal battlefield. This joke is not funny. Lord Fong Yuan, we are on the same side. Gasps could be heard. The Rockman and Snowman Gu immortals shouted as their gazes shined with vigilance. In the current world, humans ruled the world. These Rockmen and Snowmen were variant humans. Struggling at death's door in the northern icy plain, they faced huge pressure to survive. Variant humans who could survive in this environment and become Gu immortals were not trash. If not for Fong Yuan's rank 7 aura and his publicly recognized rank 8 battle strength, these rank 6 variant human Gu immortals would have attacked already. Fong Yuan's expression did not change. His gaze landed on the only rank 7 variant human goo immortals as he sighed. Everyone, don't be anxious. I am your ally. How can I harm my comrades? It is just that Langya Blessed Land lost. I was the only one who escaped. The reason for the loss is that there was a traitor among you. What? Lost? Langya Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court. There was a traitor among us? Feng Yuan's words were simply earth-shattering. The variant human goo immortals were shaken to their core. The only rank 7 snowman goo immortal frowned. Lord Feng Yuan, please open the immortal battlefield and let us contact the lords in our tribe. But he had just said that when his body shook, his eyes opened wide as he cried out in shock. My immortal goo! It was naturally Feng Yuan's great thief ghost hand. He had successfully stolen it. The other variant human goo immortals were baffled. Someone asked in concern. Lord Bingjue, what's wrong? Indeed, this snowman goo immortal who was guarding the base was Bingjue. He had a good relationship with Feng Yuan. He had once treated Feng Yuan to the ice wolf wine that he brewed himself. Bingjue stared at Feng Yuan. He was about to berate him, but Feng Yuan spoke first, pointing at him as he shouted with certainty. You are the traitor. The variant human goo immortals shook again. I'm definitely not a spy. Feng Yuan, you stole my immortal goo and slandered me. What is your motive? Bingjue's anger soared to the sky. Both of his hands grasped the air, and a pair of ice spears condensed out of thin air. Then he held them tightly in his hands. His entire body was overflowing with icy cold air. Feng Yuan sneered and said with grief and indignation, I'm right. You did not hear wrongly. Look, the alliance agreement on me did not activate. This Bingjue is actually a celestial court goo immortal in disguise. The real Bingjue is already dead. The other variant human goo immortals looked at each other. Female immortal Shui, who was Feng Yuan's fiancée in name, spoke. Feng Yuan, are you mistaken? Lord Bingjue has always been with us. I'm really not a traitor. There must be a misunderstanding. Lord Feng Yuan, you may have fallen for the enemy's plot to sow discord. Quickly return my immortal goo. Bingjue had a cold expression as he sent out an ultimatum. But at the next moment, Shui's body shook as she showed a look of fear. My immortal goo. Bingjue's body was overflowing with energy. Great Thief Ghost Hand was not easy to approach, but it was not a problem to steal Shui. Feng Yuan. Shui looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. Bingjue stood up and attacked Feng Yuan, shouting furiously. I knew all of you humans were not good people. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, clown. Saying so, the children of Yama jumped out of his imperial robe. Dozens of them gathered and charged towards Bingjue and the other variant human goo immortals. At this moment, Feng Yuan exposed his evil intentions. The variant human goo immortals no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to chance. They were dazed for a moment before attacking Feng Yuan. But how could their strength compare to these children of Yama, who had rank 7 battle strength? After a single clash, the variant human goo immortals formation was scattered by the children of Yama. They were separated and surrounded again. They fell into a predicament where they could only fight for themselves. Feng Yuan turned into Yama Emperor. He stayed at the back and watched these variant human goo immortals fight against the children of Yama. The children of Yama were not strong enough against Feng Jioge and the rest, but they were more than enough to deal with these variant human goo immortals. If not for Feng Yuan holding back, these rank 6 variant human goo immortals would have been killed by the children of Yama already. The only rank 7 goo immortal, Bingjue, was also in a tough battle. He could not leave. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan continuously used Great Thief Ghost Hand, stealing the immortal goo of the variant human goo immortals' immortal apertures one by one. This was the reason why Feng Yuan held back. If he forced them too much, these variant human goo immortals would fall into despair. They would destroy their immortal goo and resources. Feng Yuan would not be able to gain anything. As long as there was a trace of hope, these variant human goo immortals would resist to the end. There were very few who would commit suicide like Meng Tuesday. Moreover, even though variant humans were very vigilant in times of peace, they usually only sparred with each other. They did not have much experience in true life and death battles. As a wisdom path goo immortal, Feng Yuan had already seen through the thoughts of these variant humans. Precisely so, even though his battle tactic was simple, it was very effective. The variant human goo immortals had their immortal goo stolen. Their battle strength fell sharply. They were in an even worse state. Feng Yuan, I was wrong about you. How can you be so despicable? You actually harmed your allies. A Rockman goo immortal shouted angrily. His voice was extremely sorrowful. Bingjue sneered. You still can't tell? This guy has already resolved the alliance agreement secretly. He is no longer an ally, he is an enemy. Sai, you talk too much. Feng Yuan sighed lightly. With a shift of his mind, a Yama-sun self-detonated. Immortal killer move, soul explosion. Bingjue was a close combat fighter. The Yama-sun was too close to him. He could not dodge in time when it self-detonated. He was hit immediately. With a loud explosion, he was blown to smithereens. His corpse was blown to smithereens. Lord Bingjue. Sorrowful cries resounded everywhere. Shui Er almost fainted. Feng Yuan had a cold expression. These people's immortal goo were almost all stolen. The rest were well prepared. Great Thief Ghost Hand could not get close. Feng Yuan had limited time. He did not want to waste any more time. He started to kill. Variant human goo immortals died one after another. Only Shui Er was left. You demon! I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Shui Er's expression was twisted. She said her final words through gritted teeth. In the next moment, several children of Yama rushed forward and tore her into pieces of minced meat. As for her soul, it survived in the Yama battlefield. It gathered the souls of the other variant human goo immortals. They were all imprisoned by Feng Yuan. Soul search. Using extremely skilled soul-searching methods, Feng Yuan quickly learned about the Snowman tribe and Rockman tribe's inside information. Feng Yuan stopped the Yama battlefield and returned to the northern icy plain. This massacre took a lot of time, but during the whole process, there was no external force to deduce or attack the Yama battlefield. It could be seen that these variant human goo immortals were the final batch of goo immortals defending this place. Feng Yuan used the soul search information and went deep underground. He soon found a large number of rockmen and snowmen. There were many goo masters, but most of them were mortals. Feng Yuan forcefully teleported these people into his sovereign immortal aperture. After searching for a while, he dug out the treasures of the rockmen and snowmen, sending them into his immortal aperture. The snowmen's ice tears, the rockmen's rough rice. They were unique immortal materials of the two races. There was a lot of them. Other than that, there were a large number of ordinary immortal materials, as well as some immortal materials that had been preserved from the olden antiquity era, and were basically extinct now. These were things that could not be bought in jewel yellow skies. Among them, the most famous was beauty transformation silver. This metal could imitate any beautiful female in front of it, and transform into the corresponding appearance. As for the immortal apertures of the variant human goo immortals who died in battle, Feng Yuan used his methods to seal them. He did not want to place his aperture here. Rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Activating this immortal goo, Feng Yuan left calmly, leaving behind an empty and ruined crime scene. This was the paradise of the rockmen and snowmen. It no longer existed. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in southern border. Who is it? The two southern border goo immortals shouted angrily. Feng Yuan was still using Yama Emperor's killer move at this moment. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, pointing with his finger. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. Soul explosion. After 5 or 6 soul explosions, the two southern border goo immortals escaped in fear. Where did this ruthless person come from? He was simply insane. Without saying a word, he used a series of killer moves. Each move had the power of a peak rank 7. These two immortals were transported away using an immortal goo formation. Feng Yuan could do nothing about it. But soon he broke this immortal goo formation. Using brute force to dismantle it, 2 immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed by him. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, the items inside were exposed. Chapter 1598. The scale of this dream realm wasn't large. The reason why Feng Yuan could accurately find this place was because he had personally left this dream realm here. Back then, he disguised as Wu Yihai and joined the righteous path, entering dreams to raise his attainment level. Later, the battle erupted and the celestial court intervened. Zishan Makoto died in battle. Feng Yuan inherited the Shadow Sect and escaped with a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Along the way, Feng Yuan repeatedly used the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to resist the strong pursuers. He finally escaped from danger. But the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies on him were all used up. This was the location where Feng Yuan fought with E-Clan's Gu Immortals. He self-detonated 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and forced E-Clan's immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion to retreat. After the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, this dream realm was formed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals naturally would not let it go. After some competition, 2 sides won and worked together to set up an immortal formation. They researched and developed it together. Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to rush over. Without saying a word, he chased away all the Gu Immortals stationed here and destroyed the immortal formation. Right now, using Great Thief Ghost Hand, even though he could steal Gu worms, he could not directly steal immortal Gu from them. Mortal Gu occupied most of the time. Great Thief Ghost Hand might have stolen a large number of mortal Gu. To prevent the immortal formation from sending reinforcements or using any strange methods like self-detonation, Feng Yuan acted first and destroyed this immortal formation. Even though immortal Gu were unique, they were not important to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a lot of immortal Gu. After killing the Rockman and Snowman Gu Immortals, he obtained many rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu. He still had to worry about how to feed them later. Feng Yuan lacked suitable immortal Gu. Firstly, the immortal Gu had to be at least rank 7. Rank 6 immortal Gu were too low for Feng Yuan. Secondly, the paths of immortal Gu also had a certain range. It would be best if it was the path that Feng Yuan was proficient in. Moreover, Feng Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He could deduce any immortal Gu recipe into an immortal killer move. If he needed a specific immortal Gu, he could deduce a killer move from the immortal Gu recipe and use it instead. Of course, according to the specific situation, the difficulty of the calculation is also different. Although there is the light of wisdom, some immortal Gu recipes need decades or even centuries to deduce killer moves. That would mean giving up to Feng Yuan. The scale of the dream realm here has been reduced a little. Feng Yuan took a second look and saw some clues. The original scale of the dream realm was for 2 pure dream reality seeker physiques, but now it was slightly insufficient. Is it because others are exploring the dream world, causing the consumption? Even though the other Gu Immortals did not have Feng Yuan's advanced methods, they could still explore it. Their greatest gains were the dream path Gu materials they obtained in the dream realms. In fact, he could also collect it in his own dream. The true treasures of these dream realms were the other people's true meaning contained in them. Southern Border's Gu Immortals were buying the casket and returning the pearls. But they were not tired of it. All the forces were desperately stockpiling dream path Gu materials. Jewel Yellow Skies was also buying them at a high price. If I remember correctly, one of the dream realms here is Ice and Snow Path, while the other is Space Path. These dream realms came from Spectral Soul. He was a great grandmaster of all paths. The dream realms he formed were all-encompassing, taking into account all paths. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Feng Yuan was carrying were specially chosen by him. But because this was the first battle point during their escape, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that Feng Yuan gave up on were not of much help to him. Of course, this was his past judgment, but now it seemed to be somewhat helpful. Feng Yuan needed Space Path attainment level. Because he could use rank 7 fixed immortal travel to create immortal killer moves, it would reduce the time needed to teleport. Feng Yuan needed Ice and Snow Path attainment level even more. Because he had killed many variant human Gu Immortals earlier, the immortal apertures left behind by the Snowman Gu Immortals needed to reach a certain level of Ice Path attainment level before he could annex them. Right now, among all the paths, Refinement Path is the highest. It is at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Second is Theft Path, followed by Great Grandmaster attainment level. The third is Strength Path, Wisdom Path, Star Path, Transformation Path, Blood Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, and Water Path. They are all at Grandmaster attainment level. The fourth is Luck Path, Enslavement Path, Earth Path, Master attainment level. Next are Sword Path, Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, poison path, fire path, metal path, and others, they are all at ordinary attainment level. Finally, our information path, ice and snow path, chi path, light path, sound path, phantom path, rule path, and others, they are rarely touched upon, be it in my previous life or this life. Among all the paths, Feng Yuan needed to raise time path the most. His time path attainment level was only ordinary, but for Feng Yuan, he needed to at least become a grandmaster in this aspect. The celestial court is too powerful, it is too deep, not to mention how many experts are in slumber. Right now, they have a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle leading them, while Chen Yi and the rest are constantly replenishing them. In this attack on Langya Blessed Land, Duke Long did not even take action. If not for Longhair Ancestors' alliance agreement with Giant Sun Immortal, which allowed Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Longevity Heaven's support, Langya Blessed Land would have fallen long ago. Feng Yuan was not a person who did not know his own limits. He was very clear. Even if he had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and even deduce Luo Pasil in the future, he would only be a rank 8 Gu Immortal at most. Against the Heavenly Court, it was useless to rely on his own strength. In his previous life, Spectral Soul led the Shadow Sect and succeeded in defying heaven. He infiltrated the Celestial Court and acted behind the scenes, causing the heroes of the 5 regions to rise up. He secretly supported Northern Plains Ma Hongyan, Western Deserts Tang Clan, and others. Even when Feng Jioge died in Langya Blessed Land, and Feng Kim Hong was killed by Feng Yuan and the rest, the Shadow Sect was behind all of this. There were many unfathomable secrets. But in this life, Providence used Feng Yuan as a chess piece. He was reborn and changed the past. Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss. The Celestial Court had the absolute advantage. Feng Yuan relied on Shadow Sect's inheritance to barely maintain the situation. It was quite difficult for him to deal with the Celestial Court's pursuit. The loss of Langya Blessed Land was the best proof. My only hope of winning against the Celestial Court is to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. With the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance, I can resist the Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. And to inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance, I need to enter the River of Time. But there, the Celestial Court is definitely lying in ambush. Even now, Fairy Myrtle and the rest were trapped in Langya Blessed Land, fighting against Longevity Heaven and other Gu Immortal experts. Feng Yuan did not want to enter the River of Time. How could Fairy Myrtle make such a mistake? The River of Time was filled with time path Dao marks. Even if the sovereign immortal body was not restricted by Dao marks, any killer moves of other paths that Feng Yuan used would be heavily suppressed. Rank 6 immortal killer moves would even fall to the level of mortal killer moves. Earlier, when Feng Yuan entered the River of Time, he wanted to catch the Celestial Court off guard. He also had the Immemorial Year Monkey and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Red Lotus Island, which he had occupied and used as his base. Eventually, he expended Red Lotus Island and killed Lord Huangshi, but during the entire process he did not make a single move. Now, if Feng Yuan wanted to find the next Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would need to find a new Red Lotus Island. The Immemorial Year Monkey died in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Yama Emperor, and other killer moves were heavily countered. In the River of Time, the most suitable method to use is undoubtedly Time Path. Even though I obtained Hei Fan's True Inheritance, and Spectral Soul's True Inheritance has a lot of Time Path information, the former lacks a rank 8 offensive killer move. Year's Flow like water might be rank 8, but it is mainly used to produce Year Gu and construct defensive killer moves. The latter has many Time Path offensive killer moves in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, but they are rarely at rank 8 level, and I do not have many Time Path Immortal Gu. Thus, what Feng Yuan truly needed to do was to obtain Grandmaster attainment level, and use the Light of Wisdom to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for himself. With these methods, he would have the ability to enter the River of Time and resist the Celestial Court's ambush. Immortal killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. While thinking, Feng Yuan was multitasking. He finished preparing the killer move. From his body, a gray-white light shined. The gray-white light spread into the dream realm. Like a drop of ink falling into water, it spread out in all directions, dazzling. Soon, the entire dream realm was covered in a layer of gray-white light. Many colorful eyes appeared in the grayish-white light. These eyeballs were extremely peculiar. They blinked, and each time they blinked, they would change into a different color. The number of colorful eyeballs continued to rise. In a few breaths of time, they went from dozens to hundreds, and soon, over 1,000. The colorful eyeballs continued to blink. Each time they blinked, it was an exquisite attack against Providence. Eventually, the number of colorful eyeballs fell until there were none left. Immortal Killer Move. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Feng Yuan used a second move. This dream realm condensed into two human figures. One of them was healthy, while the other was crippled. Feng Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and placed the two Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies inside. Chapter 1599. The two Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering Mini-Green Heaven and settling down temporarily. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was split into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Among all the Mini-9 heavens, Mini-Green Heaven was the place that Feng Yuan constructed the least. Thus, this became the place where Feng Yuan stored his dream realms. Shadow Sect members Ing Wuxie, Lady White Rabbit, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and Bai Ningbing were cultivating in Mini-Yellow Heaven. The Battle of Langya was too high-level. Almost all the participants had rank 8 battle strength. Even variant human Gu immortals had to rely on the super immortal formation to participate in the battle. Once the immortal formation was destroyed, they could not interfere anymore. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan needed these people to create the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, so these Shadow Sect members did not participate in the battle. As for Feng Yuan's rank 6 time path clone, he was at the northernmost part of Kokidahara. Puff! With a soft sound, as the time path clone placed the final mortal Gu, this Gu formation activated. The Gu formation had a huge range. It was tens of thousands of square kilometers. There were tens of thousands of mortal Gu worms used to construct the Gu formation. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, but most of them were ice and snow path Gu worms. And the cores were 2 ice path immortal Gu. They were stolen from the snowman Gu immortals. Feng Yuan had already refined them and used them. At the center of the Gu formation, there were 3 rank 8 immortal materials, Ice Path Crystal Essence. Each Ice Path Crystal Essence was as large as a mountain. They were aqua blue in color, like they were made of crystal. There were holes of all sizes all over their bodies. There were a lot of holes. Frost fog was spewing out from them. If this frost fog was allowed to spread freely, a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks would spread around and change the environment, creating a place suitable for snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Thus, earlier, Feng Yuan had planned to use the Ice Path Crystal Essence in his possession to create a snow monster production line, to create an economic pillar. His Ice Path Crystal Essence was the profit from his marriage with Shui Air. Not long ago, he had slaughtered the snowmen under the northern ice plains and obtained 2 Ice Path Crystal Essences. With these 3 Ice Dao Crystal Essences, producing snow monsters is even easier. As for this formation, let's call it the Snow Crystal Formation. After Feng Yuan's time path clone inspected it, he nodded in satisfaction. Realms were common. Feng Yuan's original body was an array grandmaster, and so was his clone. This was different from the members of Shadow Sect. Back then, in order to deceive everyone, Spectral Soul used his split soul to form clones, which had a disadvantage in attainment level. Each member was proficient in one path. Even if Shadow Sect members met with Celestial Court Gu immortals, they would not be able to recognize the connection between their clones and the demon Venerable. This was also one of the reasons why the Shadow Sect was able to plant moles in the Celestial Court. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan's time path clone could be easily exposed. But Feng Yuan did not need the time path clone to go out and ambush enemies. Feng Yuan's goal was different from Spectral Soul. He created the time path clone to make good use of the light of wisdom. And to deduce all kinds of information in the light of wisdom, attainment level was essential. One could not have the best of both worlds. Feng Yuan made a wise choice in this aspect. The snow crystal formation was naturally created by the time path clone. Its main use was to continuously transmit the frost energy that the Ice Path Crystal Essence breathed out to every inch of the surrounding area, constantly changing the surrounding environment. Of course, This formation also had the ability to monitor and control it. Unfortunately, I am only a Formation Path Grandmaster, and not a Great Grandmaster. Grandmaster attainment level can comprehend by analogy. Great Grandmaster attainment level can directly use natural Dao marks. If I were a Great Grandmaster, I would not need Ice Path Immortal Goo to construct the Snow Crystal formation. Just these 3 Ice Path Crystal essences and Mortal Goo would suffice. This way, Feng Yuan could save these 2 core Ice Path Immortal Goo and use them for other purposes. Of course, Feng Yuan was an exception. He did not lack Immortal Goo, so it was fine. Under normal circumstances, Goo Immortals had limited Immortal Goo. If they used Immortal Goo to set up a Goo formation, the Immortal Goo would be trapped in the formation and could not be used elsewhere. From this, one could see the huge advantage of having higher attainment level. It could help Goo Immortals save on Immortal Goo. After setting up the Snow Crystal formation, Feng Yuan's Time Path clone turned around and flew away. Even though he was not a land spirit and could not teleport, he had Immortal Goo and his flying speed was not slow. After a while, the Time Path clone crossed hundreds of li and concealed his body, looking down from the sky. On the ground, a group of snowmen were moving. These snowmen consisted of mortals and Goo masters. They were all variant human slaves that Feng Yuan had captured from the northern icy plain. There were thousands of them. Thousands of snowman slaves were not rare in jewel yellow skies. But the quality of this batch was much higher than the norm, because these snowmen had a high proportion of Goo masters. This was not normal in jewel yellow skies. This group of snowmen could be exchanged for at least 10 times the number of snowman slaves. These snowmen suddenly left the environment they had been living in for a long time, and came to the sovereign immortal aperture. They were extremely shocked and fearful. Right now, the group was moving forward slowly. The snowmen were talking to each other. When Feng Yuan slaughtered the snowman and rockman Goo immortals, it was in the immortal battlefield. It was kept secret. When he captured these snowmen, he disguised himself as a snowman Goo immortal, so these snowmen did not know the truth. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Feng Yuan's Time Path clone suddenly turned into Bingjue and floated down from the sky. He activated all sorts of Goo worms, causing cold winds to blow in the sky and snow to fall. Ah! It is my tribe's immortal. Quickly kneel down and pay respects to the upper immortal. We welcome great immortal Bingjue. The snowmen knelt down and prostrated themselves, paying respects to Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. Feng Yuan's Time Path clone was expressionless as he said, "The chaotic world is filled with endless battles. There is a paradise outside of it. The 3 mountains are filled with immortal mist. The snow tribe has no worries." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear to everyone on the ground. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew the snow away. Suddenly the wind stopped and the snow stopped. The snowmen sensed something strange. They raised their heads but saw that the sky was empty. Great immortal Bingjue was nowhere to be seen. The snowmen were dazed for a while. After confirming that great immortal Bingjue had truly disappeared, they stood up with joyful expressions, but they frowned as they thought about Feng Yuan's words. Snowman tribe leader thought for a while before saying to the elders around him, "Earlier, when we came here, we seemed to have received great immortal Bingjue's instructions. He wanted us to go in this direction. Now that great immortal Bingjue has personally appeared, he seems to be telling us that there is a place with 3 mountains ahead where we can settle down?" After discussing for a while, everyone came to an agreement and set off again. This time they were not hesitant. Even though they were bringing along their families, their speed was several times faster than before. To produce snow monsters, there was no need for the snow crystal formation. They only needed to place the 3 ice path crystal essences there. It was simple but effective. And now, the Time Path clone spent a lot of effort to set up the snow crystal formation. It was naturally to take care of these snowmen. With the snow crystal formation, the snow monsters and snowmen can live separately. Of course, they will not be completely separated. They will have to interact from time to time to temper themselves. The snow crystal formation can be maintained with food path methods. It is not a problem. But the 3 ice path crystal essences are like water without a source. They will be consumed in the end. The Time Path clone pondered as he flew. The icy mist that the ice path crystal essences spat out contained the ice and snow Dao marks of the crystal essences. These Dao marks would remain in the surroundings for a period of time before dissipating. They would not add ice and snow Dao marks to the sovereign immortal aperture. But the created environment was very suitable for the snow monsters and snowmen. But it was still too early to consider this problem. It would take a long time for the 3 ice path crystal essences to be consumed. After the time path clone settled down the snowmen, he went to mini southern border to settle down the rockmen. In the mini 5 regions, mini southern border had the densest earth path Dao marks. It was the most suitable environment for rockmen to live in. And previously, a portion of Feng Yuan's rockmen were already living here. The process of settling down the rockmen was very smooth. The time path clone used the same method as before. While the time path clone was managing the immortal aperture, Feng Yuan's main body had already arrived at another place in southern border. This was a huge earth trench. It was dark and deep. Even in broad daylight, there were many shadows. These shadows were shadow beasts of dark path. And this earth trench was Plunder's shadow earth trench. Back then, I learned the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel here, and used many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to stop the southern border righteous path pursuers. Oh. Feng Yuan observed for a while before his expression changed. Southern border's righteous path also built an immortal formation here. It is not a low-level one. Who is it? This is an important area of southern border's righteous path. Lone immortals should leave now, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. At this time, a southern border Gu immortal's voice resounded in the sky. He was hidden in the immortal formation, his body could not be seen. Oh. Feng Yuan's lips curled up. Killing intent surged in his eyes. I want to see how you will make me regret. Boom. Chapter 1600. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions occurred. Lights of all colors bloomed like fireworks. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wisdom, strength, soul, poison, star, refinement, moves of all paths were unleashed by Feng Yuan. Under the attack, the silhouette of an immortal formation appeared. It was thick like a fortress. The pure white light was like a mountain, blocking all of Feng Yuan's attacks. Ha ha ha, all bark and no bite. Your methods are too flashy. They cannot affect our formation. Inside the immortal formation, Yang Clan's Gu immortal Yang Sanmu mocked loudly. Feng Yuan was in Yama Emperor form now. The southern border Gu immortals could not recognize him. No, this person's formation path attainment is high. He is using all sorts of methods to probe our formation. Chi Chio's expression changed. He said in a low tone. This immortal Gu formation was created by Chi Clan. Chi Chio was appointed to guard it. He cultivated formation path. His words attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. Yang Sanmu frowned. He said to Chi Chio. Then are we going to defend passively and let him probe us? Chi Chio shook his head. Our formation has ways to retaliate. It is just that the Gu formation needs to be damaged to a certain extent before it can be used. Don't look at me. I cannot control this formation to retaliate. I am sure everyone knows the reason for this. I don't need to explain, right? The immortals looked at each other. They were helpless. As it turned out, this was because of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated southern border's righteous path. At the crucial moment, he took control of the immortal formation and left for his own benefit. The southern border Gu immortals lost a lot of face. They reflected after the battle and made changes. Chi Clan's immortal formation could no longer be controlled by outsiders. It operated on its own. The goal was to prevent traitors like Feng Yuan. Yang Sanmu saw that Chi Chio could not do anything. He looked at Xia Clan's Gu immortal Xia Fan. Xia Fan cultivated wisdom path. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was looking at him, he knew what he meant. He shook his head. The other party has a strong wisdom path defensive method. It is very difficult for me to deduce his background, unless a crucial clue appears. Yang Sanmu's face sank when he heard this answer. Then he shouted at Feng Yuan again. Ha ha ha, you thief, you're so weak. Are you here just to tickle me? Yang Sanmu, Chi Chio, and Xia Fan had rank 7 cultivation level, and had the protection of the immortal formation. They were not afraid of Feng Yuan, a rank 7 Gu immortal. Feng Yuan sneered. Yet he turned a deaf ear to it, and continued to probe the grand formation from various angles. This deity formation is even more complicated and powerful than I thought. Yang Sanmu continued to provoke him, But Fang Yuan was not provoked at all. Yang Sanmu frowned. The other party only has one rank 7. We have the numbers and the immortal formation to protect ourselves. If we hide and let him attack us alone, what face would the righteous path have if news of this spreads? Which Gu immortal is interested? Go out and meet this audacious scoundrel. If I can kill this person, it will be a wonderful story. Once he said this, no one moved. Almost all Gu immortals were not rash people. Fang Yuan was alone. It seemed easy to deal with, but because of this it was very strange. How could an ordinary rank 7 Gu immortal have the guts to attack this immortal formation with such tight defenses alone? The southern border immortals thought about it. This situation was likely to be an ambush. They did not want to take the risk. Yang Sanmu could not incite the others. He felt gloomy. He was the temporary leader of this group. If he avoided the battle and news got out, the others would blame it on him. Thus, Yang Sanmu's reputation would suffer the most. Right now, southern border's earth veins are moving. Immortal materials and immortal Gu are appearing frequently in earth trenches. But I am stuck here, defending against a bunch of dream realms. I wanted to move around and leave this place. After paying a huge price, I was about to succeed, but if I avoid the battle and let this person leave, some people in the clan will have evidence to say otherwise. I will not be able to leave this place in the near future. Thinking of this, Yang Sanmu gritted his teeth. The enemy is very strange. As a member of the righteous path, I cannot ignore him. Everyone defend the formation. I will go out and meet him. The Gu immortals heard this and had different expressions. Some urged him to be vigilant. Some clapped their hands and cheered for Yang Sanmu. Some guaranteed that they would hold the fort for Yang Sanmu, telling him to leave without worry. Yang Sanmu sneered in his heart, but on the surface he acted like a righteous person. He said a few more words and gained enough reputation before leaving the immortal formation to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw this person and was slightly surprised, but he soon understood Yang Sanmu's intention. Soul explosion. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, using an immortal killer move to fight Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu fought with Fang Yuan for a few rounds. He could not hold on anymore. He panicked internally, thinking, this person probably cultivates soul path. Even though his attacks are simple, they are extremely powerful. And this person's defensive methods are very high. I am not his match. I will lose sooner or later. I might as well retreat while the situation is still good. Anyway, I have already investigated this person's background. I will have an excuse when I return. But Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. Seeing that Yang Sanmu was about to retreat, he immediately activated Yama Battlefield. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's vision changed. He fell into Yama Battlefield. He was trapped. Yang Sanmu was shocked. Immortal Battlefield? How can this be? There is actually such a fast immortal battlefield in this world. He was shaking with fear, but he tried to remain calm. Don't panic, this immortal battlefield killer move is so fast, it must have other weaknesses. For example, is it easy to deduce or break? I have other friends. If they see me in the enemy's immortal battlefield, they will definitely help me. Fang Yuan pointed as 3 Yama children attacked Yang Sanmu. Yang Sanmu's heart shook. He retreated as he fought, trying to stall for time. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Suddenly, Yang Sanmu's body shook. His expression of fear froze on his face. His eyes almost popped out as he shouted, my immortal Gu. Fang Yuan succeeded in stealing an immortal Gu. He threw it into his immortal aperture without inspecting it. Yang Sanmu spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately became weak. He was heavily injured. It turned out that the immortal Gu that Fang Yuan stole was the core of his movement killer move. The immortal Gu was stolen. The killer move failed. He suffered a backlash. The battle was decided instantly. It seems that my luck is much stronger than yours. I could not steal Feng Jioga's core immortal Gu, but can I steal yours? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Feng Jioga? Who are you? Yang Sanmu retreated rapidly. He was in a panic. Even though he lost an immortal Gu, he still had other movement killer moves. Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan succeeded again. Guh. Yang Sanmu spat out another mouthful of blood. His killer move's activation failed. The backlash took his life. Chapter 1601. He actually died. Fang Yuan saw this result and was slightly stunned. It seems that this Yang Sanmu's luck is really bad. I actually managed to steal the core immortal goo of his killer move twice in a row. Feng Yuan had a plain expression as he shook his head. This was the suppression of luck. Earlier, he could not suppress Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was a Dao guardian. His luck was about the same as Feng Yuan's. But Yang Sanmu was much more ordinary. He died under Great Thief Ghost hands. Feng Yuan suddenly realized that luck path and theft path were quite powerful when used together. Even though his luck path true inheritance was not complete, and his theft path true inheritance was even more incomplete, these two came from immortal and demon venerables, inheriting the true inheritances of two venerables at the same time. This was a very rare situation in history. Inside the immortal formation, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals saw that Yang Sanmu was trapped in the immortal battlefield. They became nervous. Qi Qiu urged Xiaofan. Quick, have you not deduced the method to break the immortal battlefield yet? Xiaofan closed his eyes and pondered, as if he did not hear anything. The other Gu immortals were discussing. They were bewildered. What immortal battlefield is the other party using? It is so fast, I have never seen it before. No wonder he had the guts to challenge us alone. He has a special technique. Now it is up to Lord Xiaofan. Xiaofan heard the conversation. He rolled his eyes in his heart, cursing. These wisdom path amateurs. Do they really think the immortal battlefield can be broken so easily? Xiaofan could feel the difficulty. He prayed. Oh Yang Sanmu, I hope you can last a little longer. As time passed, the pressure in his heart was getting greater. He was the only wisdom path Gu immortal here. If he could not deduce it, no matter how many Southern Border Gu immortals there were, they could not break into the immortal battlefield and reinforce him. If he failed, he would have to bear the reputation of being incompetent. The scarier thing was that there would be rumors saying that he had the ability but did not help Yang Sanmu. If that happened, his reputation would be ruined. But how could Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield be so easy to break? Fairy Myrtle was able to decipher it, because she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current Gu immortal world. But Xiaofan was clearly not one of them. I can't divine it. This killer move's foundation is very deep. It seems to have a terrifying origin. After deducing for a while, Xiaofan's forehead was covered in sweat. The Southern Border Gu immortals were still discussing. Xiaofan was feeling increasingly frustrated. He opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. Can you guys be quiet for a while? The conversations of the immortals stopped abruptly. Qi Qiu coughed. That's right, we need to be quiet. We don't want to disturb Master Xiaofan. We need to believe in Master Xiaofan's ability. He will not disappoint us. Xiaofan couldn't get down from the high platform with his words. Xiaofan immediately looked at Qi Qiu sinisterly. The latter seemed to be supporting him, causing Xiaofan to gnash his teeth in hatred. But he was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. He thought about it and smiled. Everyone, don't be anxious. You might have forgotten that Lord Yang Sanmu is most proficient in investigative methods. Since he came out to fight, he must be very confident. He must have found out some inside information that we do not know. Actually, Xiaofan and Yang Sanmu did not see eye to eye. They hated each other very much. But at this moment, Xiaofan held Yang Sanmu in high esteem, praising the latter to the extreme. The immortals were slightly dazed before coming to a realization. If it was as Xiaofan had guessed, Yang Sanmu's actions were not right. He was putting everyone else aside and going out to reap the rewards. Right now, the earth veins of Southern Border were pulsating, immortal materials and even immortal Gu were appearing from time to time. Who would want to be trapped here? Who would not want to go out and search for immortal opportunities? If Yang Sanmu could reap the rewards, he would be able to leave this place and be sent outside. This was not just Yang Sanmu's desire, the others also wanted to do this. Thus soon the immortals' discussion changed. They started to agree with Xiaofan's words. Lord Xiaofan is right. Lord Yang Sanmu's investigative methods are famous in Southern Border. Who does not know about them? That's right. The thing that left the deepest impression on me was when he detected Black Heaven's movement. After he reported it to Yang Clan, they moved out in advance and actually found a meteor shower at the exact location. I heard that Yang Clan obtained 3 mountains of Star Path immortal materials. Lord Yang Sanmu had once chased after the demonic path Gu immortal Nian Wang Huai. That Nian Wang Huai was extremely crafty. He had been hiding without any traces. Even Tai clan failed to capture him several times, but in the end, he died in Lord Yang Sanmu's hands. In my opinion, Lord Yang Sanmu must have absolute confidence in this attack. We need to believe in his judgment and not panic. Also, I need to remind everyone, after Lord Yang Sanmu wins this battle, we need to place him in the secondary formation and inspect him strictly. After all, Traitor Feng's matter happened not long ago. Traitor Feng was naturally Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai. He had been in the righteous path for a long time. During the Dream Realm battle, he had played the southern border righteous path Gu immortals for a fool. Thus, when the southern border Gu immortals mentioned him, they were filled with righteous indignation. Humph, this demonic path scoundrel Feng Yuan actually joined the righteous path. He will be punished one day. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. This is the truth of the world. Some demons might be arrogant for a while, but retribution will come sooner or later. Even spectral soul demon Venerable's soul was captured by the celestial court after he died, right? I really want to kill this demon myself. Sigh, it is a pity that I did not participate in that battle. Qiqiu did not speak. He glanced at Xiaofan vaguely. Xiaofan closed his eyes again, immersing himself in deductions. Qiqiu sighed internally. As expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had said those words earlier to pressure Xiaofan, but Xiaofan could read people's minds. He turned the situation around with just a few words. Xiaofan's words implied that Yang Sanmu was greedy and did not want to share the rewards with others, wanting to monopolize them. But the other Gu immortals here were all shrewd people. They quickly reacted to Xiaofan's words and understood the hidden meaning behind them. That was, if this was not the case, if Yang Sanmu was truly superficial and arrogant, he underestimated the enemy, what would happen then? The worst thing is, if he dies in battle, we can't get away with it as well. We'll have to bear the bad reputation of sinister, sitting idly by and watching fellow Taoists fight to the death while cowardly cowering in the formation. Thus the immortals praised Yang Sanmu, and Xiaofanja used this layer of thinking to perfectly resolve Qiqiu's difficulties. However, Xiaofan was also in a terrible mood. I'm afraid I can't break through this immortal battlefield by myself. Damn it. Asking for help is a must, but before that, I need to make some contributions. I cannot appear so useless. Right at this time, Yama's battlefield disappeared. Feng Yuan reappeared, but that Yang Sanmu was nowhere to be seen. This. What happened? The southern border immortals gasped. The two rank 7s, Xiaofan and Qiqiu's expressions changed. The situation was clear at a glance. Only the mysterious enemy was left, and Yang Sanmu was most likely dead. But how could he be so fast? No matter how weak Yang Sanmu was, he had his methods and battle strength. How could he die so quickly? The other party's immortal battlefield clearly had dense soul path aura. There was no time path aura at all. There was no time difference inside and outside the immortal battlefield. Thus, the greatest possibility was right in front of the southern border immortals. That was, this mysterious demonic path rank 7 Gu immortal's battle strength had already reached a level where he could suppress Yang Sanmu. But was that really possible? Perhaps. It was more likely that he had mastered some treacherous and unorthodox methods, right? The southern border immortals were shocked and in disbelief. Feng Yuan looked at the formation in front of him, his eyes shining with cold light. Originally, he wanted to disguise as Yang Sanmu and cancel Yama's battlefield, creating a false impression and trying to sneak into the formation. But after he captured Yang Sanmu's soul and soul-searched it, he discovered the arrangements of Southern Border's righteous path. He gave up on this plan. The foundation of Southern Border's righteous path was very deep. It would be foolish to underestimate them. Familiar face had already been exposed. It was almost impossible to replicate Wu Yihai's success. Even if this killer move came from thieving heaven demon Venerable. But in Gu cultivation, there was no invincible killer move. Moreover, so much time had passed, the times had been progressing. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path might not be able to easily take out immortal Gu or killer moves that could see through familiar face, but they could use other methods to identify Gu immortals. Especially with the secret guidance of the Celestial Court, there were many types of identity checks in Southern Border's righteous path. The process was extremely strict and involved many aspects, especially through the clan's Soul Lantern Gu and other secret connections. Even if Feng Yuan used familiar face, he would not be able to get through. Demonic Path Scoundrel. What did you do to Lord Yang Sanmu? Quickly release Lord Yang Sanmu. Maybe Lord Yang Sanmu has already used some method to escape from that immortal battlefield. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted. Many were still holding on to hope. Feng Yuan's expression became colder. This immortal formation was personally arranged by Qi Chuyu. If I break it step by step, there is too little time, I won't make it in time. It seems I can only attack forcefully. I want to see the quality of this formation. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan removed Yama Emperor and turned into an ancient sword dragon, putting on reverse flow protection seal. Next, he used Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon. Instantly, dragons roared as they attacked the formation. This killer move had already become Feng Yuan's trademark. Seeing this scene, if the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals still could not recognize Feng Yuan's identity, there was only one reason: he or she was pretending to be a fool. Ah, this person is Feng Yuan. Heavens, that demon is here. He is here again. He is simply too daring, acting unscrupulously. He is not putting our Southern Border Righteous Path in his eyes. The Southern Border Gu immortals shouted, unable to conceal the fear on their faces. Chapter 1602. In the past, Feng Yuan needed to disguise and conceal himself. But now, facing the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, he did not need to do so. Feng Yuan's appearance shocked the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals greatly. In the past, Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and gained a lot in the Battle of the Dream Realm, becoming the leader of Shadow Sect. Even when Southern Border's Righteous Path attacked him, he was able to escape. Celestial Court put a bounty on Feng Yuan, but they could not do anything to him. Several months ago, Feng Yuan appeared in Southern Border and killed 2 Gu immortals from Ho Clan and Shang Clan. If not for Paradise Earth's inheritor stopping him, Tai Clan's Tai Mianshan would have died. Next, Celestial Court sent out the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Nobody knew the details of the battle, but Feng Yuan saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones, as well as the scene of her being beaten up by him, hanging in jewel yellow skies. Immediately, the world went into an uproar. Feng Yuan flew up and suppressed Feng Jioga, becoming the number 1 rank 7 Gu immortal. Most Gu immortals realized that even though Feng Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was special. He could be treated as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, Feng Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. He was crafty and ruthless. What made many lone immortals despise was that as a Grand Gu immortal, Feng Yuan had no bottom line. He even attacked mortals. By now, Feng Yuan could be said to be the fastest rising and most dazzling demonic path overlord in the world. Now that such a person appeared, Southern Border's Righteous Path immortals were shocked. They felt fear and panic. It hurts. Lord Yang Sanmu sacrificed himself. Our Southern Border Righteous Path has added another debt of blood to this traitor Feng. One day, we will make him pay for it. Xia Fan patted his chest, crying out in sorrow. The immortals were silent. No one had any hopes of getting lucky this time. Feng Yuan's appearance made them rejoice and feel fear. They also felt pity for the dead Yang Sanmu. Why were you so unlucky to run into this demon Feng Yuan? You could have stayed in the immortal array, but you took the initiative to attack. Aren't you courting death? The silence did not last long before someone immediately rebuked. That traitor Feng is still as sinister and cunning as ever. He lured Lord Yang Sanmu out. Fortunately, under the leadership of Lord Xiafan and Lord Qiqiu, we were able to hold our ground. We were not provoked and did not give that traitor an opportunity to take advantage of us. The immortals all had different expressions. Just as someone was about to speak, the heaven and earth shook. The entire array shook violently. Outside the immortal formation, silver scales were like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons soared, crazily attacking, smashing and tearing at the pure white light of this great formation. The Southern Border immortals' faces also turned pale, under the contrast of the sword dragon's silver scales. Under Feng Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Dragon, They felt like they were facing a tsunami. Even with the protection of the immortal formation, they felt tiny. Feng Yuan's 10,000 flood dragons weren't much stronger than before. But most importantly, with myriad self-immortal goo, it was much easier to kill myriad dragons. When Feng Yuan used it, the steps were simple and the efficiency was higher. Instead of activating 1 or 2 myriad dragons, he could now use it 5 to 6 times. Feng Yuan continued to activate myriad dragons. Countless ancient sword dragon clones attacked the formation, activating the formation's power. The pure white silhouette set off ripples that resembled waves, yet also resembled the continuous rise and fall of a mountain range, blocking the attack of the 10,000 dragons. Interesting. Feng Yuan observed carefully. Even though this immortal formation was shaking, its foundation was intact. As his attacks became stronger, the formation's defensive power also rose. We have the goo formation. We should be able to hold on for some time. A southern border goo immortal said with uncertainty as he looked at Qiqiu. Qiqiu's gaze was also flickering intensely. Currently, the immortal formation's defense was quite good. But the other party was not an ordinary person. He was Feng Yuan. Even the celestial court could not do anything to him. He was a demonic path overlord. Everyone, quickly ask for help from your clans. Tell them that Feng Yuan is here, quick. Do you think this formation can stop such a person? Qiqiu sighed. The immortals were so afraid of Qiqiu. They did not dare to be careless. They quickly asked for help. Earlier, Feng Yuan did not reveal his identity. He was just a rank 7 goo immortal. How could the southern border immortals ask for help? They had only reported this to the rear. But now that Feng Yuan's identity was exposed, these goo immortals shouted loudly and confidently when they asked for help. Roar! The dragons roared. Feng Yuan attacked furiously while the immortal formation defended with all its might. Its power continued to rise. Hold on, even if we die, we need to hold on. The western formation is broken, quickly fix it. We don't have enough immortal essence. Who can take over? The southern border immortals defended with all their might. Under Feng Yuan's powerful attacks, these people gave up on fighting against each other. They were truly united. Qiqiu desperately repaired the goo formation. Xia Fan had already coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, just to deduce the weakness of Feng Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. He was using all his strength. They were rank 7 goo immortals, but they were already like this, not to mention the other rank 6 goo immortals who were in a terrible state. Outside the immortal formation, Feng Yuan crossed his arms as he watched quietly. He was calm and relaxed. After obtaining myriad self-immortal goo, myriad dragon killer move became more convenient and practical. It was no longer his strongest offensive method. It had become a normal killer move. Right now, Feng Yuan's strongest offensive method was the immemorial Yama's soul explosion. Unfortunately, he did not have any immemorial soul beasts to modify now. Earlier, of the 2 immemorial Yama's children, one was used to kill Feng Jioga, while the other was used to kill Land Spirit of Langia, but they did not succeed. As for the immemorial Yama's child soul explosion, it was about the same as myriad dragon killer move. At most, its power would be amplified in the Yama battlefield. It would be slightly higher. Thus, Feng Yuan chose this method to attack the immortal formation. Intense winds blew. Feng Yuan floated in the sky, looking at the dragons attacking the formation. His demonic might had already been developed. Right now, he was suppressing the southern border goo immortals with his own strength. They were exhausted from defending. He had the upper hand. However, Feng Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. Time was dragging on. And if Feng Yuan wanted to forcefully break this formation, he would need some time. Feng Yuan still had 3 methods, but reverse flow protection seal could not deal with the immortal formation. Because this immortal formation also strengthened along with external attacks. It focused on defense. It did not have any methods to retaliate. As for lead soul into dream, ever since Celestial Court failed in this aspect, they had already researched a way to deal with it during the battle with Lord Huangshi. Lead soul into dream needed to sense the other party's soul. These southern border goo immortals were hiding in the formation. Feng Yuan could not sense them. As for Great Thief Ghost Hand, it was useless. This immortal formation was deeply hidden. There were layers of white light on the surface. It obstructed Great Thief Ghost Hand from getting close. We pay respects to Lord Chi-Chuyu. At this time, inside the Immortal Formation, the Southern Border Immortals' morale rose. The reason was none other than Chi Clan's first Supreme Elder, Rank 8 Formation Path Gu Immortal Chi-Chuyu, who had secretly reinforced them. To think that this Immortal Formation has such a secret passage, even Rank 8 existences from 10,000 li away, can be transported here. The clan really put in a lot of effort in this aspect. Chichio praised internally. Chi-Chuyu had purposely left this secret passage as a precaution, in case they fought for Dream Realms in the future. That way, Chi Clan, who had the secret passage, would have a huge advantage. But now that Feng Yuan suddenly attacked, Chi-Chuyu thought about it, and decided to expose this secret path. He did not hesitate to do so. Continue controlling the Immortal Formation and act like you can't hold on any longer. I will set up a method to lure that Feng Yuan into the trap. Chi-Chuyu smiled. Feng Yuan had a huge treasure and was a demonic path overlord. The Celestial Court had a huge headache. They could not do anything to him. If Chi-Chuyu used Formation Path to capture or kill Feng Yuan, not only would he obtain huge battle spoils, his reputation would also rise to the peak of the Righteous Path. He might even be able to raise Chi Clan's ranking in Southern Border's Righteous Path by several ranks. Even though Feng Yuan had great battle achievements, Chi-Chuyu was a Formation Path Great Grandmaster with rank 8 cultivation level. He had absolute confidence in his Formation Path attainment. Thus, after hearing the battle report, he came to take Feng Yuan's life. If it were any other rank 8 Gu Immortal who did not cultivate Formation Path, they would not have such an advantage like Chi-Chuyu. With Chi-Chuyu as the mastermind, the Southern Border Immortals had much more confidence. They started to deal with Feng Yuan patiently. Chi-Chuyu had Formation Path Immortal Gu. He had powerful methods. Soon he set up half of the Immortal Formation, forming a formation within a formation. This type of formation was his specialty to begin with. But who knew that when he was about to succeed, Feng Yuan stopped attacking and used fixed immortal travel to leave the battlefield. Did he sense my presence? Chi-Chuyu immediately frowned. But Chi-Chuyu thought to himself, he had set up the Gu formation carefully. He should not have exposed himself. This possibility was not high at all, so why did Feng Yuan suddenly leave? This is Contact Heart River Bank? Jade light flickered as Feng Yuan appeared in the sky. He looked down at the surrounding hundreds of li. There were mountains everywhere, only the area below him was flat and flat. It was shrouded in smoke, he could not see clearly. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he used Myriad Dragon Killer move again. The dragons attacked. The smoke rose up and fought against each other. But soon, the smoke could not match Feng Yuan's attacks. It dispersed and revealed the true terrain. There was a shallow deep blue lake, surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. In the riverbank, there were a large number of Wisdom Path Contact Heart Gu. There was also an aura left behind by a Chi Clan rank 6 Gu Immortal. Feng Yuan did not chase this person. He looked at the entire Contact Heart River bank and grabbed with his hand, starting to plunder. Chapter 1603. Collect. Feng Yuan floated in the air, opening his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Large numbers of wild Contact Heart Gu were drawn by a formless and gentle force, gathering in the air, like a beautiful cloud. They entered Feng Yuan's Immortal Aperture. This process lasted for half a cup of tea's time. Feng Yuan estimated. There are over 3,000 Contact Heart Gu at rank 5, 50,000 at rank 4, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart Gu below rank 3. Contact Heart Gu were like rainflower stones. They had different colors and shapes at different ranks. They were Wisdom Path Gu worms. After being used, they could absorb the target's mind and cause the target to be dazed, losing their ability to think and observe. If used with other Gu worms, they could be used to form killer moves. Contact Heart Gu had high practical value in battle. It was mostly used with Enslavement Path to increase the effectiveness of enslavement. Of course, Wisdom Path Gu masters also used this Gu worm, but Wisdom Path had always been rare and mysterious. It was hard for Gu masters to raise Gu. They usually only had single-digit mortal Gu. But at the level of Gu Immortals, they had tens of thousands of mortal Gu. Only Immortal Gu were hard to obtain. Fang Yuan's situation was an exception among exceptions. Contact Heart River Bank is a mid-sized resource point. After this fierce attack in breaking the Gu formation, the Gu immortals guarding this place escaped for their lives. Thus they did not attack these Contact Heart Gu. I obtained such a huge amount of wealth. If the defending Gu immortal had collected a portion of the Contact Heart Gu, or destroyed them before retreating, Fang Yuan's loot would have been greatly reduced. That Gu immortal must have used all his strength to control the immortal formation to resist Fang Yuan. He could no longer split his attention to collect Contact Heart Gu. When retreating, he did not have the methods, or the decisiveness and ruthlessness to destroy this place. After collecting the Contact Heart Gu, Fang Yuan's gaze stopped at this river bank. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu, pulling water. He secretly activated this immortal Gu. The river water was like a piece of silk, picked up by a formless giant hand, and sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This Contact Heart Riverbank had a special environment. It was filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. Of course, there were Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the total amount was far from the Wisdom Path Dao marks. The river water that Fang Yuan collected also had dense Wisdom Path Dao marks. It is a pity that most of the Wisdom Path Dao marks are still on this land. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Even though he had pulling mountain immortal Gu, it targeted a mountain range, not a piece of land. Let's take these rocks too. The large and small rocks on Contact Heart River Bank also contained Wisdom Path Dao marks. They were excellent Gu materials. Fang Yuan also packed them up and took them with him. In any case, he had taken whatever he could. A moment later, he activated the 7 revolutions fixed immortal travel and left, leaving behind a ravaged crater. Fang Yuan was now wanted, so he couldn't stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, it would give other enemies the chance to surround him and plot against him. Thus, when he attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench earlier and was obstructed by the formation, he wisely retreated. It was not because he found out about Qi Chuyu's plot. Fang Yuan calmed his mind. Using fixed immortal travel, he traveled over 100,000 li, arriving above a mountain range. This mountain range stretched from east to west. It was grand and majestic. It was undulating. There were no trees on the mountain. It was filled with bamboo. This bamboo was very thick. Each one had the size of a towering ancient tree. The leaves of the bamboo were triangular. The roots were thick while the tips were thin. They were sharp and hard. Many mortals plucked these bamboo leaves and tied them to wooden sticks, creating crude wooden spears. Thus, this bamboo was called spear-tip bamboo. The spear-tip bamboo forest was huge. It covered the entire mountain range. Many living beings lived in the bamboo forest. It was full of vitality. Most of them had cloud path Dao marks. Among them, the cloud foxes were the most numerous. These snow-white foxes could float in the air for a short period of time. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked down. He saw a group of cloud foxes floating in the green bamboo forest. They were playing with each other. It was a peaceful and lively scene. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, the large resource point that Qi Clan controls. Super forces controlled resource points in the 5 regions. They were divided into 5 types: micro, small, medium, large, and giant. The Dragonfish Sea area in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was a giant resource point. It could produce a vast number of dragonfish, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. He was Fairy Fang Yuan's main source of income. There was no one else. Oh no, that demon Fang Yuan is here. He attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Contact Heart River Bank was taken by him. To think that he came to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. And at such a crucial moment, sigh. The 2 Qi Clan rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place saw Fang Yuan and panicked. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport here. The commotion was huge, and Fang Yuan did not plan to conceal himself. He did not conceal himself. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals immediately sensed him. These 2 Gu immortals were deep in the mountain range. In front of them was a giant spear-tip bamboo that was 70 feet tall. The bamboo was extremely thick. Even 10 grown men holding hands together might not be able to hug this giant bamboo. And in this giant bamboo's body, an immortal Gu was forming. Indeed, a wild immortal Gu was about to form. The 2 Qi Clan Gu immortals were guarding Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. They placed their focus here. Immortal goo were unique. This wood path immortal goo that was about to form was the most valuable treasure in this mountain range. Boom boom boom. Feng Yuan waved his sleeves. Countless fireworks and lightning bolts appeared. The two Qi clan goo immortals sighed. They activated the immortal formation and blocked Feng Yuan's attacks. Qi clan specialized in formation path. Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use the Tao marks of heaven and earth, as well as mortal goo, to create an immortal formation. Thus, almost all the resource points that Qi clan guarded had immortal formations. After all, these resource points had one thing in common. They all had dense Tao marks. As Feng Yuan attacked, a layer of jade green light appeared on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, blocking Feng Yuan's attacks. Moreover, countless spear-tip bamboos started to sway. As bamboo leaves shot out, a strong wind blew and carried the countless leaves, like a huge army charging at Feng Yuan. The sharp bamboo leaves shot towards him. This immortal formation is not only larger than Contact Heart River Bank, it also has a counterattack method. Feng Yuan smiled as he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal. When the bamboo leaves hit his body, they were immediately reflected back towards the immortal array. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Quick, quick, stop this counterattack method. The two rank 6 goo immortals were flustered. They encouraged each other. The immortal goo is about to form. We need 15 minutes more. We need to hold on until the clan's reinforcements arrive. Under their control, the immortal formation stopped attacking. It only defended. Feng Yuan could not use it. He smiled nonchalantly as he stopped Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He activated Myriad Dragon Killer move again, and bombarded the immortal formation. The immortal formation shook intensely. The two rank 6 goo immortals were covered in sweat. They gritted their teeth and spat out blood. It was a difficult situation. After attacking for a while, Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He found a flaw in this formation. Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He immediately took advantage of this opening and began to bombard it. After a while, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's immortal formation let out a loud sound. A small portion of the jade green light that covered the entire mountain range dissipated. Oh no, he destroyed a part of the immortal formation. Hold on, reinforcements are coming. The two Qi clan rank 6 goo immortals were shocked. Feng Yuan was like a meteor, crashing into the defenseless Cloud Bamboo Mountain, with a loud sound. Yama's child soul explosion. He found that soul explosion was more suitable for destroying the immortal formation. He used it without hesitation. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After a hole was created in this Cloud Bamboo immortal formation, the difficulty of destroying it decreased by several times. Feng Yuan made full use of this flaw. The two Qi clan goo immortals' plans did not work. Feng Yuan's destruction speed became faster and faster. More and more of the immortal formation was destroyed. Eventually, the Qi clan goo immortals were affected. There is no time. We need to retreat. What about this immortal goo? Just a little bit more and it will truly take shape. Let's go. We will die if we don't leave now. The other goo immortal was shocked. He woke up and wiped his sweat. You are right, we will leave now. But what about this immortal goo? Chapter 1604. Boom. Feng Yuan waved his sleeves as black fog spread out. It was the killer move Soul Explosion. This was the method of a peak rank 7. It destroyed the core of the immortal formation that Qi clan had set up on Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with ease. Rumble. With another explosion, the formation core crumbled. Other immortal formations also followed suit, breaking apart one after another. At this point, the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range formation was destroyed. They left after all. Looking at the empty core area, Feng Yuan had a deep gaze. He was not surprised at all. When he attacked the formation earlier, the enemy defended fiercely and responded wisely. But towards the end of the battle, Feng Yuan felt that this immortal formation was at a disadvantage. It could not react in time. It became rigid. Be it immortal formations or immortal goo houses, they needed people to defend them. Even the wills left behind or the formation spirits could not replace the goo immortals. An immortal goo seems to have been destroyed? Feng Yuan soon sensed a strange aura. Soon, he confirmed that there was an incomplete wood path immortal goo. It was destroyed by Qi clan's goo immortals when they retreated. Feng Yuan felt it was a pity, but he praised this decisiveness. If it were him, he would have done the same. There was nothing valuable left at the core area. Feng Yuan flew into the sky and started to loot the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. In Cloud Bamboo Mountain range, there were a large number of cloud path life forms. For example, cloud foxes. Feng Yuan used his enslavement path methods. An orange-yellow light burst out of his body, covering the surrounding area. Within the light, the cloud foxes and other life forms started to struggle intensely. They had pained expressions as they screamed. But soon, their resistance weakened. They stopped moving and stayed on the spot. They were enslaved by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. These life forms gathered and flowed into Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture like a river. Feng Yuan continued to plunder. A vast number of life forms entered his immortal aperture. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. 2 desolate beast cloud foxes appeared. They ran out of the mountain in panic. "Get back here." Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He flew over and used an enslavement path killer move, making these 2 desolate beast cloud foxes crawl on the ground and acknowledge him as their master. The Cloud Bamboo Mountain range was vast, and it was also a large resource point. It was filled with rich Dao marks, so it was very normal for desolate beasts and desolate plants to be born. Even ancient desolate beasts were possible. Immortal goo were even rarer, but even though there was one here, it was destroyed before it could take form. After Feng Yuan had done a rough search, he had harvested a total of 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, and 3 types of desolate plants, a total of 11 stalks. They were cloud chi root, white hair ginseng and spear tip bamboo. What surprised Feng Yuan the most was that there was a huge piece of rank 7 immortal material cloud soil. However, he did not see any ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. The goo immortal guarding this place must have taken them away. Or perhaps there is no such thing at all. According to the laws of nature, there was indeed the possibility of ancient desolate plants and desolate beasts growing here. But this place had been ruled by Qi clan for countless years. Qi clan was proficient in formation path, but they were weak in enslavement path. They naturally would not allow an ancient desolate beast that could rival rank 7 goo immortals to stay in their property uncontrollably. Feng Yuan did not mind. He continued to search. This time, he extended his demonic claws towards the spear-tip bamboos that were all over the mountain. These spear-tip bamboos were all ordinary goo materials. The desolate plant spear-tip bamboos had already been collected by Feng Yuan in the first wave. At this point, it was somewhat troublesome. Feng Yuan had a lot of enslavement path methods, but he lacked wood path. After all, he had too few wood path immortal goo. To transplant these spear-tip bamboos, I need appropriate wood path methods. Feng Yuan sighed. If Feng Yuan wanted to transplant these spear-tip bamboos, he needed exquisite wood path methods. Killer moves of other paths would leave Dao marks on the spear-tip bamboos. Even if they were temporary Dao marks, they would damage the Dao marks of the spear-tip bamboos, causing their quality to fall. Actually, Spectral Soul's true inheritance had many wood path methods, but Feng Yuan was lacking in wood path immortal goo. Thus, Feng Yuan could only use mortal methods to collect these spear-tip bamboos. This way, the efficiency would be greatly reduced. It would be inferior to immortal killer moves. Cloud Bamboo Mountain range was huge. The spear-tip bamboos that Feng Yuan collected were just a drop in the bucket. It is a pity that my pulling mountain immortal goo can pull mountains, but it is only rank 6. It cannot move the entire Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. In the past, Feng Yuan could pull Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, because these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth had been used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's orderly well killer move. But this Cloud Bamboo Mountain range did not have such treatment. Of course, Feng Yuan could shatter Cloud Bamboo Mountain range, but the result was not under Feng Yuan's control. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Unless he had the corresponding earth path method to separate the mountain roots. What? Feng Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo Mountain range. Qi Chuyu's brows were furrowed. His expression was grim. He was Qi clan's first supreme elder. When something like this happened, the battle reports were sent to him immediately. Contact Heart River Bank was only a mid-sized resource point. It lost a lot, but it was not a big problem. Now that Cloud Bamboo Mountain range was lost, this was a large resource point. Back then, in order to develop Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, my clan spent a lot of money to invite an Earth Path great expert to build up the mountain. After 100 years of careful management, it finally took shape. To think that Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range suffered a calamity today. Chi Clan was a super force. They had many large resource points. But Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was quite special. Because it was at the start of Chi Clan, when they were still weak, Chi Clan's ancestors saved money and built it up by gritting their teeth. In Chi Clan's history, this Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range became a stable source of income for Chi Clan in the future. It did not let down the expectations of the original founders. Under the efforts of the generations, the Chi Clan gradually prospered, and its sphere of influence continued to expand. Even though there were more and more large resource points, and Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range gradually became the center of Chi Clan's territory, it was never neglected. There were always 2 Gu immortals guarding it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a resource point, it was also a source of motivation for Chi Clan. It contained a kind of Chi Clan spirit. Forget about other large resource points. But Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range cannot be lost. Activate the Immortal Gu House and attack Feng Yuan. We will take back Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Chi Chuyu thought about it before giving the order with a firm attitude. What about you, First Supreme Elder? Chi Clan's Gu Immortals asked. Chi Chuyu snorted coldly. This Feng Yuan seems to have sensed that I am here. His true motive is to steal the Dream Realms here. I will guard this place, he will definitely return. Of course, you need to pretend that I am attacking him personally. Thus, Chi Clan activated the Immortal Gu House and hurriedly returned to Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Feng Yuan had not left yet, he was still collecting the spear-tip bamboos. These bamboos had very developed roots. They could reach 50 to 60 feet into the ground. To move them into one's immortal aperture unscathed, they needed special methods. Chi Clan's Gu Immortals saw Feng Yuan and hesitated. This was Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. If they fought with Feng Yuan here, without the protection of the Immortal Formation, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range would be destroyed. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Feng Yuan was prepared for it. Great Thief Ghost Hand had been hidden for a long time. It suddenly activated and targeted Chi Clan's Immortal Gu House. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, at the northernmost part of Kokidahara, snow was falling, cold air was permeating the air. The snowmen were covered in dust. They had finally arrived at this place after traveling for a long time. Despite the cold weather, the snowmen had joyful smiles on their faces. This is the perfect place for us to stay. And with such a huge land, it is not as crowded as before. Thank you for Great Immortal Bingjua's guidance. Sob sob sob. Some elderly snowmen were already kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Quick look. Someone suddenly shouted. The snowmen quickly raised their heads and saw an unforgettable scene. The cold mist that filled the sky suddenly dissipated, revealing 3 huge crystalline peaks within the mist. Gu Immortal Bingjua floated in the air, nodding at them as the cold fog surged up again, covering the 3 crystalline mountains. It is Great Immortal Bingjua. This is the home that Great Immortal gave us, Third Sacred Mountain. It seems that our clan's immortals should be living on Third Sacred Mountain. The snowmen were extremely excited. They knelt on the ground and prayed towards Third Sacred Mountain. But they did not know that the appearance of Bingjua in the fog had suddenly changed. He turned into a stranger. It was Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. Food, environment, plants, everything is arranged properly. Even though the environment is simple, it is enough for these snowmen to survive. At this point, the snowman's settlement is complete. The Time Path clone nodded slightly. He controlled the snow crystal formation and looked at another direction. There, a small group of snow monsters poked their heads out of the snow and looked at each other curiously. Then they started to wander around. Not bad. Under the effect of the snow crystal formation, snow monsters have been created. The production of snow monsters in this area also began to slowly start. In time, it will bring me huge profits. After leaving Kokidahara, the Time Path clone went to Mini Central Continent. Not long ago he had created a new river bank here. He copied the name, Contact Heart River Bank. In the river bank, there were countless rocks of all sizes, round and pure white. There was also a river that was flowing, some contact heart goo were living here. Most of the contact heart goo that Feng Yuan obtained were sold in jewel yellow skies. What was left behind were the river water, rocks, and a small number of contact heart goo as seeds. In the future, if possible, he could use this as a source of income. The Time Path clone flew rapidly towards the southeast direction of Contact Heart River bank. After flying for a long time, he stopped. There was a large empty land in front of him. It was desolate. The Time Path clone started to plant spear-tip bamboos here. He released cloud foxes and other wild beasts. Chapter 1605. Southern Border. Feng Yuan broke through Cloud Bamboo mountain range and plundered it wantonly, but he knew the importance of the resources here to Qi clan, so he made preparations to deal with Qi clan's counterattack. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand that was hiding in a corner suddenly flew out and grabbed the Immortal Goo House of Qi clan. The Qi clan immortals inside the Immortal Goo House were shocked. But immediately, the Immortal Goo House shined with dazzling golden light. Ripples appeared on the surface of the Immortal Goo House, forming a whirlpool that sucked Great Thief Ghost Hand in. At the next moment, the whirlpool vanished. The ripples vanished as Feng Yuan grunted. He lost contact with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Bright light flashed in his eyes. As expected of a top 10 Immortal Goo House, Great Space Temple. Qi clan had 2 Immortal Goo Houses. They were not ordinary. Great Space Temple was stronger. It could match rank 8 Goo Immortals. From the outside, it looked like it was made of marble. It was pure white. It had a domed roof with golden edges. It seemed to be emitting sunlight. It was gorgeous and gave people a feeling of warmth and hope. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, super forces fought against each other. The world was in chaos. Immortal Goo Houses were frequently mobilized to fight against each other. Because of the abundant battle achievements, people had a clear understanding of the strength of Immortal Goo Houses. They created a ranking of Immortal Goo Houses. And Qi clan's Great Space Temple was on the ranking. It was at the 9th place. It was no small matter. It had an extremely famous move called Shifting Space. It could trap rank 8 Goo Immortals. When the Celestial Court attacked Southern Border, this house trapped 4 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. It had incredible battle achievements. I'm afraid my Great Thief Ghost Hand was trapped in Shifting Space. I lost contact with it. However, using Shifting Space has a high price. It needs time to activate. Why is the other party so sensitive? They seem to have prepared for it. Feng Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. He quickly sensed something amiss. There really is such a theft path move. Feng Demon is getting harder to deal with. Thankfully, we were prepared. In the end, I still have to rely on the Celestial Court's intelligence. This time it was really timely. If Feng Yuan really succeeds and steals the Immortal Goo in the Immortal Goo House, wouldn't that be disastrous? Qi clan's Goo Immortals felt lingering fear but also joy. Charge. Prepare the killer move Great Universe Space at any time to deal with Demon Feng's theft path methods. But be careful. Feng Mo has a defensive killer move formed by Reverse Flow River. Rumble. Under the control of Qi clan's immortals. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Great Space Temple erupted with fierce attacks, rapidly suppressing Feng Yuan. As Feng Yuan retreated, he probed his mind into the jewel yellow skies. The next moment, his heart trembled slightly. Just as he had expected, the Celestial Court in jewel yellow skies had already hung up a projection, replaying the scene of Feng Yuan's battle. Among them, the crucial scene of him using Great Thief Ghost Hand to deal with Fengjioga was also included. Not just that, the Celestial Court had also publicized the results of many deductions. They did not need to be bought with money. The contents of these deductions were all related to Feng Yuan, revealing his secrets. Jewel Yellow Skies was already in an uproar. The whole of the 5 regions Goo Immortal world was alarmed. They were discussing Feng Yuan's Goo Worms, killer moves, and others. They were filled with envy and jealousy towards the resources that Feng Yuan possessed. This move was too ruthless. Information about Goo Immortals was very important. Many times, once Immortal Goo or killer moves were exposed, the Goo Immortal would be easily targeted by others. Like now, Great Thief Ghost Hand was not only defended against by Qi clan's Goo Immortals, it was even taken into Great Universe Space. In the future, they would definitely research this Great Thief Ghost Hand. and use it to deduce more weaknesses of Fang Yuan's move. If they were not prepared, if Fang Yuan succeeded, he might be able to steal the immortal goo. Fang Yuan would be able to make a huge profit and gain the upper hand. Fang Yuan had used Jewel Yellow Skies to spread the news of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. It greatly affected the Celestial Court's authority. Now the Celestial Court was giving him a taste of his own medicine, using the same method to deal with Fang Yuan. I have Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fairy Myrtle is probably very worried that I will use this move to steal other people's immortal goo and strengthen myself. Since she can split her attention and do this, the battle over at Langya Blessed Land is probably over already. Fang Yuan's heart shuddered. He wanted the Celestial Court to fight to the death with Longevity Heaven. It would be best if Langya Blessed Land was destroyed. But both sides were shrewd people. They would not make such a stupid move. I'm afraid the Celestial Court is retreating. After all, in order to resist Langya Blessed Land's methods earlier, be it Fairy Myrtle or Chini, they were all injured. After the battle with me, Feng Jioge lost most of his battle strength. Thunder Ghost True Monarch also died. Longevity Heaven has the help of Land Spirit of Langya. It has the home advantage. Another thing that Fang Yuan noticed was that Princess Impatience's identity as a traitor was not exposed in this matter. Princess Impatience is likely to be hiding near Loosetail Ridge, waiting for a good opportunity. It seems that the Celestial Court is well prepared. Even without Princess Impatience's help, they would have escaped safely. Fang Yuan was not foolish enough to expose Princess Impatience's identity. The Celestial Court knew that Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon who had been reborn, but they did not know that Princess Impatience's identity had already been exposed to Fang Yuan. Right now, I have no evidence to accuse Princess Impatience. Actually, even if I have solid evidence, Princess Impatience is a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Longevity Heaven will have to spend a lot of effort to deal with them. Without sufficient preparation, they might escape. Fang Yuan had to make good use of this weakness. He might be able to gain huge benefits from it in the future. Throwing it out now was just to vent his anger. Those who achieve great things needed to be able to take all kinds of risks. They needed to be shrewd. How could they do something senseless because of their emotions? However, I will not let you off easily either. Fang Yuan snickered internally as he took action, sending a video into Jewel Yellow Skies. This video showed the Celestial Court activating Star Cast, sending several rank 8 Goo Immortals deep into Langya Blessed Land. Like a huge rock, this video was thrown into the surging waves of public opinion, creating a huge commotion. The Celestial Court had such a method. Like Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, it had a huge advantage in battle tactics that affected the overall strategy. Other than Central Continent, the Goo Immortals of the 4 regions, as well as the leaders of the super forces, all felt a chill in their hearts. Their wariness towards the Celestial Court increased by countless folds. Goodbye. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved at Great Space Temple. At the next moment, he used the chance to activate Fixed Immortal Travel and escape successfully. Rank 7 Fixed Immortal Travel was too useful. Great Space Temple did not have an immortal battlefield. Even if it had an immortal battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan would not be trapped easily. Actually, even if he got trapped, many immortal battlefields could not capture Fixed Immortal Travel. Unless it was an extremely high level 1 or targeted Fixed Immortal Travel, it would be troublesome for Fang Yuan to get trapped. At the next moment, Jade light flickered as Fang Yuan left the battlefield, arriving near Qi Clan's third resource point, Wind Flame Mountain. This mountain had countless parasol trees with fiery maple leaves. The entire area was red. There were many birds and almost no beasts. Only a few fire phoenixes were in the parasol forest. Sensing Fang Yuan's ferocious intent, these phoenixes raised their heads and looked at Fang Yuan fearlessly, giving off an inviolable aura. This was a huge resource point. Even super forces could not have too many of them. It was also one of Qi Clan's main sources of income. Old demon Fang Yuan actually came here. The one guarding this place was a Qi Clan rank 7. He immediately activated the Immortal Formation's defense while reporting to the clan, requesting for reinforcements. If I take down this resource point, Qi Clan will really suffer a loss. Fang Yuan snickered as he charged down like a meteor. With a loud sound, The immortal formation did not budge. The defense of a huge resource point was much tighter than a medium or large resource point. Feng Yuan stabilized his body. His gaze flickered as he deduced rapidly in his mind, while his killer moves were unleashed like cheap fireworks. This scoundrel Feng Yuan is so crafty. Receiving this news, Qi Chuyu was furious. He could not sit still anymore. He left and went to reinforce the clan. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, it would attract many wild phoenixes at certain times of the year to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose another location. Qi Clan would suffer huge losses. And Wind Flame Mountain was very far from Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Qi Chuyu was the closest to it. Thus, even though Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had already set up a formation within a formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he had to give up on the idea of waiting. He went to Feng Yuan to save his clan's assets. By the time he arrived, Feng Yuan had already dismantled most of Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Many ancient fire phoenixes had also died in battle, and Feng Yuan had collected 3 of them. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, don't leave if you have the guts. Qi Chuyu glared and shouted. Chapter 1606. You are in such a hurry to see me, it seems you are courting death. Qi Chuyu sneered. It's first Supreme Elder, we are saved. The Qi Clan Gu Immortal guarding Phoenix Flame Mountain felt assured as he cheered. I have been waiting for you. I wonder if you are interested in the Dream Path research results in my hands? Feng Yuan suddenly transmitted. Qi Chuyu was slightly stunned. At the next moment, Feng Yuan pointed as a mortal killer move Yama battlefield formed, including Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu was slightly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He even sized up the battlefield calmly. This is the battlefield that trapped Feng Jioge? Feng Yuan laughed. Senior Qi, you are saying that this is the immortal battlefield that Fairy Myrtle unraveled? Celestial Court not only exposed Feng Yuan's great thief ghost hand and other information in Jewel Yellow Skies, they even exposed Fairy Myrtle's understanding of Yama battlefield and the method to unravel it. Thus, with this as a reference, Qi Chuyu was not worried about his safety. He was not anxious at all. He was a Formation Path Great Grandmaster. He could wait for reinforcements in Yama battlefield. But Feng Yuan had limited time. If he was stalled by Qi Chuyu, the other southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals would have a chance to surround him. He would be in danger. There were no invincible Gu in the world, only invincible Gu Immortals. Fixed immortal travel could be countered in many aspects. In comparison, Qi Chuyu's biggest headache was that after Feng Yuan escaped, he would continue to attack Qi Clan's resource points. This was a huge problem. Senior Qi, take a look at this. Feng Yuan tossed over an information path mortal Gu. Qi Chuyu inspected it and saw that it was an information path mortal Gu. He looked into it and his gaze shined. This information path mortal Gu recorded information regarding the formation that Qi Clan had set up on Wind Flame Mountain. As an array master, and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, it was not difficult for Feng Yuan to deduce all this. Qi Chuyu instantly understood Feng Yuan's meaning. According to the information path mortal Gu, Feng Yuan could have destroyed the immortal formation protecting Phoenix Flame Mountain, but he purposely held back and lured Qi Chuyu over. Qi Chuyu nodded slightly. You are indeed a genius. Your formation path attainment is so deep. No wonder that child Qi Shang approves of you. Formation addict Qi Shang was a rising star of Qi Clan. Qi Chuyu thought highly of him, and believed that he would become a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Previously, when Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Hai, he interacted with Qi Shang and established a good relationship with him. Later on, when Feng Yuan's identity was exposed and he was being hunted everywhere, Qi Shang also publicly announced that he had drawn a line between him and Feng Yuan, becoming mortal enemies. Feng Yuan laughed and looked at Qi Chuyu with a burning gaze. If I tell Senior Qi that my formation path attainment came from a dream state, what would Senior think? Oh, is that true? Qi Chuyu was moved. He sized up Feng Yuan again as he asked with a doubtful tone. You really want to make a deal with me? Feng Yuan retorted. Why would I not want to make a deal with you? I need dream realms, but Southern Border's dream realms all have defensive formations. They are all created by Qi Clan. I am willing to use my dream path attainment to exchange for Qi clan's cooperation. To show my sincerity, please take a look at this. Feng Yuan threw out an information path mortal goo. Qi Chuyu received it, and his eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal goo, afraid that it would fly away. The information regarding Dream Path had an unparalleled temptation to Qi Chuyu. He could not help but delve into it, and quickly finished reading the contents. When he raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan again, the expression on his face had changed again. This scoundrel Feng Yuan, as expected of someone who inherited Shadow Sect and used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. The Dream Path content that he casually threw out has already far surpassed the sum of our Southern Border Righteous Path's hard work. Furthermore, the content here is clearly only a small portion. There is more to it than meets the eye. There are even some things that are not explained clearly, they are just vague. Thinking of this, Qi Chuyu's heart pounded. He could not help but be moved. The temptation that Feng Yuan threw out was simply too huge. Currently, the Gu Immortal world recognized that Dream Path was the future trend of development. Not only would Dream Path be created, it would become prosperous and even produce great Dream Immortal Venerable. Thus, be they super forces or rank 8 Gu Immortals, they all understood the importance of Dream Path. They were all exploring dream realms and trying to go further than others in this path. Whoever gave up on pursuing the Dream Path would be eliminated by the upcoming Grand Era. Like how Great Thief Demon Venerable created Theft Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created Qi Path. In the long history of humanity, countless historical facts had proven this point. However, everything was difficult at the beginning, especially now that Dream Path was just a concept. No matter who explored dream realms, they would have to pay a huge price and gain little results. Precisely because he understood this, Qi Chuyu understood the importance of this information path mortal goo in his hands. If he threw it out, all the super forces in the world would fight over it. Even if they had to fight to the death for it, they would not hesitate. Qi Chuyu caressed the mortal goo in his hands as he stared at Feng Yuan with a sharp gaze. You are sincere indeed, but there are so many righteous path forces in Southern Border. Why do you want to make a deal with me? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. I have interacted with Qi Shang before. I also had information from Shadow Sect and Wu Clan. I have some understanding of Qi Clan. Qi Bang is your son, but he is lacking in ability to become the first Supreme Elder. Thus he needs the help of Qi Shang, a future Formation Path Great Grandmaster. Senior Qi, your lifespan is limited. If you die in the future, there will be chaos. Will Qi Bang be able to protect Qi Clan? You. Qi Chuyu's expression turned grim. Killing intent leaked out of him without concealment. Feng Yuan did not seem to notice it. But even Qi Chuyu had to admit that Feng Yuan was right. Southern Border's earth veins were in turmoil. Similar situations were happening in the other 4 regions. People like Qi Chuyu had already sensed many things about the future chaos. Qi Chuyu had used many lifespan extension methods. Lifespan goo were no longer effective on him. He had been preparing for a rainy day. Long ago, he had started preparing for his son's ascension. Even though he knew that Qi Bang was not talented enough, as a father, he had his own personal feelings. But he could not just focus on his personal feelings. If Qi Clan was destroyed by Qi Bang, even if Qi Chuyu died, he would not be able to rest in peace. And if Qi Clan was destroyed, how could Qi Bang be fine? Precisely so, his Qi Clan needed Feng Yuan's Dream Path research results even more. With this, Qi Clan would not only be able to protect themselves in the future, they would even be able to follow the tides of the new era and become an even stronger superforce. Ha ha. Qi Chuyu suddenly laughed loudly, as if his expression and killing intent had never appeared before. He looked at Feng Yuan shaking his head. Feng Yuan, you are indeed the #1 demonic lord of the 5 regions. I have only learned of your abilities today. No wonder the Celestial Court and Wu Clan were helpless against you. I, Qi Chuyu, will accept this transaction. Feng Yuan nodded. Qi Chuyu's response was within his expectations. It was not surprising. Qi Chuyu was the leader of a righteous path force, while Feng Yuan was a demon that everyone wanted to kill. They actually made a transaction? This was quite unimaginable. But actually, everyone had different concepts of righteous path and demonic path. The true essence was that the righteous path had vested benefits, while the demonic path was not like that. Look at Qi clan, they had so many resource points, they had to promote the benefits of righteous path, saying that evil could not prevail over righteousness, they had to maintain peace and stability. Meanwhile, demonic path Gu immortals needed to get stronger in order to deal with calamities and tribulations, and they needed cultivation resources to get stronger. They did not have these resources. What could they do? They could only kill, plunder, steal, and swindle. Everything was for the sake of benefits. Precisely because of this, what was so strange about Qi Chuyu agreeing to Fang Yuan's transaction? Both sides took what they needed, they were just moving towards benefits. After the transaction was settled, Fang Yuan deactivated the immortal battlefield. He pretended to be defeated and escaped in a panic. Even though Qi Chuyu won, he let Fang Yuan escape. His expression was not good. In the following days he made arrangements to defend himself. He was very careful and guarded against Fang Yuan's revenge. Chapter 1607. We must eliminate this Fang Yuan. He dares to openly attack my righteous path's great formation. Truly audacious to the extreme. Luo family's grand elder roared. Our clan's Gu immortals have sacrificed themselves. This demon Fang Yuan has already stained our blood twice. We must make him pay the price. Ho clan's first supreme elder's tone was deep and filled with hatred. Yao clan's first supreme elder sighed. We have to deal with Fang Yuan, but he is not an ordinary demonic path Gu immortal. His identity was very complicated. Not only was he an otherworldly demon, he also had the spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn from the future, destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. Not only did he possess Giant Sun's true inheritance, he also inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance, becoming the current sect leader of the Shadow Sect, and even received a lot of funding from Langya Blessed Land. Even though the Celestial Court of Zhongzhou State had repeatedly put him on the wanted list and hunted him down, he was still at large and wreaking havoc in the world. Moreover, he had become stronger and stronger after each battle. His strength had progressed rapidly beyond common sense. To be honest, he really has the aura of the Demon Lord when he was young. Humph. In the future, there would only be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. There would not be Great Dream Demon Venerable. Yao Clan, are you afraid? Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder immediately mocked. The Yao family's first Supreme Elder sneered. I'm just stating the facts. If he wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, he had to face this fact. Just like how your Xia family lost to my Yao family. The Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was furious. Recently, the earth veins had been moving, causing large amounts of cultivation resources to surface from the depths of the earth. This attracted Southern Border's righteous path, demonic path, and loose cultivators to fight over them. Naturally, there would be many conflicts during the competition. Not long ago, the Xia clan was ambushed by the Yao clan and suffered a great loss. However, the Yao clan also paid a hefty price. Thus, the conversation between the two sides was filled with anger. Alright, the purpose of our discussion this time is not to bicker with one another, but to discuss how to deal with Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan continues to plunder like this, what should we do? At this moment, Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke with a calm tone. There was silence. Shang clan had always maintained a neutral stance and was most skilled at trading. They had connections with Gu immortals of all clans. Thus, when Shang clan's first Supreme Elder spoke, everyone else had to show some respect. After a long time, the Ba family's first Supreme Elder broke the silence. The thief Fang Yuan must have grasped a way to explore dreams and obtained great benefits. Otherwise, back then, why would he try so many ways to impersonate Chung Wu Hai and sneak into our righteous path? This time, when he broke through the great formation of the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and swept away all the dream realms, it proved this point even more clearly. I wonder what Wu Clan's Supreme Grand Elder thinks of this matter? Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder was none other than Wu Yihai's brother, Wu Yong. Wu Clan had been occupying the throne of the righteous path for a long time, and Ba Clan had been secretly coveting it. Unfortunately, Wu Yong erupted and revealed the clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building, destroying Ba Clan's plans and allowing Wu Clan to defend their throne. But the Ba clan would not let go of such a small opportunity. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Fang Yuan is a scoundrel. Everyone has the right to punish him. Yesterday he plundered Qi clan's resources. Tomorrow he could suddenly appear at any place. Our resources and even our Gu immortals and clansmen might all fall victim to him. Wu Yong spoke plainly, but he also pointed out that dealing with Fang Yuan was the responsibility of everyone in Southern Border's righteous path. It was impossible for Ba clan or anyone else to make our Wu clan take the lead and put in a lot of effort. Hearing Wu Yong's words, many people frowned. Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu's styles were very different. If it were Wu Duxiu, she would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. This was Wu clan's strength of character. But Wu Yong cowered at this moment, as if the humiliation that Fang Yuan gave to Wu clan did not exist. Ba clan's first supreme elder did not want to let Wu Yong off so easily, he said. The reason why it is so troublesome to deal with this demon Fang Yuan is because he has fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. I wonder if Wu clan's first supreme elder has any good methods to restrain fixed immortal travel? Wu Yong smiled bitterly. I am ashamed, Wu clan does not have any good methods. I, Wu Yong, cannot compare to my mother. I can only defend my gains but not be aggressive enough. In my opinion, the Gu formation that Qi clan's first supreme elder set up earlier was indeed effective. Even though Fang Yuan broke it, he was able to stall for a lot of time. Why don't we ask Qi clan's first supreme elder to set up an immortal formation for our resources? At least when Fang Yuan attacks, we can stall for some time. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chuyu quickly said. I am ashamed. The immortal formation that I set up was broken by Fang Yuan time and time again. I am afraid I will not live up to your expectations. Wu Yong smiled. Qi clan's first supreme elder, no need to be humble. Fang Yuan did not break through your clan's Wind Flame Mountain. The immortal formation at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench also blocked Fang Yuan's attack. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level is not low. Even your clan's formation fanatic was once on good terms with him. Everyone knows this. Wu Yong's words had a deeper meaning. Qi Chuyu snorted coldly in his heart, but did not reply. He remained silent. Southern Border's super forces had a lot of resource points in their hands. If Qi Chuyu wanted to set up the immortal formations one by one, how long would that take? And most importantly, this was a sensitive matter. Resource points were the exclusive property of each clan. If the defensive measures of these places were left to outsiders, each clan would feel uncomfortable. Among the clans now, only Qi clan was robbed by Fang Yuan. They did not feel any pain. They also did not have the strong intention to ask Qi Chuyu for help. Qi Chuyu understood this, so he did not speak. Wu Yong saw that Qi Chuyu was silent. He could not speak now. At this time, Tai clan's first supreme elder said excitedly. Actually, Wu clan's first supreme elder's method is the correct way to deal with the problem of Fang Yuan, but it is only half correct. Qi clan's first supreme elder's immortal formation can block Fang Yuan for some time. At this time, if there is a beacon tower of our Tai clan, we can move it in time and block Fang Yuan. We can surround and kill him. With the two together, Fang Yuan will not be a problem. At this moment, the Gu immortals became even more silent. Beacon towers were Tai clan's immortal Gu houses. Their strongest aspect was similar to Western Desert's myriadly silk corridor. Every beacon tower could teleport Gu immortals between them. If many beacon towers were placed together, they could even teleport rank 8 Gu immortals. Tai clan's first supreme elder's plan was not wrong. In fact, Tai clan had been trying to set up beacon towers in different areas of Southern Border. However, such an arrangement posed a huge threat to the other superpowers. Thus, all the forces had been resisting Tai clan's plan to set up beacon towers. Right now, Tai clan's first supreme elder used this chance to push for their own beacon towers. The leaders of the clans did not agree. They remained silent, expressing their rejection. I have another idea. After a long while, Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke. After 15 minutes, this discussion between the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path forces came to an end. Under the moonlight, Qi Chuyu stopped using his killer move. He flew in the sky on a thick cloud with an eerie gaze. Southern Border's Gu immortal world was full of factions to begin with. They all had their own conflicts. Recently, the movement of the earth veins brought benefits, but it also stimulated more conflicts. This made the various superpowers even angrier. Ignoring the internal conflicts, just look at Qi Clan, which was attacked by Feng Yuan all over the place. From start to finish, no other force helped them. After flying for a while, Qi Chuyu's vision changed. He landed in an immortal battlefield. He was not nervous at all, because this was Yama's battlefield. This meeting with Feng Yuan was something that they had agreed on. These are for you. Feng Yuan tossed out several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and an information path mortal goo. Where are my things? I brought them. Qi Chuyu took out a large number of immortal yuan stones, as well as many immortal materials that were categorized. There was also an information path mortal goo that recorded the formation path inheritance. Both sides quickly inspected the goods and handed them over before separating. But Qi Chuyu frowned slightly, while Feng Yuan had a smile on his face. Qi Clan's first supreme elder, if there is a chance in the future, I will transact with you again. Before leaving, Feng Yuan transmitted. How will you contact me? You will know when the time comes. The two quickly retreated. They were extremely vigilant. No one knew about this transaction from start to finish. The contents of this goo worm are still lacking. This shows that Feng Yuan has a lot of dream path research results. But after obtaining these in the dream realms, I have already far surpassed the other super forces of southern border. Qi Chuyu looked at the dream realms in his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Thinking of Feng Yuan, his gaze turned dark. This scoundrel Feng Yuan clearly wants to cooperate with me. After all, he wants to know about the formation at Yitian Mountain. I might as well cooperate with him and try to obtain more dream path research results. Then use Southern Border's righteous path to plot against him and eliminate him. Qi Chuyu and Feng Yuan's transaction was purely for benefits. Right now he wanted to plot against Feng Yuan. It was also for benefits. After all, if Feng Yuan sold these dream path research results to other super forces, Qi Clan's advantage would be gone. It would be a huge loss to their own benefits. Even though I gave Qi Clan a few dream realms this time, I already have a lot of time path dream realms. Next, I need to cultivate quietly and increase my time path attainment level. Feng Yuan was also thinking and scheming. Qi Clan had dream path methods. They naturally needed some private dream realms for them to explore. Even though there was a huge dream realm at Yitian Mountain, under everyone's watchful eyes, there was no guarantee that nothing would go wrong. The risk was too high. On one hand, Feng Yuan needed to facilitate this transaction. On the other hand, he did not want Qi Clan to be exposed. I successfully attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench this time. Southern Border's righteous path will definitely plot against me. Even though fixed immortal travel is good, it is countered. Not mentioning the foundation of Southern Border's righteous path, with the close relationship between Wu Yong and Celestial Court might interfere. So I need to lie low for now. Actually, Feng Yuan could use his dream path research results to find any superforce and turn them into allies, conducting transactions. But there was a reason why Feng Yuan chose Qi Clan. The most important reason was that in the chaotic era 500 years ago, Qi Clan was a resolute force that resisted the invasion of Celestial Court. In his previous life, Wu Clan was also like this, but in this life, Wu Yong actually obtained many immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from Celestial Court. This was something that Feng Yuan had always kept in mind. He could not forget. Chapter 1608. The moon was bright outside the window, while the candlelight in the study room was slightly cold. Wu Yong was pacing around in the study room. He had many worries in his heart. He could not put them down. Right now Wu Yong had rank 8 cultivation. He held authority in Wu Clan. He brought clear jade dripping wine tiny bamboo building and helped Wu Clan get through this crisis. He also asked for the immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path from the Celestial Court. His reputation was unparalleled. During this period of time, he worked hard to nurture goo immortal seeds, making Wu Clan prosper day by day. What was there for him to worry about? Feng Yuan. He disguised as Wu Yihai, even deceiving Wu Yong. He cheated Wu Clan of many resources, and even immortal goo. Not only did he make Wu Clan run around in circles, even Wu Yong's pursuit had no results. Feng Yuan was like a thorn in Wu Yong's heart. Every time Wu Yong thought of him, His heart would feel a stab of pain, he would feel humiliation, anger, and hatred. This time, Feng Yuan was active in southern border, destroying plunder Shadow Earth Trench's formation, and seizing dream realms. Wu Yong looked calm, but his heart was already bleeding profusely from this thorn. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder's method can indeed deal with Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel. But Wu Yong frowned, he paced around as he shook his head. He felt it was not reliable. Could this method really get rid of Feng Yuan? He thought of how he had allied with Southern Border's Righteous Path forces to pursue Feng Yuan, but there was no result. He then thought of how the Celestial Court had tried to capture him. But Feng Yuan was still free. Now that Southern Border's Righteous Path had joined forces, could they deal with Feng Yuan? Wu Yong shook his head. He had to admit, on one hand he was somewhat wary of Feng Yuan. This demon Feng Yuan, every time he appeared, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He could not be estimated with common sense. On the other hand, Wu Yong was not confident in the entire Southern Border Righteous Path. Wu Clan was the leader of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Wu Yong grew up under Wu Duxiu's nurturing. How could he not see the flaws of Southern Border's Righteous Path? Everyone had their own thoughts, and there were many different factions and conflicts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there wouldn't be a unified leader. Even if it was the Wu Clan, even if Wu Duxiu was alive and working with Wu Yong, they would not be able to assume the leadership position. Wu Yong could completely imagine that on the day of the operation, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals would definitely be on guard against each other. They would shirk responsibility, retreat when there was danger, and fight for benefits. How could such a team deal with the cunning Feng Yuan? Especially now, only the Qi family had suffered from Feng Yuan's plunder. The other families didn't feel any pain, and the earth veins were also moving, competing to seize the essence of the earth veins. How could the families truly spend their strength on Feng Yuan? Perhaps Feng Yuan has noticed this as well. So this time he is only plundering Qi family's resources. Wu Yong's heart sank. From this point, it could be seen that he wanted nothing more than for Feng Yuan to plunder and incur the wrath of everyone. But it was a pity that Feng Yuan was still so cunning he only offended Qi family. If Wu Yong knew that Feng Yuan not only robbed Qi family, but also secretly made a deal with Qi family to set up Southern Border for the future 5 regions chaotic war, and target the Celestial Court, who knew what he would think? After pacing around for a while, Wu Yong finally made up his mind. I need to contact the Celestial Court and use the Celestial Court to eliminate Feng Yuan as soon as possible. It was a difficult decision to make. Even though this was a wise decision, after all, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. It violated a taboo. The 5 regions, other than Eastern Sea, were very xenophobic. Southern Border was especially so. If Southern Border's forces and Gu immortals knew that Wu Yong was contacting other regions' forces and using them to interfere in Southern Border's matters, he would definitely be condemned. The surging public opinion would drown Wu Yong. Even if he was Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder with rank 8 cultivation level, it could be said that Wu Yong was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once it was exposed, Wu Clan's current advantageous situation would be greatly ruined. Oh, Wu Yong contacted me? I'm afraid it is because of that demon Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was recuperating, but seeing that Wu Yong contacted her, she smiled and immediately replied. Wu Yong had a special status. He was Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder. Even if there was no effect, just the cooperation itself was a form of restriction on him. After a few words, Wu Yong went straight to the main topic, talking about Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought. As expected, Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and after I exposed all his trump cards in jewel yellow skies, Wu Yong is even more wary. He is willing to take the risk to eliminate Feng Yuan. Celestial Court's situation was not good recently. Not long ago, they attacked Langya Blessed Land for the second time, but they did not achieve any of their goals. Wisdom Gu was taken away by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan escaped. Langya Blessed Land was protected by Longevity Heaven, but Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle. Chen Yi, Fairy Myrtle, and Feng Jiuge were all heavily injured. They were recuperating now. But even so, when Fairy Myrtle learned of Wu Yong's intentions, she agreed without hesitation. Feng Yuan had to be eliminated. Even if he had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, there were ways to counter this goo. Even if they could not eliminate Fang Yuan, as long as they kept pressuring him and making him unable to develop himself, it would be a success for Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's growth speed is too terrifying. This is the result of Providence's continuous influence and many setbacks. Every once in a while, when he shows up again, he will have shocking improvements. Even if we cannot kill him, we need to make sure he has no time to cultivate. If he has any new methods, we need to force him to use all of his trump cards. Fairy Myrtle was even more wary of Fang Yuan now. In order to chase after Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle had put in so much effort. Langya Blessed Land was almost taken down by her now. But what about Fang Yuan? He was still at large. Even though Celestial Court still had the absolute advantage, be it Fate Goo's restoration, Great Dream Immortal Venerable's nurturing, or Spectral Soul's imprisonment, they were all advantages that Fang Yuan could not match. However, deep in Fairy Myrtle's heart, she started to feel fear and unease. This fear was almost inexplicable, but it was fear. Fear and unease caused by Fang Yuan. This time, Southern Border's Righteous Path is working together to deal with Fang Yuan. This is a chance. Even if I disregard my injuries, I will use all my strength to kill Fang Yuan and get rid of this problem. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shone with determination. Southern Border's Righteous Path was conspiring against Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yang's initiative, Celestial Court had already interfered before the operation even started, hiding behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Celestial Court made a move, it would be an earth-shattering blow. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had already expected this. After transacting with Qi Chuyu, he went into hiding, wholeheartedly exploring dream realms. This was a time path dream realm. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan had turned into an old man. He was the dream realm's main character. He had rank 4 cultivation. Right now, he was surrounded by 5 or 6 Gu masters with unfriendly expressions. Lord Bai Lian, this is the advance payment for the treatment. Please come with us. The leading Gu master also had rank 4 cultivation. He looked at Fang Yuan and said threateningly. Fang Yuan first inspected the Gu worms in his aperture. They were all time path Gu worms, but they were good at support and had no healing ability. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan tried to refuse. I am only an ordinary time path Gu master. I am not a doctor. Aren't you making things difficult for me by inviting me like this? The other party replied as expected. Humph, just do as I say. Do you dare to refuse the request of my Central Continent's Meng tribe? We have already investigated your background. Don't worry, since we are inviting you, we are interested in your ability. We know you have methods to cure Lord Meng Bai's illness. Let's go. Do we need to invite you again? Then let's go. Please lead the way. Fang Yuan pretended to smile bitterly. Following these Gu masters, Fang Yuan quickly arrived at Zheng tribe and saw the patient, Meng Bai. This person had a sallow complexion. He was as thin as a match. He was lying on the bed and groaning weakly. How did this happen? How did he get sick? Fang Yuan tried to ask. A servant at the side complained. My lord is usually strong like a tiger and runs like a wolf. To think that he would fall to this state. He was framed by that damned unscrupulous merchant and bought waterward Gu. That unscrupulous merchant said that with this Gu, he would be able to write beautiful essays like moving clouds and flowing water. Lord is usually brave. The other lords often say that he only has brute strength and no literary talent. Lord had this not in his heart. Thus he did not hesitate to pay a high price to buy waterward Gu, wanting to write beautiful essays that night. Is there a problem with this waterward Gu? Fang Yuan asked. The servant shook his head then nodded. At first, there seemed to be no problem with that waterward Gu. Many articles came out one after another. Old Master was overjoyed and wrote 50 to 60 articles in one night. But in the morning, there was a problem. Lord had not even eaten breakfast when he suddenly had diarrhea. Diarrhea was like having diarrhea, and the scariest thing was from morning to night, he had it for more than 20 times. Poor Lord, who had a strong physique, actually fell to such a miserable state in just one day. Fang Yuan came to a realization, and at the same time, he had an idea. Waterward Gu was not a problem, but if used too much there would be problems, and no one could bear it. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. This was common sense. Using goo had its risks. Falling to such a state was the result of one's own actions. Chapter 1609. Feng Yuan was no longer a newbie when it came to exploring dream realms. He had accumulated a lot of experience. At this point in Mengbai's dream realm, Feng Yuan had a rough understanding of it. It wants me to use the time path goo worms in my aperture to form a time path killer move to resolve Mengbai's injuries. Mengbai's injuries were caused by overuse of water path goo. This time path killer move had to be used in the right way. Even though Feng Yuan had ordinary time path attainment level, he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Langya's true inheritance, and He Fan's true inheritance. Especially the latter, it was a huge help to Feng Yuan's current problem. This dream realm tested the explorer's knowledge, as well as the technique of combining killer moves. Of course, it was not so simple. Feng Yuan inspected carefully. He found that many of the time path mortal goo in this aperture were unique to the dream realm. They did not exist in reality, or rather, they were not. Feng Yuan was not surprised. This was a dream realm after all. It was different from reality. If it were anyone else, even a time path great expert, they would have to try their luck. As for Feng Yuan, his luck had always been good. But now he had a better choice. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. This move was not effective when Feng Yuan explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. But now, because the dream realm was too small, it had an extraordinary effect. The correct choices in the goo worms floated up slightly in the aperture, directly sending the correct answers to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a plan in mind. He used these goo worms to try it out. After 2 failures, he successfully activated the killer move and saved Mengbai. This way, this dream realm was broken. His soul returned to the sovereign immortal body. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He was gratified to find that his time path attainment level had risen from ordinary to master. But his joy did not last long. His expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the immortal killer move Yama Emperor that was tightly wrapped around his soul suddenly expanded. Someone is deducing my location. They are quite skilled. Feng Yuan sneered. If this was before the battle at Langya, his current situation would be worrying. But right now, he had Yama Emperor's killer move. His ability to defend against deductions was enough to make the Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle helpless. Sure enough, after the other party deduced for a while, he could not unravel Yama Emperor's killer move. He paid a huge price, but his efforts were futile. Feng Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move slowly retracted, eventually turning into a simple layer of clothing that covered his soul. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Yama Emperor's aura was overflowing. In order to be absolutely safe, he decided to leave this place and not stay any longer. Fixed immortal travel was activated once again. Using it to travel was simply too convenient. At this moment, Feng Yuan moved from one end of southern border to the other. The distance between the 2 ends was unknown. Feng Yuan flew for a while before finding a gray valley shrouded in thick fog, and concealed himself. My soul foundation is only at 30 million man-soul. Feng Yuan calculated as he sighed. Activating Yama Emperor's killer move was a burden to Feng Yuan's soul. It would expend his soul foundation. Earlier, in order to resist the deduction of the mysterious enemy, Yama Emperor had expended over 1 million of Feng Yuan's soul foundation. This showed how powerful the person who made the deduction was. Earlier, Feng Yuan's soul foundation was far higher than 30 million man-soul. But in the battle at Langya, Feng Yuan had expended a lot of his soul foundation. Don't forget, exploring dream realms would not expend his soul foundation. It would even cause great damage to the soul. If it were in the past, Feng Yuan could use his resources to raise his soul foundation again. But now Feng Yuan's Dang Hun Mountain was still being repaired urgently. It could not be used yet. Without Dang Hun Mountain's continuous production of guts goo, Feng Yuan's stock of guts goo would not last for long. And to repair Dang Hun Mountain, I have been using landscape as before immortal goo. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killer move Orderly is left on Dang Hun Mountain, landscape as before goo is only rank 6. This work has been expending my immortal essence intensely. Feng Yuan's immortal essence reserves were almost depleted because of this. Most of his abundant reserves had been expended in the intense battle at Langia. Celestial Court's attack on Feng Yuan might not have killed him, but it was not in vain. It expended a lot of Feng Yuan's foundation. The lack of immortal essence was also the reason why Feng Yuan was willing to cooperate with Qi Chuyu and not fight head-on. Actually, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was very rich in time path resources. Time flowed very quickly. The immortal essence that he could condense far surpassed rank 7 Gu immortals in the world. But Feng Yuan's expenditure was even faster. He could not replenish it with just himself. What was sustaining him during this period of time was the dragonfish business. The dragonfish business was making huge profits. Batches of immortal yuan stones were coming in. Feng Yuan used these immortal yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence, greatly alleviating the problem of his immortal essence running out. Relying on the dragonfish business and Guts Gu, I can barely maintain it. When Danghun Mountain is repaired, everything will get better. With fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel, Feng Yuan was not afraid of others coming to find him. In fact, under the protection of Yama Emperor, it was very unlikely that they could deduce Feng Yuan's location. Feng Yuan decided to continue exploring Time Path Dream Realms. He had left a lot of Time Path Dream Realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. After setting up a Gu formation for alerting, he immediately entered. On a snowy peak, an old man looked at Feng Yuan with his hands behind his back. "Kneel," the old man said plainly. Feng Yuan was slightly dazed, but soon, he did as the old man said. The old man's expression became solemn and solemn. He said in a low voice, "From now on I will teach you our tribe's strongest killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Once this blade is used, it will never miss. It will hit its target and kill everyone who hits it. Only after you learn this move will you have hope of killing the enemy who exterminated our tribe." Yes. Feng Yuan heard this and had a thought. He suddenly had a feeling that he would have great gains in this dream realm exploration. As expected, the old man taught him the complete killer move Time Cutting Edge. This move was very complex. It was even more complex than the myriad self-killer move that Feng Yuan created. The steps were even more varied. What was even more ridiculous was that the activation time for this move was very short. It required hundreds of steps to be completed within 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, Feng Yuan would be the one to suffer the killer move's backlash. 3 breaths of time. How can that be possible? Even Feng Yuan felt that it was impossible. However, the old man's explanation was not over yet. Feng Yuan listened carefully. It turned out that the solution was to use another time path killer move to reduce Time Cutting Edge's activation time to 3 breaths of time. That way, he would be able to reach the target. If Gu immortals of other paths used time path methods to accelerate killer moves, it would be like pouring oil on fire. It would only produce the opposite effect and cause the killer move's activation to fail, causing a backlash. But Time Cutting Edge was a time path killer move to begin with. Using other time path killer moves, there were no conflicting Dao marks within them. They complemented each other. Chapter 1610. Time Path Dream Realm. Feng Yuan had turned into a rank 6 Gu immortal with the appearance of a young man. His eyes were shut and his body was shrouded in specks of white light. As the white light around him increased, Feng Yuan's aura also continued to accumulate, becoming deeper and deeper. Suddenly, his body shook lightly, his aura became unstable. It was like a tall building collapsing and a deep pool leaking out. Jiwich. Feng Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I failed again." He opened his eyes, bright light flickered in them. This was the 3rd time he had failed while practicing Shrink Time. This killer move that was used to assist Time Cutting Edge was also a rank 6 immortal move. After 3 consecutive defeats, each time Feng Yuan was injured, his soul foundation would fall. Originally, he had 30 million man soul, but now, there were only 29,600,000 left. This was not Thieving Heaven's dream realm after all. If he was injured in Thieving Heaven's dream realm, his soul foundation would fall to a terrifying extent. Feng Yuan did not feel dejected, instead his gaze was blazing, his fighting spirit surged. Ignoring everything else, just this Shrink Time killer move was very useful. It could not only be used to assist Time Cutting Edge, it could also be used to assist other time path killer moves. After the exploration failed, Feng Yuan's soul left the dream realm. and returned to the sovereign body to recuperate. Guts Gu. Feng Yuan took out Guts Gu and used them on himself. Earlier, Feng Yuan was rich and overbearing, but now he was very careful with his Guts Gu. There were not many Guts Gu left. Feng Yuan planned to use them to heal his soul injuries. As for his soul path cultivation, he could only stop for now. In fact, not only would Feng Yuan's soul foundation remain stagnant, it would even fall a lot in the near future due to exploring dream realms. This was within expectations, there was no other way. Soul path cultivation was no longer the focus now. The most important thing was to go to the River of Time and take out Red Lotus True Inheritance. That was the wisest strategy. Feng Yuan had to explore it as soon as possible. Firstly, the longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. After all, Feng Yuan's opponent was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. Who knew when another great expert would awaken? Celestial Court would definitely set up ambushes in the River of Time. As time passed, these ambushes would increase. Secondly, Feng Yuan hoped to use Red Lotus True Inheritance to resist Celestial Court and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Immortal Gu. This was his biggest hope now. However, if he were to plan for the worst, and the true teachings of the Red Lotus could not help him, then he would have to make other plans. Thus, if he obtained the true inheritance of Red Lotus's immortal, of Red Lotus would be of Lotus of Red Lotus, Red Dragon, of Im, of Imif of the Mountain, of Gu of Saint, of Chun Lotus, of Chun of Gu of Sea. That was, when Danghun Mountain was repaired, everything would return to the right track. Other than this method, Feng Yuan did not have any good method to resolve these problems in a short period of time. Currently, Danghun Mountain had already been repaired by 30 to 40%, but the Soul Path Dao marks had not reached a qualitative change, thus it could not produce Guts Gu. After recuperating his soul, Feng Yuan entered the dream realm again. This time he finally succeeded, completely activating Shrink Time. The previous 3 failures were not for naught. Each failure pushed Feng Yuan closer to success. Feng Yuan had grasped Time Path Killer move Shrink Time. Of course, it was still a problem whether or not he could use the time shrink technique that he had obtained in the dream and reality. After all, dream realms and reality were different. Feng Yuan was clear that Shrink Time's main content was correct. Even if there was a difference, as long as he used the light of wisdom and spent some time, he could deduce the correct version in reality. After reaching this step, this layer of dream realm was also successfully explored. The entire cultivation scene faded from Feng Yuan's vision. His time path attainment level started to rise rapidly, but soon stopped. I am still a time path master. However, compared to before, it has indeed risen by a large margin. It seems like I'm not too far away from becoming a grandmaster. In the second stage of the dream realm, Feng Yuan started to practice time cutting edge. This move was even more difficult. It was much more complicated than the killer move Miri itself. Feng Yuan calmed his mind and continued to practice. He soon felt dizzy. The thoughts in his mind were expended greatly. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Feng Yuan was extremely patient. He repeated the boring content over and over again, advancing towards the final victory. During the process, he was injured again. After leaving the dream realm, and his soul returned to his body, Feng Yuan was shocked to find that not only did his soul foundation fall, even his lifespan was reduced by a little. Getting injured in this dream realm can actually reduce lifespan. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. This was a new discovery. But thankfully he had a large number of lifespan Gu. Losing some lifespan was not a big deal. Of course, other Gu immortals might not think so. Just like this, Feng Yuan was injured 4 more times. He finally managed to use time cutting edge once in the dream realm. Just one time was enough. It was not reality after all. The dream realm dissipated. Feng Yuan successfully entered the 3rd stage. The old man appeared again. After 6 years, you finally grasped time cutting edge, not bad. But the true results will need to be tested in battle. Feng Yuan cupped his fists. Please explain. The old man laughed heartily. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Li Exine is that person's right-hand man. He is going to suppress the southern ancient desolate beast rampage. You should kill him. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. His identity in the dream realm only had rank 6 cultivation level. His foundation was not outstanding. How could he fight a rank 7? The only advantage he had was the killer move, Time Cutting Edge. Before Fang Yuan could think further, the dream realm changed. Flames started to burn around him. A person stood proudly in the sea of flames, staring at Fang Yuan with his triangular eyes. So you are a survivor of Bo clan, Dai. Just as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, dark red flames surged towards Fang Yuan like a huge wave. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. At the crucial moment, he activated the Time Path Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture. At the next moment, the flames engulfed him. Fang Yuan died in battle. The dream realm exploration failed. Fang Yuan dragged his heavily injured soul back to his body. The dream this time was really a bit of a trap. It attacked without warning. Fang Yuan had no chance to react. And other than Time Cutting Edge, I can only use Time Path Immortal Goo. I don't know any other killer moves. Fang Yuan was very vexed. These Time Path Immortal Goo were all rank 6. How could they face the rank 7 Goo Immortal Li Xian alone? And his dark red flames were clearly a rank 7 killer move. It seems that I can only use Time Cutting Edge to fight him. Fang Yuan thought about it, and made up his mind. If this was a real battle, Fang Yuan would play safe. But this dream realm was different. It was different from reality. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm again. Dark red flames surged towards him. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He activated the immortal killer move Time Cutting Edge. A thin flying dagger materialized in an instant. The flying dagger shot out with a flash of light. Ah! What kind of killer move is this? Li Xian's face was filled with shock before he fell to the ground. The dark red flame swept towards him and burned him to ashes in an instant. Fang Yuan was also shocked. This killer move is amazing. To be able to kill a rank 7 so easily. And this Li Xian's entire body was protected. Even in the dream realm, such a feat. I'm afraid it is not bad in reality. Once Li Xian died, the dream realm dissipated. Chapter 16:11. The dream realm finally reached the 4th stage. I have already killed Li Xian. Fang Yuan said. The old man stood in front of Fang Yuan, nodding slightly. It seems you have already trained Time Cutting Edge to a high level. But you have only cultivated the rank 6 Time Cutting Edge. Next, I will teach you the rank 7 killer move Time Cutting Edge. Listen carefully. Fang Yuan immediately calmed down and memorized it. Rank 7 killer moves were several times more complex and varied than the previous rank 6 killer moves. Just listening to these steps, Fang Yuan's head was aching. This was the most complicated killer move he had ever seen. It was second to none. After the old man finished teaching, before leaving, he said to Fang Yuan, "Come and find me after you master this rank 7 killer move." Only Fang Yuan was left in the dream realm. It seems that the 4th stage of the dream realm still requires me to practice a killer move. Fang Yuan understood. Understanding this point, he buried himself in hard work, diligently practicing in the dream world. Even though the killer move was complex and difficult, Fang Yuan was very patient. His personality had already been forged into a piece of black steel by his previous life and this life. He was determined and stubborn. These small setbacks would not make him feel discouraged. He would not give up. Just as Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm and practicing his killer move, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's time path clone was sitting in front of Wisdom Goo, using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a while he opened his eyes and muttered, "The formation's initial deduction is complete, next is Time Cutting Edge." Speaking of which, it was quite strange. This Time Cutting Edge killer move had extraordinary power, but why was there no record of it in Spectral Soul's true inheritance? After all, this time path dream realm originated from Spectral Soul. Logically speaking, Spectral Soul's true inheritance should contain the killer move Time Cutting Edge. But the truth was, there was no such information in Spectral Soul's true inheritance that Fang Yuan inherited. You still haven't figured out Fang Yuan's location? The Xia clan's first supreme elder's face was gloomy. In front of him, a group of southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Their expressions were unsightly. Because Fang Yuan had previously destroyed the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and snatched away all the dream realms, Southern Border's righteous path had joined hands, and each of them sent out people to form a team dedicated to hunting down Fang Yuan. The leader of this team was the Xia clan's Grand Supreme Elder, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's hair was white, and her face was covered in layers of wrinkles. Although she was an old woman, her bearing was graceful, and she exuded an imposing aura. Her gaze swept over the crowd, intimidating everyone present. The Southern Border immortals all lowered their heads. Who among these people did not want to find Fang Yuan's whereabouts? But Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move protecting him. Even the current Celestial Court's Wisdom Path great expert Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to him. Not to mention these hastily formed Southern Border Gu immortals. Of course, Southern Border's Righteous Path's foundation was very deep. They could not be underestimated. These people did not have the ability to deduce Fang Yuan's whereabouts. They only needed a bit more clues, like Fang Yuan appearing again and attacking a certain resource point. As long as there were enough clues, with these people's various methods and cooperation, there was a high chance that they could break Yama Emperor's killer move. Yama Emperor's killer move might be strong, but it was always the same. If it was constantly deduced, it would be broken. Xia Cha knew this, but that damned scoundrel Fang Yuan, after robbing Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, he has not appeared again. Xia Cha felt some pressure internally. As long as Fang Yuan was not killed as the leader, her prestige would continue to fall. In serious cases, the entire Xia clan would be affected. This demon Fang Yuan is holed up. He is definitely exploring the dream realms to reap benefits. We need to find him quickly and get rid of him. Otherwise, as time passes, his strength will rise rapidly again. Xia Cha said gloomily. Everyone, if you have any trump cards, use them. I, Xia Cha, will personally compensate you. The Southern Border immortals looked at each other. No one moved. Xia Cha became more and more disappointed in her heart. She glanced around and looked at one of them. I wonder what method fellow immortal Lu Hao has. Lu Hao was slightly stunned. He was tall and wore a green robe. He had a goatee and yellow skin. He was the representative of Wu clan. Because of the chaos earlier, Wu clan had sacrificed many Gu immortals. Thus they had been recruiting external Gu immortals to become external supreme elders. Lu Hao was one of them. But in fact, his true identity was a Central Continent Gu immortal. He was secretly sent by Fairy Myrtle. Under Wu Yang's arrangement, he was placed in Southern Border's Righteous Path as an insider. Xia Cha was familiar with the other Gu immortals, but she did not know much about Lu Hao. On the surface, Lu Hao was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He was not famous. Lu Hao reacted and shook his head with a bitter smile. I am ashamed. I am powerless in this matter. The main thing is that we have too few clues, especially the crucial clues that are closely related to Fang Yuan. In my opinion, it is not that we are lacking in ability. It is just that even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. That's right, that's right. Fellow immortal Lu Hao is right. Lu Hao's words immediately resonated with the people around him. Xia Cha was completely disappointed. She did not suspect Lu Hao of lying. After all, Wu clan and Fang Yuan had enmity. What should we do now? Do we just wait like this? If that scoundrel Fang Yuan does not show up, are we going to do nothing and wait for him to show up? Xia Cha thought of this and felt a headache. But right at this time, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded in the immortal's ears. I can help in this matter. Who is it? The immortals were shocked. Even Xia Cha stood up, her eyes shining with bright light as she stared at the newcomer. An unfamiliar Gu immortal with a stocky build, and wearing a conical hat had somehow sneaked into the immortal formation. If not for his voice, the Southern Border immortals would not have sensed him. Who are you? The Southern Border immortals were on high alert. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Wait, you are. Tai Clan's representative's expression suddenly changed as he stopped the immortals. That's right, I am Lu Weiyin. The newcomer smiled lightly. Dream Realm. The old man nodded with a gratified expression, but his tone carried a trace of shock. You actually learned the rank 7-time cutting edge. Fang Yuan's expression was plain as he cupped his fists. I did not fail you. The old man nodded. It seems that you are quite talented in this move. Very good. Our clan's revenge plan finally has a trace of hope. However, I still have a few things to warn you. Please advise me. First, the old man raised his right index finger. Rank 6 time cutting edge can kill rank 7 Gu immortals, but rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8 Gu immortals. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 is too huge. So even if you learn time cutting edge, don't go looking for enemies. You are only rank 6 now. If you go looking for them, you will be courting death. Second, the old man raised his right middle finger. Your cultivation level is only rank 6. It is very difficult for you to use rank 7 time cutting edge. Your focus from now on is to raise your cultivation level to rank 7, or even rank 8. When your cultivation level rises, you will be able to cultivate rank 8 time cutting edge. With a rank 8 killer move, you will have the ability to take revenge. Before that, you need to endure and endure. Chapter 16:12. Southern Border. The sovereign immortal aperture had already landed. Its entrance was wide open. Like a whale swallowing water, a vast amount of heaven and earth chi poured in. Swoosh swoosh. Heaven and earth chi surged wildly. If others saw this scene, they would be shocked. There had never been such a blessed land that could absorb such a vast amount of heaven and earth chi at once. Feng Yuan's sovereign body floated near the entrance, looking at the vast amount of heaven and earth chi pouring in. Because the heaven and earth chi was too dense, it was like clouds and mist, it was moist. Absorb, absorb, absorb to your heart's content this time. Feng Yuan smiled. He understood the sovereign immortal aperture's hunger. City Well, Reverse Flow River, Luopa Valley. These 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth were unique in the world. But the burden on the blessed land was too great. The heaven and earth chi consumption was too intense. Thus, from time to time, Feng Yuan had to absorb a vast amount of heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish himself. This is still before Danghun Mountain is repaired. Once it is repaired, the sovereign blessed land's demand for heaven and earth chi would be even higher. From this point of view, Danghun Mountain's destruction had some benefits to Feng Yuan. Of course, the most important thing was Feng Yuan's own sovereign blessed land. It was rich in resources. It was like a huge foundation. It could contain 4 secluded domains of heaven and earth at the same time. If it were an ordinary blessed land, it would be very difficult to contain 2 secluded domains at the same time. Placing the immortal aperture and opening the immortal aperture's entrance had many drawbacks to Feng Yuan. At this moment, because of the connection between the inside and the outside world, and the absorption of heaven and earth chi, Feng Yuan's location would be exposed. Providence would discover it immediately. If other Gu immortals tried to deduce him now, Feng Yuan would have a much higher difficulty in defending himself against deductions. Thus, Feng Yuan had been trying to purchase immortal materials and convert them into heaven and earth chi to replenish himself. But recently, because he had been focusing on repairing Danghun Mountain, his funds were decreasing, he was running out of money. Thus he took a risk and placed his aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world. The sovereign immortal aperture was a huge eater. It could absorb tens or even hundreds of times more heaven and earth chi than ordinary blessed lands. The sovereign immortal aperture was full, but heaven and earth chi continued to pour in endlessly. This phenomenon didn't surprise Feng Yuan, because he knew that it was different this time, because it was the day of his tribulation. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, Feng Yuan faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Ever since Feng Yuan used time path methods to adjust the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to the maximum, the calamities and tribulations he faced were much more frequent than before. This was an earthly calamity. Be it the earthly calamity or the heavenly tribulation, neither posed any challenge to Feng Yuan, especially when he had the immortal killer move exposing Heavenly Secret. This move used Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu as the core, with other Gu worms as support. It allowed Feng Yuan to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations after a certain period of time. Thus, before this earthly calamity had truly taken shape, Feng Yuan already had a thorough understanding of it. As expected, the following calamities and tribulations progressed according to Feng Yuan's deductions. Earth chi swirled endlessly, forming a yellow-brown vortex below Feng Yuan's feet. Heaven and earth chi continued to rumble and rumble. Green lightning continued to flicker. Howl, howl, howl. A series of ear-piercing noises seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums as one enormous, sinister-looking statue after another slowly rose from the center of the yellow-brown earth-chi vortex. These statues were all 10 meters tall. Their bodies were thick and muscular. Their fangs were protruding from their lips. Suddenly, they opened their bloodshot eyes. Purple bat wings spread out on their backs. They flew up and attacked Feng Yuan. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statues. Feng Yuan floated in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the incoming statues with an indifferent expression. He was calm, the enemies were fierce, but at this crucial moment, he raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, blue lightning abruptly split apart the thick layer of clouds. Giant statues that looked extremely similar to the Yellow Springs Demon Martial statues made their appearance. The Yellow Spring Ghost Martial statues bared their fangs and claws, but these statues were lined up neatly like an army. All of them had solemn expressions. They also had muscular bodies and a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue. Feng Yuan smiled inwardly, recognizing the second type of statue. At this time, the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial statue had already reached Feng Yuan. It waved its claws and opened its bloody mouth, trying to bite and strangle Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not move. A faint ripple appeared on the surface of his body. It was the famous Immortal Killer move created by Feng Yuan. Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Be it the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial statue or the Green Lightning Divine Martial statue's attacks, they were all reflected and injured. In contrast, Feng Yuan was unharmed. He was undefeatable. Let's disperse. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon burst out. Silver scales were like the sea. Myriad dragons flew in an endless stream. Even though there were many Yellow Spring Ghost Martial statues and Green Lightning Divine Martial statues, they were produced along with the Heaven and Earth Chi. How could they compare to Feng Yuan's Myriad Dragon? At the start, they resisted for a while. But soon, they were engulfed by the Myriad Dragon army. Their numbers were greatly reduced, until the lump of Heaven and Earth Chi was destroyed by the Myriad Dragon army. Providence was unwilling. It wanted to reform, but it was destroyed by the ferocious Myriad Dragon army at the next moment. A moment later, the calamity passed. The Immortal Aperture's entrance closed. The sovereign Immortal Aperture regained its peace and tranquility. Feng Yuan nodded to himself, summarizing his gains and losses. This earthly calamity was originally just the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial statues. But I did not undergo the earthly calamity earlier. I purposely used the Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble to delay it. Immortal Killer move Endless Trouble was part of He Fan's true inheritance. It could move one calamity to the next, causing two tribulations to erupt at the same time. The disadvantage was that this method was a shortcut. It would incur the wrath of heaven. The calamities and tribulations would be much more powerful than the sum of the two calamities. Providence had ulterior motives. To suppress Feng Yuan's cultivation level, it purposely lowered the power of each calamity and tribulation, causing Feng Yuan to gain very few Dao marks from each tribulation. In this situation, the weakness of the killer move Endless Future Troubles was instead Feng Yuan's advantage. Thus, Feng Yuan used this killer move to stack two calamities and pass them together, increasing his Dao marks. Providence was helpless against it. Yellow Spring Ghost Martial statue is an earthly calamity, while Green Lightning Divine Martial statue is already at heavenly tribulation level. This time, I gained a lot of Dao marks. Feng Yuan inspected. His soul path and transformation path Dao marks had increased. These were useful to Feng Yuan. Of course, what Feng Yuan needed the most now was time path. The sovereign Immortal Aperture was huge. Feng Yuan purposely chose an empty area to undergo tribulation. Thus, even if Providence wanted to destroy any resources, it would not have a target. Even though the calamities and tribulations were past, Feng Yuan's body was still here. He activated Heaven's Will Dissipation Killer move, only stopping after confirming that the remaining Providence beings here were exterminated. When Feng Yuan's main body underwent tribulation, his time path clone was in front of Wisdom Gu, deducing Immortal Killer moves. Earlier, Feng Yuan had successfully explored the Dream Realm. His time path attainment level rose rapidly, all the way to Grandmaster attainment level. With this attainment level, deducing time path killer moves became even easier. Actually, Feng Yuan himself had countless time path killer moves. Spectral Soul's True Inheritance had the most records, followed by He Fan's True Inheritance. All of Lang Yasek's time path immortal goo recipes, in theory, could be deduced by Feng Yuan, who was at quasi-supreme refinement path, into corresponding immortal killer moves. But for Feng Yuan, He Fan's True Inheritance was the most important reference, because most of the time path immortal goo he had were from He Fan's True Inheritance. For example, rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo, rank 7 year goo, and after goo. The remaining time path immortal goo were all rank 6. Most of them were left behind after Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was destroyed, as well as Feng Yuan's unexpected harvest of day goo. The main task of the time path clone was to use He Fan's True Inheritance as the main reference, using other immortal killer moves and time path immortal goo recipes to deduce and modify time path methods that were suitable for Feng Yuan. Even though it had not been long, the time path clone's work was very fruitful. Currently, Feng Yuan already had an entire set of time path methods, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. He only needed to practice them for a while to grasp them all. But this is not enough. The time path clone slowly opened his eyes, sighing. The light of wisdom faded away. Wisdom goo flew away leisurely. The time path clone came to an empty area and started to test the killer move. Immortal killer move, time cutting edge. A flying blade tore through the sky, vanishing in an instant. Its speed was terrifying. The time path clone, however, had blood flowing out of his mouth. He shook his head in disappointment. The time path methods that I deduced are only rank 7. They are normal methods. And to enter the river of time to search for Red Lotus True Inheritance, and face the obstruction of the Celestial Court, I need rank 8 time path methods. In He Fan's True Inheritance, there was a rank 8 defensive killer move that used years flow like water immortal goo as the core. But there was no corresponding offensive killer move. For He Fan, he had obtained rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water in his later years. In this limited time, it was not easy to create a rank 8 defensive killer move. He had rank 8 Dao marks. Rank 7 offensive killer moves were extremely powerful in his hands. Of course, most importantly, there was only 1 year's flow like water. It could only be used for defense. It could not be used for offense. Defense was often more important than offense, especially for righteous path goo immortals. As for this time cutting edge, it is not ordinary. Even though rank 7 time cutting edge cannot kill rank 8s, it can injure them. Unfortunately, after I modified it, its power is far inferior to the original. There is even a heavy backlash. Feng Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Like the myriad self-immortal goo recipe that he designed earlier, because of his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, there was almost no way to modify it. Any small modification would have more disadvantages than advantages, causing the new version to be far inferior to the original. Feng Yuan's modification of time cutting edge was the same. It seems that this complete time cutting edge is likely a rank 9 killer move. Like the immortal killer move Orderly Well that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created. It was also rank 9 and could not be modified. What Feng Yuan obtained from the Dream Realm was rank 6 or 7 time cutting edge. It was an incomplete version of rank 9, but it could not be modified. After forcefully modifying it, there were many disadvantages that far surpassed the original. Furthermore, according to Feng Yuan's deductions, this time cutting edge's forgetting flaw was not simple. It was not as superficial as the old man in the Dream Realm said. Forgetting was not just the user, but everything related to it would be forgotten. Any records regarding this move, be it a person's memories, information path goo worms, or carved on stone slabs, as long as this move was used continuously, these records would be gradually erased from the river of time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable should have had time cutting edge back then, but after using it so many times, all the records regarding time cutting edge were erased and gradually forgotten. Thus, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance did not record it. Of course, there is also a possibility that Spectral Soul's True Inheritance is not complete. Shadow Sex still kept a portion of it, and did not impart it to me. But this possibility is very small. No matter what is said, there is one thing that I can conclude. and that is that the time-piercing edge is truly a marvelous technique. If I can truly grasp it, my chances of entering the river of time will increase by 20%. A day later. This is the place. Lu Weiyin half knelt on the ground with his palm on the ground, sensing the subtle difference in the earth chi here. Next, several figures descended from the sky, landing behind Lu Weiyin. The old woman in the lead was a rank 8-time path great expert, Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha. Feng Yuan is here. He placed his aperture and opened it, absorbing heaven and earth chi. Moreover, he underwent another tribulation. Lu Weiyin said with certainty. Xia Cha's eyes shined with bright light. Lu Weiyin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. His earth path methods were so proficient. The Gu immortals behind her started to discuss. With Lord Lu Weiyin here, we will be able to capture Feng Yuan soon. Feng Yuan has several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The burden on his heaven and earth chi is huge. With such clues, we can definitely find him. But don't you find it strange? He clearly has fixed immortal travel. Why is he staying in our southern border? Why doesn't he go to Eastern Sea or Western Desert? Aren't those places safer? He is already hated by everyone. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate him. No place is safe. This demon has ulterior motives. He is probably staying in southern border to plunder our resources, especially that dream realm of Etion Mountain. We need to guard against him. We need to kill this demon before we can truly be at ease. Chapter 16:13. In jewel yellow skies, the higher the value of the goods, the brighter and brighter the treasure light they emitted. In this stall, the treasure light was always in a bright state. Compared to the surrounding stalls, it was like a bonfire beside a large number of torches. Southern border Gu immortal Tai Chuzhong's divine sense was circling around this stall. I want to buy 3,000 copper dragonfish. After hesitating for a moment, Tai Chuzhong continued, and 200 silver dragonfish. The transaction was quickly completed. Tai Chuzhong paid a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. When he retracted his divine sense, his main body was still flying in the sky of southern border. His vision was filled with clouds and mist. Tai Chuzhong's worries were mostly gone. With these dragonfish, my rank 7 edge Gu's feeding problem is temporarily resolved. But dragonfish can only be a temporary replacement. If I really want to be self-sufficient, I need to create a white steel extract resource point in my immortal aperture. White steel was a rank 6 immortal material. It was one of the essence of the earth vein. White steel extract was a rank 7 immortal material. Only a large number of white steel cores could produce a small bowl of white steel extract. Tai Chuzhong wanted to create a resource point that could produce white steel extract. It was a huge project with a long way to go. But if he did not solve the problem at its root, buying dragonfish to feed rank 7 edge Gu again and again would cost a lot in the long run. It was not worth it. Gu immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Logistics were often even more important. Thinking of white steel extract, Tai Chuzhong looked to his right. A few hundred steps away, there was a Gu immortal traveling with him. Shang Huzhang. Tai Chuzhong transmitted. Shang clan's Gu immortal immediately replied with a nervous expression. Tai clan friend, have you found traces of that old demon Feng Yuan? It turned out that Tai Chuzhong and Shang Huzhang, these two rank 7 Gu immortals, were sent by Southern Border's righteous path forces to capture Feng Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin's participation, the group chasing after Feng Yuan had been following behind Feng Yuan. They would occasionally obtain the latest traces of Feng Yuan. This time, the immortals rushed to the southeastern part of Southern Border, under Lu Weiyin's suggestion. Rank 8-time path Gu immortal Xiacha ordered the Gu immortals to work together and search for new clues. Shang Huzhang and Tai Chuzhong were one of them. Tai Chuzhong smiled. Shang clan friend, don't be nervous, I just want to ask about the white steel liquid. Shang Huzhang got the gist of it and relaxed slightly, smiling. So you wanted to build a white steel liquid resource point to feed Blade Gu. This was not difficult. Shang clan could indeed do it. But the price? The two of them haggled for a while. The merchant's final offer was not low, but Tai Chuzhong had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and accepted the price. Shang Huzhang's smile widened and he praised. Fellow immortal of the district, Your decision to build a resource point is a wise one. Although the investment is huge in the long run, it is much more practical. Yes. Just like this time, I purchased the arowana to replace a portion of the white steel juice. In the long run, the expenditure will be huge. Tai Chuzhong sighed. Shang Huzheng's gaze suddenly shone. Arowana? To tell you the truth, my Shang clan also has a stall selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. There are not only ordinary arowana, but also copper arowana. Oh my, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have given you some benefits. Tai Chuzhong chuckled. So Shang clan also sells arowana? We Shang clan are interested in any business. Friend Tai Chuzhong should know about this arowana business. The biggest arowana business owner is that Fang Yuan. We cannot let this demon benefit from our arowana business. Come, I will introduce this stall to you. It is definitely one of us. If you trade with others, there is a risk of funding the enemy. Shang Huzhong was very enthusiastic. Tai Chuzhong could only thank him, trying his best to brush him off, but he did not care. Even if Shang clan offered discounts, the price of the arowana was still on the high side. And on this stall, there was only copper arowana. There was no silver arowana. Fang Yuan killed Qin Bai He and Yuchan, obtaining the position of the biggest arowana business owner. At this point, Fairy Myrtle knew. Earlier, she had exposed information about Fang Yuan in jewel yellow skies. Other than Great Thief Ghost Hand and others, she also exposed the arowana business. Thus, all the Gu immortals in the world knew that Fang Yuan was selling arowana in jewel yellow skies. It was extremely popular. It was the biggest business in the world. Thus, naturally, Fang Yuan gained the jealousy of a bunch of other Gu immortals. The impact was unavoidable, but the arowana business suffered a pitiful impact. Copper arowana had already been replicated, but the production cost was much higher than Fang Yuan's. This way, other sources of copper arowana had higher prices than Fang Yuan's. They could not compete with Fang Yuan. Other than that, silver arowana was almost unique to Fang Yuan. Currently, Gu immortals interested in the arowana business could not replicate it. This was Fang Yuan's huge advantage. With these two factors, Fang Yuan's position as the number one in the arowana business was unshakable. Of course, Fang Yuan could not use only one identity to sell arowana. He had many stalls and created the illusion that many Gu immortals were replicating silver arowana, selling them wantonly and earning immortal yuan stone after immortal yuan stone. Even so, the immortal yuan stone that I have is decreasing. Fang Yuan sighed. Repairing Dang Hun Mountain expended a lot of Fang Yuan's immortal essence, and immortal essence was mainly absorbed by immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence. His immortal aperture's production could not keep up. However, what made Fang Yuan happy was that with his full effort, Dang Hun Mountain had already been repaired to 60%. The Soul Path Dao marks went through a qualitative change. They could produce Guts Gu now. But the production of Guts Gu was very low. It was terrible. Fang Yuan needed to continue repairing Dang Hun Mountain. The arowana business has too many benefits. Not to mention the increasing number of forces and Gu immortals interfering. Just the Celestial Court alone will definitely attack me. But currently, silver arowana is hard to replicate, and their production methods for ordinary arowana, iron arowana, and copper arowana are not as good as mine. As time passed, Fang Yuan's advantage would become weaker. Especially when the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul. If they soul searched him and found the corresponding food path inheritance, Fang Yuan's arowana business would face the greatest challenge. Fang Yuan knew that he needed to find a new source of income. The arowana business could not be looked forward to. Guts Gu had already been exposed. Even if it was unique, because of the Green Ghost Desert project, Fang Yuan lacked a large number of souls. Guts Gu's production would not be high. Even though Fang Yuan had already made preparations, like the snow monsters and the spirit snakes, these projects were not outstanding. Especially when Fang Yuan wanted to refine Time Path Immortal Gu. The killer move Time Cutting Edge needed a specific Time Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, the original Time Cutting Edge had great offensive power. It could be developed further. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on it. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, Southern border Gu immortals appeared around him, surrounding him tightly. The old woman at the front was rank 8 time path Gu immortal Xia Cha. She looked at Feng Yuan and smiled coldly. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, you are finally in my hands. Lord Lu Wei Yin's move is truly extraordinary. We managed to find this demon. Zhang Huzhang laughed loudly. Kill this demon. We will be rid of all future threats. Tai Chuzhong's voice was filled with killing intent. The celestial court spy, Lu Hao, had a grim expression. Fixed space immortal Gu in his immortal aperture was ready to attack. This Gu countered fixed immortal travel. It could not be used within a certain range. Lu Wei Yin was silent. He was wearing a conical hat. Nobody could see his current expression. Feng Yuan, however, laughed. You guys are a bit slow, but you are here in the end. My plan was not in vain. The southern border immortals were originally very aggressive, but after hearing this, the atmosphere changed. Xia Cha squinted as a dark light flickered in her eyes. Humph, scoundrel, you are about to die. You still want to trick me? That's right, he is definitely bluffing. We had Lady Xia Cha personally take action to conceal our tracks, someone shouted. Feng Yuan smiled. Of course I did not sense your traces, but I can sense your deductions. Why do you think I purposely stayed in southern border and left behind clues so that you could deduce me? Chapter 1614. The surrounding space was sealed, heaven and earth merged into one, forming a blue sky. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap, someone shouted. Many people began to panic. Lu Wei Yin was silent. Xia Cha's gaze became colder as she stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's smile vanished, his expression turned indifferent. He was like a high and mighty god looking down at these southern border Gu immortals. Back then, when Huan, one of Eastern Sea's 3 wisdom path geniuses, deduced him, Feng Yuan used the chance to reverse the deductions and found out Huan's identity. And now, when these southern border Gu immortals deduced and chased after him, they exposed themselves to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. How could he be easily schemed against by them? He used himself as bait to lure these Gu immortals into an ambush. Calm down. We have the advantage in numbers. What can a mere Feng Yuan do? That's right. We have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Wei Yin. We are not afraid of his immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield does not seem to be Yama battlefield. Of course it is. Traitor Feng's Yama battlefield has already been deciphered by Central Continent's Celestial Court. The video is being displayed in jewel yellow skies. How could he use this method? The southern border immortals were elites. They quickly calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Wei Yin spoke. This is not an immortal battlefield, it is a super formation. A time path formation. Xia Cha added. You two are very perceptive. Feng Yuan smiled, admitting frankly. Feng Yuan's strongest immortal battlefield killer moves were Purple Dawn Break Life and Yama Battlefield. The former killed Qin Bai He and Yu Chan, while the latter trapped Feng Jioga, forcing him into a desperate situation. But these two were rank 7, they could not restrain rank 8 Gu immortal Xia Cha. And Lu Wei Yin also had rank 8 cultivation level. Thus Feng Yuan chose the immortal formation. There was a difference between an immortal formation and an immortal battlefield. The Gu worms used to activate an immortal battlefield were usually on the Gu immortals. An immortal battlefield was mainly a sealed environment. And the Gu worms of the immortal formation were left outside. Most immortal formations protected the inside and outside, but Feng Yuan's time path formation restricted the inner space of the formation, forming a formation to kill. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions suddenly rang out, and it was continuous. Since it is an immortal formation, let's find the formation cores and destroy them one by one to break this formation. Some Gu immortals were impatient. They started to bombard the surroundings to probe this formation. At the next moment, they found something amiss. The dazzling killer moves were extinguished one by one. The effects were not good. Tai Chuzhong's expression changed and he loudly warned, "Everyone be careful, this formation has already been activated." As expected of a time path method, it accelerates our killer moves, causing them to reach their time limit and self-destruct. Lu Hao said eerily. The southern border Gu immortals attacks and attacked, the killer moves. And Gu Chai Clan's Gu immortals puffed up their cheeks as they breathed out orange flames. The flames continued to burn. Even though there was nothing, they continued to spread. Xiao Clan's Gu immortals put their palms together. Large amounts of frost quickly condensed and spread in all directions. These methods were continuous attacks. They did not have a time limit. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as he watched these southern border Gu immortals attack. He did not move. At the next moment, the time path formation buzzed. Be it fire, frost, or other attacks, they all became extremely slow. The southern border Gu immortals' hearts sank. This immortal formation is so flexible, someone must be controlling it. Who else can it be? It must be the remnant forces of Shadow Sect. The immortals conversed. Just like they expected, by Ning Bing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and Ying Wuxie were each in charge of a formation corps, controlling this time path formation to attack the southern border immortals. Earlier, during the Battle of Langya, they did not have the qualifications to fight. Feng Yuan hid them away. Now they were using all their strength to deal with these southern border pursuers. The southern border immortals fought with Ying Wuxie and the rest, while Feng Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and Xia Cha did not move. The surrounding Gu immortals subconsciously made space for the three of them. Feng Yuan's attention was also focused on these two rank 8 Gu immortals. He was very clear that these two were not moving. Once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Even though Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha did not make a move, they had already started to investigate Feng Yuan's immortal formation. Lu Weiyin frowned slightly. He cultivated Earth Path. Even though he could comprehend other things, this time path formation was too profound. It was not something an outsider like him could easily understand. Xia Cha was a time path great grandmaster. She could naturally investigate more than Lu Weiyin. However, Feng Yuan's time path formation did not just contain time path, it also contained formation path. In terms of formation path, Xia Cha's attainment level was extremely ordinary. If Feng Yuan used a time path killer move, Xia Cha might be able to easily detect it, but the time path formation was separated by a layer. Xia Cha still had many obstacles to overcome. Sect leader, it is time. At this time, Ying Wuxie suddenly transmitted to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, replying, "Then let them in." Saying so, his figure gradually faded, forcefully vanishing from Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha's sight. How? The moment he vanished, beast roars could be heard. How how? How how? Gua gua. Kakaka. Next, a series of wild beast cries and roars could be heard. A giant whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh. Whoosh. Countless year beasts surged in like a raging tide. These year beasts included monkeys, snakes, dragons, tigers. They were of all shapes and sizes. They were at least desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts mixed in. In the formation space, other than the year beasts, there were the southern border immortals. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence. They soon turned their fierce gazes towards these southern border Gu immortals, baring their fangs as they charged. Kill them, Xia Cha ordered coldly. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border immortals turned around and fought with these year beasts. Lu Hao waved his sleeves. Countless flying blades shot out in all directions. Wherever they went, year beasts were cut into pieces. It seems that there is a tributary of the river of time here. Feng Yuan is using the same method. This formation is very similar to the one he used to fight against Feng Jioga. Lu Hao thought to himself. Feng Yuan had once used the flood discharge formation to send Feng Jioga into the river of time. But this time, 3 formations were combined into 1 year's flow execution formation. Firstly, Shadow Sect used the dense time path natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation. This formation concealed the existence of the tributary of the river of time. Because of this formation, the southern border immortals did not notice it. Secondly, the flood discharge formation could connect to the tributary of the river of time. And finally, the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Feng Yuan used the rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water to set up this formation, attracting a vast number of year beasts from the river of time into the formation to fight against the southern border immortals. Originally, Feng Yuan did not have the ability to do this. But after his time path attainment level reached Grandmaster, he made up for his final shortcoming. Feng Yuan was a Grandmaster in both formation path and time path. with He Fan's true inheritance and Spectral Soul's true inheritance as his foundation, and the help of the Light of Wisdom, he deduced this super-immortal formation, and created such a huge formation naturally. Kill! Ba Clan's Gu Immortal roared. His body expanded like a giant, he pulled forcefully, blood splattered as an ancient year beast was torn to shreds. Whoosh! Flames engulfed dozens of year beasts. Chai Clan's Gu Immortal was bathed in a sea of fire. He was like a divine general. Tai Chu Zhong was silent, his palms moved like butterflies as golden light shot out with extreme sharpness, cutting year beasts in half easily like cutting tofu. Demon Feng Yuan, we need to thank you for giving us so much wealth. Ahaha. Shang Huzhang laughed loudly, activating his woodpath killer move, binding the surrounding year beasts and dragging them into his immortal aperture. These desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts, even though they had wild mortal goo, they did not have immortal goo. They were at a disadvantage against these southern border goo immortals. They were being slaughtered. And these southern border goo immortals were sent to chase after Feng Yuan. They were naturally outstanding members of their clans. They had rank 7 cultivation level at the very least. They were extraordinary. Thus, it was not surprising that this result occurred. Feng Yuan still had an indifferent expression. He had a faint smile on his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This situation was already within his calculations, and the battle had only just begun. Roar, roar, roar. One after another, the Nian beasts charged into the formation. The southern border Gu immortals were getting tired of killing them, but the year beasts were still endless. How can there be so many? This demon Feng Yuan is trying to exhaust us. Breaking this formation is the way to victory. The southern border Gu immortals transmitted. They could see the crux of this battle. However, it was a little difficult to divert their attention to something else. The greatest hope of breaking the formation was still Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha. Cluck, cluck, cluck. At this time, the whirlpool suddenly expanded by several times. A huge year beast arrogantly walked into the battlefield. The immemorial year revolution level year beasts were finally attracted over. The southern border immortals' expressions changed. Lu Weiyin was about to make a move, but Tai Chu Zhong stood up. Let us do it. The two of you should focus on breaking this formation. That is the wisest choice. Tai Chu Zhong and several southern border rank 7 Gu immortals worked together to face the immemorial year chicken. They were indeed top experts among rank 7 Gu immortals. When they worked together, they could actually resist the immemorial year chicken. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, bright light flashed in Xia Cha's eyes. She pointed with her finger and activated a rank 8 killer move. Profound white light burst out. With a loud sound, the formation shook intensely 3 times before stabilizing. The southern border immortals were overjoyed. There was indeed a formation core. Xia Cha destroyed it without letting them down. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, muttering, "Next is the profundity of this formation." At the place where the formation core was destroyed, a second whirlpool door formed. Large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The immortals' expressions changed. Roar. With a tiger's roar, the wind and clouds changed. The immemorial year tiger jumped in, joining the battle. Chapter 16:15. The southern border immortals' morale soared. While Shadow Sect's members' eyelids twitched, their expressions turned grim. Lu Weiyin was worthy of being Paradise Earth's inheritor. He easily captured a ferocious immemorial year tiger with one attack. Even though he did not have any offensive methods, just this method alone was unfathomable and awe-inspiring. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An immemorial year snake dragged its long and thick snake body, hissing as it came out of the spiral door, entering the battlefield. A third immemorial year beast. This time, be it Lu Weiyin or Xia Cha, their expressions changed. Because they sensed the aura of a wild immortal Gu from this immemorial year snake. This immemorial year snake was far more dangerous than the other 2 immemorial year beasts. But most importantly at this rate, it would not be strange if a 4th or 5th immemorial year beast appeared. What formation is this? Xiao Clan's Gu immortal shouted, feeling immense pressure. The other rank 7 Gu immortals had heavy hearts. They were no longer as spirited as before. Let me. At the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin stepped forward again, facing the immemorial year snake. But this time, he was much more vigilant. Before he found out what immortal Gu the immemorial year snake had, He would not take the risk. Kill. The southern border Gu immortals roared with surging killing intent. The year beasts roared and bared their fangs. The southern border Gu immortals created a bloodbath. The year beasts suffered heavy casualties, but the spiral door could not be destroyed. It continued to send year beasts in. The year beasts were endless. As the battle continued, the southern border Gu immortals' conditions fell. Some of them started to get injured. There are too many year beasts. This formation must have been greatly modified. The number of year beasts it attracts far surpasses the scale of Feng Jioge's battle. Lu Hao was internally shocked. He had some deductions that came from Celestial Court, but he did not know how to submit them. After all, he was not a formation path or time path Gu immortal. This damned formation. We need to destroy it to have a chance of victory. Actually, as long as the destruction reaches a certain level, we'll be able to send out information about this place, and a large number of righteous Dao immortals will definitely come to reinforce us. The southern border immortals also knew how to deal with it, but they did not have enough methods. This year's flow execution formation was meticulously deduced by Feng Yuan after his time path attainment level rose. How could it be so easy for the southern border immortals to succeed? This time path formation is really mysterious. Xiacha frowned tightly. Ever since she broke through the first formation eye, she actually couldn't find a second formation eye in a short period of time. The grand formation is one with no flaws to speak of. My attainments in the array Dao are too little. Perhaps I should attack with my full strength once so that the array can't withstand it and create a flaw. Xiacha's eyes were filled with killing intent. She was Xia clan's first supreme elder, a time path great expert. She only had the pride of an expert in her heart. Now that she was schemed against by Feng Yuan and was restrained here, she gradually became impatient. Lu Weiyin could tell what Xiacha was thinking and quickly advised. Lady Xiacha, do not fall for the demon's scheme. Feng Yuan is ruthless and crafty. Even the Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Shadow Sect once controlled graceful chaotic dual stage. Even though this immortal Gu house was destroyed, many immortal Gu were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Feng Yuan's trap and be used by Feng Yuan. Graceful chaotic dual stage's signature method was to seal the opponent's killer move before activating it. Lu Weiyin's advice was very wise. Even Feng Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, his deduction was very accurate. This year's flow execution formation used up almost all of Feng Yuan's time path immortal Gu. The immortal Gu and He Fan's true inheritance acted as the core, and graceful chaotic dual stage's immortal Gu also assisted it. Xiacha listened to the advice and breathed in deeply. She snorted coldly and suddenly looked at the first immemorial year chicken that joined the battlefield. The immemorial year chicken was being attacked by a group of southern border Gu immortals. These Gu immortals were rank 7 experts. Their killer moves were powerful, but when they hit the immemorial year chicken, they had no effect. It was like scratching an itch. The immemorial year chicken had rank 8 battle strength. It had thick skin and flesh. The southern border immortals could not do anything to it. But when Xiacha's gaze landed on the immemorial year chicken, this year chicken felt an intense threat. It raised its head and broke through the encirclement of the southern border immortals, directly pouncing at Xiacha. Vile beast. Xiacha laughed from extreme anger. Large numbers of Gu worm auras burst out of her body, instantly forming an immortal killer move. A pair of green scissors, as large as an elephant, flew towards the immemorial year chicken's neck and cut. The immemorial year chicken did not feel any pain. It endured this attack as if it was spring. Warm winds blew, sunlight shone brightly, and the fragrance of flowers and grass wafted into the air. After a moment of confusion, a deep wound appeared on the immemorial year chicken's neck. Large amounts of blood spurted out like a fountain. The immemorial year chicken's body shook. Its ferocious nature was aroused as it clucked. Its speed surged as it pounced towards Xiacha. Xiacha did not dodge. She was hit by the immemorial year chicken, but vanished like a bubble. Next, the green scissors flew towards the immemorial year chicken's head again, aiming at its neck and cutting at any opportunity. Xiacha vanished. The immemorial year chicken's attention was completely attracted by the green scissors. At once, the two fought with no regard for their own safety. This is Xia Cha's spring scissors. It is truly powerful and extraordinarily sharp. Feng Yuan was hidden behind the scenes. He had a clear view of the battlefield. Seeing this situation, his heart moved as the relevant information appeared in his mind. Xia Cha had a killer move with a total of 4 moves. Spring scissors was only one of them. Undeniably, this was an offensive killer move at rank 8 level. It was extremely sharp. Even the immemorial year chicken, which had thick skin and flesh, could not resist the sharpness of the scissors. Feng Yuan was secretly envious. This was what he lacked the most at the moment. Spectral Soul's true inheritance indeed had a rank 8 time path killer move. But Feng Yuan lacked the corresponding rank 8 immortal goo. Even if he modified it and replaced it with rank 6 or 7 immortal goo, it could not reach rank 8. Feng Yuan had the only rank 8 time path immortal goo. Years flow like water. In He Fan's true inheritance, there were several killer moves that used it as the core. For example, Year Beast Summoning, Unlucky Year, and so on. Rank 8 Year Beast Summoning could summon immemorial year beasts to fight for Feng Yuan. And Unlucky Year used Years Flow like water as the core. It used Time Path to imitate Luck Path's effect. But neither of them was a killing move like Spring Scissors, which could be used directly to attack and produce immediate results. Thus, Feng Yuan could only turn his attention to Time Cutting Edge. Cluck cluck cluck. The immemorial year chicken did not have any wild immortal goo. It could not match Xia Cha's spring scissors. It screamed miserably after getting cut all over its body. Xia Cha had only used this move to heavily injure an immemorial year beast, displaying her extraordinary battle prowess. As expected of the current leader of Xia clan, the person with the most authority. With this strength, she is probably at the level of a member of the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Seeing that this immemorial year chicken was about to die miserably in Xia Cha's hands, the formation suddenly moved. The immemorial year chicken vanished on the spot. Submit to me, Yi Futian said coldly. Behind the scenes, Feng Yuan attacked this extremely weakened immemorial year chicken, using a fierce and domineering enslavement path method. The immemorial year chicken had no choice but to lower its head and submit to Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Yuan took back the immemorial year chicken. He used the year beast to ambush the southern border pursuers, while also using the southern border pursuers to weaken the year beast and enslave it. This method had been used against the Celestial Court pursuers in Western Desert. It was an old method. But it did not matter, as long as it was effective. Seeing that he was about to obtain his reward, a dead immemorial year chicken that was filled with invaluable rank 8 immortal materials, to think that it would vanish just like that. Many southern border goo immortals cursed in anger. Xia Cha's expression was grim, but she soon smiled. You finally exposed yourself, so what if I give you more immemorial year beasts? It turned out that Feng Yuan's formation was only transporting year beasts, so be it. Now that the immemorial year chicken was sent away, the formation had to operate differently. This made it convenient for Xia Cha, and allowed her to notice more subtle changes. Sure enough, not long after, she found the third formation core and destroyed it. But the southern border immortals' cheers did not last long. This formation core turned into a whirlpool door again, another channel for year beasts to enter. Chapter 16:16. More and more year beasts charged into the battlefield, fighting with the southern border immortals. As time passed, the southern border immortals' battle condition had unknowingly fallen by a large margin. These year beasts were killing them to the point of vomiting, but they could not kill enough. They continued to fight. The killer moves that they had prepared to deal with Feng Yuan, and the cooperation between the Gu immortals were all used on these foolish year beasts. They felt extremely helpless and tired. Year's Flow Execution Formation was a combination of 3 formations, and the tributary of the River of Time here was huge. With Feng Yuan and the rest controlling it, it had immense power. These pursuers suffered greatly. After a while, even Lu Weiyin started to pant. Not only was he fighting against 2 immemorial year beasts alone, he was also secretly supporting those rank 7 Gu immortals. After one immemorial year beast was defeated, it was taken away by Feng Yuan and enslaved behind the scenes. Soon after, another archaic year beast would be attracted and enter the battlefield. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha's shoulders were constantly under immense pressure. The battle was very intense. However, the southern border immortals also made some progress. After that, Xia Cha found 2 more formation cores and destroyed them. These 2 formation cores were destroyed, but they did not turn into whirlpool doors again. Right now, Year's Flow Execution Formation could only have 3 whirlpool doors at most. This was its upper limit. This intense battle lasted for an entire day. Fang Yuan gained 7 immemorial year beasts, while 9 of the formation cores were destroyed by Xia Cha. The entire Year's Flow Execution Formation was already shaking. It was not as stable as before. It's time. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He finally made a move. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A sinister hand flew out of the mouth of an ancient year beast, stirring up a cold wind. Tai Chuzhong was caught off guard. He was grabbed by this hand and lost an immortal goo. My rank 7 edge goo. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The killer move had a backlash. He was heavily injured. What made his heart bleed even more was that rank 7 edge goo was taken by Fang Yuan. It was a huge loss. Ha ha ha, not bad, it is indeed edge goo. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. This edge goo was what he needed now. It was one of the core immortal goo of time cutting edge. Tai clan friend, hold on, I will save you. Shang Huzhang and the rest saw that Tai Chuzhong was attacked. They quickly fought their way out and rushed to reinforce him. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the scenes as he snickered coldly. He did not kill Tai Chuzhong, he was surrounded by reinforcements. Oh no, this is an ambush. We were tricked. The southern border goo immortals who came to help were attacked. Great Thief Ghost Hand succeeded in stealing several immortal goo. Everyone be careful. Some of these year beasts are enslaved by Fang Yuan. They are very dangerous. Shang had no time to feel about his immortal goo immortal goo of Amals. If southern immortals, his border immortals, he would goo of southern border of Chun Su sect, goo of being. But now they were so tired that they wanted to die. Their battle strength had declined greatly, and their concentration had also fallen to the bottom. Thus, Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand had a chance to show off. The Great Thief Ghost Hand was very well hidden, and Fang Yuan had used some tricks to hide them in the ancient year beasts' mouths. The southern border immortals were all shocked by this move. They all increased their attacks and were on full alert. Any year beast that wanted to get close to them would be killed in advance. For a moment, the southern border side once again gained the upper hand. Fang Yuan remained calm and composed, no longer attacking. Soon the attacks of the southern border goo immortals slowed down. They had fought for too long. They could not maintain such fierce attacks for long. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and started to attack again. Southern border's goo immortals fell one after another, and soon, several immortal goo were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could only release one Great Thief Ghost Hand at a time, but in the Year's Flow Execution Formation, he could borrow the power of the formation to release 3 at the same time. It was not like an immortal battlefield like Zichun Broken Life, where Great Thief Ghost Hand would be suppressed by the battlefield environment. This formation space had no other Dao marks. Even though Great Thief Ghost Hand would not be amplified, it could at least display the most basic strength. That killer move, Unlucky Year, had already been activated along with the Year's Flow Execution Formation. Under the suppression of Fang Yuan's luck, the immortal goo stolen by these southern border goo immortals were either the cores of their killer moves, or what Fang Yuan needed. In this round of theft, several southern border goo immortals suffered heavy injuries from the backlash of failing to activate their killer moves. But what made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha's defenses were still impenetrable. 2 Great Thief Ghost Hands had just appeared when they were suppressed and destroyed by them. Moreover, the 2 still had the strength to save the other rank 7 goo immortals. Especially Lu Weiyin, even though he did not have any offensive methods, he protected his rank 7 companions very well. If not for him, some of the goo immortals would have died already. Fang Yuan did not use Lead Soul into Dream now. Lead Soul into Dream had been exposed for a long time. The 5 regions goo immortals already had some defensive methods against it. And most importantly, if this move failed, Fang Yuan would be brought into a dream instead. Thus, he had always been very careful when using this move. Unless he learned from Ying Wuxia and used the pure dream reality seeker physique body to use this move. Even if this move had a backlash, the pure dream reality seeker physique body would not be affected. No killer move was invincible, they would gradually be countered. Great Thief Ghost Hand would suffer the same fate in the future. It would be countered specifically, unless Fong Yuan modified it in time. But now the amount of time and number of times the Great Thief Ghost Hand was exposed was far less than lead soul into dreams. And with the help of Unlucky Year, the Southern Border Immortals were in low spirits. Great Thief Ghost Hand displayed its might, causing Fong Yuan to gain an advantage in this situation. But right at this moment, Xia Cha suddenly let out a sharp howl. Break! A storm erupted around her, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These illusions condensed into a fan that she held in her hand. Xia Cha waved the fan in front of her. Fong Yuan grunted as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The formation core that he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had controlled the formation the most. He had used 3 Great Thief Ghost Hands. He had enslaved the immemorial Year Beasts and the Year Beast army. He could not focus on reverse flow protection seal anymore. Xia Cha waved the fan to the left. Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching. She quickly activated the killer move by Xiang, but was shattered into pieces at the next moment. Xia Cha waved the fan to the right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core collapsed as her body exploded into a pile of flesh and bones. She was dead. The battle situation changed drastically. The Southern Border Immortals did not even have time to cheer. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. After 3 waves, the Year's Flow execution formation was on the verge of collapsing. Fong Yuan and the rest were heavily injured. Xia Cha breathed heavily. The dimmed summer fan in her hand became bright again. If she waved the fan a 4th time, Fong Yuan and the rest would lose for sure. To think that Xia Cha had such a deep understanding of the Year's Flow execution formation. She could have unraveled several formation cores in advance, but she did not use them, accumulating them to attack once. If I did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand to turn the situation around, she would not have used such a method. Fong Yuan's heart shook. Xia Cha's performance far surpassed what was recorded in Shadow Sex information. Her time path attainment level was probably not a simple great grandmaster. It was even possible that she had some understanding of formation path. It was just that outsiders did not know about it. How could the foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal be so easily understood? This year's Flow execution formation was a genuine rank 8 Immortal formation. Fong Yuan used this formation to trap the Southern Border pursuers. Among them were Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha, 2 rank 8s. This was the advantage of formation path. As long as the formation was set up, the Gu Immortal would be able to fight against many enemies, allowing the Gu Immortal to display battle strength far beyond their own level. But the weakness of formation path was that once the profundity of the formation was exposed to the enemy and the formation was destroyed, the Gu Immortal controlling the formation would suffer a severe backlash. Sometimes they might even die from severe injuries. Right now Fong Yuan was facing such a dangerous situation. Once the formation broke, his injuries would be unimaginable. Moreover, it was very awkward for him to use reverse flow protection seal now. The backlash would be reflected on the Gu worms that were constructing the formation. Fong Yuan's Gu worms would all be finished. The formation space was already starting to collapse. The Southern Border Immortals could see all sorts of Gu worms surrounding them with their naked eyes. Fong Yuan, you are going to die. Lu Hao shouted in excitement. His true intentions were revealed as he used fixed space Immortal Gu. Instantly, Fong Yuan was hit. He could not use fixed immortal travel in this range. Escape, but even if you escape to the River of Time, I can still deal with you on the spot. Xia Cha held her summer fan as she smiled arrogantly. Escape? Why would I want to escape? In this desperate situation, Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The Southern Border Immortals were stunned. At the next moment, many of the ancient year beasts around them suddenly froze like rocks. Large amounts of dream realms swept out of the ancient year beasts' bodies like strong winds. The Southern Border Immortals were pale with fright. They quickly dodged. Xia Cha's eyelids were twitching from shock. She immediately waved her summer fan. But this powerful immortal killer move was useless against the dream realms. It had no effect at all. Some people tried to escape, but the formation did not truly dissipate. The immortals were still trapped in the formation space. The dream realms quickly closed and enveloped Xia Cha, Lu Wei-yin, and the rest. before spreading to the surroundings and corroding the year's flow execution formation. Soon, the entire year's flow execution formation was engulfed by the dream realms. It lost its effect. The originally noisy and intense battlefield suddenly quietened down at this moment. Even the year beasts were trapped in the dream realms. They fell asleep. This is the power of Dream Path. Fairy Miaoyin exclaimed in shock. No wonder almost all the super forces are researching dream realms. Bai Ningbing recovered. Even if only a small fragment of her Bai Xiang was left, it could be reborn. Unfortunately, Lady White Rabbit died in this battle. One move to dominate the world. Chapter 16-17. Countless mountains were covered in lush greenery. The sky was clear and cloudless. Suddenly, light appeared in the sky. A mystical light was emitted before vanishing, turning into a tall and strange person. This person had a pair of snow-white eyebrows. The tip of his eyebrows extended all the way to his forehead. The eyes under the eyebrows were tightly shut. He was dressed in a spotless white robe. His robe, his skin, and his hair were all emitting a faint glow. This light was not dazzling, but it made him look like a deity. This person was called Jun Shenguang. He had rank 8 cultivation level and cultivated light path. He was a supreme elder of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Recently, he had been recruited by Fairy Myrtle and became a member of Celestial Court. Lu Hao's final location was here. Jun Shenguang's eyes were tightly shut, but he could see everything clearly. Shortly after, he found many traces of battle. Not good. It seems that Lu Hao did not survive. An intense battle must have happened here, but Lu Hao did not send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? Jun Shenguang's expression turned grim. He frowned slightly. Lu Hao was a spy planted in southern border by Celestial Court with the help of Wu clan. He had fixed space immortal goo that was specially used to deal with Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel. As for Jun Shenguang, he was a backup arranged by Fairy Myrtle. If southern borders goo immortals chased after Fang Yuan, and after the battle, Fang Yuan escaped with heavy injuries, then Jun Shenguang, who specialized in tracking, would be Fang Yuan's fatal killer. This time, the southern border group chasing after Fang Yuan is made up of experts from all clans. They are rank 7 experts. Even if they face an immemorial desolate beast alone, they can usually survive. Tai clan's Tai Chu Zhong had great battle achievements in southern borders Gu immortal world. He was known as Great Mr. Tai. Since his debut, he had hunted down and killed more than 10 demonic path Gu immortals. His fame made southern borders demonic immortals tremble in fear. Shang clan's Shang Huzhang cultivated transformation path and wood path. He had a method similar to Thunder Ghost True Monarchs, allowing the two Dao marks to not conflict. His methods were comprehensive. He was a peak rank 7 expert of Shang clan. Yang clan's Yang Ku was one of the representatives of Soul Path in southern borders Gu immortal world. He had once single-handedly destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts, and successfully escaped from the pursuit of the primordial desolate beasts. It could be said that these rank 7 Gu immortals were the elites of southern borders Gu immortal world. Any one of them was the signature expert of their force. Furthermore, this group also has Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei-yin and Xia clan's first supreme elder Xia Cha. There was no need to elaborate on these two. They had rank 8 cultivation level. Jun Shenguang sighed deeply. It was precisely because of such a luxurious lineup that Jun Shenguang was very assured. If they were to encounter Fang Yuan, even if they were to fight, it would give Jun Shenguang enough time to react, allowing him to sneak into the vicinity. Jun Shenguang was wary of Lu Wei-yin and Xia Cha's methods, but he was also afraid of being discovered by them and causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Thus, along the way, he followed behind them from afar, not daring to get too close. 2 rank 8s and several rank 7 experts. They had made ample preparations and used all sorts of arrangements and methods to deal with Fang Yuan, but they actually lost. And it was not just a crushing defeat, it was a huge loss, to the point where they even lost their underwear. Jun Shenguang shook his head continuously. Fang Yuan should have used Dream Realms. Shortly after, his gaze landed on a small piece of Dream Realm in the battlefield. He became increasingly certain. Other than using Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how powerful they are, cannot create such a result. Just as Jun Shenguang was about to investigate further, he suddenly turned around and looked at the southern sky. The sky was empty, there was nothing else. But in Jun Shenguang's investigative range, an immortal goo house barged in. Jun Shenguang did not need to discern the aura to immediately determine that this was someone from southern border. The immortal goo house was extremely fast, but it would still take some time to arrive here. However, Jun Shenguang knew he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Because this immortal goo house was famous, and southern border goo immortals had many amazing investigative killer moves. If Jun Shenguang was exposed, it would be bad for him to cause a misunderstanding. A moment after Jun Shenguang disappeared, the immortal goo house driven by the southern border goo immortals arrived at this location. This immortal goo house was neither magnificent nor grand. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. The bamboo building had 2 floors, and was completely made of bamboo. Green bamboo leaves grew on the bamboo. Droplets of dew were attached to the bamboo leaves. It was verdant and glistening. It was the famous rank 8 immortal goo house. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong had used this building to launch a brazen counterattack, firmly stabilizing Wu Clan's #1 position. The door of the bamboo building opened, and a rank 8 goo immortal flew out of the building. This person was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a strong physique. His slender and slightly raised eyebrows added a sinister aura to his entire person. However, his actions revealed a mighty aura that caused others to be unable to underestimate him. It was Wu Yong, the current first supreme elder of Wu Clan. Another person followed behind Wu Yong, and flew out of the bamboo building. This person was old, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He had deep black eyes and protruding cheekbones. He also had rank 8 aura. Who else could it be but Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu? With 2 rank 8 goo immortals leading the way, several rank 7 goo immortals came out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. They came from various clans, and all of them had anxious expressions. They went missing here. Ba Clan's goo immortals had grim expressions. Hurry up and check what's going on. Our clan cannot contact first supreme elder. Xia Clan's goo immortals were extremely anxious. Thus, all kinds of investigative killer moves were used, and after a while this place was thoroughly searched dozens of times. This time, everyone, including the 2 rank 8 goo immortals, had grim expressions. There seems to have been a tributary of the river of time here. There was also a time path immortal battle. Our people barged in here and engaged in an extremely intense battle. What is going on with this dream realm? Someone saw the small dream realm left behind by Fang Yuan. Like Jun Shenguang earlier, the southern border immortals' gazes were focused on this dream realm. Other than this dream realm, all the other traces had been cleared by Fang Yuan. The rest had no value, so the only clue was this dream realm. Be careful. The southern border immortals gradually dispersed, surrounding this small dream realm. This dream realm is shrinking, someone suddenly said. Next, the southern border immortals found that the dream realm was indeed shrinking, and the speed was getting faster. A moment later, several goo worms were leaked out of the shrinking dream realm. The southern border goo immortals quickly caught them and inspected them. They found that these goo worms were all wild information path mortal goo. Next, they found that there was still information left in these information path mortal goo. The content of the information was simple, but it made the southern border immortals' expressions change. They were extremely shocked. Dear southern border comrades, all of your clansmen have fallen into the hands of Fang Yuan. If you want to redeem them, please wait for news. This. Someone was tongue-tied, pointing at the information path mortal goo in his hand. His whole body was shaking, he could not even speak properly. Misleading the masses with lies. How can this be? Our pursuit team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? Someone shook his head, denying it. This must be a huge scam. But who among us can contact our clansmen? Someone asked. At once, the southern border goo immortals were silent. They were fixed in the distance. Each of them looked like statues carved from stone. Wind started blowing. A light breeze blew on the immortals' clothes. Qi Chuyu's white beard was slightly trembling in the wind. Wu Yong's expression was ashen. He shut his eyes with a heavy expression. After a while, he opened them again. Even though it was hard to imagine, The truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to accept this cruel truth. That was, Southern Border's righteous path had mobilized a huge force to form an expert team to pursue Feng Yuan. But not only did they fail to kill Feng Yuan, they were even captured by Feng Yuan. Slap. This was like a huge slap that ruthlessly landed on the faces of these Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals. They were stunned from the slap. Their faces swelled up greatly. When we discovered that we had lost contact with Xia Cha and the rest, and when we gathered our team and came to reinforce them, only a few hours had passed. Lord Qi, do you think this is the effect of the time path formation? Wu Yong suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His voice was slightly hoarse. He spoke vaguely, but everyone understood what Wu Yong meant. Qi Chuyu nodded slowly, saying solemnly, "We have already deduced the strength of Feng Yuan and the remaining members of Shadow Sect. We have also evaluated them in detail. With Xia Cha and the rest's battle strength, they could not have been defeated and captured by Feng Yuan in such a short period of time. There was indeed a time path formation set up here. It is of astonishing size. It is at rank 8 level, far surpassing mortals." Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. He could use natural Dao marks to set up an immortal formation. Feng Yuan cleaned the battlefield. It was impossible to clean up all the Dao marks in such a short period of time, so a large number of time path Dao marks were left in the battlefield. Based on the size and direction of these time path Dao marks, Qi Chuyu was certain that a time path formation had been set up here before. Wu Yong nodded slightly. That's right. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha have rank 8 cultivation level. Unless it was a rank 9 immortal battlefield, it would be hard to restrain them. Only a rank 8 level immortal battle would have such a possibility. We came to reinforce them in a short period of time, but inside this time path formation, a long period of time might have passed. At this time, a Shang clan Gu immortal spoke. "I remember now, in Jewel Yellow Skies, the Celestial Court had once revealed that Feng Yuan had a formation that could be set up in a tributary of the River of Time to lure out a large number of year beasts." Chapter 16:18. Earlier, he saw that many people had a question in the book reviews. Why did Feng Yuan not use man as before Immortal Gu to revive Lady White Rabbit? Next, he saw many people's explanations, but most of them did not get to the point. There were many people who were confused, so he explained it here. Person as before, a multicolored butterfly flew gracefully. Wherever it went, it sprinkled a multicolored rainbow. Following the butterfly's fluttering path, it formed a curved rainbow phantom. Tai Bai Yunsheng had once used the rank 5 man, as before Mortal Gu to heal, and even revive many Gu masters. Especially in the Imperial Court contest, it displayed incredible abilities. When Tai Bai Yunsheng underwent Immortal Ascension, he raised man as before Mortal Gu to rank 6. Mortal Gu man, as before, could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before could be used on oneself, but it expended a lot of immortal essence. Tai Bai Yunsheng used this Immortal Gu to save many people. The most classic example was saving the rank 7 Gu Immortal Fairy Li Shan from He Cheng's hands. Original text. It's over. He Cheng stored the spherical dark prison indifferently. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows merged, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he destroyed Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. Her injuries were all gone, and her head was intact. Immortal Gu man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly. That was close, I almost missed it. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. Secondly, when exploring Eastern Sea, Tai Bai Yunsheng used this Gu to make a name for himself. Original text. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression froze, he sighed. So junior brother did not think highly of me. You were right after all. This time, we attacked the blessed land for 7 days and 7 nights, but were defeated by the land spirit, suffering huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before Immortal Gu. Oh. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before Immortal Gu. Once Tai Bai Yunsheng exposed this Gu, his value would definitely rise rapidly in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. After my man as before immortal goo was known, I received many compliments. After that, I received a cordial invitation from Shark Demon, who invited me to the East Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's base alone? He politely declined. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me at Haishur Blessed Land. During the feast, I learned of an important piece of news. Next, Feng Yuan used man as before immortal goo to revive Guyue Fengzheng, deceiving the Crane Gate. Original text. The truth was that after he Fengyang killed Fengzheng, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was summoned here by Feng Yuan, used man as before immortal goo and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fengzheng. He Fengyang did not doubt him, but he had his limitations. He did not know that there was an immortal goo like man as before in this world. In his opinion, Fengzheng's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of him. Fengzheng was truly dead. It had to be said that man as before immortal goo was powerful, but at the same time it had many flaws. The original text had already recorded, immortal killer move, flesh blood flame. This flame used flesh and blood as its fuel, burning continuously. As long as the flesh and blood were not extinguished, the flame would not stop. Without a method to counter it, there was no way to extinguish it. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more fiercely the blood flame would burn. When Feng Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he fell into the trap of the flesh-blood flame. However, Feng Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal goo. Man as before. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood flame completely vanished, and Feng Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body. When I transform into other life forms, I cannot directly use man as before. This is very inconvenient. Moreover, man as before has a huge limitation. Fortunately, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. He Lulan knew that Feng Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Feng Yuan would not be able to escape from it. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his current state, then he had to cancel the transformation. During this period he might be hesitant, but finally he would activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes and thought, if it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood flame. Feng Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, but He Lulan also did not know that Feng Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Feng Yuan to sense something wrong with his body 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. From these 2 scenarios, we can see, man as before immortal goo was only effective on the human body. Man as before immortal goo could only restore the previous moment. Thus, even if Feng Yuan personally healed himself, he could not grasp the correct timing in an intense battle. Man as before was very difficult to control. Thus, Feng Yuan used 3 breaths future vision to complement man as before immortal goo. Man as before immortal goo's limitation was not just this. Original text. My defense is still too weak. Feng Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal goo. Using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, man as before could only restore the previous moment. Feng Yuan was hit by a wind flower petal in the air and was injured. At that time, he could not use man as before immortal goo. Using the immortal goo's aura would expose his identity. From this, it could be seen that using man as before immortal goo alone would expend a lot of immortal essence. And once used, the aura could not be concealed. Let us take a look at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. When Feng Yuan and the rest were trapped, man as before's performance. Original text. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon her expression calmed down. Man as before immortal goo. Feng Yuan continuously activated this time path immortal goo to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before. He Lulan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before Immortal Gu was still alive, and she was even on the same side as Feng Yuan again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yinxing had already died. He was personally killed by Feng Yuan. The drill stopped. Feng Yuan used Man as before on himself. His injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for his failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although Man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Feng Yuan's. It could be seen that Man as before Immortal Gu was extremely effective on Feng Yuan, but not on other Gu immortals. Why was it like this? The smart ones had already thought of it. Indeed, Dao marks of different paths would restrain each other. But Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks. In fact, every path had their own healing Gu worms. For example, Vitality Leaf appeared a long time ago. It was a wood path healing Gu worm. 4-star path, there was Savior Gu. It was extremely effective in healing star path Gu immortals. 4 water path, there was Spring Rain Gu. It had once healed Feng Yuan. 4 wind path, there was Clear Wind Gu. It could heal and also calm people's hearts. For light path, there was Green Shine Gu. It was best at healing heat poison. As a mortal, these Gu worms had outstanding healing effects. But at Gu immortal level, because Gu immortals had abundant Dao marks, the corresponding healing Gu worms of every path had good effects. Thus, rank 6 Man as before Immortal Gu had the best effect in healing time path rank 6 Gu immortals. Next were rank 6 Gu immortals of other paths. For rank 7 Gu immortals, Man as before Immortal Gu's effect was very weak, it might even fail. Then the question was, why did Tai Bai Yinxing use rank 6 Man as before Immortal Gu to save Fairy Li Shan? Let's look at the original text. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. The moment the 2 arrows fused, He Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using Dark Prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly used several mortal killer moves. Together with the dark arrows, he broke Fairy Li Shan's defenses. But at the next moment, a ray of light shone. Fairy Li Shan returned to the previous moment. There were no injuries on her body. Even her head was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. That was close, I almost didn't make it in time. He Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger surged. Even though Fairy Li Shan suffered a fatal blow, her injuries were very small. Dark Arrow Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Fairy Li Shan had used 3 mortal killer moves to block it. He Cheng's 3rd Dark Arrow, with the coordination of He Cheng's mortal killer moves, broke Fairy Li Shan's defense and pierced her head. It could be seen that the power of the Dark Arrow was already at its limit after breaking through her defenses. Even though He Cheng was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he had been injured long ago, his battle strength had fallen greatly. This wound was on Fairy Li Shan's head. It was the fatal wound. If it had landed on other parts, like shoulders or thighs, a small hole would not be a big deal. But at this time, Tai Bai Yunxing used Man as before and succeeded by a fluke. This showed that Man as before Immortal Gu was also effective on rank 7 Gu immortals, but it depended on the injuries. How many Dao marks of other paths were there in the wound? For example, if Fairy Li Shan's entire upper body was destroyed, or if there were dense dark path Dao marks left in the wound, the result would be uncertain. Looking at another part of the text, Bo Qing lightly waved his hand, sword light flashed, Fairy Li Shan's head flew out, blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing activated Man as before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal. Touching her neck, her eyes were filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back, smiling arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6 time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide. The sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant! He Lulong cried out in pain. Her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Bo Qing's sword path Dao marks were too dense. Even though he temporarily returned to normal, the remnant sword path Dao marks still erupted and killed Fairy Li Shan. Looking at the most recent text, Xia Cha waved her hand in front of her. Feng Yuan grunted. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The formation core he was at collapsed, revealing his body. He had been controlling the formation the most. He had also used 3 great thief ghost hands. as well as enslaving the immemorial Year Beasts and the Year Beast army. He had no time to maintain reverse flow protection seal. Xia Cha waved her hand to the left. Bai Ningbing felt a great calamity approaching. She quickly activated the killer move by Xiang, but was smashed into pieces at the next moment. Xia Cha waved her hand to the right. Lady White Rabbit could not dodge in time. The formation core was destroyed. Her body also exploded into a pile of flesh and bones. She was dead. Xia Cha was the first supreme elder of a superforce Xia clan. Xia Cha was a rank 8 immortal killer move. After turning Lady White Rabbit into pieces, dense time path Dao marks with offensive power were left behind. These Dao marks severely hindered the healing effect of man, as before Immortal Gu. There was no way to revive her. Feng Yuan was well aware of this, so he did not use it. Man as before Immortal Gu was not omnipotent, especially at rank 6. It had a huge limitation. It could barely heal a rank 7 Gu immortal. Against a rank 8 killer move, there was nothing it could do. But there was an exception, that was Feng Yuan. Because Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks did not conflict, so it was very convenient to use. Original text. It's over. At this moment, the enemy's expression relaxed a little. Man as before. Feng Yuan burst out, first using Man as before Immortal Gu to heal his fatal injuries. Next, he used Dark Assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding Man as before all this time, because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps could be heard, but the Gu immortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment, Feng Yuan was surprised to see. The enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood. It was completely made of gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered and gathered again. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal shook his newly formed head, laughing loudly. Not bad. It can actually explode my head. Humph. Human Gu immortals are so crafty. If this was any other time, I would be dead already. Unfortunately, this is the immortal battlefield of the gray cloud battle puppet. Original text. Man as before. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's injuries were completely healed. The green giant seemed to be very confident in this move. Seeing that Feng Yuan was unharmed, it became furious, and even more furious, it chased after Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan flew away madly. He checked the direction and rushed towards Great Immortal Wang. Great Immortal Wang attracted Feng Yuan in Green City Rampage. It barked in fright. Its forelegs spun like a windmill as it ran with all its might. Original text swoosh. This time, a small mound appeared on the river surface near his feet. The mound crumbled. The river water drenched Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression turned pale. His body shook. This time, not only his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man as before. At the next moment, Feng Yuan recovered completely. Find the reason for the failure. There seems to be a small problem at the final juncture. Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Original text. Gu worms were activated one after another. Feng Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Guh. Suddenly, his body shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed. The backlash injured Feng Yuan. A large number of mortal Gu were destroyed. His mental energy was also expended. Man as before. In an instant, Feng Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate the killer move 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th time, Feng Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry, showing an expression of submission. There were many cases that could not be mentioned. When Feng Yuan failed in his test of the killer move, he used man as before. When undergoing tribulation, he used man as before. When fighting against a strong enemy, he used man as before. When refining Gu, he used man as before. For him, man as before was too convenient. But there were exceptions. Original text. Oh no! 6th hair's expression changed. At the same time, the ring exploded. Boom. With a loud sound. The intense explosion was suppressed by the entire Gu refinement hall before it could affect the surroundings. But Feng Yuan, who was at the center, bore the full might of the explosion. Guh. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Heavy injuries. Immortal goo man as before. Fang Yuan immediately activated this immortal goo. The method that had always worked well showed its effect. Fang Yuan's heavy injuries turned into light injuries, but his injuries had not healed completely. Fang Yuan was injured while refining rank 7 heavenly secret. He used rank 6 man as before. Although it showed some effect, man as before's time path effect could not completely erase his injuries. The severity of Fang Yuan's injuries could be seen clearly. Heavenly secret immortal goo's refinement failed. The injuries were too severe. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, he could not heal completely after using man as before goo. There were still injuries and Dao marks with killing effects. In summary, man as before immortal goo was a top-tier immortal goo for rank 6 time path goo immortals, but for other paths it depended on the injuries. It had several limitations. 1. It was only effective on the human body. 2. It was difficult to control in an instant. 3. The expenditure of immortal essence was high. This depended on the injuries. 4. When using it, the aura would leak, exposing the goo immortal. I thank everyone for their questions, suggestions, criticisms, and corrections. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a message for me. I will work hard to make the Goo Master world reasonable and balanced. For example, I fixed the bug regarding the number of tribulation Dao marks obtained in the original text. There are several ways to leave a message for me. 1. The most important way, Chidian's book review section. I look at it once every 2 days. The frequency is the highest. 2. Weibo's official accounts comment section. There are editors stationed there. They will report to me in time. 3. Weibo's letter group, Penguin Group. Or add me on WeChat, Guzhenren 1987. 4. Baidu Tieba. Venerable Gu. I occasionally peek at it. 5. Personal Weibo. Author, Venerable Gu, Sina Weibo. This is the only account. 6. Use Dream Speech Gu to transmit messages to me when I am dreaming. I usually sleep from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Chapter 1619. The general outline of the truth had already appeared in the minds of the southern border immortals. Among these year beasts, there are likely to be immemorial year beasts, and there are many of them. Using these year beasts, Fang Yuan has a high chance of fighting against our pursuers. Moreover, this demon Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect and has countless true inheritances. It is within his ability to create a time path formation to trap our people. Chi Chuyu said this and frowned. But there is one thing I don't understand. It is normal for an immortal aperture to be hidden so well that Gu immortals cannot sense it. But a time path formation can be hidden so well? Be it Xia Cha or Lu Weiyin, they did not sense it? A time path formation was not phantom path, space path, or theft path. It was not proficient in concealment and concealment. Xia Cha and the rest were trapped in the formation and fought against the immemorial year beasts. It was understandable that they were captured because of the dream realm. But the most abnormal thing was at the start. They did not discover it and fell into Fang Yuan's ambush. This made Chi Chuyu, a formation path great grandmaster, feel puzzled. Of course, it was not that a time path formation could not conceal itself. It was just that it was not easy to do so, much more difficult than space path, theft path, phantom path, and others. In Chi Chuyu's knowledge, he had never heard of such a time path immortal formation that could conceal itself from the detection of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. The dream realm has dissipated. Wait, there is a person inside. Someone shouted in shock. Right at this time, a change in the dream realm interrupted the southern border immortals' thoughts. This small dream realm was left in the battlefield. There was a person hiding inside? Soon, this person's appearance was revealed. It was Lu Weiyin. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, his eyes were shut. He was like a stone statue in deep sleep, not moving at all. But after the dream realm dissipated, he quickly opened his eyes and woke up. Lu Weiyin's expression changed when he saw Wu Yong and the rest. He looked around and shouted, "Oh no! Lord Lu Weiyin, please explain in detail what happened to you." That's right. Were our clan's Gu immortals captured by Fang Yuan and captured by this demon? Wait a minute, we still can't confirm his identity. The southern border immortals spoke one after another. The scene became noisy. Let's verify our identities first. Fang Yuan has the killer move familiar face. He also has a method to quickly escape from dreams. Wu Yong said. On the other side, Qi Chuyu remained silent as he moved slowly, sandwiching Lu Weiyin between him and Wu Yong. Lu Weiyin was slightly startled before nodding. Of course. The Southern Border Immortals naturally had their own unique verification methods. Furthermore, in order to ensure safety, there was more than one method. It was very complicated. After a while, the expressions of Wu Yong and the others eased a little. Lu Weiyin proved his identity. It was indeed him. He was not Fang Yuan in disguise. Immediately after, Lu Weiyin informed the Southern Border Immortals of the battle situation he encountered. After the Southern Border Gu Immortals learned of it, their expressions turned ashen as they fell into a deathly silence again. Lu Weiyin shook his head and sighed. I am ashamed I have no offensive methods. I could only watch as this happened. If not for my unique method to defend myself in dream realms, I might have already fallen into Fang Yuan's hands. Don't say anything, let's go back first. Wu Yong took a deep look at Lu Weiyin before waving his sleeves and walking into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. A long time after the Southern Border Gu Immortals left, a mystical light shone down, turning into celestial quartz Gu Immortal Jun Shenguang. Jun Shenguang inspected the battlefield ruins and after a while, he frowned and muttered to himself. This time path formation is extraordinary. Looking at the Dao marks, it should not contain any void path, space path, or theft path. It is not a compound immortal formation, but a pure time path immortal formation. It can actually conceal itself from Xiacha and Lu Weiyin. The foundation of a rank 8 Gu immortal was quite deep. Xiacha was the first supreme elder of a superforce, Xia clan. She had many methods. And Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. Paradise Earth was one of the immortal venerables. The two of them actually did not detect this formation and fell into an ambush with a group of Southern Border Gu immortals. Jun Shenguang inspected a few more times, and after confirming there were no other clues, he turned into a mystical light and disappeared. Sovereign Blessed Land. A large formation emitted a silver-white radiance. It was like a castle that was floating in mini-green heaven. Fang Yuan's time path clone and the Shadow Sect immortals were surrounding this immortal formation, paying attention to the prisoners inside. Most of these prisoners were the Southern Border Immortals that Fang Yuan had set up this ambush and captured. Shang Huzhang, Taichu Zhong Yongku, and the others were all experts with strength, rank 7 experts, but they were all locked up with their eyes shut, trapped in dream realms. And the strongest among them, the rank 8 time path Gu Immortal Xia Cha, was heavily taken care of by Fang Yuan. The surrounding dream realms were rumbling and extremely dense. Pure wills would be worn down in dream realms, but once they left, they would recover immediately. But souls were different. Even if they left the dream realm, they would still be trapped in the dream for a certain period of time, unable to get out, as if they were hit by the killer move lead soul into dream. Because of this crucial point, Fang Yuan could teleport these Southern Border Gu immortals into his sovereign immortal aperture. Currently, immortal killer moves were ineffective against dream realms. Immortal Gu houses like Bay Pavilion and Heaven Overseeing Tower would automatically disintegrate once they entered dream realms. Dream realms were a desperate situation for Gu immortals. But Fang Yuan had an extraordinary method. That was the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan had the immortal killer move pure dream reality seeker transformation, turning the dream realms in the sovereign immortal aperture into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Then using this dream path clone to enter the dream realms and drag the Southern Border Gu immortals out, imprisoning them in the sovereign immortal aperture. Next, he turned all the dream realms in the battlefield into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, successfully retrieving them. In the end, he hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. After making sure that not a single clue was left behind, he immediately retreated. Thus, when Jun Shenguang and the Southern Border Immortals arrived, they saw this scene. The time path clone frowned. Even though I used dream realms to imprison these Gu immortals, the risk is still huge. If one of them wakes up and wreaks havoc in my sovereign immortal aperture, it would be terrible. The immortal aperture was an important resource ground for Gu immortals. It was the foundation of their cultivation. Feng Yuan imprisoned these Gu immortal experts. There was a huge potential danger. One move to dominate the world. Currently, most Gu immortals have no way to deal with dream realms. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would suffer a calamity. But just in case, I need to hurry up and steal the Gu worms and resources in these Gu immortals' immortal apertures. Then I will use soul path methods to separate their souls from their bodies. That would be safe. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan thought of Lu Weiyin. Even though this person was trapped in a dream realm, when the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies tried to drag him out, they actually lost their way in the dream realm and could not get close. To be able to work in a dream realm, this was clearly a dream path method. Thinking back to the past, Feng Yuan fell for Lu Weiyin's ambush and experienced 3 lifetimes. That was also a dream path method. Lu Weiyin was not only Paradise Earth's inheritor, he was also advancing with the times. He had at least 2 dream path methods. He was on par with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan only had Unravel Dream, Lead Soul into Dream, and Swap Soul within Dream. Precisely so, Feng Yuan gave up on capturing Lu Weiyin. Even if he could bring him away, Feng Yuan did not dare to take the risk. Who knew if he had other dream path methods? If he woke up in the sovereign immortal aperture, it would be like sending a god away. It would be a huge disaster. To think that there would be a day when these high and mighty Gu immortals would become our prisoners. Fairy Miao Yin sighed. Even though she was one of the famous fairies of Southern Border, she was a lone cultivator. She had suffered a lot from Southern Border's righteous path. Towards these famous experts of Southern Border's righteous path, she had deep resentment towards them. It is a pity that Sister White Rabbit is gone. Sigh. Fairy Miao Yin had a sorrowful expression. Her true emotions were revealed. After she joined Shadow Sect, she was the closest to Lady White Rabbit, because Fairy Miao Yin liked the latter's innocence. Lady White Rabbit inherited Black Tigress' true inheritance. When her life was in danger, she would turn into Black Tigress. Her cultivation level would rise to rank 7. Unfortunately, she was facing Xia Cha's immortal killer move Summer Fan. She could not react in time and was hit by a fatal blow. Feng Yuan was helpless. Man as before was only a rank 6 immortal Gu. Against such injuries, there was no hope of success. Even Feng Yuan's main body was heavily injured. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, had no injuries. She was safe and sound. At the crucial moment, she turned into Bai Xiang. Even though she was smashed into pieces, she only needed a little bit of Bai Xiang to recover. This move had once been famous in Southern Border. It was known as the White Terror that enveloped the whole Gu immortal world. The mystical part was that it could discard the harmful Dao marks and most of the body, then use a small fragment to recover. But Bai Ningbing's expression was not good. She looked at the deities of Southern Border who were trapped in the dream realm, thinking, even if I use Bai Xiang, if I fall into the dream realm, I will suffer without any resistance. Strange, Feng Yuan did not use such a method against me. He already has a method to get rid of the alliance agreement. If I were him, Bai Ningbing felt great pressure. After all, she was not a member of Shadow Sect. She was inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was like she was in someone else's headquarters. The stronger Feng Yuan's strength and methods were, the greater the pressure Bai Ningbing felt. Alright, Ing Wuxia, stay here. I have lent you all my Gu worms. For the next few days, you will be in charge of guarding this place. If anything happens, use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to use lead soul into dream to make the Southern Border Gu immortals sleep again. Formation Spirit. Guard this place well. Once the dream realm moves and endangers the formation, report it immediately. Feng Yuan's time path clone gave 2 orders. Yes, sect leader. Understood, master. Chapter 1620. Several days later in the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan's time path clone arrived in front of the immortal formation in mini green heaven again. Be careful, I am about to start. The time path clone had a solemn expression. The formation spirit showed itself and nodded. There was a Gu immortal standing beside it. It was Ing Wuxia. He had a nervous expression as well. A pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream realm. After a while, he grabbed Xia Cha's leg and dragged her out. The entire process was done very carefully. Xia Cha was still in deep sleep. She did not feel anything or react. Even so, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body clone only dared to drag half of this rank 8 Gu immortal's body out. Xiacha's upper body was still in the dream realm, but her lower body was exposed outside the dream realm. The most crucial immortal aperture was in her abdomen, so this was enough. Next, it was Fang Yuan's turn to make a move. After a while, he activated Immortal Killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand. Great Thief Ghost Hand was eerie and heavy. It flew towards Xiacha's immortal aperture. But before it touched, traces of Dao Mark light appeared on Xiacha's body. This was a passive time path defensive method. Even if Xiacha was in deep sleep, it could still be activated. Normally, this defensive method would not work in the dream realm. But Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand was also useless in the dream realm. Only by dragging it out and using it outside the dream realm could Fang Yuan steal Xiacha's immortal Gu. Seeing that Great Thief Ghost Hand was blocked, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Over the last few days, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had targeted Xiacha. This time path defensive move was very troublesome. But Fang Yuan had already used his time path attainment level and the light of wisdom to deduce a solution. Thus, another killer move was activated by Fang Yuan. The killer move's effect was very clear. The Dao Mark light on Xiacha's body dimmed. Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the immortal aperture and vanished. Thankfully, Xiacha's defensive method is not as good as those people from Celestial Court. It was probably set up at the last minute to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Therefore, I was able to break this move in such a short period of time. This time path defense was not rank 8, it was only rank 7. Fang Yuan used his time path Immortal Gu and Mini Mortal Gu to form a killer move to resolve it. In setting up the time path formation to ambush the southern border pursuers, although the important time path Immortal Gu were not destroyed, most of the Mortal Gu and several rank 6 time path Immortal Gu were destroyed. This is bad for my plan to head to the River of Time. Next, let's see what we can harvest from Xiacha. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Not long after, his expression suddenly changed, and the Great Thief Ghost Hand flew out shakily. Its 5 fingers were originally open, but now it was clenched into a fist. There seemed to be something inside, constantly struggling, wanting to break out. Seeing such a scene, Fang Yuan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. Ing Wuxia, who was at the side, more or less understood the Great Thief Ghost Hand. At this moment he blurted out in joy. Good fellow. He stole a rank 8 Immortal Gu on his first try. At this time the formation spirit said, Master, not good. Xiacha's soul seems to be fluctuating. Fang Yuan's time path clone's expression turned solemn. He quickly manipulated the pure dream reality seeker physique body and stuffed Xiacha into the dream realm again. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stayed beside Xiacha and observed her for a while. Seeing that Xiacha had stabilized and fell into deep sleep again, he left. Ordinary Gu immortals would also become unstable when half of their body was in the dream realm. They would show signs of leaving the dream realm, but the duration would be much longer. Xiacha seemed to be cultivating time path. Her time was greatly reduced, it was pitifully short. Fang Yuan had sensed this the first time he teleported her into the sovereign immortal aperture. At that time, the Shadow Sect immortals broke out in cold sweat from the fright. After resolving Xiacha's problem, Fang Yuan and the rest had the time to inspect the immortal Gu that Great Thief Ghost Hand stole, to see what it looked like. This immortal Gu struggled intensely, but Great Thief Ghost Hand used the power of the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment to steal Soul Beast token. So stealing a rank 8 Immortal Gu was completely within the scope of its ability. Adding on Fang Yuan's abundant methods, refining it was a sure thing, there would be no accidents. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan successfully refined this Gu for his own use. This Gu worm was a milky white silkworm. It was the size of an adult's index finger. When held in his hand, it was only the weight of an egg. The silkworm's body was pink and soft. It was like touching a baby's face. On the silkworm's head, there was a small green leaf that looked like mulberry leaves. Interestingly, when the silkworm curled up, the mulberry leaves also wrapped around its body. The Gu worm's dense aura showed its extraordinary identity at all times. Rank 8 time path Immortal Gu. But as for what Immortal Gu it was, Fang Yuan could not be sure. He could only guess. This is likely the rank 8 time path Immortal Gu spring. If spring goo was used alone, it would cause an area to enter spring. Ice and snow would melt, warm winds would blow, and new shoots would grow. Goo masters nurtured, used, refined, and used goo. Their knowledge was broad and profound. After obtaining an unfamiliar immortal goo, one needed to probe and deduce its power and effect. There were often unfathomable dangers in this aspect. Even though Feng Yuan refined this immortal goo, he was not in a hurry to verify his guess, because he had a more reliable way to obtain an accurate answer. This answer fell on Xia Cha. As long as he searched her soul, not only would Feng Yuan know this immortal goo's identity and usage, Feng Yuan would even know the spring scissors killer move that Xia Cha had used. Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to search her soul. Xia Cha's soul was protected by her body. It was not easy to search her soul with rank 8 cultivation level. Feng Yuan's plan was meticulous. He wanted to extract Xia Cha's soul first and separate her body from her soul, before targeting her soul. But it was troublesome to extract Xia Cha's soul. Feng Yuan needed to prepare for some time. And before that, Feng Yuan's first step was to steal as many goo worms as possible from Xia Cha's immortal aperture. According to the previous method, Feng Yuan next targeted Xia Cha. The second time, Great Thief Ghost Hand, he only stole one rank 5 mortal goo. It was a stark contrast to the huge success of the first time. It seems that the effect of the unfavorable year has disappeared. My luck and Xia Cha's luck have shrunk by a lot. Feng Yuan realized. For a rank 8 goo immortal to have such an achievement, it meant that they had good luck, or they had methods to increase their luck. Feng Yuan used the incomplete luck path True Inheritance to have luck that surpassed ordinary rank 8s. But for people like Feng Jioga, this level of luck was not much of a threat. As for Feng Kim Hong, it was even less of a threat. After Feng Yuan learned of the reason, he continued to use the killer move Unfavorable Year on Xia Cha, using Great Thief Ghost Hand frequently to steal her immortal goo. More than 10 days passed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time. Feng Yuan obtained a large number of mortal goo, as well as Xia Cha's 4 immortal goo. These 4 immortal goo formed a set. They were spring goo, summer goo, autumn goo, and winter goo. Spring goo was like a white silkworm. It had green mulberry leaves on its head. Summer goo was like a black mosquito. It was the size of a palm, but it had 3 pairs of thin wings on its back, flickering with colorful lights as it flew. Autumn goo was like a dark red cricket carved out of precious antique wood. Its chirping was extremely loud. Winter goo was a gray-white cocoon. It emitted waves of frost energy. Among them, spring goo and summer goo were rank 8, while autumn goo and winter goo were slightly weaker. They were only rank 7. After Feng Yuan stole these 4 immortal goo, he used Great Thief Ghost Hand repeatedly, but could only steal mortal goo. Thus, he deduced that Xia Cha only had these 4 immortal goo. This was similar to Hei Fan's situation. Hei Fan also had few immortal goo back then. Feng Yuan only obtained rank 8 years flow like water, rank 7 year goo, and after goo. If the two were to be compared, they should be evenly matched. Even though Xia Cha had 2 rank 8 immortal goo, Hei Fan's years flow like water brought huge profits. With it, he would be the #1 giant in the world in the year goo business. He obtained 4 more immortal goo at once, and they were all time path, 2 rank 8 and 2 rank 7. They were all very high level. They greatly filled up the huge gap that Feng Yuan needed in this aspect. But as for how to use them, he had to soul search Xia Cha. When Feng Yuan obtained these immortal goo, the pressure in his heart dissipated by a lot. Without the immortal goo, even if Xia Cha woke up unexpectedly, she would be like a tiger without claws. Her strength would fall greatly. Taking out the immortal goo of these goo immortals was the most important task. Next was taking out their souls and separating their souls from their bodies. After all, the control of the body, other than the soul, wills could also be used. By leaving a few wills in the immortal aperture, they could temporarily replace the soul and control the body. Finally, Feng Yuan prepared to attack their immortal apertures. But now, Feng Yuan's task of stealing immortal goo had to be delayed. He did not have enough immortal essence. Earlier, he had already shown signs of exhaustion. Recently, he set up an immortal formation. After an intense battle, he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture and set up an immortal formation again. Using killer moves like Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation and Great Thief Ghost Hand, Feng Yuan's immortal essence reserves were already dangerously low. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the Yeargu business was very poor. Even though Feng Yuan had the dragonfish business, it could not sustain Feng Yuan's huge expenditure. Not to mention, Danghun Mountain was still recovering. But all of this was still under Feng Yuan's control. He smiled coldly. It is time to make those southern border forces bleed. The following process was definitely going to be pleasurable. Not just extorting immortal yuan stones, Feng Yuan was also going to extort a large amount of resources to feed his newly obtained immortal goo. Without cultivation resources, how could he rise? Rise my ass. Chapter 1621. Southern Border. Yanshou Mountain. Xia Clan's headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land. In the Blessed Land, there were countless mortal goo houses, forming a chain of palaces. It was a grand sight. In the central hall of these palaces, Xia Fei Kuai was in a hurry. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal who cultivated Light Path. His battle strength was slightly weaker than Wu Clan's Wu Yu Bo, but he was not ordinary. But because he cultivated a certain immortal killer move, he was irritable. Feng Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and had once fought with him, setting up a 5-year agreement. Now that Feng Yuan's identity was exposed and he had rank 8 battle strength, Xia Fei Kuai naturally threw this 5-year agreement to the back of his mind. Where did this news come from? Xia Fei Kuai asked as he walked. Beside him was a Featherman maid. She had rank 5 Gu master cultivation level. Xia Clan raised large numbers of Featherman slaves. In this headquarters, Jianwen Blessed Land, Feathermen were the most numerous. This Featherman maid had an extraordinary status. She was one of the managers of this palace. She knew a lot of information. Even though Xia Fei Kuai knew that he would know everything after entering Central Great Hall, he could not wait any longer. He asked this Featherman maid first. The Featherman maid quickly answered. It came from Jewel Yellow Skies half a day ago. That demon Feng Yuan came looking for me. He sent an information path goo worm to my purple spirit light stall in Jewel Yellow Skies. The goo worm contained the extortion letter. Purple spirit light was a rank 7 immortal material. It was not plucked from White Heaven. It came from ores deep underground. This was Xia Clan's main source of income. Xia Clan controlled the largest purple spirit stone mine in the 5 regions. Thus they were the leader of this business. Even though any Gu immortal could change their identity when transacting in Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not afraid of being discovered. But in a situation like Xia Clan, they had to maintain their identity and build their reputation. That was the most profitable thing to do. Thus, Xia Clan's stall had a clear identity. Feng Yuan was able to find it easily. He is truly daring. He actually dares to extort my great Xia Clan. Xia Fei Kuai was furious. The Featherman maid did not dare to say anything. She obediently accompanied him to the palace entrance before stopping. She did not have the right to follow them in. The door of the palace had long been opened, and the main seat was empty. Usually it was Xia Cha who sat there, or it was her will. On the first seat on the left was the Xia Clan's second supreme elder, Xia Zhao. He had a sturdy figure and a calm temperament. He specialized in Earth Path and was currently the backbone of Xia family. Opposite Xia Zhao, in the first seat on the right, sat the Xia Clan's third supreme elder, Xia Qinyuan. He was also an Earth Path Gu immortal. Other than them, at the other seats, Xia Lu Pei, Xia Qingsong, Xia Zhuemo, Xia Fan, and other Gu immortals had either arrived with their main bodies or substituted wills. Only Xia Fei Kuai himself was missing. There's no need for formalities. Hurry up and sit, Xia Zhao said in a low voice. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his temper, nodded, and silently took his seat. An information path mortal Gu came from the left and landed in Xia Fei Kuai's hands. Xia Zhao glanced around and said, "Since everyone is here, let's discuss." Xia Fei Kuai split out a trace of his divine sense and entered the Gu worm to inspect it. This information path mortal Gu was the extortion letter left behind by Feng Yuan. The content of the extortion letter was only a few sentences. It was concise and comprehensive. But at the back, there was a video recording of the scene of Xia Cha being trapped in the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Fei Kuai looked through it once. His heart was burning with anger. He was so angry that he almost crushed this information path mortal Gu. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel, you have committed heinous crimes. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a ruthless expression. Xia clan's other Gu immortals did not say anything. Their expressions were dark and unsightly. They remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. Other than anger, these people were also in a daze of disbelief. The Great Xia clan, a superforce, was actually extorted by a demonic path Gu immortal one day. The most shocking thing was Xia Cha, the great first supreme elder, the person in charge of Xia clan, a rank 8 existence. Not only did she fail to capture Fang Yuan, she was even captured alive. Yes, Fang Yuan had outstanding battle strength, he could match rank 8s. Xia clan's Gu immortals had also seen the video of him beating up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But so what? Defeating a rank 8 Gu immortal and capturing a rank 8 were two completely different concepts. The difference in difficulty was like heaven and earth. Xia clan's immortals had never thought that the outcome would be like this. Honestly speaking, even now, most of them were still in a daze. They felt like they were dreaming. This was too unimaginable. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. A rank 7 Gu immortal captured a rank 8, and more than 10 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. These rank 7 Gu immortals were the signature battle strength of their respective clans. Each of them had their own methods. Without rank 8s, they were important factors that could influence the whole of Southern Border. They could dominate a region and suppress the situation. Southern Border's righteous path was very determined to capture Fang Yuan. They created such a powerful group. But now, these people were captured by Fang Yuan. Compared to the other clans, Xia clan's situation was the most difficult. Because they did not lose a rank 7 Gu immortal, they lost the only rank 8 in their clan. This was no longer a matter of losing prestige. It directly shook the entire foundation of Xia clan. In this world where strength ruled, one person's safety was related to the entire situation. Xia Cha had an irreplaceable and important role to the entire Xia clan. I did not gather all of you here to watch helplessly. Our clan is facing a crucial period. Our situation is very dangerous. At this moment, we need everyone to work together to overcome this crisis. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Xia Zhao spoke again. When this happened, all of Xia clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Xia Zhao was no exception. To speak the truth, these last days as the second supreme elder, he was under the greatest pressure. His heart was filled with darkness. However, when the extortion letter arrived, he relaxed a little. You have all seen that mortal Gu. Fang Yuan wants us to take out 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stone. If you have any thoughts, tell us, Xia Zhao said. After a while of silence, Xia clan's third supreme elder purposely coughed. 1,000,000 immortal Yuan stone is not a small number, but it is not a large number. Our Xia clan can still afford it. But what I am most concerned about is that this letter only states a request. It does not have any intention of handing over Lady Xia Cha. The immortals nodded slightly at these words. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows in annoyance, asking, "Should we inform the other clans? We are being extorted, but I'm afraid they are also in the same situation." Xia Lu Pei sneered, glancing at Xia Fei Kuai without saying anything. Xia Fei Kuai glared at him in anger. "What do you want to say? Just say it." Xia Lu Pei was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He cultivated wisdom path, and his wisdom path attainment was very high. He was one of the top deduction experts in Southern Border. He sneered. "How can we rely on those outsiders? Right now they want us to lose our first supreme elder. Since you know that Demon Fang Yuan is not extorting our clan, have you heard the reactions of the other clans? Have you seen the other clans trying to contact us?" Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. Xia clan suddenly lost their rank 8 pillar. The territory and resources they occupied immediately became much larger. This situation was much more dangerous than Wu clan. Thinking about Wu clan back then, they still had a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu Yong, but because of shadow sex interference, they fell into a predicament and were besieged on all sides, almost unable to turn the situation around. Southern Border was full of sex. The righteous path forces were all scheming and plotting against each other. There were many contradictions. Wu clan had been the #1 force for a long time, but they did not have the ability to lead the overall situation. Thus, to Xia clan they could not lose Xia Cha. When Fang Yuan's will came to the purple spiritual light stall again, He received 1,000,000 immortal yuan stones from Xia clan. We need to have a good talk. Xia Zhao personally received Feng Yuan, his divine sense constantly moving. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He did not refuse. We can talk. But I am very busy now. If you have anything to say, use an information path Gu worm to send it to this stall. Please wait, listen to me. Xia Zhao wanted to make Feng Yuan stay, but Feng Yuan's will turned around and left. Xia Zhao was furious but also helpless. Chapter 1622. It was obvious what Feng Yuan was busy with. After capturing the southern border immortals, Feng Yuan had already firmly grasped the initiative. He had a huge advantage. With such a priceless hostage in hand, extortion and blackmail could be said to be unbridled and unscrupulous. But Feng Yuan was vigilant. He did not act wantonly. His first wave of extortion targets were only 3 clans. Xia clan was undoubtedly the first. Firstly, First Supreme Elder Xia Cha was Xia clan's only rank 8 Gu immortal. She was the root of Xia clan. She was too important. Xia clan could not afford to lose her. Once they lost her, the entire clan's force would shrink by 70 to 80%. And Yi clan was second. Because the Yi clan Gu immortal Feng Yuan captured this time was Yi Yang. This Gu immortal was the strongest among Yi clan's rank 7 experts. He cultivated space path and was favored by everyone. He had rank 8 aptitude. More importantly, he was the direct descendant of Yi clan's first Supreme Elder. He was the successor that the first Supreme Elder had specially nurtured. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, southern border's internal strife was endless. Yi Yang was framed and fell into Shang clan's hands. Yi clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate to pay a huge price to redeem Yi Yang from Shang clan. Thus, Feng Yuan was looking forward to Yi clan's ransom. Finally, the third was Qi clan. The Qi clan Gu immortal in Feng Yuan's hands was the clan's second Supreme Elder. He had a high status and authority. Moreover, Qi Chuyu had transacted with Feng Yuan before and obtained Dream Path research results. With such a precedent, it was natural for Qi clan to compromise. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of people's hearts. He first chose to extort from Wu clan, which he hated the most, and also Tai clan, which hated the demonic path the most. As long as these 3 clans gave in, it would be much easier for Feng Yuan to extort other southern border righteous path forces. After all, with such a precedent, the righteous path would not be so ambitious. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini green heaven, immortal formation. Immortal killer move great thief ghost hand. The ghost hand entered Yi Yang's immortal aperture, and returned with a rank 7 immortal Gu in its hand. Ying Wuxia and the array spirit watched quietly from the side. Their expressions numb. They were already used to it. Because in this period of time, Feng Yuan had plundered a huge number of immortal Gu. Furthermore, he had stolen Xia Cha's 2 rank 8 time path immortal Gu, spring and summer. With such a shock, what happened next seemed lukewarm. To refine these immortal Gu, Feng Yuan specially created another immortal formation. This immortal formation used the Wisdom Refinement Gu formation as the foundation, adding in many Wisdom Path Immortal Gu to create a modified version. Wisdom Refinement Gu formation. Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to assist woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal Gu. If there was someone else's will, the effect would be even better. Feng Yuan had used Mo Yao's fake will to help him refine the immortal Gu he obtained from Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Among them was the crucial change soul immortal Gu from the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Now Feng Yuan had lost the heart of a woman, and was still using the light of wisdom as the core. The brand new Wisdom Refinement Immortal Array was even more powerful. Especially when Wisdom Gu was rank 9, it could easily suppress these rank 7 immortal Gu. Adding on Feng Yuan's formation path attainment level and wisdom path methods, he had made great progress. The Wisdom Refinement Gu formation's effect was outstanding. It had great results. A moment later, Feng Yuan refined the newly stolen Immortal Gu. This was a space path Immortal Gu. It looked like a blue jade ball with a pair of snow-white wings. Feng Yuan recognized this Gu. It was called space travel. It had the effect of moving around. Shadow Sect's true inheritance had related information. For example, this Gu was first captured from an ancient desolate beast-level Pegasus. Feng Yuan stored this space travel goo. He was not proficient in spacepath, his attainment level was ordinary, and he did not have many spacepath Dao marks. But Feng Yuan had too many true inheritances. He had a vast number of immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes. He did not lack methods to use immortal goo. By now, he had already taken out the immortal goo of most of the southern border goo immortals. As for the lack of immortal essence, it had already been resolved. The 1 million immortal yuan stones that Xia clan had sent earlier were like a heavenly river that was pouring into a field that was about to dry up. 1 million immortal yuan stones meant 1 million green grape immortal essence beads. When converted into red date immortal essence, it was 10,000 beads. This amount had already greatly surpassed Feng Yuan's highest red date immortal essence reserve. Feng Yuan continued to use Great Thief Ghost Hand, but he did not take out any more immortal goo from Yi Yang's body. Thus he placed this person back into the dream realm and pulled out another person. It was Qi Clan's second supreme elder, an Earth Path rank 7 goo immortal. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, he attacked again. He wanted to take away all the immortal goo from these southern border goo immortals and put them into his own pocket. As for the people, he had to release some first. Extortion could be seen as a type of transaction, but the seller was very strong, while the buyer was very resentful and helpless. And when doing business, one had to pay attention to credibility. If he did not release some hostages, how could Southern Border's righteous path believe Feng Yuan? And how could they continue to be extorted with hope? Feng Yuan planned to release Qi Clan's second supreme elder first, then Yi Clan's Yi Yang. Qi Clan had a transaction after all. And in the future, Feng Yuan still planned to support Qi Clan to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, these two clans would definitely continue to be extorted until the bottom line. Even though it was not easy to nurture a goo immortal, but the value of a hostage was fixed and had an upper limit. These righteous path forces had been established for so many years, they were not fools. If Feng Yuan's demand was too much and greatly exceeded the value of a goo immortal, or the price that the buyer could bear, they would not make a losing transaction. All in all, extortion required skill. Several days later, another batch of immortal yuan stones was obtained. That was Yi Clan's first ransom, 1,200,000 immortal yuan stones. In terms of value, Yi Yang could not compare to Xia Cha, but Yi Clan itself was very wealthy, at least surpassing Xia Clan, so they had even more immortal yuan stones in their current reserves. A super force's reserves of immortal yuan stones were more or less, but they were mostly around 1 million. Thus, Feng Yuan's first extortion of immortal yuan stones was not only because he himself was lacking them, but also because other forces could easily take them out. Although there was a certain difficulty, it was very small. First he would make them submit, then he would use increasingly harsh demands to extort them, making them bleed bit by bit. Feng Yuan was well versed in the art of extortion. But this time, even though I captured the southern border immortals, I did not get any response from the Celestial Court. What did the Celestial Court prepare in the River of Time? Feng Yuan pondered in his mind. He constructed the year's flow execution formation this time. The main point was naturally to deal with the southern border immortals, but he also had the intention of luring the Celestial Court to make a move. If the Celestial Court had troops lying in ambush, they would most likely follow the tributary of the River of Time and attack Feng Yuan from both sides. But from start to finish, Feng Yuan did not see the troops of the Celestial Court making a move. Chapter 1623. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Red Heaven. The moment Feng Yuan's time path clone appeared, it attracted the attention of countless year beasts. Aw! Cluck cluck cluck! Roar roar! Countless year beasts roared as they pounced at Feng Yuan. A large number of ancient desolate beasts pushed the desolate level year beasts to the side. Their gazes were filled with desire. But soon, an immemorial year chicken flapped its wings valiantly. Desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts avoided it in panic. The scene was chaotic. The immemorial year chicken ran to Feng Yuan's time path clone and lowered its head, showing a docile expression. Feng Yuan smiled as he caressed the immemorial year chicken's head. Its exaggerated crimson comb. He waved his sleeves and scattered countless mortal year goo. The immemorial year chicken clucked as it opened its beak. emitting a strong suction force that swallowed most of the year goo. Only a few year goo were scattered around, causing the surrounding ancient year beasts to fight over them. The immemorial year chicken was not satisfied after eating. It stared at Feng Yuan's time path clone, its eyes shining brightly. Feng Yuan waved his sleeves. A vast number of year goo flew out like pebbles on a beach, forming a storm. Everyone had a share. The year beasts went into a frenzy. After a long time, including the immemorial year chicken, all the year beasts had eaten their fill. The slight restlessness caused by hunger had disappeared, and they returned to their lazy state. They lay on the white clouds and entered a resting state, no longer moving. Feng Yuan's time path clone looked around and nodded before flying away. In this mini red heaven, there were a total of 7 year beast groups. This was the third group that Feng Yuan was feeding. There were many year beasts in the sovereign immortal aperture to begin with. Not long ago, Feng Yuan used the year's flow execution formation to scheme against Southern Border's righteous path. Other than capturing the Southern Border immortals, his biggest spoils of war were the year beasts that he subdued in battle. These year beasts were of high quality. They were at least desolate level year beasts, a large number of ancient year beasts, and 7 immemorial year beasts. Originally, with Feng Yuan's soul foundation, he could only enslave 1 or 2 immemorial year beasts. But now his soul path cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though it had been declining recently, most of his foundation was still intact. Enslaving 7 immemorial year beasts was not a problem. What was worth mentioning was that among these 7 immemorial year beasts, immemorial year chickens had the most numbers, 3 of them. The other 4 were immemorial year tiger, immemorial year dragon, immemorial year rabbit, and immemorial year horse. In the river of time, every once in a while, one of the immemorial year beasts would appear in large numbers. Clearly, this period of time was the most prosperous period for immemorial year chickens. However, even though Feng Yuan controlled 7 immemorial year beasts, each of them could not compare to the immemorial year monkey that Feng Yuan controlled earlier in terms of battle strength. But that immemorial year monkey died in battle. Of course, the battle strength of all 7 immemorial year beasts added together was much stronger than one immemorial year monkey. There was a clear difference in battle strength between immemorial year beasts. It was like the difference between rank 8 Gu immortals. Feng Yuan fed these year beasts as he thought. With so many new year beasts, the cost of feeding them has increased by dozens of times. If not for extorting a batch of immortal yuan stones, I might not even be able to feed them. The higher the rank of the year beasts, the greater their appetite. And the food used to feed year beasts was year goo. Feng Yuan used rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water to refine a vast number of mortal year goo, which could barely support these year beasts' stomachs. And activating years flow like water immortal goo consumed Feng Yuan's red date immortal essence. Previously, Feng Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence to feed the year beasts. Now that there were so many year beasts, there were 7 immemorial year beasts, thus the feeding of year beasts had become Feng Yuan's biggest expenditure. Currently, Danghun Mountain has already been restored to 80%. The guts goose production is no longer terrible. It has become passable, barely acceptable. By the time Danghun Mountain is completely repaired, the year beasts will become a burden. Feng Yuan had to feed year beasts once in a while. Refining year goo using year's flow like water was the most economical method, but it was still a huge burden. And Feng Yuan needed to raise these year beasts to deal with the battle in the River of Time, so he had to solve the problem of feeding them. Actually, this problem was not just with year beasts, but also with eagle groups. Feng Yuan had once bought large numbers of eagle beasts to enslave the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The feeding of these eagles had always been a burden. To make them self-sufficient and bring them into the world of the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan would need to spend a lot of energy and funds to create a complete food chain. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Creating a complete food chain was also a Gu immortal's deep research and understanding of the heavenly Tao. But compared to eagle groups, year beasts were much larger in scale. They needed to be fed the most. Due to the uniqueness of Nian beasts, it was much easier for them to build a complete food chain. With Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Langya True Inheritance, and others, Feng Yuan always had a way to solve problems. Now he had 3 options to choose from. The first option was to build a year essence pool. This was a resource point. It could also be seen as a miniature river of time. Its use was to simulate the environment of the river of time, to allow year beasts to live and reproduce. The year essence pool had different sizes. It was divided into rank 6, rank 7, rank 8 and rank 9. The advantage of this option was that it saved space, and the year beasts that lived inside would produce a certain amount of year goo. After a long time, it would produce other wild time path goo worms, or even sun beasts, moon beasts and others, eventually forming a miniature river of time. The disadvantage was that the cost was too high. Just the rank 6 year essence pool alone was a huge sum. If converted into immortal yuan stone, it would not be 1 million or 10 million, but 100 million immortal yuan stone. And the rank 7 year essence pool was even more ridiculous. It involved many rare immortal materials. Most of them were priceless. A rank 6 year essence pool could be built if one was wealthy enough. But rank 7 was not something immortal yuan stone could solve. As for Feng Yuan, he needed a rank 8 year essence pool to contain those 7 immemorial year beasts. The second option was flowing gold time stage. This was a rank 7 time path immortal goo house. It was quite special. Because it needed to be fixed, it could not move freely like most other immortal goo houses. Once it was set up, flowing gold time stage would turn into a bright moon that shrouded the blessed land's sky, rising and falling continuously. Flowing gold time stage could contain a large number of year beasts. They could also sleep peacefully. This way, the need to feed them would be greatly reduced. The advantage of this option was that flowing gold time stage could extract the year beast's strength for its own use. It did not require Feng Yuan to expend immortal essence. This would allow Feng Yuan to make full use of the year beasts during peaceful times. He would not feed them for nothing. The disadvantage of this option was also obvious. Firstly, constructing this rank 7 immortal goo house, flowing gold time stage, required a large number of time path immortal goo. But Feng Yuan needed these time path immortal goo to protect himself. Secondly, flowing gold time stage had to be fixed as much as possible. It was attached to the immortal aperture and could operate on its own. Thus, even if it was constructed, it could not help Feng Yuan fight in the river of time. It was not proficient in battle. Thirdly, this immortal goo house expended the year beast's strength. If it was extracted to its limits, the year beasts would die and their time path down marks would be destroyed. Their corpses would have no value. Finally, when the year beasts wake up, they would need an enormous amount of food to replenish their expenditure. The third option was the 12 zodiac battle formation. By gathering 12 different species of immemorial year beasts and using them as the cores, the 12 zodiac battle formation could be formed. This formation specialized in offense. It was completely different from flowing gold time stage. Although it was a formation, it could move, because the cores were 12 immemorial year beasts. Normally, these immemorial year beasts would be sealed like statues. They would not move and did not need to be fed. But during battle, they would be unsealed and form the battle formation to kill the enemy. Evidently, this formation with immemorial year beasts as the cores was not a modern goo formation. It was an ancient battle formation. It was similar to Green City Rampage and Heavenly Giant Solar, but the latter two used goo immortals as the cores, while this 12 zodiac battle formation used immemorial year beasts as the cores. The advantage of this option was that it could save on the cost of feeding the beasts. But the disadvantage was that it only targeted immemorial year beasts. If he used ancient year beasts or desolate level year beasts, Feng Yuan would not be able to form the 12 zodiac battle formation. But to do this, Feng Yuan would need to find even more immemorial year beasts, and these immemorial year beasts would need to be of different types. This kind of collection work not only depended on strength, it also depended on luck. It was very difficult and would take a long time. After deep consideration, Feng Yuan decided to use the first option. Although the first option required the most investment, if it succeeded, the benefits would also be the greatest. With my own strength, if I want to build a rank 8 year essence pool, I might not even be able to build 30% of it before my finances would collapse and I would fall into a predicament. Feng Yuan's assets were actually very deep, but many of them could not be sold, for example, reverse flow river. Moreover, he had to face external pressure like the Celestial Court. He had to balance all aspects. He could not risk everything and build a year essence pool without caring about anything else. But now is indeed the best time for me to build a year essence pool. Xia Clan, you want to talk to me? Send me 3 portions of Whirlpool Dawn Light first. Feng Yuan sent an information path Mortal Goo to Xia Clan's stall. Soon Xia Clan replied. Feng Yuan is wise, although my clan got rid of the Whirlpool Dawn Light. The origin is actually inside First Supreme Elder's immortal aperture. My clan's treasury does not have any of it. Feng Yuan was slightly stunned. This reply was unexpected, but he sneered. How can I not know this? Send me 3 portions, no 10 portions of Whirlpool Dawn Light. Only then will I see your clan's sincerity. We can talk. Otherwise. But this Whirlpool Dawn Light is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. It is priceless. 3 portions is fine, but 10 portions? Where can my clan find them? I don't care. That's your problem. Feng Yuan coldly replied the last sentence. Chapter 1624. Shang Clan. 3008 parts jade. I want it within 3 days. Feng Yuan's tone was firm. Shang Clan's side was in a difficult position. 8 parts jade is a rank 8 immortal material. Transactions in jewel yellow skies are usually within 100 taels. It is truly difficult for my clan to take out so much at once. Hehehe, I believe in your clan's strength. Shang Clan. Who doesn't know that you are the #1 force in southern border? Feng Yuan sneered. No matter how Shang Clan negotiated, their conditions did not change. Ba Clan. Where is my 7 treasures water? Feng Yuan urged. Ba Clan quickly replied. The 7 treasures water has been prepared. We can hand over the goods at the same time. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Very good. To express my sincerity, I will hand over a batch of goods first. What is this? The Ba Clan Gu Immortal was shocked and furious. Can't you tell? This is the arm of your clan's Gu Immortal. Feng Yuan spoke slowly. Feng Yuan. What is the meaning of this? Humph. You want to exchange for your clan's Gu Immortal, with just some 7 treasures water? Isn't this too easy? Or do you think I am stupid? If you don't satisfy me, I will just kill him. Oh, of course. I will use a letter Gu to record the process of killing him, and hang it in jewel yellow skies. Or maybe, I can sell this person to Wu Clan? Hehehe ha ha ha. Feng Yuan laughed cruelly. The Ba Clan Gu Immortal almost crushed his teeth. After a long while, the Ba Clan Gu Immortal squeezed out a sentence. Feng Yuan, let's talk this out. It is easy for me to talk this out. First, send over the 7 treasures water, and show your Ba Clan's sincerity. Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Your clan wants to overthrow Wu Clan, and become the #1 force in southern border. How can you be so petty? Wu Clan is willing to pay any price for an external supreme elder. Your Ba Clan's Gu Immortal is your blood relative. Can you just watch him die? What is your clan's first supreme elder thinking? Are you really that cold and heartless? Feng Yuan's words were sharp. The Ba Clan Gu Immortals on the other side had pale expressions. They were furious and helpless. Luo family, Ho family, Chai family. These were the targets of Feng Yuan's second wave of extortion. As for the Tai clan and the Wu clan, they did not make a move. Feng Yuan made all sorts of requests to these families. Naturally, he encountered resistance in the process. However, Feng Yuan had hostages in his hands, and his location was extremely secretive. It was impossible to find him, so he firmly held the upper hand. The southern border righteous faction had no choice but to pinch their noses and satisfy Feng Yuan's requests one by one. Among them, the Xia family's sincerity was the greatest. The 10 portions of Maelstrom of Dawn were the first to be delivered to Feng Yuan. Even though Xia clan's Gu Immortals shouted about how difficult it was to gather these dawn light spiral vortexes, Feng Yuan knew that these super forces had deep foundations. Satisfying his extortion requests was not beyond their capabilities. It was just a little difficult. Maelstrom of Dawn Light, 8 parts jade, 7 treasures water. Some of these immortal materials were rank 8, some were rank 7, but there were many of them. They were all delivered to Feng Yuan one after another. Soon, Feng Yuan had more than half of the immortal materials he needed to construct the year essence pool. This efficiency was shockingly high. If Feng Yuan were to supervise and collect them alone, He would need to spend at least 10 years, and this was under a situation where his luck was good. Feng Yuan had deep foundations, but in terms of immortal materials, he could not compare to these super forces that had thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. Of course, the immortal materials that Feng Yuan requested were not just the materials needed to construct the Year Essence Pool. There were also many immortal materials that were prepared for him to refine immortal goo. At this moment, the Time Path clone arrived outside the immortal formation again. This is the last time of plundering. After this, these Southern Border goo immortals will not have any immortal goo on them. Southern Border's Righteous Path had a total of 13 super clans. They were Wu Clan, Ba Clan, Shang Clan, Tai Clan, Ho Clan, Luo Clan, Xiao Clan, Chai Clan, Xia Clan, Yi Clan, Qi Clan, Yang Clan, and Yao Clan. Feng Yuan could fight rank 8. Chasing after Feng Yuan was something that every clan could benefit from. Thus, every clan sent a goo immortal expert with at least rank 7 cultivation level. Their battle strength was the trump card of each clan. Even the Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha, personally took action to lead the heroes and unify the leadership to prevent internal friction. Such goo immortal experts each had at least 2 or 3 immortal goo. Some had 4 or 5 immortal goo, like Xia Cha. On average, each of them had 3 immortal goo. Before Feng Yuan finished plundering, these immortal goo, together with his previous accumulation, had already surpassed 100. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Seeing the Southern Border goo immortal Yangku being dragged out of the dream realm by the pure dream reality seeker physique body, Feng Yuan immediately used his signature method. A rank 7 immortal goo was taken out. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. It was Soul Search Immortal Goo. This Soul Search Immortal Goo was rank 7. It was suitable for Feng Yuan to plunder their souls. But this goo is just icing on the cake. Although I do not have Soul Search Immortal Goo, I can use other Soul Path Immortal Goo to form the Immortal Killer Move Soul Search. It is just that it is more convenient with this Immortal Goo. I might as well change the Soul Search Immortal Goo to Absorb Soul Immortal Goo. Shadow Sect once had Absorb Soul Immortal Goo. If Feng Yuan had it now, it would be much easier to take these Southern Border goo immortal souls into his body. With his current methods, he would need to go through a lot of trouble. Yangku had a total of 3 Soul Path Immortal Goo, but the next 2 did not have Absorb Soul Immortal Goo. The last person was Wu Clan's Lu Hao. This person has a method to counter my fixed immortal travel. I want to take a good look. Feng Yuan activated his killer move again and again. After a while, he finally took out an immortal goo. Ah! Feng Yuan was stunned. This immortal goo actually self-destructed once it left the immortal aperture. What is this situation? Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He continued to steal, but he could only steal the remains of goo worms. Be it immortal goo or mortal goo, they all self-destructed along with the first immortal goo. Feng Yuan carefully examined these goo worm remains and soon found out that this was a special refinement path method. As long as these goo worms left the immortal aperture, they would all self-destruct. There is actually such a method? This refinement path method is extraordinary. It is definitely on the same level as Longhair Ancestor. It seems that this goo immortal was not simply recruited by Wu Clan. He is likely to be someone from the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan immediately deduced the truth. In the history of goo immortals, there were 3 refinement path great experts. They were all supreme grandmasters. Other than Longhair Ancestor from the medieval antiquity era, there was also old eccentric Tian Nan from the remote antiquity era, and old immortal Kongju from the olden antiquity era. These 2 were pure humans. Most of their true inheritances were collected by the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and infiltrated Wu Clan. He knew about Wu Clan's information clearly. Wu Clan did not have such a refinement path method. Feng Yuan's expression was slightly grim. This method was out of his expectations. Feng Yuan was caught off guard and suffered a loss. At the same time, he realized, I had planned to use Year's flow execution formation to lure out the arrangements of the Celestial Court in the River of Time and expose them to me. To think that the Celestial Court infiltrated Southern Border's group to hunt me down. So close, with Fairy Myrtle's methods. This person is definitely not the only one. She definitely has other arrangements. Thankfully, I retreated in time and did not get entangled with Lu Wei-yin. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in southern border. How could they be so easily infiltrated by the celestial court? This matter is not so simple. It is likely that Wu Yong brought in the strength of the celestial court to deal with me. He is indeed a formidable person. He is not afraid of this matter being exposed and violating the taboo of southern border's Gu immortal world. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he looked at the remains of the immortal Gu in his hands again. Gu as before. He muttered softly. Gu as before was an idea he had once had. It was an idea derived from man as before and landscape as before. When Gu worms were injured or destroyed, using Gu as before could restore them to their previous state. But this idea seemed good, but the more one looked into it, the more unrealistic it became. Mortal Gu were Tao marks, immortal Gu were fragments of the great Tao. To restore them, Gu as before's power and rank had to far surpass the target. Just this point meant that Gu as before was not as practical as man as before and landscape as before. Not to mention the difficulty in manipulating it. But now, Fang Yuan seemed to be able to see a trace of Gu as before's embryonic form on these Gu worm remains. These Gu worms are clearly of space path, but refinement path Tao marks can be attached to them. After activating it, I can destroy them. Refinement path was good at refining Gu, but conversely, it was also good at destroying Gu worms. Maybe to me, these Gu worm remains are more valuable than the immortal Gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. In the ambush earlier, Lu Hao had used fixed space immortal Gu to deal with Fang Yuan, preventing him from activating fixed immortal travel. The celestial court's design was to prevent fixed space Gu from falling into Fang Yuan's hands. But in fact, there were many ways to counter fixed immortal travel. Fixed space Gu was not the only one. On the contrary, I might be able to find clues from these Gu worm remains and create Gu as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan carefully stored these Gu worm remains. To him, there was a lot of reference value. Of course, it would be better to directly look at the methods and inheritances of the celestial court. But this possibility was too remote for Fang Yuan. I have absorbed long hair true meaning, and my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two great monuments, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kongju, who were equally famous as long hair ancestor. Most of the inheritances of these two must have been collected by the celestial court. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Although he could clearly see the opportunity to create Gu as before, the celestial court was like an insurmountable wall, blocking Fang Yuan's path. Chapter 1625. Celestial Court. Yu Hall Qianzhong was still as bright and dignified as ever. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. Purple light flashed past her beautiful eyes. Next she frowned slightly, muttering in an ethereal tone. Fixed space immortal Gu has self-destructed. After Fairy Myrtle obtained Star Constellation chessboard, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current Gu immortal world. This time, she sent Lu Hao and Jun Xinguang to deal with Fang Yuan. How could she not be on guard against Fang Yuan's great thief ghost hand? A lesson learned. Fixed immortal travel immortal Gu was stolen by Fang Yuan from Feng Jioga right under Fairy Myrtle's nose. Fairy Myrtle would not make such a mistake a second time. Yuan Qiongdu shortly after, Fairy Myrtle contacted this newly promoted rank 8 Gu immortal of Celestial Court. Lady Ziwei. Yuan Qiongdu immediately replied. Go refine fixed space Gu. Fairy Myrtle instructed plainly. Yuan Qiongdu's expression changed. He was the one who arranged the refinement path Tao marks on fixed space Gu and the others, so he had a rough idea. Fairy Myrtle's words were meaningless. Lu Hao was most likely dead. Lu Hao and Yuan Qiongdu came from the same ancient sect. Yuan Qiongdu hesitated for a moment before asking. Lady Ziwei, Lu Hao. He is likely captured by Fang Yuan, but I would rather he be killed by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle's tone was indifferent. It was shockingly similar to how Fang Yuan extorted southern border's righteous path. Yuan Qiongdu was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fairy Myrtle's words were not because she had a personal grudge with Lu Hao and wanted him to die, but because if Lu Hao was captured, it meant that the other southern border immortals were also captured by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed Lu Hao, the other southern border immortals would be no exception. In this way, there would be a blood feud between Feng Yuan and the southern border righteous faction. There would never be any possibility of compromise or cooperation. Southern border had previously experienced the Battle of Etion Mountain and the Battle of Dream Realm and suffered heavy losses. This time, if the southern border immortals were killed by Feng Yuan, it would truly be a blow to their vitality. The entire Gu immortal world's strength and foundation would fall to the bottom of the 5 regions. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, the border wall would disappear, and Central Continent would be the first to attack southern border. Once the southern border was annexed by the Central Continent, the Central Continent had 2 regions, and was already the strongest. It immediately surpassed the remaining 3 regions, and had a great advantage. The situation had also changed, and they were no longer in the predicament of being trapped in the 4 battlefields. Compared to the big picture, what was sacrificing a mere rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Hao? After understanding this, the shock on Yuan Xiongdu's face disappeared as he said, "I will go and refine fixed space Gu now." Yuan Xiongdu had already made ample preparations. He was a rank 8 and had the help of the Celestial Court's refinement path formation. Refining fixed space immortal Gu and other things should be a sure thing. However, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with uneasiness. This uneasiness was an omen for Wisdom Path Gu immortals. The 3 elements of Wisdom Path were thoughts, wills, and emotions. The rise, change, and destruction of emotions, to Gu immortals of other paths, might only be their own emotions. But to Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it had a different meaning. Could it be that I missed something? What is it that is making me so uneasy? Fairy Myrtle calmed her mind and held Star Constellation chessboard as she made deep deductions. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. The result of the deduction was the same as before. Feng Yuan was able to set up this ambush successfully because of the first step. He successfully lured the southern border immortals into the time path formation. This is not his contribution. Shadow Sect set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time long ago by combining natural Dao marks. Feng Yuan had formation path Grandmaster attainment. He could at most set up an immortal formation based on immortal materials. Only after reaching formation path Great Grandmaster level could one set up an immortal formation based on the natural Dao marks of the outside world. Shadow Sect naturally did not lack such people. Thus, they had already set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time, completely concealing this tributary of the River of Time. This immortal formation that was set up based on natural Dao marks might save immortal Gu, but it had its drawbacks. The main drawback was that according to the distribution and arrangement of the natural Dao marks, the time path formation that was set up would be different. When Gu immortals set up this immortal formation, not only did they need to have their own ideas, they also had to adapt to the situation. If the time path Dao marks of another location were used, they would not be able to set up such a powerful concealment time path formation. Thus, the terrifying battle result of Feng Yuan successfully ambushing and capturing the southern border immortals could not be replicated a second time. Fairy Ziwei had paid a huge price for this. She had used the crucial clues brought back by Jun Shenguang to deduce this after much difficulty. Without the restriction of the immortal formation, even if Feng Yuan uses the pure dream reality seeker physique body to self-detonate, the dream realm will not expand quickly. Gu immortals can escape easily. If he uses an immortal battlefield, unless it is a dream path battlefield, the battlefield of other paths will be corroded by the dream realm and destroyed. Thus, Feng Yuan's battle tactic using the dream realm does not pose much of a threat. Then why am I feeling uneasy? Is it because of Spectral Soul? Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle left the hall and went to a certain place in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul was here, after Dang Hun Mountain self-detonated. He used this chance to use the Soul Path Dao marks to protect himself and put up a desperate resistance. But Celestial Court did not lack methods. Now that Fairy Myrtle arrived, a grand immortal formation had already been set up. It was buzzing as it activated. This gigantic immortal formation was like a gigantic grindstone, constantly grinding away the Soul Path Dao marks inside. Spectral Soul, you still want to put up a desperate resistance? It is a pity in 3 days, The soul path Dao marks around you will be completely ground away by the formation. Your actions earlier are just a show of struggling at death's door. Fairy Myrtle entered the formation and smiled coldly at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was silent as a rock. He did not reply. Purple light burst out in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Chessboard let out dense blue light. She scanned the entire immortal formation and Spectral Soul's body. After a few times, she was sure that there was nothing wrong with Spectral Soul's body. He did not have any hidden methods to resist. There is no problem with Spectral Soul. It seems that my uneasiness is not here. Where is it then? Wait, don't tell me. Fairy Myrtle came out of the immortal formation. Her expression changed as she thought of a person. Thus, she immediately moved without hesitation. She left Celestial Court personally, arriving at a nameless valley in Central Continent. The valley was lush and green. There was a waterfall inside. Duke Long was living under the waterfall, wholeheartedly teaching and protecting Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong. If there was anything that could make Fairy Myrtle feel uneasy, it would be this great dream seed. The waterfall rumbled. It fell down like a waterfall. Water vapor was thick. In a dream realm, the young girl Feng Kim Hong had snow-white skin. She was elegant and beautiful. She sat quietly on a snow-white rock with her eyes closed. A Gu immortal with an extremely concealed aura. He had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He had a strong body. He stood quietly at the side. He was like a giant pillar that supported the sky, looking at Feng Kim Hong. Senior Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle quietly went forward, greeting in a low voice. Duke Long nodded. He raised his hand and gestured for Fairy Myrtle to keep quiet. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes. She let out a soft cry like a young phoenix. Next, she activated her killer move, pointing at the dream realm in front of her with her index finger. Whoosh! With a soft sound, white light shot out, entering the dream realm. The dreamland suddenly froze. Then, with a crash, it shattered like a mirror, scattering in all directions. I succeeded in learning Shatter Dream. Feng Kim Hong raised her arms, cheering. Duke Long nodded. He had a gratified expression on his face. Fairy Myrtle had a look of shock in her eyes. Feng Kim Hong's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Any killer move of the old paths, even if it was ranked 9, even if it was a rank 9 immortal Gu house, could not do anything to Dream Realms. To think that Feng Kim Hong's mortal killer move, Shatter Dream, was actually effective against Dream Realms. Huang Er, you have cultivated for a long time. Go and rest. Duke Long sent Feng Kim Hong away. He had an amiable expression. There was no trace of the terrifying divine might that he had when he rampaged through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alive. Yes, Master. Feng Kim Hong knew that Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had important matters to discuss. He left obediently. After Feng Kim Hong left, only Duke Long and Zishan Makoto were left. Duke Long asked, "Why did you come here?" "Nothing much, I just felt uneasy, but I could not find the reason." Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. Duke Long frowned. "With your wisdom path attainment, uneasiness is a huge matter, but you could not find the reason." Fairy Myrtle nodded. "I deduced Feng Yuan and checked Spectral Soul's location. I still felt uneasy, so I came here to take a look." Duke Long smiled. "Then you saw it. What do you think of this place?" Fairy Myrtle also smiled. "I was overthinking. With Senior Duke Long's guidance, Feng Kim Hong's progress is far beyond expectations." Duke Long shook his head. "I have no attainment in Dream Path. Huang Er was able to achieve this because of her innate talent and independent cultivation. I am only watching over her, to prevent any accidents from happening to her." Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. She praised sincerely. "This child is the hope of our Celestial Court's resurgence and unify the 5 regions." Duke Long nodded. His gaze flickered. "I know where your uneasiness is coming from." "Oh, Lord Duke Long, please enlighten me. My wisdom path attainment is not even 1/10,000th of yours, but I can only control those people. Since it is not Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, or Feng Kim Hong, then it can only be Red Lotus." "Red Lotus Demon Venerable." Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. "Lord Duke Long, are you talking about Red Lotus True Inheritance?" 3 Demon Venerables attacked Celestial Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable almost destroyed Fate Immortal Gu. Normal people could guess that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance because he was unwilling to give up. He wanted his descendants to continue to destroy Fate Immortal Gu. How is the progress in finding Red Lotus' true inheritance? Duke Long asked. Chapter 1626. A trace of dawn light, bright and fresh, continuously rotating like a dream, hovered at the center of Feng Yuan's time path clone's palm. Around Feng Yuan, Ying Wuxie and the rest were already prepared. Let's begin. Feng Yuan called out. The aura of goo worms on his body surged. His immortal essence was expended intensely. The rank 8 immortal material whirlpool dawn light in his hand exploded, covering the surrounding 100 li. Almost at the same time, Ying Wuxie and the rest stopped this whirlpool dawn light, not allowing it to spread further. Whirlpool dawn light's extensibility was extremely good. It expanded to 100 li. Even though it no longer had its luster and was like a transparent water wave, Feng Yuan's time path clone could still feel the whirlpool's wind at the center. Feng Yuan inspected and saw that the Shadow Sect Immortals had already stabilized the situation. He took out the second whirlpool dawn light and did the same thing. Numerous vortexes exploded in the light of dawn, dyeing the surrounding area of 100 miles into a dreamy light, flickering and flickering. At this time, Feng Yuan took out the 7 treasures water. This water was grayish-white in color. It was not eye-catching. There were all kinds of lumps in the water. They were like gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and agate. But if these lumps were fished out, once they left the surface of the 7 treasures water, they would turn into 7 treasures water and sprinkle down. The time path clone raised his hands, raising a lump of 7 treasures water above his head. For the next step, the clone could only assist. Feng Yuan's main body had to take action. Because Feng Yuan's time path clone's cultivation was only rank 6, it was not enough to take on this responsibility. Feng Yuan's main body's divine sense had already enveloped this place. Any trace of abnormality could be seen by him instantly. At this moment, Feng Yuan activated his method. His immortal essence was rapidly expended. A white light landed on the 7 treasures water. Gurgling, the 7 treasures water started to boil. Countless bubbles appeared on the surface. The lumps in the 7 treasures water were like snow encountering the sun. They dissolved at a visible speed. The 7 treasures water's volume continued to expand. Soon, all the lumps in the water were eliminated. After it purified the 7 treasures water, another strange light shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the 7 treasures water. The 7 treasures water immediately turned into a lump of ice, emitting cold air that spread out and engulfed Feng Yuan's time path clone. Then, it spread out in all directions, accurately covering the surrounding 50 li. When Ying Wuxie and the others saw this, they hurriedly threw the 8 division jade in their hands into the dense cold mist. Everything went on smoothly inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Several days later, with a loud rumble, a huge pool of 100 li was formed. This is rank 8 year essence pool. Because of the ample preparation and luck, Feng Yuan's first attempt at setting up the year essence pool was a success. Feng Yuan inspected it 3 times. After making sure there were no mistakes, he started to use time path methods to draw in the tributary of the river of time. In every immortal aperture world, as long as time was still flowing, there would be a tributary of the river of time. The tributary of the river of time was usually hidden. Only special time path methods could be used to target and guide it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tributary of the river of time in the sovereign immortal aperture was much wider and faster than ordinary immortal apertures. The tributary of the river of time smoothly poured into the year essence pool and flowed out from the other end of the pool. However, the tributary of the river of time that flowed out was weak like a stream. It flowed slowly, no longer surging like before. In the year essence pool, the water level was rising slowly. In the following period of time, the entire sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would slow down. When the year essence pool was full, the tributary of the river of time that flowed out would return to its original state, and the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would also return to normal. The year essence pool's construction was successful. Feng Yuan's time path clone and the Shadow Sect Immortals were extremely tired. They did not sleep or rest for several days. They had to concentrate and expend a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan's main body's divine sense was still paying attention, the others left to rest. Fang Yuan's time path methods gradually lost effectiveness. The year essence pool and the tributary of the river of time became fainter. After a while, they completely disappeared, hidden deep inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was rather special. It was connected to the tributary of the river of time. It did not show itself. Its effect was not just a resource point, it also had the effect of a dam. For example, if the year essence pool leaked or accumulated water, it could cause the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to change. Even though Fang Yuan had immortal killer moves like days pass like years, these moves expended immortal essence, and after each use there would be a time interval. It could not affect the tributary of the river of time a second time. But with the year essence pool, this was much easier. Thus, many Gu immortals, even if they did not cultivate time path, would construct such a pool in their immortal aperture to change their immortal aperture's time. Of course, most of them constructed rank 6 or 7 year essence pools. They were not like Fang Yuan who constructed a rank 8 year essence pool. A rank 8 year essence pool was too expensive to construct, the investment was too huge, and formation path methods were needed. In essence, it was an immortal Gu formation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. He could use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to set up a Gu immortal formation. The year beasts started to cheer. The water level of the year essence pool was still very low, but a small number of desolate level year beasts sensed it and went in. They were born in the river of time, grew up in the river, and died in the river. The environment they were most suited to was the river of time. And the year essence pool simulated the environment of the river of time. It was no wonder these year beasts welcomed it so warmly. As the tributary of the river of time continued to pour in, the year essence pool continued to expand. Be it the whirlpool dawn light, 7 treasures water, or 8 parts jade, they all had good ductility. They were condensed into one and did not have the characteristic of collapsing on their own. When the year essence pool was filled with water, this rank 8 year essence pool would reach a terrifying size of 10,000 li. Even more amazing was that it was hidden deep inside, like an illusion. It did not occupy any space in the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was like an independent small world. Fang Yuan could set up his own food chain. It had nothing to do with the sovereign immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan most satisfied was that the year essence pool itself could restrain year beasts. They could only move around in the pool, and could not run outside. With this, Fang Yuan could take in even more year beasts, and these year beasts could be completely wild. For example, wild immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan could only control 7 immemorial year beasts now. If these immemorial year beasts died in battle, Fang Yuan would not have any reinforcements. But if there were other wild immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool, Fang Yuan could sacrifice 1 or 2 immemorial year monkeys to temporarily enslave them and replenish his forces in time. This was extremely beneficial to his plan to go to the river of time. After this period of recuperation, Fang Yuan's main body's injuries had already healed. Next, I need to separate these Gu immortals' bodies and souls, then extract their souls and soul search them one by one. At the same time, Fang Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path did not stop. But this time there was a strong resistance. Southern Border's righteous path forces started to unite to resist Fang Yuan. The year essence pool was expensive. Fang Yuan's extortion had already made all the forces feel pain. Fang Yuan kept asking Southern Border's righteous path to show their sincerity, but he himself did not show any sincerity. This made Southern Border's righteous path secretly think about it, and decided to unite to pressure Fang Yuan, to force him to submit. Several days later, Fang Yuan, if you do not show your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path will not let you get any more resources. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal was chosen to represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He negotiated with Fang Yuan with a firm tone. But he quickly changed the topic. Earlier, our Southern Border's tribes have already shown our sincerity. Now, Fang Yuan, only if you show your sincerity can we continue to negotiate. Otherwise, even if you kill these Gu immortals, we will not compromise. Fang Yuan sneered. What kind of sincerity do you want from me? Do you want me to release a portion of the captives first? Shang Clan's Gu Immortal quickly replied. We are not asking for you to release the hostages. We can do it step by step. For example, Immortal Gu. You do not need many Immortal Gu. You can return them to us first, and as the price, we will give you the cultivation resources you need. Southern Border's righteous path was not stupid. If they let Feng Yuan release a portion of the hostages first, then the righteous path clans that obtained benefits might not put in any effort in the following negotiations. Thus, they would rather Feng Yuan release the Immortal Gu, Immortal Aperture Resources, Gu Immortal Bodies, and Gu Immortal Souls in batches first. Chapter 1627. Redeem Immortal Gu? How can that be? Feng Yuan snickered coldly. Immortal Gu were unique. This kind of thing was unique in the world. If Feng Yuan had it, it meant others did not. Thus its value was hard to estimate. Even though Feng Yuan had once sold Immortal Gu and purchased a large number of eagles. But back then his life was in danger, he had no choice. Feng Yuan had countless killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes, he could use most of them. The only problem was the burden of feeding them. But before that, Feng Yuan had already solved it. Even though he had obtained a large number of Immortal Gu now, the feeding resources for these Immortal Gu were almost all on the southern border Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortal experts were the trump cards of their clans. They had deep foundations. How could they not be able to raise their own Gu worms? Because they could feed Immortal Gu independently, their battle strength was stable, allowing Gu Immortals to be unparalleled and defend their own territories. Currently, Feng Yuan could not use many Immortal Gu, but if he could not use them now, what about in the future? The future was not certain. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, Feng Yuan was able to turn the situation around. Other than the guidance of the will of the stars, the most important reason was that Feng Yuan had changed Soul Immortal Gu. One could say, without this tiny rank 7 Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan would have died long ago, and Shadow Sect would still be able to succeed in defying heaven. The difference between before and after was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. No one could say for sure, in the future, one of these Immortal Gu might be similar to change Soul Immortal Gu and allow Feng Yuan to turn the situation around. Not to mention, if Feng Yuan sold some of them, and someone obtained them, they would be like Feng Yuan in the Battle of Etion Mountain, turning the situation around unimaginably. Feng Yuan did not hesitate to reject the proposal of trading Immortal Gu. Shang Clan's Gu Immortal was not angry. Then we can exchange Gu. This new proposal made Feng Yuan's heart move. For Southern Border's righteous path, they definitely wanted to recover their losses. Everyone knew that Feng Yuan was extremely vicious. He was likely to kill the hostages and kill the captives, so they were prepared for the worst. These Immortal Gu of the Southern Border captives were of great value to the various clans. Because they knew how to use them, many Immortal Gu were taken from the clan's treasury by the Gu Immortals. The clan also had killer moves for them. In fact, many killer moves were signature methods, but without the corresponding Immortal Gu, they could not be used. Thus, to Southern Border's righteous path, they would rather give up some of the Immortal Gu in their treasury, because these Immortal Gu were not very valuable to them. Next, they would use these Immortal Gu to exchange for Feng Yuan's Immortal Gu. This was a very profitable transaction. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment. This deal was essentially a win-win situation. It was also quite beneficial to him. Many Immortal Gu were not useful to Southern Border's clans. Their value was not high, but to Feng Yuan, they were crucial. I'm interested in this proposal. But what kind of Gu worms can your families take out? Feng Yuan asked. Shang Clan's Gu Immortals were prepared. They immediately sent a list to Feng Yuan through Jewel Yellow Skies. Who knew that after Feng Yuan received the list he said, "Let me think about this list first. Next, I also have a list for your clans." Feng Yuan, I have already said, unless you show your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path will not accept your extortion. The Shang Clan Gu Immortals' tone immediately changed. Feng Yuan laughed. Your Southern Border righteous path wants to trade Immortal Gu, sure. But my condition is that you give me all the immortal materials on this list. Only then will you have the qualifications to trade. Feng Yuan, don't go too far. We cannot continue the discussion if you continue like this. Feng Yuan laughed. The Gu Immortal that fell into my hands this time is Shang Huzhang, right? What do you think will happen if I sell this person to Floating Life Immortal? The Shang Clan Gu Immortal was stunned. Floating Life Immortal was a southern border demonic path rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had deep hatred with Shang Huzhang. He had declared more than once that if Shang Huzhang fell into his hands, he would pull out his tendons, skin him alive, and grind his bones to ashes. I believe that if I sell Shang Huzhang to Floating Life Immortal, he will definitely be interested. Fang Yuan said slowly. Fang Yuan, you dare? The Shang Clan Gu Immortal was furious. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Fang Yuan retorted. I even dare to offend the Celestial Court. Why would I be afraid of you, a mere Shang clan? You. The Shang Clan Gu Immortal could not restrain his anger at a bandit like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued. Don't overestimate yourself. You are only the person chosen to negotiate with me. Do you really think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? Let me give you another example. Luo Clan's Luo Fei is also in my hands. Tell me, if I strip her clothes and throw her into a cesspool, what will happen? Or if I throw her into a group of giant monkeys in heat, then use an information path Mortal Gu to record everything that happens, and sell it in jewel yellow skies, what will happen? The Shang Clan Gu Immortal gritted his teeth, deep disgust flashing in his eyes. Fang Yuan, you are a demon, the Reverse Flow River Lord. You have inherited Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and other true inheritances. Your name is known throughout the world. How can you be so shameless and despicable? No, you are wrong. Fang Yuan shook his head. It is not that I am so despicable. It is your attitude that is wrong. You want to anger me and even sow discord, saying many bad things about the other clans. For example, how Luo Clan cursed me and wanted to target me and harm me. I believed your words. That is why I took revenge on Luo Clan. This time, the Shang Clan Gu Immortal could not speak. He could only tremble with a pale expression. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Now, do you still think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? After a long while, the Shang Clan Gu Immortal looked like a deflated balloon. All right, you win, Fang Yuan. I'll take this list back, but I can't guarantee how they'll react. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. I don't need you to guarantee anything. You have no qualifications to do so. Even if you do, I won't believe you. Go ahead, you can tell them what I said just now with a lot of embellishment. Oh yes, I must receive a satisfactory answer within 3 days. If not, I will sell Shang Huzhang to Floating Life Immortal first. The Shang Clan Gu Immortal panicked. Fang Yuan, you cannot do this. I can represent Shang Clan to talk to you in private. I won't talk. Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it. The Shang Clan Gu Immortal could not contact Fang Yuan anymore. Veins popped on his forehead as he flew into a rage. In less than 3 days, Southern Border's righteous path handed over all the resources on Fang Yuan's list. With the hostages in hand, Fang Yuan had too much initiative. He did not need to use other methods. Just some despicable tricks could destroy the reputation and prestige that Southern Border's righteous path had accumulated for thousands of years, turning Southern Border's righteous path into the biggest laughingstock in the eyes of the 5 region's Gu Immortals. Of course, in the past countless years, there had been cases of righteous path Gu Immortals falling into the hands of the demonic path. But these demonic path Gu Immortals were not as deranged as Fang Yuan. Most of them did not have wisdom path methods like Fang Yuan. Wisdom path Gu Immortals were very rare. Even if Southern Border's righteous path forces did not have wisdom path Gu Immortals, they could rely on their connections to find a wisdom path great expert to help them. But when it came to Fang Yuan cultivated wisdom path to begin with. His killer move Yama Emperor could defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. If he really hid, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his exact location. Most importantly, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s, he had outstanding battle strength, he had a ruthless nature, and was also cunning and vicious. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept Fang Yuan's conditions. Of course, this was all because Fang Yuan's extortion had not reached the bottom line of Southern Border's righteous path. If it really reached the bottom line, these Southern Border righteous path forces would not be so easy to deal with. Fang Yuan, we can have a good talk now, right? The Shang Clan Gu Immortal from last time found Fang Yuan again. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. You are really unwelcome. You can't even avoid such a troublesome task? The Shang Clan Gu Immortal's expression was dark, just like what Feng Yuan said. This task would damage his reputation, but so what? He had no choice but to show up this time. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder had personally mentioned his name. Let's not talk about idle talk. We have already satisfied your conditions now. Before he finished speaking, Feng Yuan snatched it. Feng Yuan said, Now it is time for me to show my sincerity. Here. What is this? Feng Yuan smiled. This is an information path mortal goo, specially for E-Clan's use. I use some blood path methods to refine it, so only E-Clan's Gu Immortals can refine it. Even if others refine it, they will fail. Even if they use methods to refine it, they will not receive any accurate information from me. This? No need to ask, take it back and you will know. Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan. Damn it, he left again. The Shang Clan Gu Immortal was vexed. As long as he handed this Gu worm back according to Feng Yuan's instructions, E-Clan's Gu Immortals refined it and quickly obtained an address. They were worried this was Feng Yuan's scheme, so they gathered the other clans and went together. Finally, they found Gu Immortal Yang. Yang. This is our clan's Gu Immortal Yang. Oh heavens, this Feng Yuan actually released a captive. At once, the southern border immortals were surprised and joyful, but even more incredulous. Wait, don't be happy too early. There might be a problem with this Yang. Even without the reminder of the other clans, E-Clan had already started a comprehensive inspection. The final result was that this was indeed Yang, and not Feng Yuan's disguise. It was just that this was not the complete Yang, it was only his body. Yang's soul was still in Feng Yuan's hands. Feng Yuan's sincerity made the southern border Gu Immortals see hope in saving the captives. In the following conversation, Feng Yuan said frankly, The reason why I released Yang's body is naturally to gain more benefits. I might even capture you in the future, so I won't ruin my reputation in this aspect. You can rest assured, as long as you can pay the price, I will return all the captives to you. Feng Yuan, this scoundrel. At once, Southern Border's righteous path did not know how to respond. The immortals had mixed feelings. There was joy from seeing the hope of saving the hostages, but also disgust, anger, hatred, helplessness towards Feng Yuan, as well as a trace of uneasiness and fear. Feng Yuan appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his strength, he had the ability to capture lone righteous path Gu immortals. As long as he succeeded and escaped far away, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his location. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path was threatened by Feng Yuan. Even rank 8 Gu immortals became vigilant. Facing the demon Feng Yuan, they were not safe. After all, Xiacha was the best example. Chapter 1628. Although Feng Yuan's words made Southern Border's righteous path furious and fearful, Feng Yuan's goal was achieved. He had successfully convinced Southern Border's righteous path. Although this sincerity made Southern Border's righteous path hate Feng Yuan even more, they chose to believe in Feng Yuan's sincerity in this aspect. In fact, they were willing to believe in this sincerity, because to them, losing a Gu immortal was a greater loss. If it was a rank 6 Gu immortal, then so be it. Most importantly, these Gu immortals who were captured were all rank 7 experts. They were their trump cards. Xia Clan Xiacha was even their first Supreme Elder. Such a person, if they lost her, it would have a huge impact on the entire clan. Spirit Affinity House had once lost Feng Jioga. Their resource points were immediately coveted by the surrounding 10 great ancient sects. They were under great pressure. The 10 great ancient sects had the same source, Celestial Court. Their relationship was much closer than Southern Border's righteous path. But even so, if Southern Border's righteous path fell into such a situation, their situation would no doubt become even more disadvantageous. If all the Southern Border righteous path clans lost these Gu immortals, it would be fine. But what they were worried about was, what if Feng Yuan killed one group and released another? Earth veins were moving at this time. All kinds of immortal materials and wild immortal Gu had appeared in this period of time. Southern Border's forces were already fighting fiercely with each other. Southern Border's righteous path already had many factions and conflicts. The earth veins moving even more intensified these internal conflicts. If Feng Yuan killed one group and released another, the balance between the righteous path forces would be broken. The whole of southern border would be in turmoil again. Southern border's righteous path accepted Feng Yuan's extortion because they were afraid of Feng Yuan, or worried about the captured people. It was not purely like that. They were still worried about themselves. Whoever Feng Yuan released and killed could already change the whole situation of southern border. They were indeed afraid of Feng Yuan, even if they did not admit it. But they were even more afraid of each other. Precisely because of this situation, Feng Yuan extorted southern border's righteous path without any restraints. The righteous path may sound dignified, but when it comes to fighting, they will not be careless. Northern Plains He tribe is the best example. He tribe is weak, but with the excuse of being the culprit of 88-point Jinyang Tower, all the Huangjin tribes immediately attacked them. Compared to a lone wolf like me, no matter how much extortion you extort, you won't be able to snatch away my territory. It's also impossible for me to establish a super faction and occupy these territories in a hurry. On the other hand, the other righteous sects have many people and have the instinct to expand, so the threat is greater. Speaking of which, this is still because the southern territories' powers are numerous and lack a strong leader. If I did this in Zhongzhou state, the 10 ancient sects wouldn't even give a damn about me. The southern border, the western desert, and the eastern sea are all filled with mountains and forests. However, the southern border's internal conflicts are the most intense because of the earth veins moving. As for northern plains, thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Compared to his previous life, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had already appeared in the world earlier, and was currently actively unifying the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Previously, this plan was secretly obstructed by the Celestial Court. It was unknown which Celestial Court spy disguised as Feng Yuan, and killed Cloud Young Master Yun Liang, causing Longevity Heaven's plan to recruit Northern Plains lone immortals to be thwarted. But not long ago, Longevity Heaven had an opportunity. That was Langya sect's allegiance. Longevity Heaven absorbed the whole of Langya sect, and did a lot of propaganda, letting the whole world know that Longevity Heaven had accepted the whole of Langya Blessed Land. According to the agreement between Giant Sun Immortal and Longhair Ancestor, Langya Blessed Land would be given equal status, and they would be responsible for protecting them. This action of buying a bone with 1,000 taels of gold was really beautiful. The 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken by this. Langya Blessed Land's Gu immortals were all variant humans. Longevity Heaven was actually so generous. In that case, it would definitely treat human Gu immortals even more favorably. Longevity Heaven changed the minds of the people because of this. It changed the views of the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Their recruitment of lone immortals progressed at a rapid pace. It was completely different from before. Speaking of which, Land Spirit of Langya joining Longevity Heaven at this time is truly a fool's luck. Longevity Heaven was so active. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, Northern Plains would definitely bring even more trouble to Central Continent. Western Desert Xiao Clan and Southern Borders Qi Clan were also secretly receiving Feng Yuan's support. Feng Yuan's actions were not limited to this. During this period of time, he had been promoting the threat of Celestial Court in Jewel Yellow Skies. He had mentioned the threat of Star Cast and Fate Immortal Gu time and time again. The Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Battle of the Dream Realm, Langya Sect's Battle, and many other scenes were displayed by Feng Yuan in Jewel Yellow Skies. He silently described the ambition and tyranny of Celestial Court in interfering with the other 4 regions. Such actions did not seem to have any reaction. But Feng Yuan believed that in the other 4 regions, no superforce would not feel disgust towards such a Celestial Court. They were just restraining themselves for the time being. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects accepted Celestial Court because they were subordinate sects of Celestial Court. They were created by members of Celestial Court. Northern Plains Righteous Path forces could accept Longevity Heaven because they had the same bloodline, and Longevity Heaven was ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. It represented the Orthodox lineage. As for Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these super forces dominated their own regions. They were used to acting like tyrants, who would want to have another force above them, ordering them around. Several days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Immortal Killer Move Soul Search. Fang Yuan had obtained rank 7 Soul Search Immortal Gu from Yang Ku. He had already conceived a killer move that used Soul Search Immortal Gu as the core. But its power was more than 10 times that of activating Soul Search Immortal Gu. Under the effect of this killer move, all sorts of information was extracted from the Gu Immortals' souls and transferred into Fang Yuan's mind. The lives of the Gu Immortals, their cultivation secrets, the conflicts between their forces, their secret treasuries and so on, were all seen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Southern Borders information to begin with. On one hand, it was the records in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. On the other hand, he had disguised as Wu Yi and joined Wu Clan, using Wu Clan's channels to understand more. On this basis, with the first-hand information of many Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan immediately gained a deeper understanding of Southern Borders situation. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals like Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu could not compare to Fang Yuan in understanding of Southern Borders situation. This means that the Immortal Gu lists provided by each clan are all correct, but they are lacking in some details. Southern Borders' Righteous Path forces naturally gave Fang Yuan a list of Immortal Gu to exchange for. Fang Yuan's soul searched these Gu Immortals, and immediately understood the details of these forces. If it were rank 6 or ordinary rank 7, they might not be able to do so, but these rank 7 Gu Immortals were all experts. Strength meant authority, they were the core of each clan's authority. Fang Yuan did not mind the concealment of the clans. Because he knew that these Immortal Gu were concealed, because the clans were unwilling to exchange them. They had high value to each clan. If Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for the Immortal Gu on the list, it would be easier for him to succeed. In fact, he also wanted to exchange for Gu. I need to construct an Immortal Gu house. I need a place to rest and recuperate in the River of Time. Moreover, with the Immortal Gu house, those Gu Immortals from Shadow Sect can also join the battle and lend me a hand. Some Immortal Gu could not be used by Fang Yuan, he could exchange them. After all, Southern Borders' Righteous Path would have a greater advantage in dealing with Celestial Court in the future. Of course, some Immortal Gu were of great use to Fang Yuan. He would not exchange them. Immortal Gu were unique, they had great value. But what was more important was the overall situation. Celestial Court. The immortal formation rumbled. Fairy Myrtle held the iron dragonfish as she looked down at Spectral Soul. Scenes of memories emerged from Spectral Soul's body, appearing in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled. With this portion of the food path true inheritance, Celestial Court can also produce gold, silver, copper and iron dragonfish, changing the situation in jewel yellow skies. Spectral Soul, you are finished. Earlier, Dang Hun Mountain's self-detonation allowed you to live for some time. But now what else do you have? Chapter 1629. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move Soul Search. The surging power struck Xiachao's soul fiercely. But soon, Xiachao's soul shone with time path Dao marks, blocking Fang Yuan's soul search killer move. But Fang Yuan did not give up. He continued to inject immortal essence without stopping. After a long while, like a pair of hands lifting a corner of a steel plate, a hole appeared in the time path Dao marks on Xiachao's soul. Fang Yuan's soul search killer move finally took effect. A large amount of information was greedily absorbed by Fang Yuan at this moment. But the time path Dao marks did not admit defeat. The Dao marks around the hole in the defense were still closing in. Eventually, as time passed, this loophole that Fang Yuan had painstakingly created was filled up by time path Dao marks. It was not that the defense here was much tighter than before. Fang Yuan's soul search killer move had to stop because of this. This Xiachao is worthy of being a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Her foundation is deep. Her soul also has a time path defensive method that can resist a rank 7 soul search killer move. This defensive method also has the effect of self-recovery and self-counterattack. It is truly amazing. Fang Yuan captured the Southern Border Immortals. After stealing their Immortal Gu, he extracted their souls and isolated them from their bodies. At this level, the risk of imprisoning these Southern Border Gu Immortals had already fallen to a negligible level. Next, he searched the souls of these souls that did not have a physical body to protect them. the souls of Tai Chu Zhong, Shang Hu Zhang, and the rest did not pose much difficulty to Fang Yuan. All the information was plundered by Fang Yuan. But when he encountered Yang Ku, there was some trouble. Yang Ku was a rank 7 expert who cultivated soul path. He naturally had a strong resistance against soul search methods. Yang Ku was not a problem. The bigger problem was Lu Hao. Lu Hao's fixed space immortal goo were arranged by the celestial court. Fang Yuan could not obtain them. His soul was naturally not left out by the celestial court. They also had strong defensive methods. However, in the end, the two of them still fell to Fang Yuan's means and had their souls searched by him. If Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivators, then Fang Yuan's spectral soul true inheritance was undoubtedly the #1 soul path sacred scripture in the world. Because of this, Fang Yuan found out that Lu Hao's true identity was actually an inner member of the celestial court. However, the most troublesome one was Xia Cha's soul. Xia Cha's soul was filled with time path Dao marks, forming a tight defense that blocked any external attacks. Fang Yuan's soul searching was disadvantageous to Xia Cha, so it was naturally a form of offense. Fang Yuan used all of his methods to suppress it with the help of the immortal formation, and modified the soul search killer move to its current limit. Only then could he soul search Xia Cha's soul. However, this level of soul searching was extremely difficult, and the progress was not smooth. Fang Yuan would often have to expend a great deal of effort to break through a small loophole. This loophole would not exist forever. After a while, it would be covered by time path Dao marks again. Fang Yuan could only search the soul when the loophole was formed. After this time, the surface of the loophole would have even more time path Dao marks than before, and its defense would be stronger. But thankfully, the time path Dao marks on Xia Cha's soul would not increase. If there were more time path Dao marks on the loophole, it meant that there were fewer Dao marks in other areas. This gave Fang Yuan a better opportunity for his next attack. Everyone else's souls had already been searched, only Xia Cha's soul was left. Fang Yuan attacked Xia Cha's soul, while using his time path clone, and fixed immortal travel to enter the immortal apertures of the Gu Immortals. Because of the first-hand information obtained from soul searching, Fang Yuan knew the situation inside these Gu Immortals' immortal apertures. It was easy for him to use fixed immortal travel to enter. Moreover, Fang Yuan knew what good things were hidden inside these immortal apertures. When Gu Immortals cultivate, their own immortal apertures are of utmost importance. These southern border Gu Immortals were all experts with deep foundations. The management of their immortal apertures was also top-notch. There were many good things inside. These Gu Immortals were basically all released by Fang Yuan. Because annexing their immortal apertures and gaining Dao marks would be far inferior to extorting those super forces that Fang Yuan was extorting. The increase in Dao marks would increase one's foundation, as well as a brighter future. But no matter how bright the future was, it would be meaningless if they could not get past the current obstacle. The current obstacle was Fate Gu, or more accurately speaking, it was to prevent the Celestial Court from completely repairing Fate Gu. But Fang Yuan had no clue about this. He could already evade the Celestial Court's pursuit, but Fate Gu was stored in the depths of the Celestial Court. How to prevent the Celestial Court from repairing it was far beyond Fang Yuan's abilities. Thus, Fang Yuan did all he could to enter the River of Time and inherit Red Lotus true inheritance. In human history, the 3 demon venerables attacked the Celestial Court one after another. Only Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu. Although he did not destroy it completely, he did indeed damage Fate Gu. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable died, he left behind his true inheritance. It was highly likely that he left behind a plan to destroy Fate Gu, and to successfully inherit Red Lotus true inheritance, and not be destroyed by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan needed to raise his time path strength. The methods of the other sects would be greatly weakened in the River of Time's battlefield. They were basically useless. The Year Essence Pool, Time Path Immortal Gu Houses, and many more. Fang Yuan needed to transact with Southern Border's Righteous Path. And Fang Yuan's bargaining chip was naturally these Gu Immortal captives. Several days later in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, roar! In the sky above Mini Southern Border, a dark green rock dragon roared. Its huge and slender body slithered around. Next, under the control of Fang Yuan's killer move, The rock dragon plunged into the ground of mini southern border. Next, rumbling sounds resounded in the surroundings. This rock dragon forcefully drilled deep into the ground, until even its tail disappeared. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The matter of drawing in the ore vein is finally done. This rock dragon was not the kind of rock dragon of the Rockman tribes. It was formed from a ore vein. This ore vein was formed from the rank 7 immortal material, dark inkstone. It was moved from the immortal aperture of a southern border captive who cultivated Earth Path, by Feng Yuan. As for the method to move such a large ore vein, Spectral Soul's true inheritance naturally had records. But the immortal Gu and killer move that Feng Yuan used came from that southern border captive. He himself was the same, moving the dark inkstone or vein from the outside world into his immortal aperture. What Feng Yuan was doing now was merely imitating his actions. With this dark inkstone or vein, I can mine a batch every year, and sell them in jewel yellow skies. But this profit, even though it was not much, it was a steady stream, because the dark inkstone or vein would continuously absorb the surrounding earth qi to strengthen itself. As long as Feng Yuan maintained a certain mining rate, he could rely on this place to continuously mine dark inkstone. Even though dark inkstone was not a high rank 7 immortal material, it was still a rank 7 immortal material after all. Its value could not be ignored. Maybe I can even move a batch of rockmen over and reproduce using the dark inkstone or vein. Feng Yuan had a thought. This was very beneficial to the rockmen. The higher the grade of the ore vein, the more beneficial it was to the reproduction, survival and strengthening of the rockman tribes. Even more importantly, the rockmen would also feed these ore veins, making them even purer. This was a win-win situation for both sides. But if the rockmen were moved over, this dark inkstone or vein would not be suitable for mining. It would be left as a new home for the rockmen. Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to move the rockmen over. He did not care about the wealth from mining the dark inkstone or vein. He cared more about the future profits from the rockmen and the ore vein. Feng Yuan naturally obtained more than just this dark inkstone or vein from the southern border captives. In mini southern border, there were dozens of mountains. Most of the mountains were ordinary mountains, but they had dense earth path Dao marks, which was a treasure trove. There were also some mountains that reached the level of famous mountains. For example, the interior Rain Mountain. This mountain was always shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Drops of rain fell from the dark clouds. These drops of rain were not ordinary rainwater. They were the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. For example, Copper Seal Mountain. This mountain was crimson in color. It was in the center of Fangzheng. It was like a huge seal that stood on mini southern border. Copper Seal Mountain did not have a trace of soil. It was completely made up of all kinds of copper. There were mortal-level copper materials like Chaotic Heaven Copper, Wisdom Copper, Snowflake Copper, and immortal materials like Dark Profound Copper and Ascending Dragon Copper. Of course, the majority of the mortal materials were mortal materials. There was only a small portion of immortal materials, and most of them were rank 6 immortal materials. The highest copper material could reach the 7th rank, and there was only one type, that was the famous Tyrant Copper. Once this type of copper appeared, it meant that there would not be a second rank 7 copper material appearing. Mountains or veins, forests, because these Gu immortal captives came from southern border, almost half of the resources were moved to mini southern border by Feng Yuan. Because the resources and environment were very suitable, the other half of the resources were distributed to the other 4 mini regions, and the mini 9 heavens. For example, mini central continent had a phantom shadow flower garden. A vast amount of immortal farmer soil was used to create a fertile plain. In Kokitahara, there was a heaven pillar wind. This wind was shaped like a giant pillar. It was extremely tall and long. When heaven pillar wind blew, it did not move, it blew on the same spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that was supporting the sky. In mini Eastern Sea, there was a brand new sea area. It was called Wave Flower Sea Area. The sea area had surging waves. Countless mystical flowers were born and extinguished in the waves. They were called wave break flowers. Because the time it took for them to grow and wither was very short, they were hard to pick. When Feng Yuan obtained the method to nurture this resource from Yiyang, he was quite surprised. In mini Western Desert, there were more than 10 fusang trees. Each branch of this tree was an immortal material. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big. If we convert it to a specific value, the sovereign immortal aperture's development rate was only 3 to 4%. Now, because of this annexation, it has reached 8 to 9%. Don't forget that these immortal apertures of southern borders Gu immortals still have a lot of resources left, including the largest one, Xia Cha Grotto Heaven. This way, it can definitely reach 10%. Feng Yuan sighed. These resources varied in size. Many large resource points were the economic pillars of southern borders Gu immortals. In jewel yellow skies, Celestial Court had already started selling copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and silver dragonfish at low prices. Feng Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge setback. But so what? Chapter 1630. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. The ground shook fiercely. Next, the dense light of the Earth Path Killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving soft soil. The surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. In this concave area, there was no vegetation, there was little soil, large amounts of steel were exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This was the White Steel Bowl Valley. After extorting Shang Clan, Feng Yuan obtained the method to construct the White Steel Juice resource point, as well as the corresponding construction materials. The White Steel Bowl Valley was a mid-sized resource point. After construction, it would be able to condense the rank 7 immortal material White Steel Juice at the center of the concave area. With this immortal material, Feng Yuan could feed rank 7 Edge Gu by himself. Earlier, when he searched Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture, he did not find any resources to feed Edge Gu. After soul-searching Tai Chu Zhong, Feng Yuan realized that he was planning to construct such a resource point. He had already negotiated the price with Shang Hu Zhang. Feng Yuan extorted Shang Clan again. He did not pay any price and constructed the White Steel Bowl Valley. After completing this task, Feng Yuan's time path clone went to Danghun Mountain without stopping. A crystal mountain towered majestically. It was pink in color and emitted a dreamy luster. Feng Yuan tossed soul cores to Danghun Mountain. After a while, a large number of guts Gu were produced on the surface of the mountain. Danghun Mountain was finally repaired. It was close to its complete state. At 99%, that was enough. Feng Yuan would not be able to reach the complete state. Celestial Court was already familiar with Danghun Mountain's complete state. Even though fixed immortal travel was in Feng Yuan's hands, Celestial Court might have some immortal killer moves that could have similar effects to fixed immortal travel. From now on, I can produce a large number of Guts Gu. The Guts Gu trade has resumed. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, sighing internally. It was not easy to achieve this step, and it consumed a huge amount of Feng Yuan's celestial core power. Danghun Mountain had been destroyed before, but it was destroyed by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, turning into a pile of mud, but it still had Soul Path Dao marks. But this time, Feng Yuan only had a small piece of Danghun Mountain rock. Most of the Soul Path Dao marks were destroyed along with Danghun Mountain. From this restoration of Danghun Mountain, Feng Yuan deeply experienced the profundity of Orderly Well Killer move. This rank 9 immortal killer move was used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. It was extremely powerful. Without its help, Feng Yuan would never be able to repair Danghun Mountain. With the Guts Gu trade, the Celestial Court will not be able to restrict my income. However, because I moved so many resource points from southern borders immortal apertures, I can cultivate without relying on the Guts Gu trade, and maintain a virtuous cycle. I should use these Guts Gu for my soul path cultivation. Feng Yuan's soul foundation had once surpassed 100 million man soul, but it had fallen greatly now. If he cultivated his soul again and raised his soul foundation, Feng Yuan would be able to enslave even more immemorial year beasts. It is a pity that the development of Green Ghost Desert did not succeed. Qing Chou escaped. Swan Bujin's identity was exposed. Hunting soul beasts has become an empty dream. However, maybe I can borrow Feng Clan's help. Feng Yuan had a thought. He wanted to cultivate his soul. He naturally needed more Guts Gu, which meant he had to expend even more souls. The souls of southern border Gu immortals could not be used here. It was a waste of resources. Soul cores were the most suitable. Where could he get a large number of soul cores? The price of soul cores in Jewel Yellow Skies had already risen, especially recently. It had been raised to a high level. Feng Yuan naturally knew that the Celestial Court was behind this. Feng Clan. In the conference hall, the Grand Elders gathered together. Everyone take a look at this letter. An old man sat on the main seat. He was tall and sturdy, his white hair fluttered like a lion's mane. He was Feng Clan's first Supreme Elder, Feng Shi. Feng Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Feng Dichang, third Supreme Elder Feng Huasheng, as well as Feng Ji, Feng Chun, Feng Lung, and Feng Yun were all in the hall. The immortals read the letter with different expressions. Feng Chun gritted his teeth. I already felt that Swan Bujin was not a good person. To think that he was actually Feng Yuan in disguise. Now that his identity was exposed by the Celestial Court, he even accused my Feng clan of colluding with demonic path people. Now my clan is being ostracized and besieged by other righteous path forces. It is all because of that demon Feng Yuan. He actually wants my Feng clan to provide soul cores for him? He is simply daydreaming. Feng Chun was Feng clan's son-in-law. He had once had a quarrel with Feng Yuan. Now he immediately expressed his stance. He did not want to be in cahoots with this demon Feng Yuan. Rank 7 Poison Path Gu Immortal Feng Ji glanced at Feng Chun, asking with an indifferent expression. This means, Feng Chun, you want to reject Feng Yuan's request? Feng Chun was dazed. Do you think my Feng clan is afraid of Feng Yuan? Right now, all the righteous path forces are working together to deal with my Feng clan. Their reason is that we colluded with demonic path people. Now, if my clan still transacts with Feng Yuan, I'm afraid this will become even more of an excuse. Feng Ji was silent. Ever since Feng clan defeated the Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi in Green Ghost Desert, they successfully captured Divine Bean Palace and even subdued 2 rank 7 lone immortals, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, to become Feng clan's slave Gu Immortals. Their gains were huge. But at the same time, Feng clan also paid a huge price. The 3 immortal Gu houses that participated in the battle all suffered heavy losses, while they could not refine Divine Bean Palace. Feng clan's strength fell because of this, and the Celestial Court exposed this matter. Feng clan was immediately targeted by the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. But did they really want to reject Feng Yuan? This question had been lingering in the minds of Feng clan's Gu immortals for a long time. How could Feng clan afford to reject him? Feng clan was being targeted by the other clans. They were facing huge pressure. They were in a precarious situation. At this crucial moment, would they offend Feng Yuan? In the current world, who did not know that Feng Yuan was a vicious and crafty person, but he also had great battle strength. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Such a person was all alone. He had no friends or family to tie him down. He did not have any territory or force. Feng clan had no way to deal with him. Feng clan's Gu immortals recalled the information from a while ago. How did Feng Yuan use fixed immortal travel to repeatedly destroy southern borders Qi clan's resource points? If they really refused Feng Yuan and Feng Yuan attacked, he would deal with Feng clan like how he dealt with Qi clan. What would Feng clan do? In southern border, Qi clan was a righteous path force. After being attacked by Feng Yuan, no clan came to reinforce them. And Feng clan's situation was far worse than Qi clan. Not only did Feng clan not send reinforcements, they would even attract the attacks of other righteous path forces. If they were not careful, Feng clan would become the next Northern Plains He clan. Their headquarters would fall, and their clan would be exterminated. Feng Lung, Feng Yun, what do you think of this? Feng Dichang suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Feng Yun was stunned. The two of them only had rank 6 cultivation level. In such an occasion, they would not be able to speak. They only had the qualifications to listen. Now that he was suddenly asked, he was caught off guard. This? I don't know what to do. After all, Feng Yuan saved my life. He is my benefactor. Moreover, didn't the alliance agreement between our clan and him stipulate it? It is not impossible for him to ask for soul accounting as a reward. Of course, I'll listen to you, Lord Foster Father. You can just calculate it. Feng Dichang's expression sank slightly. He stared at his adopted son before looking at Feng Lung. Compared to the lively Fang Yun, Fang Lung had a steady nature. He was looked upon favorably by many Fang Clan Gu immortals. They thought he was the future hope of Fang Clan. Fang Lung pondered for a moment before saying, I wonder if everyone saw that in this letter, Fang Yuan did not use Swan Bujin's name, but directly used Fang Yuan's real name? Fang Chen snorted coldly. Firstly, the Celestial Court exposed this matter. Even if Fang Yuan uses Swan Bujin's identity, it will be useless. Secondly, he might still want to threaten our clan. Directly using his real name is saying, I am Fang Yuan. If your Fang clan does not do as I say, you will have to face my, Fang Yuan's anger and revenge. Fang Lung smiled. There are indeed a few layers of meaning. Fang Yuan is very confident that he can bring trouble to our Fang clan. I also believe this, so I think we should agree to Fang Yuan's request. What? Fang Chen raised his voice, his eyebrows were raised, he was about to retort. But at this time, Fang Dichang waved his hand. Let him continue. Fang Chen did not dare to make a sound. Fang Lung breathed in deeply, continuing. Everyone, our clan is in a predicament, facing difficulties from all sides. Is it really because we cooperated with this demon, Fang Yuan? Not at all. The true reason is that our clan obtained Divine Bean Palace. Once we digest this victory, the #1 position in Western Desert's righteous path might be transferred to our Fang clan. Strength represents authority, and even more so, benefits. Our clan's rise naturally has to trample on the bodies of other clans. This is the true reason why all the great clans cannot tolerate our clan, and want to deal with us. If our clan does not satisfy Fang Yuan's request and draw a clear line with him, will the other righteous path forces let us off? Impossible. Instead, our clan will become enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. If such a demon overlord takes revenge, any superforce will have a huge headache. And if we satisfy Fang Yuan's request in his letter, not only will our alliance with him be broken, we will also be able to pull our relationship closer. We might even be able to borrow Fang Yuan's strength to deal with other superforces. Of course, we will only secretly hand over the soul cores to Fang Yuan. We will also discuss with him and break off relations with him on the surface. So what if we lose these rank 6 and 7 soul cores? They are just some immortal materials. As long as our Fang clan survives this crisis, what immortal materials will we lack in the future? The immortals were silent. Fang Dichang stroked his beard and smiled. Fang Shi laughed heartily. All right, let's do it this way. Fang Yun will communicate with Fang Yuan. Oh. Fang Yun was dazed. Fang Lung was the one who made the analysis and suggestion. Why was he the one to carry it out? But First Supreme Elder's orders could not be ignored. Fang Yun could only accept it. This Fang Lung can distinguish right from wrong. He has a clear view of the overall situation. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder are deliberately nurturing him, wanting to nurture him into the future successor of Fang clan. How can such a person have the stain of colluding with a demon? Thus, we can only let Fang Yun take over. Fang Chen looked at the ignorant Fang Yun, his eyes flashing with pity and sympathy. This kind of pity and sympathy also had the feeling of being in the same boat. Why did Fang Yun have to do this? Because Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son. Fang clan's 2 biggest factions were First Supreme Elder Fang Shi and Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang. Chapter 1631. Soul cores were the size of eggs. They were dark blue and almost black. They rained down on Dang Hun Mountain from the sky. The soul core was the essence of a soul beast. After a soul beast died, its corpse would be useless. It would turn into ashes and only leave behind the soul core. Soul cores contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. They were excellent Gu materials. Soul cores varied in size. Ordinary soul beast soul cores were the size of rice grains. They were the size of eggs at rank 6. Rank 7 immemorial soul beasts had soul cores that were the size of carriages. After some discussion, Fang clan finally agreed to Fang Yuan's request and secretly sent a large number of soul cores. These soul cores were all rank 6 Gu materials. A few were rank 7. There was not a single rank 8 soul core. Fang Yuan had 2 rank 8 soul cores. He kept them and did not want to use them on Dang Hun Mountain to produce guts Gu. Rank 8 immortal materials were usually used to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, or to set up formations. It was just that using it to produce guts goo was a waste of resources. Dang Hun Mountain shone brightly. The soul cores turned into powder, their essence scattered and sank into Dang Hun Mountain. In a flash, guts goo were formed. They were growing rapidly. Feng Yuan saw this and nodded to himself. This way, my soul path cultivation will be on the right track again. I will be able to advance quickly. Soul path foundation was extremely important to Feng Yuan. It was needed to enslave immemorial year beasts, and the deeper the foundation, the more immemorial year beasts Feng Yuan could enslave. Yama Emperor's killer move expended soul path foundation. Every time a wisdom path goo immortal deduced Feng Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and block for Feng Yuan. A portion of Feng Yuan's soul foundation would be expended. Burning soul bursting luck was the same. There was also lead soul into dream killer move. Feng Yuan had already researched this killer move thoroughly. There was a chance of failure in leading other people's souls into dreams. But the higher Feng Yuan's soul foundation was, the higher the success rate of the killer move. Feng Yuan directly used his real name to send the letter. Without the disguise of Swan Bujin, the Feng clan's response was not beyond his expectations. A lone wolf like Feng Yuan would find it very difficult to invade a superpower's territory. At most, he could plunder some resources. However, the other superpowers were different. They would occupy or even seize resource points for a long period of time, and send forces to guard them. The biggest threat to Feng clan was the other righteous path forces that were eyeing them covetously. Furthermore, the Western Desert is a very special place. Western Desert's goo immortals are more willing to compromise than the other 4 regions. This was not because Western Desert goo immortals had soft bones, but because of the environment. The Western Desert was different from the other 4 regions. Oases dotted the vast desert like stars. When goo masters fought with each other, once the oasis was destroyed, they would no longer have the foundation to survive, and could easily end up in mutual destruction. On the other hand, the oases had different products. Goo masters' cultivation needed to complement each other. Thus, goo masters often set up caravans, and after breaking through many obstacles along the way, different goo masters, as well as different forces, often cooperated with each other. Thus, for a long time, Western Desert's goo masters developed the habit of compromising, and taking the initiative to compromise in order to survive together. Any goo immortal would cultivate step by step as a goo master. This habit was deeply ingrained in their bones and was already a part of Western Desert's goo immortal's nature. Feng Yuan had roamed Western Desert for a period of time in his previous life, and knew the nature of Western Desert's people. If Feng Yuan captured Western Desert's goo immortals, the righteous path forces would definitely compromise faster than Southern Border, and their attitude would be more realistic and upright. If Feng Yuan captured Northern Plains goo immortals, it would be different. Northern Plains goo immortals did not fear death, and would even think that it was a form of humiliation to be ransomed. It would be a headache for Feng Yuan to capture Northern Plains goo immortals. In the following days, Feng Yuan resumed his soul path cultivation while extorting Southern Border's righteous path forces. At the same time, he continued to soul search the Southern Border captives. Feng Yuan placed the focus of his soul search on Xia Cha. Even though the process of searching her soul was slightly difficult, it was not like there was no progress. Feng Yuan's immortal aperture's time was fast. After a long time, he had made many gains. Soon, Xia Cha's immortal killer moves were dug out by Feng Yuan. Xia Cha was indeed worthy of being Xia clan's first supreme elder. She created 2 sets of killer moves around spring, summer, autumn, and winter immortal goo. Each set had 4 moves. The first set of killer moves was mainly used for offense. They were spring scissors, summer fan, autumn hair, and winter coat. Among them, Feng Yuan had already seen spring scissors and summer fan. These 2 moves were ferocious and displayed the power of rank 8. Autumn hair was an investigative killer move. It greatly made up for Feng Yuan's lack of investigative ability. And winter coat was a defensive killer move. It was also quite effective. The second set of killer moves was used to manage the immortal aperture. They were spring plowing, summer plowing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. Each move was ingenious and mystical. And even more amazing was that when these 4 moves were used together, their power would multiply. They were extremely effective in managing the immortal aperture. Other than these, there were other moves for healing or dodging. They were also quite exquisite, but they could not compare to these two sets of killer moves. Actually, conceptualizing immortal killer moves was a very difficult thing. It tested the Gu Immortal's talent and ability. Central Continent Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years in close cultivation before he deduced the killer move Lightning Deity. And this was after he used Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe as a reference. Under normal circumstances, a Gu Immortal would need 5 to 6 years to deduce and conceptualize a killer move without the help of wisdom path methods. It was not easy to choose a suitable Gu worm from a myriad of Gu worms. When the Gu worms were combined, there were countless choices. Even if they were conceptualized, it would not work if it had no practical value. The repercussions would also be unacceptable. After completing the killer move, they would have to continuously modify it in the following years. That was even more difficult. Of course, 5 to 6 years did not mean the Gu Immortal could do nothing, but deduce the killer move wholeheartedly. If the Gu Immortal had something to refer to, like immortal Gu recipes or the inheritances of predecessors, they could shorten this time. However, this time was calculated in units of years. Feng Yuan could deduce and modify killer moves easily every time. The main reason was the light of wisdom. The rank 9 wisdom Gu was not just for show. Of course, there was another important factor. That was his deep attainment level foundation in all sorts of paths. The immortal Gu and immortal killer moves obtained from Xia Cha greatly replenished Feng Yuan's time path strength. He could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, like a volcano eruption. But Feng Yuan still faced an awkward problem. Spring and summer are both rank 8 immortal Gu. They can only be activated with rank 8 immortal essence. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Without using other methods, I don't even have the qualifications to refine them. So I still need to raise my cultivation level to rank 8. This way, not only will I be able to use spring and summer, I will also be able to use Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan made a deduction for the advancement to rank 8. Several days later, he completed the deduction. Not counting the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations, rank 7 had to go through 3 grand tribulations to advance to rank 8. And these 3 grand tribulations would get stronger and stronger. Feng Yuan's own progress was already very close to the final 3rd Grand Tribulation. The threat of the Grand Tribulation itself was not high. Even if Providence adjusted it to its limit, Feng Yuan had exposed Heavenly Secret Killer Move, and had the initiative. Feng Yuan was not worried about the Grand Tribulation, but the human tribulation. To undergo the Grand Tribulation, one had to place their immortal aperture and connect with the outside world, absorbing heaven and earth qi. At this time, Feng Yuan's location would be directly exposed to Providence. At the same time, it would be much more difficult to guard against others' deductions. Celestial Court would not let go of this chance. They would definitely have an estimate of Feng Yuan's cultivation level. If Feng Yuan underwent tribulation in Southern Border, after Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of it, even if they were captives in Feng Yuan's hands, they would definitely find trouble with Feng Yuan, and get rid of Feng Yuan as soon as possible. Because if they got rid of Feng Yuan, there would be no future trouble. In the long run, Southern Border's righteous path would gain even more benefits. Feng Yuan's dragonfish business had already been obstructed by Celestial Court. His income had fallen sharply. From this, it could be seen that Spectral Soul could no longer hold on. Celestial Court's soul searching had made a lot of progress. As time passed, Celestial Court would obtain more information. Feng Yuan would be in a more passive position. The methods in Spectral Soul's true inheritance would continue to fall in value. Right now, Celestial Court is my main enemy. The key to fighting against Celestial Court is Fate Gu. If Celestial Court completely repairs Fate Gu, I will have no chance of winning. If it is destroyed, I can continue to struggle. And the key to destroying Fate Gu is Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan had already deduced that there was a high possibility that Red Lotus True Inheritance contained a method to destroy Fate Gu. And inheriting Red Lotus True Inheritance depends on whether I can break through Celestial Court's defensive line in the River of Time. The key to this is the 3rd Grand Tribulation. If I pass it and become rank 8, I will be able to use Spring, Summer, and Wisdom Sword. These 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu, My battle strength will rise sharply, and I will have hope in the battle in the river of time. If I cannot pass it, I will die. Even if I survive, I will have lost the opportunity. Once I fall behind, I will always fall behind. Unless Celestial Court makes a serious mistake, they will not give me any chance to turn the situation around. Feng Yuan's mind was as calm as ice. He could see the current situation clearly. The most important thing now was how to pass the third Grand Tribulation and become rank 8. In the following days, other than cultivating his own soul-searching Xia Cha, and managing his immortal aperture, Feng Yuan focused on exploring dream realms, practicing new immortal killer moves, and modifying old killer moves. Modifying old killer moves was necessary, especially soul path killer moves. They needed to be greatly modified. Otherwise, when fighting against Celestial Court's Gu immortals, Feng Yuan would be in a passive position if they countered him. Practicing new killer moves, Feng Yuan mainly practiced Xia Cha's methods. He only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but Autumn Gu and Winter Gu were also rank 7. He could practice their corresponding immortal killer moves. There were 2 difficulties in practicing killer moves. One was that they could easily get injured, but Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He did not have conflicting Dao marks, and he also had man as before. This was not hard to overcome. The second was that it consumed a lot of immortal essence. If immortal essence was expended quickly, he could use immortal Yuan stone to convert it. Feng Yuan was originally short on funds, but now that he had a lot of business, he did not lack money. Chapter 1632. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Blurred Dream Realm. Feng Yuan had already entered the dream realm. Under the setting sun. Do you believe in fate? A human female immortal with skin as white as snow, wearing a yellow robe, under her curved eyebrows, a pair of misty eyes looked at the beautiful sunset with worry. Feng Yuan was acting as a Rockman Gu immortal, but he could not control him. The dream realm was deducing on its own. The Rockman Gu immortal said in a muffled voice. I 2G cultivate rule path. I naturally believe in fate. Ever since I saw you, Fairy Ruali, I knew that you were my destined partner, the person I would spend my entire life pursuing and loving. Fairy Ruali smiled, but her brows were slightly furrowed as she turned to look at the Rockman Gu immortal 2G. That is indeed the case. We are fated to be an immortal couple. What? Aye. The Rockman Gu immortal was stunned before becoming overjoyed, shouting in disbelief. Fairy Ruali, you have agreed to it. Fairy Ruali nodded her head lightly. Oh heavens, oh heavens. Ha 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 ha. I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh heavens. 2G waved his hands and legs, shouting towards the sky. After failing over 3,000 times, I finally succeeded. Ha ha ha. Rua Fairy Ruali, from today onwards, you are my wife. You are my husband. 2G's body trembled in excitement. The trembling was so intense that small rock fragments started to fall from his body. The second scene. Ruali was lying on 2G's arm. She was as light as a white feather. She looked at the sky. The clouds were moving and her eyes were clear as water. 2G's eyes were in a daze. His gaze did not shift. It was focused on Ruali's face. He muttered. Although more than 10 years have passed, I feel like this is all a dream. Ruali, oh Ruali, my wife. I swear I will love you and protect you. If you have any wish, I will do everything I can to satisfy it. Really? Ruali asked softly. Of course. 2G answered without any hesitation. A rare look of hesitation appeared on Ruali's face. After a long while she said with difficulty, then kill someone for me. Kill who? Even if it is a rank 8 existence, believe me, I will risk my life to kill him. 2G agreed with a solemn expression. It's just a newborn baby, Ruali said with a smile that was filled with bitterness. 2G was stunned. Baby? Ruali took a deep breath. Do you believe in fate? I cultivate rule path, so of course I believe in the rules of this world. Everything has its own specific path, which is fate, 2G replied. Ruali continued. Then let me tell you, this baby is very likely to be the future Gu Venerable, known as Reckless Savage. In the future, I will definitely die in his hands. What? 2G was shocked. Ruoli, how many times have you predicted this prophecy? Ruali smiled bitterly. Actually, just once is enough. But I have indeed calculated many times, and every time the result is the same. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying in reckless savages' hands is my fate. 2G's mouth was dry, his calm heart was in turmoil, he could not calm down. But right after that, surging killing intent suddenly gushed out from his body, and he slowly stood up. Then I'll go kill him. Although this is fate, I don't believe that I, a Grand 2G, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, cannot kill a baby. Fang Yuan's soul foundation continued to be expended. Third scene. 2G was heavily injured, he returned to Fairy Ruali. His lips were trembling, he had guilt on his face, along with some shock. Fairy Ruali smiled faintly. I know on your way there, you met your old enemy and coincidentally, he just had a breakthrough. 2G was overjoyed. You deduced it? Fairy Ruali nodded. From the moment you were attacked, I deduced it. 2G was stunned, he hesitated for a moment before asking. Then Ruali, since you deduced it, why didn't you come to help me? If we husband and wife worked together, we could definitely kill that guy. Ruali shook her head and smiled bitterly. You still don't understand? This is fate's arrangement. If I did not tell you the result of my deduction, you would not have killed that baby. If you did not kill that baby, you would not have met your old enemy. Any attempt to change fate will be met with fate's punishment. The injuries all over your body right now are your punishment. And if I had gone to help you, there would have been other obstructions. 2G blinked a few times before reacting, he said in joy. So it was like this. That's great, Ruali, your decision was correct. You can't get hurt. I'd rather be torn into pieces than have a single strand of your hair broken. Ruali smiled bitterly at 2G. Now you know how powerful I am? No need to try anymore. Stay by my side, quietly accompany me. Accompany me for the last period of my life. I believe with you by my side, I will be very happy. No. 2G's body shook, he said fiercely. Absolutely not. I won't sit by and watch this happen. I won't let you die. I promised you. I swore that I would love and protect you forever. But my death is fate's arrangement. 2G, my husband, you also said that you believe in fate. Ruali said with deep meaning. Then, I don't believe it. At first, 2G struggled and hesitated, but towards the end he could not help but roar. He clenched his fists and his anger soared to the sky. The fourth scene. 2G went to search for that crucial baby again, but an earthly calamity suddenly appeared. That city collapsed, the refugees scattered and the baby was nowhere to be seen. 2G killed any mortals he caught, but he ran into several righteous path human immortals. After a huge battle, although 2G killed a few, he became a wanted criminal of the human Gu immortals. The fifth scene. Several years later, the calamity and tribulation were extremely strange. 2G barely survived the tribulation and almost died. When he was lying on the bed, unable to move, he heard that Ruali had finally deduced the exact location of that baby. I am going to kill him. 2G struggled to get up, but after a few steps he fainted. After waking up he looked at the white-haired fairy Ruali and sobbed. It's all my fault, it's all my fault, Ruali. You managed to deduce it after so many years of closed cultivation. If not for my incompetence. Fairy Ruali smiled warmly and consoled. It's all right, I can deduce it again. The sixth scene. They encountered a beast tide. The seventh scene. Fairy Ruali's deduction failed and she suffered a backlash. Her youth was exhausted and she became an old woman. She lay in 2G's embrace and smiled bitterly. I must be in a terrible state right now, isn't that right? 2G gently stroked her hair, his gaze was still affectionate. No matter what you become, you are still the fairy Ruali that I love. This unique dream realm continued. Fang Yuan was just a spectator. No matter how 2G and Ruali chased, all their attempts failed. Once he caught up to the baby, but because of an accident, the baby escaped. 3 times he caught up to the baby, but because of a freak combination of factors, the baby escaped. And that baby gradually grew up and became a Gu immortal. The situation continued to develop along the path of fate. Fairy Ruali's death was approaching. 2G became more and more nervous. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. He schemed all day and cultivated bitterly. He would try any method to improve himself, no matter how risky it was. In contrast, Fairy Ruali relaxed. She was no longer keen on deducing. She persuaded 2G not to risk his life. 2G did not listen. He became even more anxious. Whenever 2G had time, she would accompany him, lying in his arms and looking at her husband gently, not shifting her gaze for a long time, as if she could not get enough of him. Finally, the 8th scene. The most fatal attack was blocked by 2G's body, and he fought back with all his might, forcing the enemy back. 2G was about to die. He was lying in Fairy Ruali's arms for the first time, but he was very happy. We finally won against fate. Ruali, my wife. I did it. I really did it. Cough, cough, cough. He was so happy that he wanted to shout and shout, but he was too weak. He could only cough continuously. He knew that he was going to die for sure. He did not have long to live. Using the last bit of time, he held Fairy Ruali's hand with difficulty. Looking at her with incomparable deep emotions, he instructed in an extremely solemn manner. I am going to die. Please live on, live on. Sparkling tears flowed down from Fairy Ruali's eyes, sliding down her face and dripping down. She tightly hugged the Rockman-gu immortal 2G, whispering softly in his ears. Do you know? Although I cultivate wisdom path, I do not believe in fate. When I deduced the arrangements of fate for me, who would want to die? That's why I found you. Actually, our union wasn't part of fate at all. I do not love you. I only want to use you. 2G smiled, replying in an extremely weak voice. I know, but so what? I love you being used by you. I am very happy. I am willing to do so. Thank you for giving me such a chance, allowing me to be used by you. I used to believe in fate, but I do not anymore. Look, you are still alive. Fate has already changed. How good is that? Saying this, 2G no longer had the strength to support his heavy eyelids. He slowly closed and no longer reacted. Fairy Ruali cried loudly. She had never lost her composure like this in her life. She shook her head as she cried. I used to not believe in fate, but I do now. Saying so, her body burst out with pure white light. The light flowed like water, slowly entering the Rockman-gu immortal 2G's body. The Rockman-gu immortal's aura gradually grew stronger from its weakest state, while Fairy Ruali became weaker and weaker, her figure becoming fainter and fainter. The Rockman-gu immortal opened his eyes again. When he saw the situation, his face was filled with shock and panic. He shouted, No, stop, I don't want to be healed. You will die, you will die. Unfortunately, he had no strength left. He could not stop it. Fairy Ruali's figure was already very faint. She revealed a final smile. It was incomparably gentle and had a trace of craftiness. You know, once this killer move is activated, it cannot be stopped. I want to say one last sentence to you. The words you want to hear the most in your heart. You stupid rock. I love you. Saying so, Fairy Ruali turned into bubbles of light, vanishing from the world. Chapter 1633. The dazzling light faded in the stone room. Feng Kim Hong breathed in deeply, her phoenix eyes shining brightly as she looked ahead without blinking. Right now, in front of her, there was a light lump that resembled a silkworm cocoon. It was the size of a millstone, quietly floating in the air. The final step. Feng Kim Hong breathed in deeply, suddenly moving her 10 fingers. In an instant, her 10 fingers bloomed like a lotus flower. Endless light flickered, illuminating the entire stone room. Feng Kim Hong's technique was so skillful that even refinement path grandmasters would show a solemn expression upon seeing it. By now, Feng Kim Hong was already a refinement path great grandmaster. It was not strange for her to have such an exquisite gu refinement technique. Feng Kim Hong was using a metal and fire dual path refinement method. She had already found the most suitable refinement path method for her. Boom. A moment later, there was an explosion, but the cocoon did not explode, it shrunk instead. The pure white surface of the cocoon gradually turned into a deep blue color. At the same time, the cocoon gradually hardened, giving off a metallic luster. After several failures, I finally succeeded. Joy flashed in Feng Kim Hong's eyes. She maintained her calm. The demeanor of a refinement path great expert was already starting to show. The rank 5 gu worm was refined, but there was still an appropriate method to deal with it. Feng Kim Hong opened her mouth, carefully letting out a cold breeze. As the breeze blew, The blue silkworm cocoon trembled slightly, emitting a sizzling sound. Large amounts of steam rose, quickly filling the entire stone room with hot steam. Using a metal and fire dual-path refinement path method would cause such a backlash. The goo worm's internal temperature was too high. If it was not cooled down in time, although it would not die, the goo worm would suffer severe damage and be difficult to use. Goo refinement was broad and profound. There were many ways to do it. Any goo refinement method had its advantages and disadvantages. If he used the ice refinement method to refine this goo worm, then there would be no need for it to cool down. Instead, he would have to soak it in a hot spring for a period of time. Feng Kim Hong stopped all his tricks, left the praying mat, and stood up. The rank 5 goo quietly floated to her hand. She concentrated and activated it. Her solemn face blossomed into a dazzling and breathtaking smile. She then left the secret room and came to the outside world. The moment she opened the door, the loud roar of the waterfall, the chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves in the wind rushed into her ears. The extremely tranquil seclusion chamber was already far away, and the world became lively again. Verdant green mountains, birdsong, fragrant flowers, bright sunshine, a scene of peace. Feng Kim Hong looked around, and sure enough, he saw Duke Long sitting cross-legged on a boulder next to the pool, silent as a rock. The light of the mountain pleases birds. The shadow of the pond empties people's hearts. Master, take a look. I refined this dream pillow goo. Feng Kim Hong ran to Duke Long, raising the newly refined rank 5 goo and showing off. Duke Long slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the dream pillow goo as he slightly nodded, saying calmly, "Not bad, not bad." Feng Kim Hong slightly pouted. "Not only not bad? Master, you don't know, but I failed several times to refine this goo worm, and only succeeded this time. With this dream pillow goo, a mortal goo master can definitely enter a dream as long as they rest their head on it. This is extremely beneficial to my spirit affinity house, and even the whole of Central Continent." Ever since Feng Kim Hong became Duke Long's disciple, she had been cultivating wholeheartedly. Duke Long did not give her any cultivation pointers, but instead taught her about the current situation of the world, giving pointers to the world and raising Feng Kim Hong's insight and knowledge. Feng Kim Hong had received Duke Long's careful guidance. She was no longer the same as before. She had a strategic vision and could consider problems from the big picture. This dream pillow goo that Feng Jioga refined seemed ordinary, but because it was a mortal goo, it could be used by many goo masters. As long as we can mass-produce this goo, our Central Continent goo masters can easily enter their own dream realms and excavate dream path goo materials, gaining an advantage in the Great Era. It could be said that this was a goo that could raise a region's strategic advantage. It had great significance. Duke Long was not surprised at all. "You have accomplished this. It is only natural for you to have such achievements. Huang Er, you are the future great dream immortal venerable." Before Duke Long finished, he was interrupted by Feng Kim Hong, who showed a trace of unwillingness. All right, you are talking about this again. Don't tell me that I obtained all these accomplishments because I am the future great dream immortal venerable?" Duke Long smiled lightly. He fixed his gaze on Feng Kim Hong and suddenly changed the topic. "Huang Er, do you believe in fate?" Feng Kim Hong frowned. "Master, are you talking about fate goo?" Duke Long nodded. "That's right, it is the fate goo recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It is also the fate goo that my celestial court is going to restore." The Legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu spent a huge amount of effort to gather goo materials. He even sacrificed his own hands to refine wealth goo. He brought his son, blazing glory lightning brilliance, and daughter, myriad gold wondrous essence, to the place where the feathermen lived. But strangely, so many feathermen had vanished without a trace. "What is going on?" Renzu was puzzled. "That is because I came here. Those feathermen are afraid of me. They all ran away." A black and white spider strolled leisurely, appearing in front of Renzu. "Who are you?" Renzu asked. The spider laughed. "Oh human, you have walked on the path that I opened in the door of life and death. Do you still not know who I am? I am Fate Goo." Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence continued to ask. "Oh Fate Goo, you are not even as big as my palm. Why are those feathermen afraid of you?" Fate Goo laughed. "Because they want to pursue freedom, But I, fate, want to restrain and restrict them. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance grumbled. So your intentions are the same as ours. You are truly a failure. You did not even capture a single Featherman, you even implicated us. Fate Gu laughed loudly. Who said I failed? These Feathermen are pursuing freedom, but what do they know? Their successful escape is just a superficial act. I had already restrained them long ago. Their path to freedom was arranged by me, but they think they have succeeded. They do not know anything. You guys are the same, look at yourselves. Renzu, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence looked at their own bodies. They found that their limbs and bodies were covered in pale white spider silk at some point in time. They also found that not only the three of them, even the surrounding flowers, trees, rocks, and water were covered in spider silk. These spider silk gathered together and formed a spider web that spread out from Renzu's group's vision. This is the silk web that I weaved. It is called Myriad Web. Everything in the world is in this web. They are manipulated and manipulated by fate. The people that you meet, the things that happen, they are all under my control. Fate Gu said. Renzu's group felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly struggled. Fate Gu laughed. It's useless, you can't break free. Fate cannot be changed. Renzu stared at Fate Gu furiously. Fate, oh Fate, why are you manipulating us? Why are you making fun of us? According to what you said, all the hardships and misfortunes that I have encountered are all because of you. The reason why I lost my children is also because of you. Fate Gu said leisurely. Oh human, I know you want to save your eldest son, verdant great son, but he is already dead. Death is a human's fate, you cannot save him. Also you want to rely on wealth Gu to save your daughter, boundless forest samsara, that is also impossible. Saying so, a spider silk grabbed onto Renzu's wealth Gu, pulling it out and dragging it towards Fate Gu. Quickly put it down, that is our Gu worm. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance shouted in anger. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence's eyes turned red as she sobbed. This is wealth Gu that my father sacrificed his own hands and painstakingly refined. What right do you have to take it away? Renzu struggled with all his might, but the spider silk was getting tighter and tighter, firmly binding the three of them on the spot, unable to move. Fate Gu laughed loudly. Life and death are determined by fate, riches and honor are determined by heaven. O human, according to your fate, you are destined to be poor and lowly, to be tortured and humiliated. You will go crazy and eventually die. Even though you refined wealth Gu, you do not have the life to enjoy it. If you are fated to be poor, dig for gold and turn it into copper. If you are fated to be rich, pick up white paper and turn it into cloth. All these are within my control. Renzu, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence were very angry. They scolded Fate Gu. Fate Gu was not angry at all. It was leisurely and contented. Many people have scolded me, but so what? O human, no matter how much you scold fate, it will not change anything. Saying so, Fate Gu suddenly exerted strength and pulled the spider silk, throwing Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence far away, disappearing from Renzu's vision. Oh my children! Renzu cried out in grief. Fate Gu said faintly. O human, don't blame me, this is all your fate. Actually, not just you, loneliness is everyone's fate. Even your children will not accompany you for life. They will eventually leave you. All encounters are temporary. Parting is normal. Renzu struggled with all his might, but the more he struggled, the more spider silk coiled around his body, wrapping him tightly. Renzu felt an enormous pressure. This pressure was getting stronger and stronger, squeezing him from all directions. He was almost suffocated. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. He gradually stopped struggling because he was powerless. Then Renzu started to sob, tears rolling down his cheeks. Why is my life so bitter? Fate Gu was silent. But at this time, a voice came from the depths of Renzu's heart. That was the voice of Self Gu. O human, rather than bemoaning your fate, why don't you believe in your own strength? Renzu stopped crying. He suddenly realized. Right, although I do not have strength Gu, Self Gu has swallowed strength Gu and has its own strength. Self Gu, I can only rely on you. Self Gu let out a dazzling light, trying to break the spider silk. The spider silk broke a little, but soon, Even more spider silk coiled around Renzu. Can't I use my own strength? Renzu was anxious. Right, self-gu, not only did you take a bite of strength-gu, you also took a bite of love-gu. If strength is not enough, we can only rely on our own love. Thus, self-gu let out a gentle light, trying to break the spider silk, but it also failed. Fate-gu said, "O human, why don't you understand? Love is a kind of fate. I arranged it, making verdant great sun fall in love with desolate Guyue, making the rockmen also fall in love with desolate Guyue. I also arranged success and failure in their lives, so in the end they both died." No. No. Renzu screamed and wailed. Fate-gu listened quietly. Renzu gradually lost the strength to cry. He muttered weakly, "I understand now, why the feathermen pursue freedom." Fate-gu laughed. "O human, you also want to pursue freedom?" Renzu nodded. "That's right, if I am free, I will no longer be bound by your fate." Fate-gu said, "But look at those feathermen, they also pursue freedom, but aren't they still being manipulated by me?" Renzu shook his head. "The freedom I pursue is different from them. What I seek is absolute freedom." Fate-gu laughed heartily. "A person's absolute freedom, that is madness. O human, look, you want to pursue freedom, but that is actually walking towards madness. Like I said, you will go crazy. That is the path I arranged for you. You will not be able to escape from my control." "No. I don't believe it. I will use my own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom." "I don't believe you. I will escape from your control," Renzu retorted. Fate-gu's laughter became even louder. "O human, you are really going crazy. Your mind is no longer clear. Don't you remember? Your self-gu only ate strength-gu and love-gu, so you only have your own strength and love, but not your own wisdom. O human, when you think you are smart, this is a sign that you are going crazy." Ha ha, ha ha. This time it was Renzu's turn to laugh. "I don't believe you, O Fate-gu, I don't believe it. I don't believe in fate in this world." Fate-gu was silent for a while before saying, "Even if you don't believe it, I still exist." Renzu, however, said, "No, that's not it. When I don't believe it, you will no longer exist. I don't believe in fate. Fate does not exist." Ha ha. Fate-gu shook its head and sighed. "So pitiful, O human, you have already gone crazy." Renzu's hair was disheveled. Snot and tears covered his face. He struggled, he knelt on the ground. He fell limply on the ground and rolled around. Just like what fate said, he had become a madman. Time passed by slowly. A memory of the past suddenly appeared in Duke Long's mind. 1,000,000 years ago. "Do you believe in fate?" Duke Long stood there, looking at his disciple with a gentle gaze. His disciple was only a youngster. Celestial Court was plump. He had a handsome face and bright eyes. He had long black hair that hung down to his waist, and there was a vivid red lotus birthmark between his eyebrows. Duke Long continued, "O Red Lotus, you are the future immortal venerable. You will definitely lead our human race towards a new era of prosperity and glory. You will definitely succeed. You will create your own goo worms and moves. You will become the pride of your parents. You will be invincible in the world. Your name will go down in history. You will enter Celestial Court and become the leader of humanity. You will bring blessings to the people. You will shine in the universe and time." The youngster Red Lotus blinked his eyes before smiling, revealing his dazzling white teeth. "There is nothing wrong with this. I believe in fate." Duke Long was dazed for a moment before returning to reality. He looked at Feng Kim Hong, saying solemnly, "Huang Heir, you need to understand. You will be the future great dream immortal venerable. You will surpass all the venerables of the past. You will create dream path. You will roam the world. You will be invincible. You will definitely shine in history. You will become the immortal monument of our human race. Don't be afraid, don't hesitate. You will succeed again and again. You will advance courageously. You will walk to the peak of this world." Feng Kim Hong listened. The light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Kim Hong said, "If all of this is predestined, then I don't believe in fate." Chapter 1634. Celestial Court. The formation let out buzzing noises. The piercing light pierced into Spectral Soul's body like needles. Even though he curled up and resisted with all his strength, he could not resist the power of the formation. Fairy Myrtle shut her eyes. She controlled the formation with full concentration, while receiving the information that she obtained from Spectral Soul's body. Only when the formation let out a noise of being overwhelmed did Fairy Myrtle stop reluctantly. She took a deep look at Spectral Soul. Even though they were enemies, Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Spectral Soul's tenacious willpower. He was clearly in a desperate situation with no hope left, but he still resisted to the end. As expected of one of the Goo Venerables who had dominated the world since ancient times. Fairy Myrtle did not say anything else. She left the place. After returning to her hall, she started to deduce with all her strength. Using Star Constellation Chessboard, her deduction ability was at the peak of the world. A vast number of thoughts surged in her mind. They were like billions of stars flickering rapidly. Her thoughts collided with each other. Some even flew out of her mind and out of her body, turning into countless purple light specks that enveloped Fairy Myrtle's entire body. They quickly spread and filled the entire grand hall. After a long while, the purple thoughts converged and dissipated. They finally calmed down. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She stopped her method and slowly opened her eyes. There was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She was in low spirits. Her brows were tightly furrowed. "Feng Yuan, where are you undergoing tribulation?" Fairy Myrtle muttered. She had painstakingly soul-searched Spectral Soul's body repeatedly. It was to gather the internal information of the Shadow Sect, especially the arrangements left in the 5 regions. Fairy Myrtle was most concerned about them, because earlier, Feng Yuan had relied on the arrangements of the Shadow Sect to capture the entire southern border Righteous Path group. If Feng Yuan were to undergo the heavenly tribulation, it was highly likely that he would have to rely on these arrangements of the Shadow Sect. There was no reason for him to not borrow strength from them. Fairy Myrtle had been paying close attention to Feng Yuan's cultivation level. Ever since the battle at Langya, she had deduced that Feng Yuan was not far from rank 8. Rank 7 and rank 8 were 2 completely different levels. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8 was the peak of the world. Once Feng Yuan reaches rank 8 cultivation level, he would be unstoppable. He would become a huge problem for the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's final tribulation is the key. If we can kill him here, it will be of great benefit to the Celestial Court and the people of the world. Fairy Myrtle would not let go of any opportunity to kill Feng Yuan, but when she tried to do so, she realized that it was very difficult, because she did not know the exact time and location of Feng Yuan's tribulation. Feng Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move. He was extremely vigilant, and would not give her any chance to make deductions. Feng Yuan had abundant time path methods. It was very easy to change the time flow of his immortal aperture, so he could not estimate when he would undergo the final tribulation. Feng Yuan also had fixed immortal travel. He could undergo tribulation anywhere in the world. How could Fairy Myrtle make arrangements like this? At most, she could exclude Black Heaven and White Heaven. Because blessed lands absorbed more earth chi when undergoing tribulation, they were often in the 5 regions. Of course, the possibility of Black Heaven and White Heaven was small, but it was not like there were none after all. There were a few places with abundant earth chi. They were very special. But what about the remaining 5 regions? Unlike the River of Time, this was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth, so Fairy Myrtle could set up immortal goo houses to defend it. In such a huge area like the 5 regions, even 1,000 immortal goo houses would not be enough. Moreover, the Celestial Court did not have enough manpower to send to the 5 regions to prevent Feng Yuan from undergoing tribulation. Fairy Myrtle sighed. She did not have any good ideas. Right now, she could only search for Spectral Soul's soul, and use these precious clues to deduce the possible location of Feng Yuan's tribulation. On the other hand, she actively communicated with the Righteous Path forces of the 5 regions, and spread the news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation. The Celestial Court could not help the other 4 regions. They could only borrow their strength to have hope. The news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation soon spread throughout the 5 regions. Not only the Righteous Path clans and sects of the regions, even Demonic Path and Lone Immortals heard about it. By now, Feng Yuan's name had spread throughout the 5 regions. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, He had incredible battle achievements. He was already publicly recognized as the #1 person below rank 8. The Gu immortal world publicly recognized that even Feng Jioge could not compare to him. He was the strongest rising star of the demonic path in the last 100 years. His growth speed was astounding. By the time the Gu immortal world reacted, he was already a demonic path overlord with terrifying might. Thus, the news of Feng Yuan undergoing tribulation quickly caused a huge commotion in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. If this demon Feng Yuan wants to pass the final grand tribulation, he will become a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wouldn't that be too bad? The demonic path is declining. What can he do? This person is not ordinary. He has spring-autumn cicada and is someone who has been reborn. He has also obtained the inheritance of many Gu venerables. It is just a grand tribulation. It cannot stop him. I don't think so. As the saying goes, those who do evil are doomed to destruction. This demon is extremely arrogant. If he wants to undergo tribulation, he will have to ask the celestial court and the righteous path in the world. Some were optimistic about Feng Yuan, while others were pessimistic. One thing was clear. Most Gu immortals did not want to see Feng Yuan successfully undergo tribulation. This demon is only rank 6 or 7, and he is already wreaking havoc in the world. If he becomes rank 8, won't he turn the world upside down? I don't care if Feng Yuan undergoes tribulation in other places. But if he undergoes tribulation in southern border, my Tai clan will not agree. While the Gu immortal world was discussing, southern border's righteous path forces were also actively meeting and communicating, discussing how to deal with Feng Yuan. Even though their clans still had Gu immortals as hostages in Feng Yuan's hands. But if they could really use this chance to get rid of the calamity that was Feng Yuan, southern border's righteous path forces would be very enthusiastic about it. The reason was simple. It was benefits. If they ignored Feng Yuan, he would become stronger in the future. His threat would become greater. He would always be a dark cloud that shrouded the hearts of southern border's righteous path forces. One day, one of their forces might suffer a calamity. More importantly, Feng Yuan had an abundance of immortal Gu recipes, inheritances, and all kinds of cultivation resources. He was a moving human-shaped treasure mountain. If they got rid of him, they might be able to make huge gains. Even if his immortal aperture was destroyed, as long as a portion of Feng Yuan's soul remained, these righteous path forces would be able to soul search and obtain the incomplete inheritance of a certain venerable. Just this point was enough for these righteous path forces to flock to him like a flock of ducks. Wu Yong pondered. Our southern border is the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. There must be a lot of arrangements here. Earlier, Feng Yuan was able to capture many fellow immortals because he used one of these arrangements. Feng Yuan is very likely to undergo tribulation in southern border. Before Wu Yong said this, he had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's guidance. He knew about the remaining arrangements of the Shadow Sect in various parts of southern border. Even though Wu Yong knew clearly that Fairy Myrtle wanted to kill him through others. But Wu Yong was willing to be used like this. Because Feng Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai and played around with him. If Feng Yuan was alive, it would be the greatest humiliation to the whole of Wu clan and to him, Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong's analysis is very reasonable. Xiao clan's Gu immortal immediately added. Feng Yuan captured our Gu immortals. He is also the inheritor of the Shadow Sect, the current sect leader. He definitely has incredible soul path methods. After soul searching him, he will definitely know our southern border righteous path like the back of his hand. Secondly, our southern border has experienced many changes in recent years, be it lone immortals or demonic path, especially our righteous path. We have suffered huge losses. If Demon Feng Yuan undergoes tribulation here, he will face the least resistance. Even if Feng Yuan undergoes tribulation in southern border, how can we guard against him? Southern border is so huge. How can we know where he is undergoing tribulation? A Gu immortal asked. We can find out about this. Xia clan's Gu immortal immediately replied. Once he places his immortal aperture, he can communicate with heaven and earth. This state will start from the start of the tribulation, until he succeeds and keeps his immortal aperture. At this time he will no longer be hiding in the shadows, he will have traces to follow. We don't need anyone's help, just the wisdom path Gu immortals of our Xia clan. can deduce his exact location with the help of the formation. Of course, if more wisdom path friends help us, we will have a higher chance of deducing Feng Yuan's location, and it will also be faster. Another Xia Clan Gu immortal continued. Actually, the true difficulty is not in the deduction, but when we know the location of Feng Yuan's tribulation, how do we get there in time? There is also a prerequisite. We need to gather a large number of Gu immortals to deal with Feng Yuan. Facing this problem, the southern border Gu immortals fell into silence. Since ancient times, southern border's righteous path forces had always been independent. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. And now, to get rid of Feng Yuan, these righteous path forces needed to work together and act together. This could almost be considered as an unprecedented thing. Actually, Feng Yuan's current battle strength could rival rank 8, but he was alone. Most of the righteous path forces, just one of them could make Feng Yuan suffer greatly during the tribulation, fail the tribulation, or even die. Because these righteous path clans either had rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses that could resist rank 8s. They had operated for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and had deep foundations. In comparison, Feng Yuan's rise was still too short. But was it possible for just one super clan to deal with Feng Yuan with all their strength? Impossible. This was a forest. Every righteous path clan was a fierce beast that ruled over an area, making this fierce beast leave its territory to deal with another fierce beast. Even if this fierce beast had not matured yet, it still had claws and teeth. The risk was too high. Even if they got rid of the other party, the fierce beast that left its territory was likely to be injured, and if the injuries were too severe, it would attract the invasion of other fierce beasts. Of course, invasion was the essence, but on the surface, they would still put on a righteous front. There would always be all sorts of excuses. Southern Border's righteous path had many layers of conflicts. After so many years, would they need to worry about finding an excuse? Even if they could not find one, they could help. For example, establish the Southern Border Shared Prosperity Sphere. Look, I am so enthusiastic in helping others. Do you have the face to refuse? Even if you want to refuse, do you have the strength to do so? Thus, the true difficulty in dealing with Feng Yuan did not lie in Feng Yuan himself. Was Feng Yuan very strong? Indeed, it was very rare to see a rank 7 battle a rank 8 in history. But compared to a super force, Feng Yuan was not strong. His overall strength could not compare. If they fought head-on, Feng Yuan would be badly injured. Some southern border Gu immortals could not help but smile bitterly, because they realized the current situation was somewhat ironic. The ones truly restricting them were each other. They were wary of each other, they restrained each other, they had huge territories, they were on guard against each other, so they needed to split up their forces. After a long silence, a Tai Clan Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Actually, there is a way to resolve this problem. As everyone knows, my Tai Clan has an immortal Gu house, Beacon Tower. The southern border Gu immortals continued to be silent, but not long after, a voice suddenly resounded. I agree to Tai Clan building Beacon Tower. The immortals were shocked, because this person was none other than Wu Clan's first supreme elder, Wu Yong. Even the Tai Clan rank 6 Gu immortal who spoke earlier was surprised. Wu Yong actually supported Tai Clan's construction of Beacon Tower. While the immortals were still in shock, Wu Yong spoke again. His voice was low and powerful. Every word was like a boulder that fell on the immortals' hearts. He said, "It is time to make a change. Haven't you noticed it? The waves of the Great Era have arrived. The regional walls of the 5 regions are starting to dissipate. If we do not make a change, we will drown in the waves of the new era." The immortals were silent. The second person stood up. He was Ba Clan's first supreme elder. He had always wanted to seize Wu Clan's position as the #1 force. My Ba family supports Wu Yong, he said, which was rare for him to open his mouth. We need to look forward, everyone. Central Continent has the Celestial Court. Northern Plains has the Longevity Heaven. What does my southern border have? He paused for a moment, and then said some philosophical words. Although there are many mountains, each of them will be conquered by others one by one. Thus, I support Wu Yong, and also support Tai Clan in building beacon towers. Not long after he said that, Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chuyu, also expressed his support. Next, Luo clan, Ho clan, Chai clan, and other Gu immortals with high authority spoke one after another, expressing their strong desire to work together. The southern border immortals suddenly realized in their shock that this discussion had a huge significance. It would definitely be recorded in southern border's history. An unprecedented situation had occurred. Southern border's righteous path forces were going to work together. This was not the grand propaganda of the past. This was true cooperation. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly lively. Southern border's Gu immortals felt a surge of emotions. They had the excitement of participating in a historical moment. Chapter 1635. Several months later, in southern border, in a nameless ordinary valley. Rank 6 female immortal Ba Tao shouted, her aura surging. She raised her hands high, as if she was holding something heavy. Her face soon turned red, her body trembled as she struggled. Hurry up, Ba Tao urged. On the other side, another Gu immortal was also activating a killer move. This person had rank 6 cultivation. He was a young man from Tai clan. His surname was Tai. He was Tai Chuzhong's son. Pieces of red light spheres spiraled up. With a loud sound, they turned into a red pillar of light that was about to pierce the clouds. But at this time, the third old Gu immortal appeared. He was standing on the clouds. He waved his hand and suppressed this red pillar of light. The red pillar of light dissipated, revealing a 7-layered pagoda that looked like it was made from red copper. A lump of fire was quietly burning at the top of the pagoda. All right. Tai let out a breath of turbid air, showing a gratified expression. A beacon tower has been built. I'm so tired. Ba Tao felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She sat on the ground, panting, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Finally, the third old Gu immortal slowly floated down. At the same time, countless Gu worms flew and gathered, entering his sleeves. This was a team that was building beacon towers. There were a total of 3 people. Tai clan Gu immortal Tai Yi was in charge of construction. Ba Tao assisted, while the old Gu immortal was in charge of setting up the formation and disguising it. After all, the beacon tower would cause a huge commotion when it was built. It would be easily discovered. There were more than a dozen squads like this. Ever since southern border's righteous path united, these teams had been moving around, building beacon towers all over southern border. Beacon Tower is indeed worthy of being Tai clan's signature immortal Gu house. It is truly inconceivable. Just mortal Gu can have the power of an immortal Gu house. It can transport Gu immortals. The old Gu immortal sighed as he looked at the beacon tower. Tai Yi walked to Ba Tao's side and pulled the ladder up. His heart was moved when he heard this, and he said, the true power of the beacon tower is that the more it is built, the greater its overall power. To reach the level of an immortal Gu house, we need at least 100 beacon towers. Right now, we have over 1,000 beacon towers in southern border. We can transport rank 7 Gu immortals. But to reach rank 8, I need at least 10,000 beacon towers. Thank you for answering my question. The elderly Gu immortal nodded, expressing his gratitude. Tai Yi and he looked at each other and smiled at the same time. If it was in the past, this kind of secret regarding the beacon tower would never be spoken of. But now, because the Southern Border Alliance was being formed, the attitude of Gu immortals towards each other, and the way they interacted with each other was gradually changing. If there is a beacon tower built near that tributary of the River of Time, our Southern Border Good faction will definitely be able to send reinforcements and save my grandfather in time. Ba Tao stared at the beacon tower in a daze, muttering. Ba Tao, we still have hope. Didn't Feng Yuan release E-Clan's Gu immortals already? This demon Feng Yuan just wants more cultivation resources. The elderly Gu immortal consoled. Tai didn't say anything. He remained silent, but his thoughts were tumbling. He and Ba Tao were in a similar situation. His father Tai Chuzhong was also one of Feng Yuan's captives. He naturally had anger and hatred towards Feng Yuan, but he had to admit, if not for Feng Yuan capturing so many Southern Border Gu immortals and giving Southern Border's righteous path a painful beating, how could Southern Border's righteous path unite so quickly? Between comfort and pain, the latter naturally moved people's hearts more. Thinking about it, Tai secretly felt that it was a little ironic. The Beacon Tower plan was the dream of Tai clan for many years, but it was realized because of a demonic path overlord. Of course, there was another crucial factor, the arrival of the Great Era. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's role was extremely important. Sizzle. The beacon tower suddenly made a strange sound and even trembled slightly. What's going on? This scene immediately attracted the attention of the elderly Gu immortal. He frowned and looked at Tai Yi. Ba Tao also looked at Tai Yi with her beautiful eyes. She had participated in the construction of many beacon towers, but had never seen such a situation before. Could it be that some flaws were left behind during the construction of this beacon tower? Tai Yi's frown deepened. Don't worry, this situation does not mean that there is a problem with this beacon tower, but that one of the beacon towers scattered all over southern border has been completely destroyed. Oh, is that so? The elderly Gu immortal's frown slightly eased. Ba Tao snorted coldly. This situation was also within southern border's righteous path's expectations. Because although the construction of the beacon tower was approved by southern border's righteous path, there were still demonic path and lone cultivator forces in southern border's Gu immortal world. The beacon tower was in Tai clan's hands. It represented the benefits of Tai clan and other southern border super forces. It had nothing to do with these demonic path and lone immortals. It was very likely that the beacon tower that was constructed would be discovered, and then destroyed by these Gu immortals. Find out who did it. We need to kill one to warn the others. The elderly Gu immortal's killing intent soared. This was also one of the methods that southern border's righteous path had come up with to deal with this matter. However, at the next moment, the abnormality of the beacon tower made the three immortals stunned. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of strange noises resounded. The newly constructed beacon tower shook continuously like a patient suffering from epilepsy. What's going on? Does this mean that a large number of beacon towers have been destroyed? Ba Tao and the elderly Gu immortal looked at Tai Yi again. This time, even Tai Yi was hesitant, muttering to himself. Strange, is there really a problem with this beacon tower? But at the next moment his suspicions were shattered. The three immortals' expressions changed, because they received a shocking piece of news almost at the same time. There was only one person crazily destroying the beacon towers. It was none other than that unforgivable and heinous demonic path overlord, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has outstanding wisdom path methods. It is not difficult for him to deduce the locations of these beacon towers. He also has fixed immortal travel. He can come and go freely. It is not strange for him to do this. Tai Yi's expression was grim. Damn it. The celestial court is useless. They actually allowed Fang Yuan to steal fixed immortal travel. Ba Tao clenched her fists, feeling extreme hatred. The elderly Gu immortal was experienced after all. Let's go back to the clan. Since Fang Yuan is making a move, it is no longer safe outside. Tai Yi and Ba Tao's hearts tightened. Thinking of Fang Yuan's methods, they no longer had any thoughts of staying here. At the same time, Wu Yong, Qi Chu Yu, and the other clan leaders were also having an urgent meeting. Fang Yuan must have seen the threat of the beacon towers. He attacked in advance and is destroying them crazily. This shows that our clan's beacon towers are a huge threat to Fang Yuan. He is already feeling uneasy and fearful. Tai clan's first supreme elder said. Just let him destroy them. The difficulty of building beacon towers is high. They need Gu immortals to do it personally. But they are only made of mortal Gu. The cost is low. Just let him destroy them. Shang clan's first supreme elder sneered, showing a heroic air. Wu Yong, however, frowned. He had a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is crafty and crafty. He cannot be underestimated. I feel that there is a deeper meaning behind his actions. It is not as simple as it seems. Wu Yong's words immediately attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. One of them said, "Is there such a possibility? Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation in southern border, and one of these beacon towers is very close to his tribulation location. Thus he attacked and destroyed a large number of them." That makes sense. Quick, gather wisdom path Gu immortals to make deductions. As long as Fang Yuan makes a move, he will leave behind all sorts of clues. Now that he is making such a big move, the deductions will definitely be more fruitful than before. After a round of deductions, the results were indeed brilliant. Southern border's righteous path obtained 3 locations. If Feng Yuan wanted to undergo tribulation, these were the most likely locations. Quickly investigate. Pay close attention to these 3 locations. We must defend them to the death. Similar orders were passed down. Southern Border's Gu immortal world moved in unison for the first time in history, all to exterminate their common enemy. Chapter 1636. 5 Regional Mountain Range? Jun Xinguang's heart jumped. Feng Yuan's destruction of the beacon towers had caused a huge commotion. Even though the Celestial Court's influence in Southern Border was weak, they could still find out. Southern Border had gathered many Wisdom Path Gu immortals and deduced 3 locations, one of which was the 5 Regional Mountain Range. The Celestial Court, however, had Fairy Myrtle deduced the 5 Regional Mountain Range alone. Jun Xinguang immediately moved towards the 5 Regional Mountain Range. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding the 5 Regional Mountain Range appeared in his mind. This 5 Regional Mountain Range was not a naturally formed mountain range, it was man-made. The person who created this mountain range was not simple. It was the rank 8 Restriction Path Gu Immortal Taozhu. This person was known as the Restriction Master, and had extraordinary attainment level in his path. He had deeply researched the 5 regional walls, and tried to find a method to allow Gu immortals to easily cross the regional walls, thus creating the 5 Regional Mountain Range. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not obtain any useful results. But this 5 Regional Mountain Range was left behind and became a special place in Southern Border. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch chased after Feng Yuan, and was once defeated by Feng Yuan in the regional wall. This battle exposed the secret that Feng Yuan's battle strength is almost unaffected in the regional wall. It can be said that the 5 regional walls are his natural home ground. Regrettably, the heaven and earth chi in the 5 regional walls are extremely difficult to extract. He cannot undergo tribulation in the regional walls. But the 5 Regional Mountain Range is different. It is man-made and located in Southern Border. It has abundant earth chi and good weather. At the same time, it can give Feng Yuan some home ground advantage. Jun Xinguang's speed was extremely fast. While he was thinking, he had already crossed tens of thousands of li. On the horizon, the 5 Regional Mountain Range was already in sight. The reason why he could arrive at the scene so quickly was because Jun Xinguang had been patrolling the area. The 5 Regional Mountain Range was a special place that was long known. It was not a secret. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle had been scheming against Feng Yuan, deducing some suitable locations for him to undergo tribulation. The 5 Regional Mountain Range was naturally at the top of the list. Therefore, the 5 Regional Mountain Range itself was one of the key surveillance areas of the Celestial Court. This time, in order for the Celestial Court to deal with Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate to mobilize many rank 8 Gu immortals to the other 4 regions. There were 2 in Southern Border. Jun Xinguang was one of them. There was also a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wei Feng, who was quite far away but was also rapidly approaching. When Jun Xinguang got close to the 5 Regional Mountain Range, he immediately used his killer move to conceal himself as he carefully approached. Walala! A huge amount of heaven and earth chi was like a tidal wave, continuously being drawn out and gathered at the center of the 5 Regional Mountain Range. That place was obscured by the light and shadow, and it was impossible to see clearly. It was like a bottomless hole, continuously sucking in the massive amount of chi of heaven and earth. Such a scale is truly terrifying. Jun Xinguang's heart trembled as he watched. He immediately used his unique investigative method. After Feng Yuan set up an ambush and successfully captured a group of Southern Border Gu immortals, Jun Xinguang had also personally arrived at the scene. At this time, Jun Xinguang was filled with vigilance. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, whose cultivation level was higher than Feng Yuan, he did not dare to advance rashly. If after entering the 5 Regional Mountain Range, he discovered that this was Feng Yuan's ambush, that would be disastrous. After Jun Xinguang investigated, he confirmed that someone was undergoing tribulation here. But whether it was Feng Yuan or not was another matter. Jun Xinguang was very patient. He used other methods and obtained results after a while. This was an otherworldly demon undergoing tribulation. This way, Jun Xinguang was almost 100% sure that this was Feng Yuan's main body. He is actually undergoing tribulation here. Jun Xinguang muttered, his gaze filled with disbelief. But he quickly reacted and laughed at himself. Reality is illusion. Illusion is reality. Feng Yuan's main body is clearly here, but I actually did not dare to believe it. The He family of the Northern Plains had unique methods to detect the otherworldly demons. The Celestial Court naturally had similar killer moves. Fairy Myrtle had once persuaded Feng Yuan to surrender in Langya Blessed Land. She had revealed that the Celestial Court was the Celestial Court of humans. They could accept even otherworldly demons. The Celestial Court had indeed recruited otherworldly demons to become members of the Celestial Court, but there were no clear records in history, and no one knew about it. It was not strange for the Celestial Court to have such methods. Right now Jun Xinguang was using such a method. If Feng Yuan had thought of this method in advance and prepared against it, the possibility of that is too small. After all, even if he had been reborn, this method of mine had been specially modified by Lady Ziwei recently. It is said that after Yuan Qiongdu joined the Celestial Court, other than being in charge of repairing Fate Gu, he was also refining Immortal Gu for Feng Yuan. In history, there were examples of rank 8 demonic path Gu immortals wreaking havoc in the world. When the Celestial Court could not restrain them, they would refine Immortal Gu for these demons. This type of Immortal Gu was specially used to restrain such demons. It had extraordinary effects. Feng Yuan was only rank 7, but he had already received such great attention and treatment from the Celestial Court. This was unprecedented in history. Maybe there is another reason, that is, his grand tribulation cannot be delayed any longer. He has to undergo tribulation. Jun Xinguang's eyes shined with bright light. Someone was undergoing tribulation here, and was confirmed to be an otherworldly demon. Feng Yuan's identity was already clear. If it were anyone else who would be so stupid as to undergo tribulation here, and with the scale of heaven and earth Qi, and the otherworldly demon, who else could it be other than Feng Yuan? Good. Feng Yuan, I, the Celestial Court, have finally caught you. Jun Xinguang said good 3 times in a row, his expression becoming more and more excited. Feng Yuan had already started his tribulation. At this time he could not move at will, he had already become a live target. Even if he had fixed immortal travel, what could he do? It could be said that this was Feng Yuan's weakest moment. Jun Xinguang's expression gradually calmed down, becoming solemn as a murderous aura shrouded his whole body. If I can kill Feng Yuan in this trip, it will be a huge merit. Jun Xinguang's heart was burning. He was truly lucky to have encountered such a good opportunity. No wonder Lady Ziwei once told me that my luck is very dense, although it is inferior to Feng Yuan's. As long as I don't make the first move, I will not be suppressed by Feng Yuan's luck. If I wait for Feng Yuan's luck to weaken, I will have a chance to gain victory. Thinking of this, Jun Xinguang's eyes were already surging with killing intent. So what if it is the 5 regional mountain range? It is only a replica of the 5 regional walls. Even if Feng Yuan is undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional walls, I, Jun Xinguang, will still force my way in and kill you at any cost. Rumble. A sonic boom resounded as an immortal Gu house flew towards the 5 regional mountain range at lightning speed. Jun Xinguang immediately felt a chill in his heart. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building? These southern border immortals came so quickly. As expected, the beacon towers are of great help to them. They gathered so quickly, even my Celestial Court does not have such methods. If we attack southern border in the future, we will need to get rid of these beacon towers first. Jun Xinguang saw these southern border righteous path immortals, and felt some joy in his heart. He needed these people to take the lead, and wear down Feng Yuan's battle strength and luck. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building directly rose into the sky. Wu Yong led the southern border righteous path immortals, and stood in the bamboo building, overlooking the entire 5 regional mountain range. Seeing such a scale of heaven and earth Qi, many Gu immortals showed shock and bewilderment. Some wisdom path Gu immortals worked together to deduce, and soon, one of them said excitedly, "There is a high chance that Feng Yuan is undergoing tribulation here." Great! Wonderful. This demon Feng Yuan has committed a heinous crime. He is extremely vicious and evil. Today we must behead him to avenge our southern border's righteous path. Killing this demon will cleanse heaven and earth. It will bring blessings to all living beings. Does this Fang Yuan really think our southern border righteous path is a pushover? He is actually undergoing tribulation in southern border. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid he thinks that if he captures our clansmen, we will hesitate to attack him. You don't know how firm the righteous path of the southern border is. The southern border immortals discussed with surging battle intent. Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Zhao and third Supreme Elder Xia Qinyuan looked at each other helplessly. Although they wanted to save their clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Cha, they had no choice but to follow the crowd in this situation. Southern border's righteous path had been extorted by Fang Yuan earlier. They were already filled with anger. But because they could not find Fang Yuan earlier, under the consideration of benefits, they accepted the extortion to protect the hostages. Now that Fang Yuan was in front of them, as long as they killed him, they might be able to obtain many venerable inheritances, as well as countless cultivation resources, and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The overwhelming hatred and the huge benefits made these southern border Gu immortals' eyes turn red with greed. Our southern border righteous path alliance has just been established. We need a powerful demon to serve as our flag. Fang Yuan is the perfect candidate. Everyone, this damn devil is currently undergoing tribulation. Time is limited. Let's attack together, encircle and annihilate him from all directions. Let this day next year be his death anniversary. Under Wu Yang's order, the southern border righteous immortals swarmed out. There were rank 8 Gu immortals like Qi Chuyu and Shang Wu Jie, as well as powerful experts like Xia Zhao, as well as rank 7 experts like Yao Du, Ho Tung, and Bada. This lineup was so powerful that even Jun Shenguang, who was hiding at the side, was shocked. This could be said to be the full force of southern border's righteous path. There were probably only some rank 6 immortals left in their headquarters. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heaven chi surged. The boundless clouds condensed into dozens of huge light pillars, ruthlessly suppressing Fang Yuan. Earth chi condensed, dragging Fang Yuan's footsteps. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. His attention was not on the tribulation, but outside the immortal aperture. Good heavens, many people came. Southern border's righteous path hates me to the core. Of course, they are also scrambling for my wealth. Other than that, there must be celestial courts Gu immortals hiding nearby. It is just that I have not discovered them yet. Although he had captured so many southern border Gu immortals and soul-searched them one by one, he had a deep understanding of southern border's righteous path. But at this moment, he did not dare to be careless or underestimate them. Because southern border's righteous path also had deep foundations, they had trump cards. Especially some deep foundations. Even the first supreme elders of each race might not know about them, let alone Fang Yuan's captive Xia Cha, who was only the first supreme elder. Beacon towers are indeed troublesome. Fang Yuan sighed again. Chapter 1637. Once they entered the 5 regional mountain range, the southern border immortals immediately felt an intense repulsive or attractive force. They activated killer moves to move forward while maintaining their defensive methods. Their immortal apertures all shook as they suffered the backlash of immortal killer moves. This demon really chose a good place. Immediately, a southern border Gu immortal gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Even if my immortal aperture is destroyed, I will kill this demon and rid the world of evil." Even more Gu immortals' battle intent surged. Their determination to kill Fang Yuan became even firmer. Fang Yuan was so crafty and ruthless. He did not show any reverence towards the celestial court. He was daring and unbridled, not to mention the righteous path of the other 4 regions. This person only had rank 7 cultivation level, yet he ambushed southern border's righteous path, capturing hostages and extorting them wantonly. If he became rank 8, what would happen? If Fang Yuan was in the righteous path, it would be fine. The righteous path would follow the rules of the game. But he was in the demonic path. He was alone and needed a vast amount of cultivation resources to cultivate. He would reach out to the righteous path and plunder. This was an irreconcilable conflict. But Fang Yuan not only had the ability to plunder, he could even defend against deductions and had fierce battle strength. This was too frightening. They had to get rid of this scourge as soon as possible. Kill. Kill. Take revenge for my clansmen. Whoever can cut off Fang Yuan's head, no matter who it is, I Shang Wu Jie. will reward them handsomely. I Chi Chuyu will personally set up an immortal formation for him. My Wu clan will open our treasury. Whoever kills Fang Yuan can choose 3 immortal Gu. Under the heavy reward, the morale of the southern border Gu immortals soared. To prevent Fang Yuan from escaping, they split into several groups and charged in from different directions of the 5 regional mountain range, directly attacking the center. Cluck cluck cluck. With a series of chicken cries, the immemorial year chicken's huge body suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Shang Wujie's group. Fang Yuan had naturally made arrangements. The immemorial year beasts were scattered everywhere to protect him and resist the strong enemies. This was an immemorial year beast. It was ferocious as it pecked at the southern border Gu immortals. The accompanying rank 7 Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts and were about to resist with all their strength when they suddenly heard Shang Wujie's cold snort. Little chicken, you dare to stop me! Shang Wujie roared, activating his rank 8 killer move. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire immemorial year chicken was slapped into the mountain and fainted on the spot. The accompanying rank 7 Gu immortals immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes towards Shang Wujie had already changed. Although Shang Wujie is a rank 8 Gu immortal, he has never been famous for his battle strength. To think that his offensive killer move is so fierce. A primordial year chicken is after all a primordial desolate beast. It didn't even have the chance to make a move before it was knocked unconscious by Shang Wujie. Fierce too fierce. Shang clan is one of the top 5 super forces in southern border, but the strength that Shang Wujie has displayed is too strong. Shang Wujie's performance caused people to be shocked, exceeding their imaginations. No matter how weak the immemorial year chicken was, it was still at rank 8 level. To think that it could not even last 1 round against him. Oh, did he bring weak chicken Gu with him? Fang Yuan observed the battle, while undergoing tribulation. The immemorial year chicken's poor performance made Fang Yuan recall a famous transaction from his previous life. Ba clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Ba Ji did not hesitate to pay a huge price to transact with Shang clan, obtaining rank 8 weak chicken Gu. Because of a special method, he could use this immortal Gu above his rank, causing his strength to soar rapidly, becoming the biggest winner of the transaction. Subsequently, he caused a huge commotion in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Right now, Gu immortal Ba Ji is still in close cultivation. His reputation is unknown and no one is interested in him. Weak chicken Gu is still in Shang clan's hands, and was used by Shang Wujie to deal with me. Shang Wujie's battle strength was not outstanding among southern borders rank 8s, but with weak chicken Gu, he was in the limelight for once. Fortunately, that immemorial year chicken was only defeated and not killed. There was still hope of saving it. Fang Yuan immediately sent an immemorial year snake to attack Shang Wujie's group. As the two clashed, Shang Wujie was immediately obstructed, his advance coming to an abrupt halt. There were several other groups that had the same encounter as Shang Wujie. All of them had rank 8 Gu immortals. Evidently, Fang Yuan's main focus was on defending against these rank 8 existences. In a one-on-one battle, these immemorial year beasts were naturally not the rank 8 Gu immortals match, but they could resist for some time. But in the 5 regional mountain range, it was a different battle environment. Using any immortal killer move here would have a higher difficulty, and the Gu immortal themselves would have to suffer the backlash first. There was also the omnipresent gravitational and repulsive forces that constantly interfered with the Gu immortals. Not only did they have to fight, they also had to divert their attention to deal with these enormous gravitational and repulsive forces. These gravitational and repulsive forces were stronger as the Gu immortals' cultivation level rose. Rank 8 Gu immortals could barely move forward. This was also why under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu immortals had to go through Black Heaven and White Heaven, taking detours. Of course, the 5 regional mountain range was only an imitation of the 5 regional walls. It was not the real 5 regional walls, so the obstruction to rank 8 Gu immortals was not as strong as the real regional walls. Even so, it greatly suppressed the performance of rank 8 Gu immortals. At once, even these rank 8 Gu immortals like Wu Yong could not advance even an inch while resisting the immemorial year beasts with all their strength. These immemorial year beasts came from the river of time. They were not born in the 5 regions, so they were not restricted. As for Immortal Goo House, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. It was a fixed immortal killer move. It was even more severely restricted in the 5 regional mountain range. It was stored in Wu Yang's immortal aperture and could not be used easily. The demon's schemes are truly crafty. No wonder he chose to undergo tribulation here. Feeling the difficulty of the battle, a Gu immortal coughed out blood and shouted, "Don't mind us, you guys charge in and disturb Feng Yuan's tribulation. We can't let him pass this tribulation." Chi Chuyu shouted. Even though Feng Yuan had arranged immemorial year beasts, in terms of numbers, he could not compare to the southern border Gu immortals. When the immemorial year beast was fighting the southern border immortals, it was also being restrained. Many southern border Gu immortals bypassed the immemorial year beasts and continued to attack Feng Yuan. Great formation rise. Feng Yuan did not panic in the face of danger. With a command, an immortal Dao Great Formation suddenly rose in the surroundings. At once, the southern border Gu immortals lost their 5 senses. They were in chaos. Their vision was filled with fog and they lost their direction. This demon still has a backup plan. Don't be afraid. We cannot easily use immortal Gu houses in the 5 regional mountain range. The same goes for immortal formations. If he uses it for too long, it will collapse on its own. At that time, Feng Yuan will have to bear the backlash of the array's collapse. No, this is exactly Feng Yuan's delaying tactic. As long as he could endure this period of time and successfully transcend the tribulation, even if the array was broken and he suffered a backlash, he would not be able to escape. He would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape in time. The southern border Gu immortals conversed at lightning speed. They immediately understood Feng Yuan's delaying tactic. We need to break out of this formation as soon as possible. That fellow cultivator has such a method. Oh no, Qi Clan's Gu immortals are blocked, they cannot come. Damn it, this demon is doing this on purpose. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a Gu immortal laughed loudly. Everyone turned to look. It was a person with a large head and a small body. He had a crafty gaze. Immediately someone asked, "Ho Clan friend, why are you laughing?" Ho Clan Gu immortal Ho Zi Ho stopped laughing. Everyone, don't worry, this formation does not have any spatial restriction ability. It is simply confusing our senses and causing us to lose our direction. I have a beast that can be used. Come out. As soon as he said that, a mystical light flew out of Ho Zi Ho's immortal aperture and landed on his shoulder, turning into a monkey. This monkey was small and had dense fur. It was shining in silver light and had 8 ears, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. Immediately, a Gu immortal cried out in shock. "Is this the immemorial desolate beast 8 ears monkey?" Ho Zi Ho laughed loudly. "Yes, it is." Ear monkeys were rare beasts. They belonged to information path. Even ordinary mortal beasts were rare. Immortal level ear monkeys were even rarer. When an ear monkey grew 6 ears, it was a desolate beast. 7 ears were ancient desolate beasts. 8 ears were immemorial desolate beasts. At once, the southern border immortals' gazes towards Ho Zi Ho changed. Ho Zi Ho only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface. His battle strength was not outstanding and he was not famous. To think that he had hidden an immemorial desolate beast as a helper. This concealment was too deep. If not for the encirclement against Feng Yuan, he might not have been forced to reveal such a trump card. "Monkey monkey, where are the enemies?" Ho Zi Ho rubbed the 8 ears monkey's small head, instructing softly. As an immemorial desolate beast, the 8 ears monkey was actually very docile. It obediently listened to Ho Zi Ho. It listened attentively before chirping and stretching out its hand to point a direction. The immortals received its guidance and continued to advance. Suddenly, the immortal formation changed. The 8 ears monkey immediately shouted and listened attentively, pointing in another direction. Feng Yuan immediately frowned. This way. Even if the formation changed continuously, it would not be able to block this group of southern border Gu immortals. It is actually an 8 ears monkey. Although southern borders Ho clan has always reared and enslaved monkey beasts, I did not expect them to have such a rare divine beast. Jun Shenguang saw this and his killing intent surged. This encirclement against Feng Yuan was a huge matter. Jun Shenguang hesitated for a moment before deciding to take the risk. When the southern border Gu immortals entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had already activated his killer move and stealthily sneaked in. And the other celestial court Gu immortal, Wei Feng, was also rapidly rushing over, waiting to be the Oriole. With this 8 ears monkey, we can monitor the world. When my central continent invades southern border in the future, most stealth methods will be ineffective. Getting rid of it will be greatly beneficial to my celestial court's plan. Jun Shenguang thought of this, and his gaze towards the 8 ears monkey revealed a trace of killing intent. The 8 ears monkey immediately sensed it, and screamed in panic. This beast is so sharp. Jun Shenguang quickly retracted his gaze and looked ahead. Forget it, I will let it go for now. The urgent matter now is to deal with Feng Yuan. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Ho Zihui quickly comforted the 8 ears monkey on his shoulder. Right at this time, their vision suddenly cleared up as a Gu immortal shouted. We are out! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heaven and earth chi were still surging. The sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was wide open and continuously devouring. This is the immortal aperture of the demon Feng Yuan? We are close. With a strong enemy in front of them. The southern border immortals were stunned. They looked at each other and did not dare to move forward. Feng Yuan's fierce might made these rank 7 Gu immortals feel somewhat uneasy. Although the Southern Alliance has been established, how can the overall situation be changed in a short period of time? Motley Crew is still a motley crew after all. Jun Shenguang sneered. He concealed himself and continued to advance rapidly. He actually wanted to enter Feng Yuan's immortal aperture in one step. Once I enter Feng Yuan's immortal aperture, he will fall into a passive state, and will have to restrain himself. I will not fight Feng Yuan at all. As long as I cause destruction everywhere, Feng Yuan will not be able to endure it. Even better is that Feng Yuan's grand tribulation has not formed yet. If I disturb him from the side, he will not be able to attend to one thing, and might really be killed by me. But it is safer to continue hiding in his immortal aperture, and wait for Feng Yuan to fight against the southern border immortals before I make my move. I am really looking forward to his expression when he finds out that a powerful enemy has suddenly appeared in his immortal aperture. Jun Shenguang had extremely powerful concealment methods. This was also his specialty. Of course, he knew that there was a chance that Feng Yuan would see through this risk and discover him. But such a great opportunity was right in front of him. If he did not grasp it, it would be a waste of time. Comparatively speaking, the possibility of Feng Yuan seeing through it was much smaller than not being able to see through it. How could there be no risk in this world? Not to mention the dangers of battle. Jun Shenguang was a noble rank 8 Gu immortal, but he had never lost the courage to risk his life. However, he had a clear yardstick in his heart when he should risk his life and when he shouldn't. Now is the time to fight with my life on the line. Jun Shenguang's eyes shined with a strange light as he activated his immortal killer move. Enduring the backlash of the killer move, he mixed into the heaven and earth chi, and was about to enter the sovereign immortal aperture. Chapter 1638. The immortal aperture's entrance was open, but the amount of heaven and earth chi absorbed had already decreased by a lot. The enemy is right in front of us. Why are you hesitating? Tai Clan's Gu immortals raised their eyebrows and shouted at the southern border immortals. Many people's faces turned slightly red as they came to their senses. Someone shouted, "Let's charge in together. This demon Feng Yuan is still undergoing tribulation. We will definitely win this battle. Whoever flees will be the greatest disgrace of southern border's righteous path. That's right, charge into the enemy's immortal aperture. Even if we die, we will make this demon Feng Yuan suffer heavy losses." Why are you so pessimistic? This demon extorted so many things. There are definitely peerless treasures in his immortal aperture. Not to mention others, there are several secluded domains of heaven and earth. My clan's Gu immortals are still being held captive by him, but we do not know where he is being held. I have already checked. There are no immortal formations around. Ho Zihui rubbed the 8 ears monkey's head and said with certainty. The southern border immortals immediately relaxed. Feng Yuan's formation had made southern border's righteous path suffer greatly. Once this worry was gone, the southern border immortals' morale soared. They immediately used their abilities and charged into the immortal aperture. Howl, howl, howl. But at the next moment, there was a sudden change. A series of ear-piercing buzzing sounds resounded in the battlefield, almost piercing the immortal's eardrums. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light burst out. Many southern border Gu immortals were caught off guard. Their vision was filled with white. They were temporarily blinded. The southern border immortals were pale with fright. They quickly went on guard. Countless killer moves struck the center of the light. The person at the center of the light was not Fang Yuan, but Jun Guang. He was filled with anger and shock. This killer move of mine is the light of alarm. It will only be used when I face fatal danger. It is not controlled by me. I was about to sneak into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture earlier, but I activated the light of shock. What is going on? Don't tell me this is a huge trap set by Fang Yuan? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He blocked the attacks of the southern border immortals while retreating rapidly. You have great skills, but since you're here, why are you leaving so quickly? Fang Yuan's laughter drifted into Jun Guang's ears. Jun Guang's heart trembled as he cried out involuntarily. Not good. He felt a formless suction force pulling at him, trying to drag him into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. In an instant, the doubts in Jun Guang's heart completely disappeared without a trace. He was absolutely sure that this was a trap set up by Fang Yuan. Jun Guang roared, disregarding the backlash of the 5 regional mountain range. He activated his immortal killer move to resist the formless suction force that Fang Yuan was exerting on him. Immediately after, Jun Guang displayed the technique he was most proud of. His figure turned into a strange light, and was about to shoot out of the battlefield. But even though the killer move succeeded, the strange light shot out at an extremely slow speed, comparable to a snail or a tortoise. Damn it, this is a time path method. Jun Guang immediately recognized it. Because of this time path method, his time was slowed down by nearly 100 times. Jun Guang was inwardly shocked. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with rank 8 Dao marks. How can my time be slowed down by so much? Fang Yuan's time path method is actually at rank 8 level. It completely surpasses the information we had. How did he do it? What's going on? I was hit. Time is incomparably slow. It is like I have fallen into a swamp. Quickly think of a way. Similar to Jun Guang, the nearby southern border immortals were also in the same situation. You all came uninvited. I will return such hospitality 100-fold. Fang Yuan said as he descended onto the battlefield, only to see a Gu immortal with fluttering white clothes and green hair. He had an extremely handsome face and a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss and as cold as ice, filled with terrifying killing intent. The Gu immortals present were all too familiar with such an appearance. Their bodies shook intensely as they turned pale with fright. Among the southern border immortals, someone even cried out in shock. It's Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ignored these southern border rank 7 Gu immortals. His gaze was eerie as he looked at Jun Guang. Jun Guang's face was flushed red. He was using all his strength to get rid of the time path restriction on his body. He had many methods and his efforts were fruitful. The time path restriction that Fang Yuan placed on him was getting lesser and lesser, and Jun Guang's speed was also getting faster. Fang Yuan smiled as he slowly stretched out his left hand from his sleeve. His left hand was white as jade. His 5 fingers spread out in a graceful manner, like a white lotus blooming. Surging soul path aura suddenly erupted and contracted in an instant, condensing into a phantom image in the center of Fang Yuan's left palm. This phantom image was vivid and lifelike. It was Luo Pavali that had shrunk by 1,000,000 times. The phantom image of Luo Pavali slowly rotated on its own. Fang Yuan's left hand's 5 fingers began to slowly close. Alarm bells rang in Jun Guang's mind. An incomparable sense of danger enveloped his entire body and mind. His eyes were wide open. He was so nervous that his pupils were about to split apart. What killer move is this? Terrifying, too terrifying. My senses are definitely not wrong. If I get hit by this move, I will definitely die. Escape. I must escape, quickly escape. Jun Guang's face was blood red. His thin and long white eyebrows were trembling crazily. He no longer had his previous breathtaking demeanor. Immortal killer move, Sunshine God. He gave a loud roar, brazenly using his strongest method. His whole body turned into a lump of light. Endless light burst out. It was as if a small sun had appeared in the whole battlefield. The burning white light had boundless might that could illuminate heaven and earth. Wherever it went, Feng Yuan's time path hand disintegrated. The southern border immortals had just escaped, but they were engulfed by the extremely dazzling white light. The fake regional walls that filled every part of the mountain range dissipated under the intense assault of the white light. The whole 5 regional mountain range started to shake, especially at the center of the battlefield. A large number of mountain rocks shattered and collapsed. It was a scene of chaos. The aftermath of Sunshine God even impacted the other battlefields. Southern Border's Rank 8 team was fighting with the Immemorial Year Immortal. They were severely disrupted. This is a Central Continent Rank 8 Gu Immortal? He is probably a member of the Celestial Court. As the light dissipated, the central battlefield became extremely clear. Suddenly, a Southern Border Gu Immortal cried out in shock. Wait, that immortal aperture. It is my clan's Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. What? It is not Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Everyone was shocked. This is a trap. Jun Shenguang screamed. He gathered his spirit and frantically retreated. Trying to escape? Feng Yuan suddenly appeared not far from Jun Shenguang. His heart shook fiercely. Jun Shenguang's pupils shrunk to pin size as he stared fixedly at Feng Yuan. At that moment, he suddenly realized, rather than saying that Feng Yuan was ambushing Southern Border's Gu Immortals, it would be more accurate to say that he was specifically targeting members of the Celestial Court like him. So your true target is me. That move of yours has already been exposed. I am already on guard. Your trap has also collapsed. Can you still restrain me? Merely rank 7 cultivation. I am a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, there is even reinforcements, Wei Feng, who is rushing over. Unless these Southern Border Gu Immortals are with you, do you think you can kill me? Jun Shenguang breathed in deeply. Countless lights flowed around his body like water, forming an impregnable defense. Sure enough, at the next moment, the Southern Border Immortals attacked one after another. Their target was the same, Feng Yuan. Wu Yong took the lead, while Qi Chuyu and Shang Wujie followed closely behind, allowing the Immemorial Year beasts to attack themselves. They also wanted to deal with Feng Yuan. Next, a large number of Southern Border Gu Immortal experts used their own methods. Jun Shenguang laughed heartily. Feng Yuan, you demon, your evil deeds will only bring about your own destruction. You still want to kill me? Today you will die for sure. Is that so? At the moment of crisis, Feng Yuan was calm and collected. Even the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Boom. At the next moment, his rank 7 aura suddenly changed. An incomparable aura soared into the sky and radiated in all directions. The group of people were all shocked. What? Rank 8 aura. This is impossible. Feng Yuan's body slightly paused. He stretched out his finger and lightly pointed. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Next he folded his arms, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, forming a fan. Immortal killer move, summer fan. This is... Qi Chuyu and Shang Wujie were dumbstruck at this scene. This is Lady Xia Cha's. Xia Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortals cried out in pain, an extremely bad feeling shrouding their hearts. Rumble. Spring scissors fiercely suppressed Jun Shenguang. Summer fan was rapidly waved in Feng Yuan's hands, brazenly defeating all kinds of killer moves of the Southern Border Immortals. Chapter 1639. Shock. Witnessing Feng Yuan's rank 8 might, all the Gu Immortals present felt a sense of shock. The Immortals had come to obstruct Feng Yuan, to disrupt his tribulation and prevent him from becoming rank 8. But who could have thought that Feng Yuan would already have rank 8 cultivation level when they met again? This change caught everyone off guard. When did he become rank 8? Qi Chuyu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. It is not strange to be able to use spring scissors and summer fan, but these two killer moves are amplified by time path Dao marks and can block all attacks. Even if Feng Yuan becomes rank 8, how can he have so many time path Dao marks in such a short period of time? I think it is more likely that he is using Xia Chao's body and using familiar face to deceive us, and make us think that he has already undergone tribulation. Shang Wujie forced himself to remain calm as he analyzed. No. My clan's first Supreme Elders Spring and Summer Immortal Gu are both rank 8. Only rank 8 Immortal Essence can be used. Xia clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Zhao shouted. This. Shang Wujie immediately hesitated. Immortal Essence contain the user's will. Only the user, or the heavenly spirit or land spirit formed after death could use their own immortal essence. The only exception was Immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses could use immortal essence from any source. But Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves were clearly not Immortal Gu houses. If Fang Yuan was only rank 7 and only had Red Date Immortal Essence, he would not be able to activate Spring and Summer Immortal Gu. Even if he replaced Xia Chao's body and obtained her immortal essence, he would not be able to use it. There is no point in thinking too much. Kill Fang Yuan, and we might find out. Wu Yong shouted. He shot out like lightning. The immemorial year beast behind him fell to the ground, unable to get up again. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong displayed great battle strength. He killed the immemorial year beast that Fang Yuan deployed first and fought Fang Yuan with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's gaze was cold, his battle intent surged as he shouted loudly. Even if you advance to rank 8, you will not be able to escape this calamity. The 5-boundary mountain range that you have carefully chosen will be your burial ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire mountain range began to shake violently. For a moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Body parts flew everywhere. What's going on? The immortals were bewildered. Wu Yong's voice immediately reached the immortals' ears. Don't worry, everyone. This is a contingency plan that I've specially arranged. It can change the direction of the earth veins under the 5-realm mountain range and cause the entire mountain range to collapse. The immortals were even more puzzled. So what if he changed the direction of the earth veins? But soon, they were pleasantly surprised to see that as the mountains gradually collapsed, the unique colorful light of the 5 boundaries mountain range also rapidly disintegrated and vanished. This. For a moment, even Jun Shenguang revealed a shocked expression. Great. Without these restraints, our battle strength will recover to its original state. We will no longer be restricted. The southern border Gu immortals were overjoyed. This Wu Yong is indeed different from Wu Duxiu. He actually had such a contingency plan. Shang Wujie's eyes flickered with bright light. Why is Wu clan so familiar with the 5 boundaries mountain range? Simply changing the direction of the earth veins cannot achieve such an effect. They must also know the details of Tao Zhu's arrangement of this mountain range. Qi Chuyu's thoughts moved rapidly. At the periphery of the 5 boundaries mountain range, the formation formed by Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals was constantly rumbling. It was the source of the change in the entire 5 boundaries mountain range. Xiao Xilu, Wu Yubo, and the others were guarding this place. Wu Yubo looked at the battlefield and chuckled coldly. This demon Fang Yuan wants to rely on the 5 boundaries mountain range. Now that he has lost his terrain advantage, how can he deal with the encirclement of our southern border righteous path? Xiao Xilu was silent. Her expression was somewhat complex. She had once been very close to Wu Yihai. She had once thought that they would become husband and wife. But in the end, the shocking change far surpassed her imagination. Wu Yihai was actually Fang Yuan in disguise. Every time she thought about how she had once been so close to this demon, Fang Yuan, she shuddered. There was no lingering affection between her and Fang Yuan. Her complex emotions were because of the 5 boundaries mountain range itself. Everyone thought that Tao Zhu's research on the 5 regional walls did not have any results. But the truth was not so. Xiao clan unexpectedly obtained a clue to Tao Zhu's inheritance. They had been secretly searching for it, trying to uncover it. Who could have thought that this information would be known by Wu Yong? Under his pressure, Xiao clan had no choice but to contribute it, and it was used here. Precisely because of this clue, Wu Yong had a deep understanding of the 5 boundaries mountain range. He was able to change the earth veins and make the light chi of the 5 boundaries dissipate. If it were anyone else doing this and randomly changing the earth veins, unless they were extremely lucky, under normal circumstances, the light chi of the 5 boundaries would still exist. Sai, this is a rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance, but it was used here. Now that the 5 boundaries mountain range is destroyed, all hope is gone. Xiao Xilu sighed. Even though she said so much, Not much time had actually passed. First, the killer move Light of Surprise burst out from Jun Shenguang's body. Then Fang Yuan appeared and chased after Jun Shenguang. Then the Southern Border Immortals attacked, but Fang Yuan blocked them, exposing his rank 8 cultivation level. Then, the Southern Border Immortals conversed, Wu Yong charged forward, the 5 boundaries mountain range collapsed, and Fang Yuan's terrain advantage disappeared. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan's original intention of blocking the attacks of the Southern Border Immortals did not change. Even when Wu Yong approached, he still chased after Jun Shenguang. Jun Shenguang used his trump card killer move. His aura fell to an extremely low level. His Sunshine Sun God had terrifying power. Not only did it expend a large amount of white lychee immortal essence, it also permanently expended his own light path Dao marks. It was a move that dealt great damage to the enemy and himself. Moreover, he had used it in the 5 boundaries mountain range, and suffered an intense backlash. Although he managed to escape temporarily, he suffered heavy injuries as a result. But now, the light energy of the 5 boundaries was rapidly declining. Jun Shenguang felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt increasingly relaxed. His greatest worry was immediately resolved. Seeing Wu Yong charging towards Fang Yuan, a thought appeared in Jun Shenguang's mind. Should I cooperate with the Southern Border Gu Immortals and encircle Fang Yuan? Jun Shenguang quickly rejected this thought the moment it appeared. Continue escaping. The current situation was very complex. He was not a Southern Border Gu Immortal after all. More importantly, Fang Yuan was chasing after him. If he escaped, it would mean Fang Yuan's failure. Jun Shenguang's decision to retreat was very wise. Fang Yuan was still chasing after him. He did not care about Wu Yong. But right at this time, a change occurred. A powerful aura surged as a huge 5-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. At the same time, a grand voice resounded in the whole of the 5 boundaries mountain range. Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire 5 boundaries mountain range. Now the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future. Don't disgrace my name. In the 5-colored pillar of light, a wool gathered like smoke, forming into the appearance of a Gu immortal that looked like it was alive. Countless gazes landed on it. Someone immediately recognized it. That's right, this is old man Tao Zhu's appearance when he was alive. No way. At the edge of the mountain range, Xiao Si Lu could see the pillar of light and hear the voice. She had a strange expression. Tao Zhu's final test was to destroy the 5 boundaries mountain range? I actually managed to activate Tao Zhu's inheritance by accident. Tao Zhu's will heard someone calling him old man and felt displeased. He said arrogantly, "What old man? This junior has inherited my inheritance. How can he be so rude?" Rumble. Intense winds blew. Heaven and earth roared. What answered him was Wu Yong's rank 8 killer move. But it was not aimed at him. It was aimed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit by this killer move. His immortal robe fluttered and rippled like water. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move reflected power, but Wu Yong forcefully endured it and continued to get closer. Fang Yuan's speed was immediately suppressed. It turned out that Wu Yong's move had a huge range. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only reflect the portion that Fang Yuan had to endure. Fang Yuan flew and reflected it all the way. Even though he was safe, his speed was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan had been relying on Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time. How could Wu Yong not have methods to counter it? Ah! Tao Zhu's will was shocked. He quickly looked around and saw several rank 8 Gu immortals fighting. With so many rank 7 experts present, he was so shocked that his body almost collapsed. What's going on? This was completely different from his expectations. There were no respectful juniors, only ferocious Gu immortals. Ignore him, he is just a dead man. The inheritance is here. We will take it after the battle. The urgent matter now is to kill this demon, Fang Yuan. Not just Tao Zhu's inheritance. Even if it is a Gu Venerable's true inheritance, I will give it up to kill Fang Yuan. The immortals shouted. Their attention was once again focused on Fang Yuan. Tao Zhu's will. He was completely dumbfounded. This was not in line with his script. Next he shuddered, reacting. Who is it? So many Gu immortals are trying to kill him. To kill him? They are even willing to give up a Gu Venerable's true inheritance? Tao Zhuzi also looked at Feng Yuan, but soon found that he did not know this person. Who is this person? Is he a Gu immortal after my main body died? Right at this time, Feng Yuan finally caught up to Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang was sweating profusely from nervousness. An intense feeling of danger was ringing in his mind like a war drum. He escaped with all his might, while cursing in his mind. Wu Yong, you scoundrel! What killer move is this? It can even trap me. Wu Yong's killer move had a huge range. It naturally took care of Jun Xinguang. How could Wu Yong's exquisite method be easy to deal with? Jun Xinguang's strength fell greatly. This obstruction caused his speed to fall even more severely than Feng Yuan's. It's over. Feng Yuan muttered. The moment he attacked, his eyes were like an ancient well with no ripples. The phantom image of Luopa Valley in his palm slowly rotated. Suddenly, he clenched his fingers, holding the phantom image in his palm. A ball of strange gray light surged out from the gaps between his fingers. Feng Yuan opened his palm and slapped at Jun Xinguang. The strange light shot out at an incredible speed. Jun Xinguang tried to dodge like a headless fly, frantically dodging. Wu Yong chased from behind. A dark light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, intense winds blew around Jun Xinguang, the resistance rising sharply. Wu Yong, screw you. Before Jun Xinguang could curse, he was hit by Feng Yuan's strange gray light. In an instant, his flying momentum came to a halt. There were no injuries on his body, but his soul was heavily injured, almost dying on the spot. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. While Jun Xinguang was in a daze, an immortal Gu house suddenly appeared beside Feng Yuan. The killer move that Ing Wuxia was preparing inside the house hit Jun Xinguang. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Jun Xinguang had no time to react. He sank into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. The immortal Gu house flew out. Its shape was blurry and indistinct. It swallowed Jun Xinguang and flew back to Feng Yuan's side. Wu Yong was pale with fright. He had originally interfered with Jun Xinguang to probe the power of Feng Yuan's move. After all, Jun Xinguang was not a southern border Gu immortal. Why couldn't he make use of him? But Wu Yong had never expected Feng Yuan to capture Jun Xinguang in one move. Earlier, when Feng Yuan captured the southern border immortals, he had set up an ambush and painstakingly set up a time path formation. But now, he had captured Jun Xinguang with just a few methods. His battle strength had risen to such a level, it was simply unheard of. What killer move is that? It seems to target the Gu immortal's soul. Its power is terrifying. We need to guard against it. There is also the immortal Gu house. What immortal Gu house is that? It is almost undetectable when hidden. Southern Borders rank 8s were approaching with an aggressive aura. Chapter 1640. Feng Yuan's performance shocked Tao Zhuzi to no end. Where did this soul path Gu immortal come from? Just one attack was enough to heavily injure a rank 8 Gu immortal. Such awe-inspiring demonic might. Even Spectral Soul was no match for it when he was young. This young man looks weak and delicate. To think that he is so vicious and ruthless, his methods are superb. He must have killed many people, otherwise, why would Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals encircle him on such a large scale? Realizing this, Tao Zhuzi immediately cowered. For the first time, he felt that the pillar of light around him was so dazzling. My main body set this up to facilitate the inheritance. To think that the true opening of the inheritance would be like this. Who did I offend? Is it easy to set up an inheritance after so much effort? Tao Zhuzi felt helpless, not to mention Amir will like him. Even if his main body was still alive, he would have to retreat. This situation was too deep, the waves were too fierce, he could not get involved. Tao Zhuzi cowered, he shrunk back into the pillar of light while thinking. Don't look at me, don't look at me. How could the Gu immortals have the energy or mood to look at him? Feng Yuan had captured the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang in front of everyone. His battle strength was shocking. Almost all the rank 7 Gu immortals were speechless. Even the rank 8s were dazed. How should I fight such a strong enemy? If I fight and die, what will happen to my clan? If the other rank 8s die, wouldn't I be helping others? If Feng Yuan was rank 7, with reverse flow protection seal, He could fight rank 8s. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortals could endure this level of battle strength. But now it was completely different. Not only was Fang Yuan a rank 8 Gu immortal, he also had a mysterious and powerful method. It seemed to be a soul path method that complemented lead soul into dream. Jun Shenguang's example was right in front of them. Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortals were also likely to be killed by Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, Southern Border's righteous path's old habits resurfaced. After all, there were many factions. They had been in charge for too long. Their wariness towards each other was deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if they realized the need to work together, at the crucial moment, hesitation was a knot in the hearts of all rank 8 Gu immortals. These Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortals hesitated, but Fang Yuan did not. He laughed loudly and turned around to attack Wu Yong. Wu Yong, what did you just say? This is my burial ground? Ha ha ha. I think, on the contrary, this is your grave. Come, let's settle old and new grudges together. Fang Yuan roared. His voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the 5-boundary mountain range. He was dressed in white, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His demonic might overflowed the sky. His killing intent surging to the heavens intimidated the group of immortals. Qi Chuyu, Shang Wujie, and the other rank 8 Gu immortals saw that Fang Yuan was targeting Wu Yong. They felt complex emotions. They were nervous, but also slightly relieved. Next, all sorts of dark thoughts appeared in their minds. Although Fang Yuan was ferocious, he was a lone wolf after all. Not to mention, Qi Chuyu had made a deal with Fang Yuan. Now that the Southern Alliance was newly established, the alliance leader position had always been empty. Wu Yong was the undisputed #1 candidate. If he became the alliance leader, it would be hard to say how he would treat the other clans in the future. Southern Border's clans had existed for too long to truly unite. The difficult thing was the countless obstacles in the hearts of the Gu immortals. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Wu Yong, it was beneficial to the other clans. Moreover, it was not that they did not come to help, but weren't there immemorial year beasts here? Motley crew. Wu Yong took a quick glance. Seeing that no one was coming to help him, he cursed in his heart. But facing the charging Fang Yuan, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, his courage and battle intent were stimulated. I want to see what method you used to capture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong released clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, controlling this immortal Gu house to charge at Fang Yuan with a boundless and majestic aura. Although Fang Yuan had the mysterious immortal Gu house, he was absolutely no match for clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. A sinister cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly changed direction and charged down. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's momentum was too fierce. It crashed into thin air. Wu Yong, you have the immortal Gu house with you, you are safe enough. Then if I kill these rank 7 immortals of your Southern Border righteous path, can you save them one by one? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally. Damn it. Wu Yong quickly controlled clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to change direction and chase after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said again. Wu Yong, you are really ambitious. You want to establish Southern Border's alliance. You want to be the alliance leader, right? After I kill these people, let's see if you still have the face to be the alliance leader. Fang Yuan did not have any substantial confrontation with Wu Yong, but his words were like knives that cut deeply into Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong led the Southern Border immortals to surround and kill Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because he had enmity with Fang Yuan and could not live under the same sky, but on the other hand, it was to pave the way for him to ascend to the alliance leader position and accumulate prestige. But if Fang Yuan really killed these rank 7 Gu immortals, while Wu Yong sat in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building unscathed, and could not do anything to Fang Yuan, then his prestige would definitely fall, and he would be even further away from the alliance leader position. Wu Yong was anxious and furious. He almost wanted to stomp his feet in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Although clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was extremely fast, and the distance between it and Fang Yuan was shrinking rapidly, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of those rank 7 Gu immortals first. Hold on. Am I going to die? Not necessarily. There are so many Gu immortals here. I still have hope of surviving. Before Fang Yuan attacked, these rank 7 southern border Gu immortals had already lost their morale. They did not even have the slightest thought of counterattacking, they only thought of how to preserve their lives. Fang Yuan forcibly captured Central Continent's rank 8 Gu immortals. This scene was too shocking. Die. Fang Yuan's roar suddenly stopped. At the crucial moment, a thick earth-yellow halo burst out from the southern border immortals' feet, protecting them. This was a rank 8 level defensive method. Fang Yuan, why the need to kill again? You kill me, I kill you. This cycle is so pitiful and pathetic. You are a hero of your time, Sai. Why can't you see through this? Lu Weiyin's figure appeared not far away. You again. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a sword as he ruthlessly stared at Lu Weiyin. Boom. At the next moment, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building crashed down like a meteor, carrying Wu Yong's intense hatred and anger, heavily crashing into Fang Yuan's back. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan was unscathed. The attack was completely reflected by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. But the huge impact was unavoidable. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. Wu Yong's mind relaxed. After driving Fang Yuan away from these southern border rank 7 Gu immortals, it would be even harder for him to attack them. But soon Lu Weiyin's voice could be heard. Oh no! This is Fang Yuan's plan. He wants to escape. Wu Yong's expression was ashen as he helplessly looked at Fang Yuan charging into that immortal aperture. The moment he entered, the immortal aperture's entrance closed loudly. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. Since he set up an ambush here, how could he not have arranged an escape route? After entering the immortal aperture, he definitely has an escape method, like fixed immortal travel. At once, veins bulged on Wu Yong's head. He felt extremely stifled. Immortal apertures were easy to defend and hard to attack, especially immortal apertures with a closed entrance. Of course, southern border's righteous path immortals were here. They could definitely take down this blessed land. But the time that Fang Yuan managed to buy was enough for him to escape. Wu Yong was extremely aggressive. He gathered a large group to encircle Fang Yuan, but he still failed. Not only was he unable to harm Fang Yuan at all, he even captured a Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal in front of everyone. This was simply a huge slap to Wu Yong's face. Even more despicable is this guy. Wu Yong's gaze was dark as he stared at Lu Weiyin. He suddenly spoke. Lu Weiyin, why didn't you stop him? Lu Weiyin quickly bowed and said slowly, I am ashamed. I have already tried my best to protect the southern border immortals, but I was unable to do so. In an instant, Lu Weiyin received countless gratitude from the southern border Gu immortals. Wu Yong breathed heavily. He was extremely furious. He clenched his fists tightly but could not do anything to Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. He had a terrifying background. He was the biggest threat to Wu Yong's position as the alliance leader. Wu Yong led the immortals to kill Fang Yuan. He left Lu Weiyin behind. He did not want to bring him along so that he could build up his reputation. In the end, after the battle, Fang Yuan's escape was already set in stone. While Wu Yong gained nothing, his reputation fell greatly. In contrast, Lu Weiyin was the complete opposite. Wu Yong's gaze flickered like lightning. Chapter 1641. How can this be? How can this be? Southern Border's battle report had already arrived. Fairy Myrtle muttered with a perplexed look in her eyes. The grand and spacious hall was now filled with confusion. Not only did Fang Yuan not undergo tribulation, he had already reached rank 8. In fact, he even set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range, and captured the celestial quartz Gu immortal, Junshin Guang. Fairy Myrtle already knew about the southern border Gu immortals being captured by Fang Yuan, but she did not expect the same thing to befall her celestial quartz side so quickly. Celestial quartz Gu immortals were actually captured alive. How long had it been since this happened? The moment she heard this news, Fairy Myrtle subconsciously thought of the illustrious battle achievements of several demon venerables in history. The space between her brows was even more sorrowful, and there was even more panic than usual. Even though she had always overestimated Fang Yuan, to think that today, Fang Yuan's growth was still far beyond her expectations. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained reverse flow protection seal, he has been a huge problem. Now that he is rank 8 and has Xia Cha's methods, even though he is using the 5 regional mountain range to weaken his enemies to a large extent, he can indeed pose a threat to the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Fairy Myrtle heaved a long sigh. She had already expected that such a day would come. Thus, she had tried all ways to eliminate this danger in advance, but she had never expected Feng Yuan's progress to be so rapid. Feng Yuan's progress is getting faster and faster. It seems that the quantitative change has triggered a qualitative change. But how in the world did he become rank 8 silently? Fairy Myrtle did not understand. Originally, she had thought that Feng Yuan's rapid cultivation progress was because he used a time path method to accelerate the flow of time in his immortal aperture. But now Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized that Feng Yuan definitely had a wondrous method that could defy common sense and raise his cultivation level. Then what is this method? Fairy Myrtle did not continue deducing. She left the hall and went to where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. The formation rumbled. After some time, Fairy Myrtle returned to the hall with a shocked expression. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture. So that's how it is. Fairy Myrtle muttered with a dazed expression. Spectral Soul's ambition shocked her. What made her even more wary was that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu had already been refined and obtained by Feng Yuan. A strong sense of bitterness welled up in her heart. Spectral Soul had concealed himself so deeply. If Feng Yuan hadn't exposed the clues and aroused Fairy Myrtle's suspicions, she wouldn't have searched his soul. Otherwise, she would still be kept in the dark. No wonder Feng Yuan's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. This time he was able to reach rank 8 because he annexed the immortal apertures of many southern border Gu immortals, and passed the calamities and tribulations. He was able to use Summer Fan Killer move to resist the attacks of other rank 8s. It means he also annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture. That way he would have enough time path down marks to amplify Summer Fan Killer move. Immortal apertures can only devour smaller apertures, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is special. But to annex Xia Cha's immortal aperture's rank 8 Grotto Heaven, it requires Great Grandmaster attainment level. How can Feng Yuan have it? Wait. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle's expression turned ugly. All sorts of clues in her mind converged. The fog from earlier dissipated. Feng Yuan has a method to raise his attainment level from Dream Realms. No wonder he entered Southern Border and plundered Dream Realms. His Great Grandmaster attainment level must have been obtained from the Dream Realms. Gasp! Thinking of this, even the powerful and knowledgeable Fairy Myrtle could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Feng Yuan had the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He could annex it at any time to pass calamities and tribulations. And the biggest obstacle in annexing an aperture was the attainment level of the path. Raising attainment level was very difficult. It often took hundreds of years. But Feng Yuan could use Dream Realms to rapidly raise his attainment level. This way he would enter a virtuous cycle. The explosive cultivation speed was enough to create huge waves in the history of human cultivation. No, more accurately speaking, the scary one is Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan was merely controlled by Providence. He was reborn as a pawn to destroy Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan. But he escaped from control in the end. Fairy Myrtle's body turned cold. Even though Heavenly Court had already imprisoned Spectral Soul, even Fairy Ziwei would interrogate Spectral Soul once in a while, and search his soul to obtain crucial information. Spectral Soul was not as powerful as Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle felt a wave of lingering fear. If Spectral Soul really succeeded, he would have Great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. He would be filled with killing intent. He could annex apertures and cooperate with Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. His cultivation level would rise all the way to rank 8. At that level, Spectral Soul's main body would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. And most importantly, during the 5 regions chaotic war, when Dream Realms appear, Spectral Soul would have a chance to advance even further. From this move, it could be seen just how great his ambition was. He had already made countless preparations in this aspect. If he could really do that, he would have a huge advantage over the others. Even a great dream seed like Feng Kim Hong would not have the chance to grow. Fortunately, he did not succeed at the most important stage. Now, it is Feng Yuan who replaced his original plan. From this he did not succeed, but he did not fail completely either. Thinking of Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Fang Yuan gave up on so many southern border Gu immortals to capture Jun Xinguang alive. His action is the same as when I soul search Spectral Soul. He wants to search Jun Xinguang's soul for the arrangements of the Celestial Court. Oh no, the river of time. The river surged, coming from where it came and going to where it went. It was grand and majestic, reaching all the way to the limits of one's vision. Inside the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan quietly looked at the surging river water. It undulated and created countless dazzling waves. The river of time. Indeed, after entering the immortal aperture and gaining some time, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel's immortal killer move to escape. Not long after, he entered the river of time. At this moment, Jun Xinguang's soul was being plundered inside his sovereign immortal aperture. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan urgently needed to know what arrangements the Celestial Court had in the river of time. I set up an ambush in the 5 regional mountain range and fought a huge battle. Even though I captured Jun Xinguang, I also exposed a lot of information. In order to not give the Celestial Court a chance to react, Fang Yuan wanted to catch them off guard and enter the river of time at this crucial moment. This Lu Weiyin is not simple. He acted at the right time and saved those southern border rank 7s at the most crucial moment. I'm afraid it's very likely that he's already hiding somewhere. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has a benevolent nature. He corrected the chaos and repaired the damage to Spectral Soul in the 5 regions. Especially in southern border, he has the highest reputation among the 10 venerables. He is the most popular. As his current inheritor, Lu Weiyin naturally inherited this reputation. Even though this person tried to deal with me, his true motive does not seem to be simple. He is shrouded in a layer of mystery. It is a pity that in the 500 years of my previous life, such a person did not exist. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan increasingly felt that his memories of the 500 years of his previous life were not reliable. Of course, there was also a possibility that after his rebirth, his indirect influence had increased to the point that it affected rank 8s like Lu Weiyin as well. Fang Yuan shook his head, putting Lu Weiyin to the back of his mind. He thought about Tao Zhu's inheritance. He felt some regret. Tao Zhu's true inheritance was definitely related to the 5 regional walls. Even though the 5 regional walls would disappear in the future, and the 5 regions would become one. Tao Zhu's research on how to cross regional walls seemed like a joke. But thinking about it, Tao Zhu could create the 5 regional mountain range by imitating the 5 regional walls. Wouldn't he be able to replace the location of the regional walls to defend? Especially for Fang Yuan, fighting in the regional walls was extremely beneficial to him. It is a pity, such a pity. The situation back then did not allow me to take this inheritance. I missed Tao Zhu's inheritance. Chapter 1642. Tao Zhu's true inheritance. If it were a few months ago, Fang Yuan might be able to use southern border Gu immortals to exchange for this inheritance. But now almost all of the southern border captives in his hands had already been devoured by him, directly killing them. These southern border Gu immortals were all rank 7 experts. As for Xia Cha, she had rank 8 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture devoured all of them, as well as the many immortal apertures in City Well. Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose sharply. He went from rank 7 to rank 8, passing the final grand tribulation of rank 7. Fang Yuan had planned to continue capturing southern border Gu immortals in the 5 regional mountain range and extort them. But Lu Weiyin's attack destroyed Fang Yuan's plan. Not only did his cultivation level rise, because the sovereign immortal aperture devoured immortal apertures, Fang Yuan's Dao marks also rose sharply. Through perceivable Dao immortal Gu's careful measurements, Fang Yuan had a huge accumulation of Dao marks. He had very few time path Dao marks, almost at the bottom, but now he was at the top, with a total of 73,000 Dao marks. Almost all of them were contributed by Xia Cha. It was a classic example of plundering by force, getting rich overnight. With so many time path Dao marks, each of Fang Yuan's time path killer moves could be amplified by 73 times. Furthermore, Spring and Summer Gu were rank 8 Gu immortals. Their battle strength was quite impressive. In the 5 regional mountain range, they resisted the joint attacks of many Gu immortals. Of course, This was also because of the 5 regional walls' geographical advantage. Southern borders Gu immortals did not cooperate well, they weakened each other. Second was Waterpath Dao marks, it surpassed 60,000. Waterpath itself had a lot of accumulation. Fang Yuan killed lone immortals Zhou Li, Wu Hai, Yu Chan and others, and the Eastern Sea lone cultivators who died in City Well were mostly Waterpath cultivators. Third was Transformation Path Dao marks, it had 50,000. This was the original first place, it had been accumulating for a long time, but now it had fallen to third place. Fourth was Soul Path, it surpassed 30,000. The Immortal Aperture's own Dao marks, as well as the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue's Earthly Calamity, Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue's Heavenly Tribulation, and so on, he had over 29,000. As for the remaining hundreds of Taoist marks, they had been added to his soul by Fang Yuan, a soul cultivator. According to the records of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Million Man Soul, 10 Million Man Soul, 100 Million Man Soul, Desolate Soul. Only when a soul cultivator reaches Desolate Soul would the Tao marks on the soul reach 1,000. After that, there were Ice and Snow Path, Rule Path, Metal Path, Wood Path, Fire Path, Wind Path, and other common paths. There were about 20,000 of them. Below that were Dark Path, Light Path, Strength Path, Chi Path, Luck Path, Sound Path, Blood Path, and many others. At the very bottom were Food Path, Phantom Path and other paths. They had a scale of a few thousand, a few hundred, and even 0. He looked at the dream again. All of the dreamlands in Fang Yuan's possession had been successfully explored by him in the past few months, and the dreamlands of each school had grown to varying degrees. The highest was still Refinement Path, Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Realm. The second was Theft Path and Time Path, Great Grandmaster Level. The third tier was Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path and so on. They were all Grandmasters. Rule Path and Soul Path also joined in. There were many paths below, but they were not detailed. It was not like the number of Tao marks. The higher one's attainment level, the harder it was to increase. The most obvious increase was still in Time Path, Soul Path and Rule Path. Other than Tao marks and Dream Realms, Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development had also reached 15% after annexing a large number of immortal apertures. What was worth mentioning was that in Xia Cha's Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan unexpectedly found that there was also a Year Essence pool in her Immortal Aperture. This way, there were 2 Year Essence pools in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Other than these, Fang Yuan's greatest gains were 2. One was Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan had been trying to comprehend this immortal killer move. He had only deduced it recently. The second was the incomplete form of an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan had wanted to build an immortal Gu house long ago, to make it convenient for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to fight for him. To build this immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan had used Secluded Residence, Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City, Floating City, Regret Pool, Baihe Palace and other immortal Gu houses, with emphasis on graceful chaotic dual stage. In the past few months, he had been extorting Southern Border's righteous path, exchanging Gu for Gu, exchanging many crucial immortal Gu to create the framework. This immortal Gu house was created by Fang Yuan. It could be said to be unprecedented. And because he wanted to go to the River of Time, it mainly used Time Path Immortal Gu. It had various abilities and was most proficient in concealment. Even though it was only a framework, it was very useful in the 5 regional mountain range. Ing Wuxie and the rest relied on this house to cooperate with Fang Yuan and successfully capture Jun Shenguang. In the River of Time, the tides rose and fell. Waves splashed and splashed, creating colorful lights. Fang Yuan rode the incomplete Immortal Gu house as he moved slowly in the river. The rank 6 Time Path clone had already come out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It stood beside him with its eyes closed, sensing silently. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left behind many true inheritances scattered in the River of Time, and Spring Autumn Cicada was the key to sense them. But the River of Time was huge. To find a few Stone Lotus Islands, other than luck, a lot of time and effort was needed. In this exploration of the River of Time, it would be best if I can find Red Lotus true inheritances. But most importantly, I need to probe the arrangements of the celestial court here. I need to catch them off guard, and if possible, I need to destroy their arrangements. Feng Yuan thought as he searched Jun Shenguang's soul in the sovereign immortal aperture. Jun Shenguang's soul was originally protected by light path Dao marks, but after being hit by Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil, this layer of defense was completely destroyed. Jun Shenguang's soul was also injured. He was on the brink of death. Precisely so, after Ing Wuxie used lead soul into dream, Jun Shenguang was directly hit and fell unconscious. The premise of lead soul into dream was to sense the soul, and then compare the difference between the soul. The greater the difference between the enemy and oneself, the easier it was to succeed. To be able to cause such a result against a rank 8 Gu immortal, Luo Pasil was very powerful. However, compared to reverse flow protection seal, and thinking about how Feng Yuan used Luo Pa Valley as the core of this move, it was not surprising that it had such power. Right now, Jun Shenguang's soul was so weak he could not resist Feng Yuan's methods. Feng Yuan received a lot of information. What arrangements did the celestial court make? Jun Shenguang definitely knows a thing or two. After a while, Feng Yuan's brows relaxed. He had a discovery. Oh, Time Path Immortal Gu House Present and Past Pavilion. He had just thought of this when the river water in front of him suddenly surged up. A pavilion was riding the waves like a flying boat. This pavilion had no ventilation on all sides. It had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most luxurious decoration. There were 4 Gu immortals standing in the pavilion. They had rank 7 cultivation level. They looked at Feng Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house with dangerous light flickering in their eyes. This present and past pavilion is a pure time path immortal Gu house. It can observe the past and present. It is most proficient in investigative techniques. The celestial court arranged this room. The moment I entered, they sensed me. Amazing! Amazing! Feng Yuan's heart sank, but he praised and explained to Ing Wuxie and the rest. Ing Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, and the rest frowned. Some had dark expressions. They had some understanding. The strongest aspect of Feng Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house was its concealment ability. To think that present and past pavilion could see through it. This was like being defeated by the enemy in their strongest aspect. Before the battle even started, they were already in a passive state. Present and past pavilion charged towards Feng Yuan's group and stopped. It was 1,000 steps away from the incomplete immortal Gu house, unmoving like a mountain. A person in the pavilion said coldly, "The 4 Xuanzi of Central Continent are guarding this place, demon, don't think about advancing." Another person behind him shouted, "That's right. If you want to pass, you have to step over our corpses." For Xuanzi, Feng Yuan's soul searched Jun Shenguang. He quickly obtained their information. Chapter 1643. According to Jun Shenguang's information, the 4 Xuanzi had the same cultivation level. They were all rank 7 and had learned a combination attack technique with extraordinary power. They could even fight against a rank 8 Gu immortal. Of course, they could only fight once. After a few rounds, they would definitely be defeated by the rank 8 Gu immortal. They were not like Feng Yuan or Feng Jioga, who had battle strength that could fight rank 8s. Even so, this was already quite impressive. After the 4 Xuanzi were nurtured, they were treated as trump cards by Spirit Butterfly Valley. They could not be mobilized easily. Celestial Court wants to make arrangements in the River of Time. Spirit Butterfly Valley has no choice but to obey. For Xuanzi, these 4 are all time path and have great teamwork. They are the best candidates to control present and past pavilion. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. 4 Xuanzi and present and past pavilion were not out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Rank 8 Gu immortals who happened to be time path were rare indeed. Celestial Court originally had Lord Huang Shi. Unfortunately, he had been killed by Feng Yuan using Red Lotus Island in the River of Time. Celestial Court had to deal with Feng Yuan and set up defenses in the River of Time. They could only choose rank 7 Gu immortals for their time path manpower. Unless some old monsters from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard came out of their own accord. What Feng Yuan was concerned about was that other than present and past pavilion, Celestial Court also had a time path immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht. Present and past pavilion is very proficient in investigation. It happened to be nearby, so it was the first to stop me. I cannot stay here. If the four Xuanzi succeed in delaying me, Eternal Yacht will come and reinforce me. It will be 2 against 1. It will be very disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court had a huge advantage. Even though they could not bring out a time path rank 8, they definitely had rank 8s of other paths. They also had 2 immortal Gu houses, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht. In contrast, Feng Yuan only had an incomplete immortal Gu house. Even though Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 8, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and the rest had weak cultivation levels. Feng Yuan immediately opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out the second batch of immemorial year beasts. The first batch of immemorial year beasts he set up in the 5-boundary mountain range were either injured or killed by the southern border righteous path. Feng Yuan did not have time to recall them. But it didn't matter. Feng Yuan still had a second batch. After annexing Xiacha's immortal aperture, Feng Yuan had a second-year essence pool, which contained Xiacha's 2 immemorial year beasts. In addition, for the past few months, Feng Yuan had been using the immemorial year beast fishing array to lure many immemorial year beasts into the year essence pool. As such, Feng Yuan had gathered 2 batches of immemorial year beasts, and the second batch had 9 of them. The only flaw was that Feng Yuan did not gather 12 different immemorial year beasts to form an ancient battle formation. During the entire process, he also tried to collect them. However, when he really tried to implement it, he realized that this kind of collection was really difficult to achieve. Most of them were immemorial year chickens. During this period of time, the River of Time had been producing these year beasts. In Feng Yuan's second batch of immemorial year beasts, there were 5 immemorial year chickens, more than half of the total. The 9 immemorial year beasts roared as they charged towards Present and Past Pavilion. Inside Present and Past Pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi had solemn expressions as they worked together to unleash the power of Present and Past Pavilion. Whoosh! A huge wave of 10 feet tall surged towards the 9 immemorial year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were ferocious beasts that lived in the River of Time. The waves created by Present and Past Pavilion could not stop their charge. In an instant, they paused for a moment before breaking through the obstruction, creating countless waves as they continued to attack Present and Past Pavilion. The surface of Present and Past Pavilion shone with bright light. The light shot into the sky like a pillar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, wave after wave of giant waves rose up like moving city walls, attacking and defending at the same time, continuously crashing towards the immemorial year beasts. Feng Yuan's heart moved. The immemorial year beasts received his command and cooperated with each other. Like arrows, they shot through the waves and city walls, closing in on Present and Past Pavilion. But unexpectedly, the 4 Xuanzi suddenly shouted in unison. The screen in Present and Past Pavilion suddenly gave off faint green smoke. The green smoke flew into the battlefield. The immemorial year beasts were all affected. Their speed decreased as if they had fallen into a swamp. The green smoke settled down and melted into the surface of the River of Time, dyeing the surface layer of the River of Time green. Present and Past Pavilion shook heavily. The light pillar that shot into the sky suddenly dissipated, turning into green light that shrouded in all directions. The sound of the waves suddenly became turbulent. The waves were many times stronger than before, reaching a height of more than 10 feet. Not just that, dozens of whirlpools formed on the surface of the River of Time, becoming the best trap to trap the immemorial year beasts. The 9 immemorial year beasts were originally gathered together, but after the attack of the waves and the whirlpools, their formation quickly broke apart. They fell into a difficult situation. At once, Present and Past Pavilion sat at the center, controlling the situation. Feng Yuan's immemorial year beasts were completely at a disadvantage. The 4 Xuanzi's expressions relaxed. Shang Xuanzi let out a breath of air. We finally got through the initial stage. We were not defeated by the demon's attacks. Sun Guozi smiled. Present and Past Pavilion has already controlled the battlefield. Even though Feng Yuan has many immemorial year beasts, they cannot gather together. They are not a threat. That's right. Shang Xuanzi stroked his beard. Even though Present and Past Pavilion is not his match and will lose in the end, as long as we stall for some time, Eternal Yacht will reinforce us. At that time, our strength will soar and surpass the other party. Shang Xuanzi had a deep gaze. The demon is crafty, we cannot be careless, we need to be careful. He had just said that when an immemorial year monkey closest to present and past pavilion burst out, using an immortal killer move. It held a huge fan in its hand as it waved towards the front. Rank 8 immortal killer move Summer Fan. In an instant, intense winds blew, sweeping everything in the surroundings. The entire battlefield turned dark. The immemorial year monkey was surrounded by several huge waves. It was like a sturdy wall that supported the sky, but with one wave of this summer fan, it crumbled and crumbled. The immemorial year monkey laughed strangely as it charged forward. The 4 Xuanzi in present and past pavilion were shocked. They soon realized that this immemorial year monkey was Feng Yuan's disguise. That demon is fighting personally. Impossible. We have the investigative killer move that Lady Ziwei taught us. We can see through his familiar face. Why were we still deceived? Feng Yuan snickered internally. He had been racing against time for the past few months. He used all his time and energy to the limit. Familiar face was also modified. Feng Yuan finally arrived in front of the 4 Xuanzi. Present and past pavilion burst out with dazzling light again. Feng Yuan used the immemorial year monkey's sturdy body to punch with both fists. But it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was only a loud sound. Present and past pavilion did not budge. It is useless. The current present and past pavilion is like a 1,000-year-old tree. It is rooted in the river of time. How can you move it? Sun Guozi screamed. She was very nervous. Is that so? Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He used a mortal killer move spring scissors at the next moment. Crack crack. Spring scissors continued to cut. At first, present and past pavilion could still hold on. But after a few cuts, the light on the surface could not hold on anymore. After 5 or 6 cuts, a corner of present and past pavilion's roof was cut off. This is a rank 8 time path killer move, but how can it have such power? Even present and past pavilion cannot match it? How can this be? The 4 Xuanzi panicked. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He originally had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. He was at rank 8 level. Now that he had turned into the immemorial year monkey, his transformation path Dao marks turned into time path Dao marks. He gained another 50,000. Thus, he had over 120,000 time path Dao marks. Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals did not have more than 30,000 Dao marks. 120,000 Dao marks was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. Only those who had passed a myriad tribulation would have such an accumulation. 120,000 Dao marks could amplify any time path killer move's power by 120 times. And Feng Yuan was using 2 rank 8 level immortal killer moves. Even though present and past pavilion had the terrain advantage, Feng Yuan's killer moves were also amplified by the environment in the river of time. Feng Yuan's time path strength rose sharply. Even present and past pavilion could not resist his demonic might. Feng Yuan's 2 killer moves attacked from both sides, forcing present and past pavilion to retreat. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi resisted with all their might, occasionally retaliating. Feng Yuan did not need to use winter coat to defend himself. He could endure the attacks with just his immemorial year monkey body. Persevere. A huge ship arrived from afar, riding the waves. Several Gu immortals on the ship shouted with nervous expressions. It was Eternal Yacht. It is too late. Feng Yuan snickered to himself. He waved his summer fan and created a huge tornado. Present and past pavilion's tiles were blown away. It was on the verge of collapse. Spring scissors flew to him and cut. Present and past pavilion's pillars were cut. It collapsed completely. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He jumped above present and past pavilion and kicked with his immemorial year monkey leg. Boom. The entire present and past pavilion broke apart. The 4 Xuanzi were either dead or injured. They were kicked into the river of time by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan left with the incomplete immortal Gu house. Chapter 1644. Cough cough cough. Shang Xianzi was sprawled on the deck of Eternal Yacht, coughing continuously. He was soaked in water. Beside him, Xia Xianzi had already fainted. His injuries were severe and his condition was not good. Rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi walked over, looking at Shang Xianzi calmly. The other two were swept away by the river of time. We cannot find them. Shang Xianzi breathed heavily, standing up with difficulty. He looked at Xia Xianzi with a pale expression. The two of them died in battle. This demon Feng Yuan is truly amazing. How is the search for the remaining survivors of present and past pavilion? The four Xuanzi were siblings. They were very close, but right now, Shang Xianzi was more concerned about present and past pavilion. He did not care about the dying Xia Xianzi. He did not feel any sadness or anger. Qing Yi smiled lightly. The core immortal goo are not damaged. They have all been retrieved. That's good. Shang Xianzi let out a breath of air. His expression eased up. Qing Yi nodded. I have already prepared a quiet room for you. Shang Xianzi. Thank you. I will go down and revive my siblings. It turned out that the four Xuanzi were siblings. They were the closest. They cultivated an incredible killer move. Even if the three died, as long as one of them survived, they could use the killer move to revive the other three. Precisely so, Shang Xuanzi did not feel any sadness. A moment later, the four Xuanzi were healed. They returned to the deck and joined the battle. The second batch of immemorial year beasts that Feng Yuan left behind were surrounding Eternal Yacht. Attacking from all directions, the river water surged. The sound of waves filled Feng Yuan's ears. Right now, he had returned to his original appearance. He had entered the incomplete immortal goo house to rest. With this incomplete immortal goo house, Feng Yuan had a base of operations. It was very convenient. That Eternal Yacht did not chase after us. They had already left the battlefield for some time. Feng Yuan relaxed slightly. The incomplete immortal goo house's speed could not compare to Eternal Yacht. It specialized in concealment. With present and past pavilion, the incomplete immortal goo house would be exposed. But Eternal Yacht might not be able to sense the incomplete immortal goo house. Otherwise, why hadn't the Eternal Arc caught up to them after such a long time? We're safe for now. Ingwu Xie took a deep breath. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. That was a really tense moment. That's right. If sect leader didn't destroy the pavilion of present and past in time, I'm afraid we would have fallen into the quagmire of the battle. Goddess Miao Yin smiled. Bai Ningbing remained silent at the side. He Lulan was also quietly looking at the vast river of time outside the immortal goo house. Feng Yuan's time path clone had his eyes closed, frowning slightly. He tried his best to sense it, but his vital goo, spring-autumn cicada, did not have much reaction. The truth was, according to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's deduction, the higher the rank of spring-autumn cicada, the wider the range of its senses, and the easier it would be to find Red Lotus's true inheritance. Feng Yuan's spring-autumn cicada only had 6 revolutions. Even though he had a large number of corresponding immortal goo recipes, and Feng Yuan had attempted to refine it several times, he still failed. This was truly regrettable, but Feng Yuan had already tried his best. For the last few months, he had done his best, soul path cultivation, exploring dream realms, modifying killer moves, extorting Southern Border's righteous path, planning the entire situation, defending against deductions, annexing immortal apertures, and so on. He had expended all his energy and time. Being able to squeeze out some time to refine spring-autumn cicada was quite a miracle. But the true miracle did not happen. Feng Yuan's attempts all ended in failure. Spring-autumn cicada might be rank 6, but I have already made up for it in other aspects. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with confidence. He had planned for a long time to enter the river of time this time. Feng Yuan had already used methods like burning soul-bursting luck in the aspect of luck path. He only stopped after reaching the limit of his abilities. Finding 1 or 2 red lotus stone islands in this vast river of time naturally depended on luck. Roar! The river water suddenly became turbulent. Beast roars entered everyone's ears. There are 2 immemorial year beasts fighting ahead. After inspecting, Ingwu Xie was shocked. Looking closely, these 2 immemorial year beasts had been fighting for a long time. They were at the end of their tether. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Wasn't his luck here? He flew out of the incomplete immortal goo house and activated familiar face, turning into a river and entering the river of time. Next, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and activated the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Those two immemorial year beasts sensed the strong aura of delicious food. They stopped at the same time and rushed towards Feng Yuan. They did not find any enemies, but they sensed a tributary of the river of time hidden in the river water. The immemorial year beasts did not even think about it. They charged into this tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time belonged to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If it were before, Feng Yuan would not dare to fish immemorial year beasts like this. If they entered, they would definitely cause damage to the sovereign immortal aperture. But now was different. Feng Yuan already had year essence pools, and two of them. The year essence pool was connected to the tributary of the river of time. It was like a huge dam. The immemorial year beasts were lured by the formation. Following the tributary of the river of time, they charged into the dam and became trapped. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He stopped his transformation killer move and flew back to the incomplete immortal goo house. Those two immemorial year monkeys were trapped in the year essence pool. They could not find food anywhere. They sensed something amiss and wanted to return to the river of time. But how could that be possible? Feng Yuan used enslavement path methods and quickly subdued these two immemorial year beasts. The incomplete immortal goo house moved stealthily, searching for Red Lotus Stone Island. Feng Yuan encountered many more year beasts. He did not reject any of them. He directly lured them into the year essence pool and subdued them. Soon, Feng Yuan had 6 immemorial year beasts. He had even more ancient and desolate level year beasts. Other than year beasts, there were other life forms in the river of time, like sun beasts, moon beasts, and dark web spiders, but Feng Yuan wisely abandoned them. The year essence pool's effect was fully displayed at this moment. With it, Feng Yuan could directly lure immemorial year beasts in, and the sovereign immortal aperture would still be very safe. Without the restriction of the year essence pool, immemorial year beasts could follow the tributary of the river of time to any place in the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the tributary of the river of time passed through the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Wait! While moving, Feng Yuan's time path clone suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light shined in them. He seemed to have made a huge discovery. The time path clone closed his eyes again, frowning deeply as he tried to sense. Next he pointed in a direction. There seems to be something over there. It made spring-autumn cicada tremble slightly. The time path clone's tone was uncertain. But this was the only clue. Feng Yuan immediately controlled the incomplete immortal goo house to change directions and move forward. As the distance shortened, Feng Yuan's clone's expression became more joyful. The reaction is getting stronger. Our luck is really good. We got results so quickly. After moving for a while, a thin layer of fog appeared in front of Feng Yuan's group. The incomplete immortal goo house slowed down slightly, but without any hesitation, it flew into the fog. The fog was very extraordinary. It could reverse one's direction and confuse one's emotions. But Feng Yuan's clone relied on spring-autumn cicada. It was like he had the most crucial key. He could point out the direction at any time. The fog was thick. The river water became calm under the cover of the fog. It was not as turbulent as outside. Vaguely, the vague silhouette of a stone island appeared in front of Feng Yuan's group. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Ing Wuxie stared with wide eyes, shouting in shock. Bai Ningbing and the rest could not help but feel their breathing quicken. When the incomplete immortal goo house reached the edge of the Stone Lotus Island, the stone island suddenly shot out a bright white light that struck the incomplete immortal goo house. What's going on? Fairy Miao Yin screamed. Oh no! This is a trap! Feng Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light, but it was too late to leave now. The entire incomplete immortal goo house shook intensely, resisting the powerful attack with difficulty. Demon, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A rank 8 goo immortal with a majestic body suddenly appeared on the Stone Lotus Island. At the next moment, the killer move that he had prepared for a long time hit the incomplete immortal goo house. Boom. Chapter 1645. Feng Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house did not specialize in defense. After being hit, it broke apart. Feng Yuan and the rest quickly defended themselves inside the immortal goo house. Large amounts of flames devoured all the goo worms in the way like poisonous snakes. They attacked Feng Yuan and the rest from all directions. Feng Yuan shouted as he activated the immortal killer move Winter Coat. His body was immediately covered in a layer of white frost. The frost not only protected Fang Yuan himself, it even spread out at this crucial moment to protect the Time Path clone, He Lulan, Ing Wu Xie, by Ning Bing, and the rest. In this aspect, Winter Coat was superior to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect oneself, it could not help others. But Winter Coat Killer Move could push oneself to the target. Winter Coat Killer Move blocked the fire snakes, but at the next moment, the old man on the Stone Lotus Island shouted, "Brilliant might, snakes turn into dragons!" Whoosh! The flames suddenly erupted, and a ferocious heat spewed out. The fire snakes intertwined and converged, turning into a terrifying flame dragon that was more than 100 feet long and bearing its fangs. The Crimson Flame Dragon tore through Winter Coat Killer Move and attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan had wanted to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance and take the Immortals into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but he did not expect this Fire Snake Killer Move to have a follow-up. The old man had rich battle experience. He did not give Fang Yuan any leeway. The fire dragon was extremely lifelike. It opened its mouth and charged down from above. Fang Yuan and the rest looked up. Their faces were bright red from the light of the fire. The intense heat assaulted them as if they were being roasted on a grill. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest's expressions changed. Despair appeared in their eyes. This fire dragon was not an ordinary rank 8 killer move. It had extraordinary power. Even Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang killer move could not escape from it. Their only hope was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's nostrils, ears, and mouth were all bleeding. Winter Coat Killer Move was broken. Fang Yuan suffered the backlash of a rank 8 killer move. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed. Fortunately, the core immortal goo were still around. They were only slightly damaged and could still be used temporarily. Fang Yuan was faced with a dilemma. Behind him were his Time Path clone, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest. Their cultivation level was too low. They could not stop this flame dragon by themselves. If they had the incomplete Immortal Goo House, they would at least be qualified to participate in the battle. But the old man was extremely ruthless. He destroyed the incomplete Immortal Goo House at once. If Fang Yuan stayed on the spot and blocked for them, not only would his winter coat be broken, he would not have any good methods. Even if he did, it would be very dangerous. Because the old man wanted to force Fang Yuan to go against him. Once Fang Yuan fought him for the sake of protecting the immortals behind him, then he would undoubtedly fall into the old man's trap. Fang Yuan was almost certain that the old man still had killer moves. Once Fang Yuan fought the flame dragon, he would fall into the old man's rhythm. He would be led around by the nose in the following battle. In an instant, Fang Yuan made up his mind. He moved at lightning speed, dodging the flame dragon. The old man laughed maniacally. "What a demon! Then burn all of you to ashes." The flame dragon ignored Fang Yuan. It continued to charge down. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly changed his direction and charged towards the old man. The old man immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched Fang Yuan charge towards him. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He attacked. He wanted to attack the weak to save the weak, but he did not expect the old man to be so courageous. He was not afraid of fighting to the death. In fact, it was very likely that there were other arrangements on this Stone Lotus Island. He was very confident. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. The results of his months of hard work and sleepless training were fruitful. Spring Scissors was activated once again and shot towards the old man. The scissors were sharp, but when it cut the old man's body, the old man's hair suddenly started burning, turning into a huge flame cloak that burned fiercely, blocking the spring scissors. Ha ha ha, this move of mine is called Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. I got inspiration from Verdant Great Sun's flame hair in the legends of Renzu. It is my proudest creation. I will tell you the truth, even though I am a Fire Path Gu immortal, in terms of offense, I am stronger in defense. Not just spring scissors, even if Summer Fan attacks me, I will not fear it. The old man laughed loudly, but at the next moment, the old man's laughter stopped. It turned out that the flame dragon's attack was futile, be it Fang Yuan's Time Path clone, Bai Ningbing, or He Lulan, they were all alive. The old man's eyelids twitched. He licked his dry lips as he said fiercely, "This is a dream realm? It turned out that Fang Yuan did not dodge the flame dragon because he gave up on his clone and the other Gu immortals. He made Ing Wuxie self-detonate at the crucial moment. Ever since the Battle of the 5 Regional Mountain Range, Ing Wuxie had changed his body to a pure dream reality seeker physique body. And because of the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique body Mountain's dream path Dao marks, he was able to use lead soul into dream and successfully trap the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Shenguang. Now that the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Ing Wuxie's soul fell into the dream realm. The other immortals were also trapped because they were close. The dream realm's initial appearance cut off all other paths methods. The old man's flame dragon was extremely fierce, but when it reached the dream realm, it was like a phantom. It had no effect. You are truly a crafty demon, but you will die today. The old man stomped his feet as he flew into the sky. The stone lotus island below him turned into smoke and dissipated. The old man was covered in a layer of flame cloak. He charged towards Fang Yuan like a flaming meteor. Spring scissors followed him like a shadow. They cut his body repeatedly, but they were blocked by the blazing flames. They could not harm the old man at all. Fang Yuan flew back as he activated Summer Fan. Winds blew wildly, causing the old man's flame cloak to flutter loudly, but it was like the fire was being fueled by the wind. It grew stronger and stronger. The old man's mouth opened wide. He showed his sharp teeth as he laughed maniacally. How is it? My verdant sun flame cloak is peerless. Do you feel despair? Ha ha ha. Like the old man had said, spring scissors and summer fan could not do anything to verdant sun flame cloak. Not just that, as they got closer, an intense drunkenness assaulted Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan activated a wisdom path killer move. His eyes regained clarity. Verdant sun flame cloak not only contained the extreme profundity of fire path, it also simulated the profundities of human path, food path, and others. The closer he got to the old man, the stronger the drunkenness he felt. Fang Yuan kept retreating. He wanted to pull some distance away from the old man. But things did not go as he wished. The other party's speed surpassed Fang Yuan's. Demon, you are trapped in the formation. Where can you escape to? Obediently accept your death. The old man roared. The stone lotus island earlier was just an illusion. Its true essence was a super time path immortal formation set up in the river of time. This formation was extremely powerful. Even Fang Yuan could not see through it. Now that it was activated, it formed a formation space, restraining Fang Yuan inside, restricting omnidirectional travel, fixed immortal travel, and other similar methods. Fang Yuan had previously used a time path formation to ambush Southern Border's righteous path. This time, the Celestial Court also set up a formation to trap Fang Yuan. However, the Celestial Court was much more generous than Fang Yuan. A time path formation set up in the River of Time was not something Fang Yuan could set up. With Fang Yuan's current ability, he could at most set up a time path immortal formation near the tributary of the River of Time in the 5 regions. Even in history, there were very few time path great experts who could set up immortal formations in the River of Time. The one who reached the pinnacle was undoubtedly Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This existence's methods had already surpassed the level of time path immortal formations. He directly set up a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, Stone Lotus Island, affecting a segment of the River of Time for his own use. The Celestial Court had been searching for Stone Lotus Islands. Even though they had not found one, it was not without results. The time path immortal formation, here was one of the results. The formation restrained Fang Yuan. He could not dodge or evade. The old man got closer. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not retreat. He charged at the old man. The old man was astonished for a moment, but he quickly reacted and waved his hand, sending blazing flames towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not fear him. He charged forward. Instead, the raging flames rolled back and attacked the old man. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The old man was flustered. He blocked his killer move, but at this moment, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of him. Fang Yuan was ruthless. He used his body to charge at the old man. Reverse Flow Protection Seal versus Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and the old man were both sent flying. In this competition they were evenly matched. The old man was at a slight disadvantage. But soon his flame cloak started burning again. He recovered to his peak state. Reverse flow protection seal was very effective against offensive killer moves. But Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was mainly used for defense. The power that was reflected was very little. This is reverse flow protection seal? Hey, you discovered it so quickly. The old man's gaze was dark. It turned out that this time path immortal formation, other than forming an internal space and isolating the outside, it also had a core ability, that was to create an environment that weakened time path. The Celestial Court's intention was to use this formation to deal with Red Lotus's true inheritance stone Lotus Islands. These islands were man-made time paths, secluded domains of heaven and earth. After entering the formation, they would be weakened by the formation. Precisely so, Fang Yuan's two killer moves, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan, were so helpless against Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was very strong. This move was not just the peak of Fire Path. It extended from Fire Path. It involved the profundities of Human Path and Food Path. In terms of subtlety, the Reverse Flow Protection Seal was crude, superficial, and straightforward. Myriad Self-Killer Move, on the other hand, contained Enslavement Path and Strength Path. It was comparable to Verdant Sun Flame Cloak in terms of profundity. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan killer moves were even more ordinary. They contained rank 8 Immortal Goo and were amplified by Time Path Dao marks. That was why they were so powerful. They could not break Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, but they could still cause a huge impact. It was not like the current battle. The effect was very weak. After Fang Yuan comprehended this, he immediately cancelled Winter Coat killer move and used Reverse Flow Protection Seal instead. He managed to turn the situation around. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1646. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. At once, countless dragons danced with silver scales. They charged towards the old man from all directions. After understanding the time path formation's details, Fang Yuan had no choice but to give up on his strongest time path method, but he could still use other methods. In comparison, Fang Yuan's methods were much more plentiful. The old man snorted coldly, not showing any surprise on his face. Before coming here, he had already made ample battle preparations. He was familiar with Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move. You mudskippers, what can you do to me? The old man stood proudly in the sky. He did not dodge. He watched as the myriad dragons attacked him. The verdant sun flame cloak on his body burned intensely, wrapping around him like a huge fireball. When the myriad dragons reached the old man, they started to roar strangely. The sword dragons were filled with drunkenness. They flew around randomly. Their ferocious attacks crumbled immediately. When each sword dragon reached a certain level of drunkenness, they started to spontaneously combust with a loud sound. The sword dragons turned into lumps of fire. After burning intensely, they dissipated rapidly. From the looks of it, the ferocious old man was able to burn the 10,000 dragons into ashes without even moving. The sword dragons were huge, but when they got close to the old man, they perished immediately. They could not even harm a hair on the old man. Immortal killer move, verdant sun flame cloak. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He witnessed the power of this move. It had both offense and defense. It was the bane of Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. Then have a taste of my Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan roared internally. He had already used familiar face to disguise as a sword dragon. He followed the dragon army and got close to the old man. Then he pretended to be drunk, closed the distance, and suddenly performed the Luo Pasil. The moment the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan was exposed. Luo Pasil had a grand aura. It could not be concealed. The old man's gaze shined like lightning. He did not fear Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. He charged towards Fang Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The old man bombarded Fang Yuan indiscriminately, but they were all blocked by Fang Yuan's countercurrent protection seal. Fang Yuan did not make a sound as he withstood the old man's attacks. After much effort, he finally succeeded in brewing the Luo Pasil. The old man was already on guard, but for Fang Yuan, it was even more difficult to grasp the opportunity. Finally, he barely managed to shoot out the Luo Pasil. The strange light brushed past the old man's shoulder, and only hit a small part of it. The old man suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. At the same time, The flame cloak on Verdant Sun's back was weakened by 40% as if it had encountered a gale. This move is powerful, but it still can't break through this old man's Verdant Sun flaming cloak. The mighty old man laughed loudly, and as he retreated, he activated a method to heal himself. His speed was faster than Feng Yuan's, and it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to continuously attack him. The old man had a chance to catch his breath. He was at a disadvantage for the moment, but after a while, most of his injuries healed, his aura returned to its peak. Verdant Sun flaming cloak also started burning again. Luo Pasil had terrifying power, but the old man was very vigilant. He did not give Feng Yuan any more chances. His Verdant Sun flaming cloak had outstanding defense. Feng Yuan finally felt how his former opponent felt when facing countercurrent protection seal. This old man's soul is not his weakness. Even though it was just a graze, Feng Yuan still obtained valuable information. Luo Pasil targeted the enemy's soul, but the old man was an experienced rank 8 Gu immortal. He had a deep foundation and no weaknesses. His soul's defense was very tight. Feng Yuan estimated that even if Luo Pasil hit him, it would not be able to kill the old man. There was no way he could kill him in one move. Luo Pasil often needed to be used with lead soul into dream to deal with celestial court's rank 8 Gu immortals. But at the start of the battle, the old man destroyed Feng Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house. Ing Wuxie and the rest were still trapped in the dream realm. If the incomplete immortal Gu house was still intact, with the help of Ing Wuxie's lead soul into dream, Feng Yuan would definitely have the upper hand against the old man. But the old man ambushed and destroyed the incomplete immortal Gu house. Not only did Feng Yuan suffer heavy losses, he even lost the initiative and fell into a passive situation, unable to gain the upper hand. This situation was very dangerous for Feng Yuan. He had fallen into an ambush. He had to break out of it as soon as possible. Immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Feng Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragon. More sword dragons filled the entire formation space. Even though the old man had the upper hand, he did not relax for a moment. His pupils shrunk as Feng Yuan hit among the flood dragons again. At this time, should he use investigative methods to see through Feng Yuan's true body, or should he eliminate these sword dragons first? If Feng Yuan was not eliminated, the sword dragons would be endless. But the old man knew his limits. He thought to himself, I'm afraid my investigative methods cannot see through familiar face. Feng Yuan is crafty, his intentions are not pure. Although the fierce-looking old man had taken the initiative, and his words and demeanor were both brash and boorish, his heart had always been very cautious and calm. He knew that in a battle between experts of Feng Yuan's level, both sides had rich battle experience. Even though he was in the lead and had the initiative because he attacked first, if he made a mistake, Feng Yuan could turn the situation around. The old man roared. With him as the center, flames burned and spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire. The sword dragons melted like wax in the flames. The old man's decision made Feng Yuan feel uncomfortable. Feng Yuan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing with his tactic, controlling the myriad dragons to charge into the formation space. The ones controlling the formation were Central Continent Gu immortals. Seeing the myriad dragons charge, they wanted to retaliate, but at the next moment, the old man transmitted, "Don't move." Feng Yuan has high time path and wisdom path attainment levels. The more the formation moves, the easier it is for him to see through it. I will deal with these loaches, don't be impatient. The old man did not want to give Feng Yuan any chance. The sea of fire burned the sword dragons with shocking power. Feng Yuan snickered as he suddenly appeared in front of the dream realm. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. He quickly gathered the dream realm and turned it into a lump, turning it into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. Oh no, this demon is so crafty. The old man's expression changed. Feng Yuan's moves were both real and fake. He was flexible and had many changes. He could not grasp him. Feng Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly. He wanted to stuff his time path clone, Ing Wuxie's soul, He Lulan and Bai Ningbing inside. But at this moment, the old man's furious roar could be heard from behind him. Demon, don't even think about it. Boom. A killer move exploded, creating a loud sound that resembled a tsunami. Feng Yuan's scalp turned numb. Without even turning around, he knew that this was the old man's fiercest attack since the start of the battle. It's too late. Fang Yuan did not have much time. His heart sank to rock bottom. At the crucial moment, he used his full strength. The time path killer move exploded, causing the time around him to speed up. He pulled the immortals into his immortal aperture, but almost at the same time, his back felt like it was punched by a giant. He was sent flying like a cannonball. 15% of reverse flow river was lost. The impact made Fang Yuan's head spin. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He could only save most of the people. Fairy Miao Yin could not be saved. She was still in a comatose state, and was instantly burned by the flames that filled the sky. Not even a trace of ash was left. Fang Yuan roared. He controlled myriad dragons to attack the surroundings while attacking the formation himself. The old man became nervous. He attacked Fang Yuan indiscriminately. Fang Yuan held on with reverse flow protection seal. He ignored the old man and attacked the formation. Fang Yuan, you are dreaming if you want to break this formation. The old man roared. Flames burned Fang Yuan's body. Ha ha ha. This is your final struggle before death. The old man pounced behind Fang Yuan. His palms slammed onto Fang Yuan and sent Fang Yuan flying. Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. He was in a pathetic state, but his gaze was still as cold as ice. He continued to attack this time path formation. It is useless. You still want to break through such a powerful formation? Take a good look at your reverse flow river. It is about to dissipate. The old man mocked. His attacks became more frequent. His killing intent surged crazily. Even though reverse flow protection seal could reflect attacks, the old man also had verdant sun flame cloak. He forcefully endured the reflected attacks. He continued to whittle down reverse flow river. He was not wrong. Fang Yuan's reverse flow river had been through a huge battle. It had already expended a lot of energy. Right now, as he attacked, the river water fell. Fang Yuan's immortal robe became more and more blurry. Suddenly, Fang Yuan roared. He stopped attacking and prepared Luo Pasil. The old man's pupils shrunk. His attacks changed. He was on guard against Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan finished preparing. He waved his hand, but he did not attack the old man. He shot towards the edge of the formation. Ugh! A scream was heard. A rank 7 Gu immortal controlling the formation was hit by Luo Pasil and died on the spot. How can this be? All of the central continent Gu immortals were shocked. Fang Yuan actually found one of the formation cores in such a short time. He killed the person inside. Luo Pasil had great power against rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these rank 7 Gu immortals. Quick, that formation core is gone. Quickly change the formation and fix it. The Gu immortal shouted. On the other side, the old man shouted as he attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan continued to use the extremely weak reverse flow protection seal to block it. At the same time, he attacked the formation. All sorts of methods were used. The time path immortal formation that the Celestial Court spent a lot of effort to set up broke down. It could not stop Fang Yuan from unraveling it. How can this be? Fang Yuan's analysis of the formation shocked everyone. Quick, block that place. Someone shouted in shock. A hole finally appeared in the formation. It connected to the outside world. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Time to go. You can't leave. Flames howled as they turned into a ferocious old man. He used all his might to protect the loophole behind him. The other central continent Gu immortals saw this and let out sighs of relief. Fang Yuan shot out like an arrow towards the old man. He said indifferently with overflowing killing intent. Get out of my way. The old man laughed sinisterly. It is useless. You cannot do anything to my verdant sun flame cloak. The distance between the two shrunk rapidly. The central continent Gu immortals quickly changed the formation. Someone shouted. Block Fang Yuan. We only need 5 breaths of time to change the formation. This is a huge change. It will be 10 times harder for him to deduce and unravel it now. The old man scoffed. Not to mention 5 breaths of time, even if His eyes suddenly widened. His expression froze as he looked at Fang Yuan's killer move in disbelief. Fang Yuan's aura was completely restrained. Not a trace leaked out. He clasped his palms together in front of his chest. Next, his right hand's fingers touched his left palm. As if he was grabbing something precious, he clenched them into a fist. His left palm stopped at his chest. while his right fist was raised above his head. This move is. The old man no longer had a smile on his face, his eyes revealed nervousness and even a trace of fear. Indeed, it was the immortal killer move, five-finger fist heart sword. Time passed. The first breath. One finger. Feng Yuan's expression was cold as he raised his right thumb. A sword light suddenly shot out from the center of his right fist, which was raised high above his head. Fast. 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 The sword light was unimaginably fast. The moment it was shot out, it hit the old man's forehead. The old man shook fiercely. The verdant sun flame cloak's fire was weakened by half. The second breath. The second finger. The old man reacted and shouted. The verdant sun flame cloak started burning again. But the sword light hit again. The verdant sun flame cloak was weakened again. The third breath. The third finger. The old man's expression turned pale. He almost crushed his teeth. The verdant sun flame cloak expanded like a fireball. It was the size of a carriage earlier, but now it was the size of a house. The old man roared. This is my verdant sun flame cloak's peak state. Come, you can't break me. The moment he finished speaking, the sword light hit. The verdant sun flame cloak burst like an inflated balloon, returning to its previous state. Five-finger fist heart sword became stronger the further it went. The fourth breath, the fourth finger. The old man resisted with all his might, blocking the fourth sword. His face was pale, he took a big step back. The verdant sun flame cloak was like a candle in the wind. Only a thin layer was left. The fifth breath. Feng Yuan sneered. What flame cloak, what a joke. Li Huang, you are putting on mourning clothes for yourself, right? Let's end this. The fifth sword. The old man's body shook, his eyes filled with fear. No, Bo Qing, don't even think of killing me. The flames burned again, and he split into dozens of figures, shooting in all directions. Feng Yuan ignored them, he charged out of the hole, and escaped into the river of time. He had just flown out when the time path formation changed completely. The hole from earlier disappeared. It became an inseparable entity once again, firmly sealing the space inside. But Feng Yuan had already escaped. The time path immortal formation was dead silent. The central continent Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dumbfounded. The fire clone quietly dissipated. Only the old man's main body was left. Right now, his face was pale, anger, fear, shame, hatred, killing intent, and all sorts of other emotions filled his heart. It was like a mess. His expression was twisted into a sinister and terrifying appearance. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and roared. There is no fifth sword. Feng Yuan, you lied to me. Chapter 1647. After a bitter battle of wits and strength, Feng Yuan finally broke through the celestial court's ambush and escaped into the river of time. Once he got out of the formation, Feng Yuan felt that it was much harder to maintain reverse flow protection seal. He quickly stopped this move and used the time path killer move Winter Coat. Immortal killer move Familiar Face. At the next moment, Feng Yuan turned into an immemorial year beast. Because he was transforming in the river of time, transformation path was also suppressed by the environment. Although he successfully activated this move, the immortal essence expenditure was dozens of times higher than normal. Thankfully, Familiar Face's core was attitude Gu. It only needed to expend mental energy. Thus, on the whole, Familiar Face did not expend much immortal essence. Feng Yuan could barely endure it. Plop! Feng Yuan turned into an immemorial year snake and dove into the river of time, swimming away quickly. I finally broke out of the encirclement and broke through the time path formation. Feng Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The situation earlier was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the tighter the defenses of the celestial court, the lower the chances of Feng Yuan surviving. There were two important factors in breaking out of the encirclement this time. Firstly, Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to break the time path formation with the help of the time path clone. Using the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment far surpassed the imagination of the celestial court. He was able to catch them off guard. Secondly, it was five-finger fist heart sword. Feng Yuan's cultivation level reached rank 8, and after obtaining his own white lychee immortal essence, he could use wisdom sword immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was one of the cores of five-finger fist heart sword. Thus, Fang Yuan could use the fourth sword of Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This was the current limit. To use the fifth sword, Fang Yuan needed other core sword path Immortal Goo. A lot of rank 8 immortal essence has been expended. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. The immortal essence storage was already close to the warning line. Even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a fast time flow, and the efficiency of accumulating white lychee immortal essence was very high. But after the consecutive battles, especially the battle just now, when he fought bitterly with the old man Li Huang and broke the Celestial Court's time path formation, he had expended a lot of energy. It's best to retreat first. Under such circumstances, this was the only thought in Fang Yuan's mind. This was the wisest choice. Continuing to fight to the death was absolutely foolish. Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going? A roar came from behind him. Fang Yuan turned around and his heart skipped a beat, only to see that 3 immortal goo houses chased after him with fierce momentum. The one on the left was the Eternal Arkansas. It was tall and towering, braving the wind and waves. On the deck, rank 8 Goo Immortal Qingyi, rank 7 Goo Immortals For Xuanzi and others were united. They were filled with righteousness. The one in the middle was the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Terrace. Delicate and elegant, the orange eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The immortal goo house was shrouded in 3 layers of autumn sunlight. It was mystical and extraordinary. The one on the right was the Shark Flow Lever. The lever was snow-white like jade. A rank 8 Goo Immortal was standing on it. He wore blue star armor and had a rough appearance. There were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. 3 rank 7 immortal goo houses, at least 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals. The number of rank 7 experts is unknown. Fang Yuan's heart sank. At this moment, he could feel the determination of the Celestial Court to kill him. Even though Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year snake, his speed was not fast enough. Now that the incomplete immortal goo house was destroyed, he could not hide anymore. The distance between the two continued to shrink. The 3 immortal goo houses attacked from afar. Fang Yuan activated Autumn Hair Killer move. It was like he had eyes on his back. He dodged agilely. If he could not dodge, he would use Winter Coat Killer move to block it. Winter Coat Killer move was amplified by the River of Time, as well as Fang Yuan's Time Path Dao marks. It displayed astonishing defensive power. Even though it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was comparable. This is not good. The situation continued to worsen. Fang Yuan thought of countermeasures. Luo Pasil took a long time to activate. It would take even longer in the River of Time. Its power would also be reduced. Moreover, the Celestial Court side was definitely on guard. There was little hope of Luo Pasil changing the situation. Myriad Self, Myriad Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, Yama Emperor, and others were the same. Fang Yuan could only rely on time path methods like Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. But the 3 immortal goo houses chasing after Fang Yuan were all sturdy like fortresses. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to them. As they fought, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves fell rapidly. The situation was getting more dangerous. The Celestial Court side chased after Fang Yuan all the way. Their morale was high. They were in high spirits. Suddenly, something strange happened on the river in front of them. Huge fountains appeared. Oh no! This is the Sudden Spring River segment. This demon is skilled in luck path. His luck is shocking. He is very hard to kill. As expected, an unforeseen event has occurred here. Follow him. We cannot let him escape. The people of the Heavenly Court roared, their faces filled with nervousness. Fang Yuan charged into the Sudden Spring River segment. The Sudden Springs were very dangerous. They had the power of time path. If they were larger, they could endanger a rank 8 Goo Immortal's life. Normally, Fang Yuan would avoid them, but now, the Sudden Spring River segment became his hope of escaping. The immemorial year snake slithered in the river. The sudden springs exploded around Fang Yuan again and again, but they did not cause much disturbance to him. Fang Yuan had luck inspection immortal goo. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. He could clearly sense that his luck was falling rapidly. Luck path did not show its power normally, but now, it was showing its profundity. The 3 immortal goo houses on Celestial Court side were having a hard time chasing. The moment they entered the Sudden Spring River segment, Eternal Yacht and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were hit at the same time. They were sent flying by the sudden springs. When they finally swooped down, Shark Flow Lever was hit as well. Fong Yuan encountered rank 6 or 7 small and medium-sized sudden springs, while the Celestial Quartz side encountered rank 8 large sudden springs. Even though Fong Yuan was being disrupted by the sudden springs, the Celestial Quartz side was like a weak patient climbing a mountain. The difference between the two formed a clear contrast. The Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals had dark expressions. They felt stifled and were about to vomit blood from anger. It seems that this time, Feng Jioge is not among the pursuers. Feng Yuan gradually realized. During the Battle of Langya, Feng Yuan had seen Feng Jioge's luck. It was very strong, even he could not suppress him. If he was here, the Celestial Quartz side would not be in such a pathetic state. Along the way, Feng Yuan charged out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Behind him, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were already far behind. Only Eternal Yacht could barely keep up. It also charged out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Without any obstruction, Eternal Yacht's speed rose. It rapidly closed the distance between it and Feng Yuan. I cannot escape like this. Lightning flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He made up his mind and suddenly stopped, turning around to fight. Seeing that Feng Yuan did not escape, the Gu Immortals on Eternal Yacht were overjoyed, but at the next moment, they showed vigilant expressions. Sun Guozi shouted. Everyone be careful, the demon is fighting without retreating, he must have some scheme up his sleeve. The moment she said that, Feng Yuan's killer move was activated. Immortal Killer Move. Time Cutting Edge. This move was only at rank 7 level, but with the amplification of Feng Yuan's Time Path Dao marks, its power was 100 times greater. At the same time in the River of Time, it rose to near rank 8 level. At once, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi felt a fatal threat. His hair stood on end. His heart shrunk as he quickly dodged. But Time Cutting Edge's speed was even faster than Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Feng Yuan had just sent it out when the Time Cutting Edge had already reached Qing Yi. Eternal Yacht had defenses of course, but Time Cutting Edge was like paper, it easily pierced through. Wasn't this move lost long ago? Why does he know this move? Am I going to die here? At once, Qing Ye's face was filled with shock. He fell into deep despair. Let me. At the crucial moment, Sun Guozi stood up and stood in front of Qing Yi. Sun Guozi's body shook intensely. She was hit by Time Cutting Edge. Her eyes were wide open as she fell on the deck. Huff huff huff. Qing Yi breathed roughly. His body was covered in cold sweat. He managed to survive. Sun Guozi. Qing Ye's face was pale. He showed a deeply moved expression. The other 3 Xuanzi looked at each other. They had calm expressions. They felt. Sun Guozi sacrificed herself for Qing Yi. In exchange for a huge favor from this rank 8 Gu Immortal, it was definitely a huge gain. Lord Qing Yi, don't worry about it. We have unique methods to revive Fourth Sister. Shang Xuanzi smiled, purposely showing his sincerity. However, Qing Yi shook his head slowly and said with an extremely serious expression, I can more or less guess some of the profundities of your methods. I'm afraid your killer moves will be ineffective this time. The 3 Xuanzi were shocked. They asked, Lord, what do you mean? Please explain. This is Bao Clan's killer move. The whole of Central Continent was terrified back then. It is called Time Cutting Edge. Qing Yi said with a complex expression. He could not conceal his lingering fear. What? It was this move. The 3 Xuanzi's expressions changed. Their bodies shook as they panicked. They were no longer as calm as before. No, impossible. Isn't this move already lost? Shang Xuanzi shook his head. He did not believe Qing Ye's words. But that is the truth. Stop chasing. Qing Yi breathed in deeply. He had a pale expression. Lord! The other rank 7 Gu Immortals shouted. Feng Yuan was right in front of them. This was a good chance. Killing this demon would be a huge merit. On the contrary, if they let him go, the Immortals would have to bear great responsibility. But Qing Yi had made up his mind. Among the 3 Immortal Gu houses, Eternal Yacht is the fastest, but its defense is the weakest. You saw it. It cannot resist Feng Yuan's Time Cutting Edge. If we chase, Feng Yuan will only kill us bit by bit. We will be giving Eternal Yacht to him. Also, My immortal aperture is a void aperture, but you have your own accumulations. You cannot nourish this demon. If there were other immortal goo houses besides Eternal Yacht, Qingyi might continue to chase. However, given the current situation, there was no hope of victory at all if they gave chase. Chapter 1648. Huff. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he slowly opened his eyes. This was a small underground cave. The cave walls were burning with eerie fire, forming a natural formation. Even though the defense was not strong, it had a good warning effect. Feng Yuan was ambushed by the Celestial Court in the River of Time. He fought with all his strength and finally managed to carve out a path of blood. After getting rid of Qingyi and the rest, Feng Yuan followed a tributary of the River of Time and arrived at the outside world, Southern Border. Southern Border was the headquarters of Shadow Sect. Zishan Makoto had once set up such eerie fire caves everywhere. Feng Yuan used Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, choosing a random one to hide and recuperate. Even though he had reverse flow protection seal, it did not protect him the entire time. He still had to rely on Winter Coat to protect himself. Not mentioning the intense battle with Li Huang, even while escaping, Feng Yuan had to endure the bombardment of 3 immortal goo houses. His injuries were not light. Feng Yuan inspected his sovereign immortal body and slowly stood up. After recuperating in the small cave for a few days, he had already recovered. The main reason was that the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. This allowed Feng Yuan's healing effect to be astonishing. The rank 8 white lychee immortal essence in his immortal aperture had also increased, but it was still below the warning level. Feng Yuan placed his hands behind his back as he paced around in the small cave. He thought about the situation in front of him, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. This time, he had suffered a huge setback in the River of Time. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as narrowly escaping death. Feng Yuan did not have any lingering fear or rejoice. On the contrary, this situation was within his expectations. The Celestial Court's strength was too great. Feng Yuan's rise was not even a fraction of the Celestial Court's history. With such a deep foundation, as long as they exerted a bit of effort, Feng Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. The battle in the River of Time a few days ago was the best proof. Previously, Feng Yuan had an advantage against the Celestial Court because he launched a surprise attack, catching the Celestial Court off guard. The Celestial Court had no idea where to start. Feng Yuan had been trying his best and seizing every second he had. His strength continued to advance by leaps and bounds, causing the Celestial Court to make mistakes every time they dealt with him. However, as the Celestial Court's investigation of Feng Yuan's background became clearer and clearer, it became more and more important. When the time came for a head-on confrontation, Feng Yuan's strength seemed weak. The strength of the Heavenly Court did not only lie in their own strength and foundation, but most importantly, their unified will. The strength of Southern Border's righteous path was actually very strong. However, the great families had a loose structure, so it was difficult for them to deal with Feng Yuan. The Celestial Court, however, had been chasing and beating Feng Yuan everywhere. If not for Feng Yuan's craftiness and foresight, any other demonic path goo immortal would have been captured or killed by the Celestial Court. As time passed, the Celestial Court's defenses in the River of Time would become stronger, and Feng Yuan's hopes of obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritance would become slimmer and slimmer. Against such a colossus, what could Feng Yuan do? My white lychee immortal essence is almost used up. Reverse Flow River also only has a bit left. It was used up by Li Huang. It is hard to continue using it. Unlike Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley, which had the rank 9 killer move Orderly Order, he could use Landscape as before Goo to recover quickly. Reverse Flow River was hard to deal with. Feng Yuan did not lack methods to recover it, but no matter what, it would be a huge and difficult project. It could be foreseen that for a long time in the future, Feng Yuan would not be able to rely on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He lacked Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Feng Yuan's cultivation level had advanced to rank 8, and with Xia Cha's methods, his strength had risen by quite a bit. It's just that this time, I've revealed too many of my methods. Immemorial Year Beast, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves were all part of Feng Yuan's plan. But Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword and Time Cutting Edge were exposed, which made Feng Yuan feel pity. But there was no other way. In the battle to break out, Feng Yuan had to use all his methods. If he had hidden them, he would have died already. But it is not like I did not gain anything. The details of the Celestial Court were also probed by Feng Yuan. For example, the Celestial Court had a mysterious method that could cause spring-autumn cicada to vibrate. This was out of Feng Yuan's imagination. But now that he thought about it, Feng Yuan understood. He also thought that the time path formation that ambushed him was not targeting him, but Red Lotus True Inheritance. And spring-autumn cicada was the key to Red Lotus True Inheritance. How could the Celestial Court not research Red Lotus True Inheritance from spring-autumn cicada? Although they could not refine spring-autumn cicada, they could still mimic it. Li Huang Qingyi. New rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. The Celestial Court ruled Central Continent. It could recruit rank 8 Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects as new members. From time to time, 1 or 2 veteran experts would wake up from the immortal graveyard. It had been established since the immemorial antiquity era. No one could say for sure how deep the foundation of the Celestial Court was. Precisely because of this foundation, in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, the Celestial Court ruled Central Continent, fighting 1 against 4. For a long time, the other 4 regions could not even raise their heads. They even destroyed super clans one after another. Perhaps it was because of this that even after Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven, he did not dare to openly attack the Celestial Court. He continued to hide and infiltrate in the dark. And those 3 immortal Gu houses. No, the one I destroyed earlier did not have many immortal Gu destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, the Celestial Court could refine it. I am afraid I will have to face at least 4 of them in the future, or even more. Even the Celestial Court could not easily take out rank 8 Time Path Gu Immortals. But Time Path Immortal Gu houses could be dismantled from other Immortal Gu houses, or gathered from the Gu Immortals inventory, and assembled. After assembling, the Celestial Court could use a large number of Gu Immortals of other paths to guard the Immortal Gu house, and seal the entire river of time. Schemes such as luring the tiger away from the mountain, or attacking the besiegers, by besieging the enemy would not work. The Celestial Court was the #1 grotto heaven in the 5 regions. It had no worries. If Feng Yuan attacked the Celestial Court, not only would he not be able to find the entrance, even if he managed to enter, he would incur the wrath of the Celestial Court and wake up 2 or 3 rank 8 great experts in the immortal graveyard. Feng Yuan's life would be forfeit. If Feng Yuan attacked the 10 great ancient sects, he would not be able to shake the Celestial Court's rule. There would be a huge risk. After all, the Celestial Court had the Wisdom Path great expert, Fairy Myrtle. Feng Yuan's gaze was as cold as ice. He knew clearly. If he wanted to find Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would have to fight the Celestial Court head-on. The tighter the defense of the Celestial Court in the River of Time, the more it proved the importance of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan's hope of destroying Fate Gu lay in this. I need to hurry. The Celestial Court had all sorts of methods. It was likely that they would obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance before Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Yuan had to break through the defenses of the Celestial Court and find the Stone Lotus Island, obtaining the most crucial item left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for what it was, Feng Yuan had no idea. The Celestial Court probably did not know either. Guarding the River of Time was the Celestial Court scheme. Because they had the advantage in battle, the Celestial Court did not have to worry about Feng Yuan not attacking. Fate Gu was about to be repaired. Feng Yuan had to break through the Celestial Court's defenses and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance to have a chance of destroying Fate. Even if he was injured, even if there was an ambush, even if there was a slim chance of survival, Feng Yuan had to do it. There is no ingenious method or shortcut. I can only let my strength continue to rise until it surpasses the strength of the Celestial Court. I will break through all obstructions and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. With this goal achieved, Feng Yuan would have the qualifications to continue contending with the Celestial Court. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 1649. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Western Desert. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was snow-white. Feng Yuan's time path clone stepped into this place. He grabbed a handful of sand and inspected it carefully. These grains of sand were full and sparkling like ice, giving off a trace of coldness. It was a sunny day now. Mini Western Desert's temperature was not low, but it was cool and comfortable in this desert. Feng Yuan's clone picked up a handful of snowy white sand and placed it in his mouth. When the sand touched his saliva, it melted and gave off a faint salty taste. This was salt sand. In human history, salt sand had a story that had been passed down for a long time. 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era, even though humans created the celestial court, the variant humans of the other 4 regions were still very powerful. They suppressed and enslaved humans. In Western Desert, there was a human city that was being oppressed and ostracized by the variant humans. The variant humans worked together and disguised themselves as bandits, robbing any caravan that was heading towards the human city. As time passed, the human city lacked resources and could not hold on any longer. For the safety of the entire city, the human city lord had to compromise with one of the variant human tribes, marrying off his beloved daughter in exchange for peace. The city lord's beloved daughter knew the big picture. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the safety of the entire city. The marriage was quickly gathered and set off from the city, escorted by the human city lord. When they were traveling in the desert, they met an old man who had fainted. The old man's injuries were severe. He was on the brink of death. His body was covered in abscesses and he stank. The city lord saw that he was a human. He sent his subordinates to save him and feed him water. The old man slowly woke up and thanked the city lord. "Oh city lord, since you saved me, why don't you save me again? Give me your robe and your mount. I can leave on my own." The city lord's subordinates mocked him. The city lord's robe was so precious. How could it be worn by an old beggar like him? The city lord waved his hand. "No matter how precious the robe is, it cannot compare to a person's life. I have a spare robe. I will give it to you now. But my mount can only be ridden by a strong Gu master. If I give it to you, it will only harm your life." After saying that, the city lord handed the robe, a large amount of clean water, and dry rations to the old man. Then, the city lord ordered someone to bring over a docile camel, and gave it to the old man. The old man sighed with emotion. "City lord, I've heard of your benevolence. Now that I've seen you today, it's indeed true. Since you want to do a good deed, you might as well do it to the end. This abscess on my back has been bothering me for years. As long as a virgin girl born on a year, month, day, personally bites it open for me, it will be healed." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the city lord's subordinates started cursing him. They almost attacked and killed him. The city lord was also angry, because everyone knew that his daughter was a virgin girl born in the year, month, day. The city lord said, "Sir, please don't make fun of me. Although I am the city lord, I am also a pitiful father at this moment. I love my daughter, but I had no choice but to give her to the feathermen with ulterior motives and make her their slave concubine. Father, if my sacrifice can be exchanged for the survival of the entire city, I am willing to accept this fate." At this moment, the city lord's daughter walked over. It turned out that the commotion had attracted her attention. From the mouths of the bystanders, she understood what had happened. She walked in front of the old man and nodded. "Sir, please let me take a look at the abscess on your back. You are willing to treat my injury?" The old man was puzzled. "Yes. Although I am the city lord's daughter and others say that my status is noble, how noble can it be?" The city lord's daughter smiled bitterly. "Only when the entire human race becomes noble will our status truly be noble. I already have no hope, and will become a slave concubine of the mutants. If that's the case, why don't I come and treat you? Our human race is too weak. It's good to have one more person recover." When the city lord and the others heard this, they were very touched and did not stop her. The old man revealed the abscess on his back. It was extremely ugly, and the abscess flowed everywhere, giving off a pungent stench. Anyone who saw it would have the urge to vomit. The city lord's daughter was stunned, but in the end, she endured the discomfort and used her teeth to break the abscess on the old man's back. Once the wound was broken, what was left behind was a silver-colored liquid. The juices flowed into the desert, and a rich aroma immediately filled the air, causing the entire wedding procession to feel refreshed. The old man's figure vanished, only his voice was left behind, resounding in everyone's ears. "O city lord, only a person like you is worthy of me saving you. Humans cannot just have goo immortals, they need goo masters like you to have hope. I will leave this desert to you, manage it well." The city lord and the others realized that the old man was a human goo immortal. They quickly knelt down and paid their respects. And this desert, after being contaminated by the silver-colored liquid, turned into snow-white salt sand. The city lord controlled such a huge desert and sold the salt sand as table salt. He did not have to worry about sales. The city was revived and grew stronger day by day. By now, salt sand was no longer a product of Western Desert. It had already spread to the other 4 regions. The salt sand in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was obtained after annexing the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals. After inspecting the area, Feng Yuan's clone had a deep understanding of this desert. He returned in satisfaction. Right now, in Jewel Yellow Skies, Celestial Court has already started to sell silver dragonfish. It seems that they must have obtained the method to raise dragonfish from spectral soul. In time, the golden dragonfish will also enter the market. Feng Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge blow. In the short term, because he had already occupied the market share, his dragonfish business had a lot of profits. But in the future, he would definitely be pushed aside by Celestial Court. But it did not matter. After Feng Yuan annexed the deities of Southern Frontier, his sovereign immortal aperture gained more than 10 blessed lands, and even a grotto heaven. Forget about the salt sand, it was only an ordinary goo material. But there were many immortal materials, 5 to 6 of them could rival the dragonfish business. For example, Xiacha Grotto Heaven's year essence pool was one of them. Thus, Feng Yuan was still making huge profits. His accumulation of immortal yuan stone was several times faster than before. Earlier, he had been working hard. There was almost no shortage in the feeding of immortal goo. Even though he gained some immortal goo as spoils of war, Feng Yuan also obtained the immortal apertures of goo immortals. He could perfectly relocate all the resource points. There are some flaws in the feeding of immortal goo, but it is not a problem. The Time Path clone took one last look at the salt sand before activating fixed immortal travel. This salt sand desert was the second last resource point that he inspected. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's clone arrived at City Well. Inside City Well, there was already a large group of hairy men gathered. These hairy men were mostly captured by Feng Yuan from the immortal apertures of Southern Border Goo Immortals. Southern Border Goo Immortals all raised hairy men to refine mortal goo. Hairy manslaves were the most popular type in Jewel Yellow Skies. Feng Yuan gathered these hairy men from the immortal apertures and placed them in City Well. Currently, raising hairy men was the greatest help to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan imparted some dream path goo recipes and cultivation methods to these hairy men. These hairy men's main task was to enter their own dream realms and search for dream path goo materials, then refine dream path mortal goo for Feng Yuan to use. Feng Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move expended a lot of dream path mortal goo. Earlier, when Feng Yuan explored dream realms, he had already used up all of the dream path mortal goo that he had. If not for these hairy men refining dream path mortal goo to replenish them, Feng Yuan might not have been able to explore all of the dream realms that he had. When Feng Yuan's clone arrived at City Well, the sky was turning dark. Even though there was no sun or moon, it felt like dusk. Ever since Feng Yuan became rank 8, the sovereign blessed land became a grotto heaven. It had astronomical changes. And because the sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources, this astronomical change was very detailed. It was almost the same as the outside world of the 5 regions. Feng Yuan's clone was about to go down to observe the hairy men when his body froze. A bright light flashed in his eyes. My main body has already found the location of the 5 Xiang seal. Feng Yuan rested in the eerie fire cave for a while before leaving and entering White Heaven. His immortal aperture was in good condition. He did not need to rest. His immortal essence storage was rising slowly. He did not want to waste time. He went to White Heaven. This was the time for the 5 Xiang seal to open. The 1,000 years bet would begin again. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit